Chapter 536, Number 1024 Allogeneic Elemental Crystal. The Marching Ant Group denied all allegations and threatened to suspend cooperation and exit the market. Li Huai's response at the press conference sparked an uproar. This is the first time in the world that there have been high-tech companies threatening to counter the market countries. The Marching Ant Group must bear some losses, but it is so capricious, so tough to face several countries led by the United States and the European Union, and only the marching ants in the world have this kind of emboldened. Many people secretly heard this news. There are typical examples of technical incompetence. Seismographs, which are related to the people's livelihood, do not say that the prelude of the holographic era is pushed forward, and the development of science and technology is inevitable. Whoever rejects the Marching Ant Group, because the Marching Ant Group controls the holographic patents, means that they cannot get started. All the countries surveyed by the Marching Ant Group did not expect the marching ants to be so tough. If the investigation continues, the marching ants lose some of the market. However, relying on the advantages of the Huaxian market, and having many high-tech, even if it withdraws, it has an impact on the Marching Ant Group, but it cannot make the Marching Ant Group embarrassed, especially in today's hot holographic technology. In the high-energy laser laboratory, Chen Mo glanced at the indium isomer metal crystals in the laboratory. After reading the data of each instrument, it was confirmed that there was no problem before opening. Ink Girl, ready to start the 44th experiment. The largest problem in the synthesis of crystalline material number 1024 is the energy parameter. The power of the laser is very important. Once it is too high, it will cause the crystal of the isomer metal to be destroyed. If the laser power is small, the critical condition for the formation of 1024 elemental crystals cannot be reached. High-energy particles must be bombarded within a critical interval to achieve a retrofit effect. The 43rd experiment was performed and all failed. This is the 44th experiment. Once and for all, calculations and experiments are now getting closer and closer. Ready? Get Chen Mo's instructions, and the ink girl around me opens. Let's get started. Chen Mo turned his eyes to the lab, which is the ready experiment. As soon as the instructions fell, in the laboratory, 3 lasers blasted to the middle of the isomers, and the high-energy particles of the high-energy particle accelerator also blasted toward the isomer metal. The dazzling light does not see the change in the crystals of the isomers. Chen Mo wears goggles and can still see the crystal in the middle under strong light. I can only see one outline. I can't see much, but the shape has not changed. The shape does not change, is still. Once evaporated, the laser power is too high. The evaporating molecules will decay and will emit a large number of high-energy particles with radiation, which is also harmful to the human body. The laser bombardment was maintained, and with the bombardment of high-energy particles, the laboratory instruments did not stop. The values of various instruments are changing. Chen Mo looked up and saw the value of the change within the normal range. Ink Girl, go out and wait. Chen Mo took off his goggles and left the lab. The experiment is not completed in 2 or 3 minutes. Once it starts, it either succeeds or fails. The data in the middle must fail, so Chen Mo is not useful in the lab. Do you say that you can succeed? In the laboratory of number 1 building, in front of Chen Mo, is a design drawing of a neurobot. While designing and asking, according to the current data, it should be successful. The first 3 times, already on the verge of success, said the ink girl. After the success of the armor, I will give you a new energy and body. Chen Mo nodded and continued to design the body for the ink girl. Now the ink girl has more than 20 days of battery life, but it is still subject to energy restrictions. With the reactor and the 1024 elemental material, you don't have to worry about energy, whether it's normal or fighting. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour passed. The ink girl who was waiting next to her suddenly spoke. Mogo, the crystallization of element 1024 has been successful. Yes, save the design, look at the past. Chen Mo dropped the design and walked toward the building where the high-energy laser lab was sitting. In the high-energy laser laboratory, a lavender hexagonal honeycomb crystal is placed quietly on the laboratory bench. This crystal is the same as the data obtained by the science library. Formed by indium metal, the 1024 elemental element crystallizes. The 1024 elemental element is special because it is different from conventional radioactive elements. The decay rate of ordinary elements is not affected by external factors, and the decay rate of element 1024 is controlled. Check if there is no radioactive radiation? Chen Mo asked. He needs to confirm it again. After all, the issue of radiation is not a joke. The 1024 orogenic element is the same as the ordinary substance without stimulating external conditions. However, if it is interfered by strong light, it will radiate high-energy beta particles. There is an imperfect feature, that is, the volume of 1024 element crystals should not be too large. The upper end of the energy is limited, and the volume is too large, otherwise the energy will be unstable. The radioactive environment is within the normal acceptance of the human body. Cooled. The ink girl nodded. Send it to the test, Chen Mo said, looking at the lavender translucent crystal through the glass. A robot in the laser lab, after opening the high-energy laser lab, took a dark box into the lab, collected the crystals of number 1024, and went to another lab. Functional laboratory. Here is where the power of the reactor is tested. In the center of the laboratory, there is a bowl-sized instrument, which is the reaction furnace of the armor. The laboratory is where the armor reactor is tested. The reactor is connected to the lower body and the current and voltage meters are tested together with the superconductor wires. The robot sends the dark box into the laboratory, grabs it by the robot arm, and puts it into the reactor. Let's start. Through the glass window, Chen Mo can clear the situation in the laboratory and make sure that there is no problem. Let the ink girl start. When the words just fell, in the laboratory, the reaction furnace lit up the purple-red light, and the number of test instruments began to jump and climbed. Successful. Chen Moxin felt a little, holding his fist tightly, and his heart screamed. He can feel that the brain has a sense of excitement, and the technology library has changed, just like the last time he studied the success of the reaction furnace, which shows that the study of element 1024 has been successful. At the time of Chen Mo's excitement, the test results have come out. At a maximum of 3.84 billion joules per second, the energy released by the reactor is higher than the theoretical power originally designed, which is a good result. Check if the instrument can run stably and make more crystals of element 1024 as a backup. Chen Mo finished, sat down in the chair and entered the technology library. The reception room of the group headquarters. Zhao Minutes looked at the thunder on the field, Yu Chengnan, and the other side of the Opal President Chen Minyong and Vivos Fanwei. The foremost competitive domestic manufacturers came together. Do you want to buy a micro-holographic projector? Yes. The four men looked at each other and nodded together. In the mall is an opponent. Privately there is no big enemy of your death. Their purpose is clear, that is, they hope that the Marching Ant Group can sell them to the most critical micro-holographic projectors for holographic mobile phones. As for the price conditions, it is calculated by the Marching Ant Group. Now that the holographic era is coming, every manufacturer hopes to enter the holographic mobile phone market. However, the most critical holographic projection technology at present is in the hands of the Marching Ant Group. Only the Marching Ant Group is willing to sell micro-holographic projectors, and they have their hope to enter the holographic mobile phone, and the Marching Ant Group occupies the top market segment. If the Marching Ant Group supplies them with micro-holographic projectors, and with their market advantage, squeeze out the high-end market share of Samsung and Apple, then China's mobile phone manufacturers will take the hegemony in the world. Any one of them alone came to find the Army Ant Group. Maybe Zhao Minutes would not agree. Four people would come together and hope to be a little bigger. To tell the truth, The production line we are building has not been completely completed. The micro-holographic projectors that are now produced are barely satisfying our own use, and I am afraid that they will not be sold for the time being. When I heard Zhao Minit's answer, the four looked slightly disappointed. When can I have it? Yu Chengnan said. Although a few people were disappointed, they still had a glimmer of hope. After all, they all bought the miniature holographic projection of the marching ant group, which is a huge market. Not sure. Zhao Minitz shook his head. She can be the master. Chen Mo will give the company the decision-making power to her. Product operation and company management she can be the master, but involving holographic projectors, knowing that Chen Mo is the best. This way, if you are sure, you can inform us that we are sincerely cooperating. Thunder laughed. No problem. Zhao Minitz nodded and promised to send away a few people before he walked back to his office. Ink Girl, is he busy now? Chapter 537. There is no war of smoke inside the Science and Technology Library. A silver negative sphere is in the hands of Chen Mo. After successfully synthesizing the 1024 element, the golden light in the center of the technology ball has become the size of the marble, which looks very obvious. When the reactor is completed, only the mung bean size. He now determines that it is necessary to continuously design and develop the technology of the administrator stage, and Jinglan can continue to grow up, so as to reach the conditions for entering the next stage of authority. It can be ascertained that the Science and Technology Library is cultivating the research and development capabilities of the successor, and may complete the mission behind this legacy when it has the highest authority. Just not sure how many technologies to develop, in order to make the entire technology ball into gold. Can you focus on research and development in a certain field like a science apprentice? These are uncertain and require him to explore. Ago, Zhao Minit's sister just came to contact. I said that you just finished studying, sleeping. Chen Mo woke up. The Ink Girl opened. She has something to say about me. Yu Chengnan, Thunder, Chen Minyong and Fan Wei came over. I hope we will sell them to the micro-holographic projectors, and produce holographic mobile phones, said the Ink Girl. What about this? Contact her. Zhao Minitz is thinking about the pros and cons of selling miniature holographic projections to the four major factories. If sold, it means that four manufacturers will join the holographic mobile phone market, and take some price advantages for their mobile phones, which will affect their current mobile phone business. But the sale of micro-holographic projectors, the benefits of this, is far greater than the impact on them. At present, the holographic mobile phone of the Marching Ant Group has already determined the brand status of the top market. No one can shake, and is not afraid to compete with others. Zhao Minitz's sister, the boss, came to the video call. Zhao Minitz's intelligent assistant voice interrupted her thinking. Once connected, Chen Mo's holographic projection linked the holographic equipment in the office and appeared in the office. Just completed a topic. Xiao Yan will be a while. Chen Mo said, what is the problem of micro-holographic projection in trouble? Yes, the Ink Girl told you. You don't have to worry about it. You can sell it to them. The holographic era has arrived. We can't squat forever. Let go of this market to make it more dynamic. Moreover, holographic technology should be updated for so long, Chen Mo said. Do you have a new generation of miniature holographic projections? Zhao Minitz's spirit was shocked. If there is a new generation of miniature holographic projection, all problems will be solved. With nano 3D printers, the design process of holographic laser emitters is not limited, so that the holographic projection screen can be upgraded to the essence. Chen Mo said. When can I finish? Zhao Minitz hurriedly asked. This is not a problem. The Ink Girl can solve the problem of the laser transmitter. It doesn't take too long. It can be done at any time. It is enough to make a 3D printer, and the output will increase. Chen Mo paused a little. What is the problem with antitrust investigations now? The United States is preparing to go to court, and everyone else is watching the movements of the United States, and there is no rush action. Zhao Minitz said. How to deal with it? Don't worry, there are many ways to make money. We don't need to bow our heads to make money. Shenmue also knows that now is the holographic technology for several countries. If the Marching Ants Group shows any signs of softness, those people will think that they are bullying and chasing. At this time, if you do not face it hard, the consequences will be more serious. End the call and return to silence in the lab. Chen Mojing sat down and stood up. Ink, do you optimize the holographic laser transmitter? No problem, said the ink girl. Now I'm designing an ion engine and putting all the theoretical formulas for a small ion engine out. Chen Mokao Physics Laboratory in the past, just entered the laboratory, saw the laboratory screen. There are thousands of formulas suspended in the air. These are the theoretical formulas of the ion engine, which are much better than the formula of the reactor. The next study is a small ion engine. The small ion engine is one of the most critical parts of the armor. The reaction furnace and energy material 1024 element crystals have been successful, and the ion engine is successful. The armor he designed, part of the body is being manufactured, the related materials have been synthesized, and only the plasma engine is designed to make the part that is connected to the ion engine. Wilbur saw the response from the Marching Ant Group and was in a bad mood. The Marching Ant Group is so tough, preferring to break the arm and withdraw from the market, and has no choice but to compromise. Their emboldened holographic projection technology. No matter whether you withdraw, there is only one company in the world that can produce holographic projections. The market is there, making money in one way, and buyers need to spend more money to buy. After the emergence of holographic technology, these domestic people have reacted greatly in these years. Many people complain that they block the market. They want to buy holographic mobile phones, which can only be purchased from the cattle and purchasing hands at a more expensive price, or spend more money to travel to China and buy it back. The blockade against the Marching Ant Group has long been loose. Unfortunately, they have always wanted the idea that the Marching Ant Group will bring the production chain to the United States. Now that the holographic market is fully rolled out, they want to give pressure to the Marching Ants. At least, they hope that the Marching Ant Group can spit out some technologies in exchange for market opening. As a result, the Marching Ant Group is so tough and dares to confront the major economies of the world. Is there any way to pressure the Marching Ant Group? Wilbur looked to Mullen next to him. The industry of the Marching Ant Group is too large: medicine, electronics, energy, military, film, amusement park, software, materials, seismographs, etc. Each field is the most advanced key product. Over the years, the Marching Ants have been laid out to form a huge commercial structure. His main market is in China, backed by China, and spread to the international market. It is impossible to suppress it all. There is no market in our country, but also in other countries. Ma said truthfully. The situation is a bit awkward now. They think that Marching Ants face anti-monopoly investigations. At least take a step back and sit down and talk. However, the Marching Ant Group does not talk directly, and confronts the end, only now has the situation. It's better to let people try the water and see the attitude of the Marching Ant Group. Mullen said uncertainly. Who are you going? They are afraid not to be the first bird. The head is awkward. The country's anti-monopoly investigations for the Marching Ant Group and the positive response of the Marching Ant Group without any concessions. The global public opinion field has continued to heat up, and the courage of the Marching Ant Group to resist several major countries is shocking. If any listed company dares to be so hard, it will definitely cause stocks to plummet. The most advanced core technology within the stable and united company is the largest reliance of the Marching Ant Group. The Marching Ant Group is full of wings. Many people lament that if this pressure is passed, no one can shake the status of marching ants. A message came from Europe when everyone expected how many countries would counter the Marching Ant Group's tough response. The Polish court made a judgment on the anti-monopoly case of the Marching Ant Group, and found that the Marching Ant Group had abused the market monopoly position, manipulated the price of holographic products and intelligent robots, and seized the fact of profiteering. A fine of $500 million, ordered the Marching Ant Group to reduce the price of related holographic products and intelligent robots. Gotta move. As soon as the verdict came out, everyone knew that the Bureau for the Marching Ant Group had begun. This is a war without smoke and no bloodshed. The next step is to wait for the Marching Ant Group to play. Chapter 538, $260 billion in cash. Marching Ant headquarters meeting room. The main high-level ants are here. When they heard the Polish verdict, they knew that the other party had now tempted. If it is not handled well, there will be more trouble later. Ling Feng, Zhang Yi, you will repatriate overseas cash. You will withdraw the managers and technicians in Poland, announce the dissolution of the Polish branch, close the offline store, and dismiss all local Polish employees except the relevant technical staff. After reading the verdict, Zauminitz put the folder on the table and couldn't see the anger. Really withdraw? The top of the field was amazed. Don't wait for the appeal, the second decision, then make a decision? Julie asked. Useless, this time from prosecution to judgment, the speed is too fast. We have no disadvantages in the court's plea. This situation is obviously someone behind the intervention. That country, doing stupid things is not once or twice. Li Hui said. He is the head of the legal department of the Army Ant Group and is most aware of the process of this trial. Now is just the beginning. Attitude is more important than others. Zauminitz said. Now even if the United States or the European Union make a judgment, she is such a decision. Once hesitated, the wolves will think that you are afraid of him and pursue it. The Marching Ant Group expressed its disapproval of the decision of the Polish court and appealed. The Marching Ant Group believes that the Polish market is unable to provide a level playing field and withdraws technicians in Poland. There are indications that the Marching Ants are preparing to disband the Polish branch and dismiss all employees of the Polish branch. The Marching Ant Group remitted overseas cash back to China. According to the tax data, it is expected to flow back to China with cash of up to $260 billion. 3 news appeared one after another, causing a sudden loss. Really withdraw. Marching Ants come true. In particular, the latter 2 decisions, as the Marching Ants responded, did not rule out the interruption of cooperation and withdrawal from the market. This is the attitude of the Marching Ant Group. The Marching Ant Group began to fight back and was still a pretty response. Repatriated overseas $260 billion in cash and dissolved the Polish branch. This is to say that if an unfair judgment is made, the Marching Ant Group will really go. The European Economic News. The action of Marching Ants is obviously to use the advantages of their own monopoly to threaten the countries that are investigating him, to create serious consequences, and thus get a judgment against them. CNN. The Marching Ant Group repatriates most of its overseas cash and disbands the company's actions in countries that threaten to participate in antitrust investigations. The Times. The Marching Ant Group repatriates all the cash and is prepared to evade the penalty, suggesting to freeze their accounts and wait for the lawsuit to end. Regarding the move of the Marching Ant Group to repatriate overseas cash and dissolve the Polish branch, it was reported by Western media that it used its own conditions to threaten the judiciary, and all the news was stirred up. In particular, the Marching Ant Group repatriated overseas $260 billion in cash to China, leaving the economic circle in turmoil. It is an indisputable fact that the Marching Ant Group is the company with the most cash reserves. It is indeed horrible to see the strength of the Marching Ant Group. Despite the horrific cash reserves of the army ants, the Marching Ants repatriate their funds in a legal and reasonable situation, and no one else can stop them. Why is the game between the Marching Ant Group and the Americans the first to suffer in Europe? Because there is a stupid. It's really stupid. The master hasn't started to call and bite people. It's no wonder that when the war was in the past, people were wheeled several times. Someone soon realized the problem, and the 2 protagonists were safe and sound. And as a result they were the first to suffer with the excitement. The Marching Ant Group's counterattacks, several actions in succession, have forced some countries that are conducting antitrust investigations to slow down. They are at most supporting roles. The protagonists are still not busy, and they will only be shot. Wilbur saw the action of the marching ant group, and the brows were twisted into a ball. Decisive, without a trace of muddy water. The action of the marching ant group's decisive decision is beyond his expectation. It is only an action that shows determination. The Polish market was not treated at all. Withdrew $260 billion in cash from Europe. The money is huge enough to make any capital giant jealous and return to the Chinese market. Huge cash, advanced technology, these are the strength of the marching ant group. Is there any action in the EU? Wilbur looked at Mullen next to him. No, they can't stop the repatriation of funds from marching ants. Within the EU, there have been differences. The French suggest that the judgment of the European Court must be based on facts and not be influenced by others, otherwise it will lose credibility. The consequences are very serious. Mullen said. Why did the French help the marching ant group? The main foundation of the Roche family is in France. Over the years, the Roche family has re-emerged in cooperation with marching ants, and its influence in the political and economic circles has increased, and Paris is building an ant park, Mullen said. Not easy to do. Wilbur was thinking about the countermeasures for the pressure of the marching ant group, and suddenly his eyes lit up and dialed a phone call. Do you have cooperation with the marching ant group? Can you temporarily interrupt some of the chip supply of their holographic mobile phones? Give them pressure. The phone is connected, and Wilbur opens. Impossible. The chips of the marching ant group are self-sufficient. We only authorize some patent agreements and some baseband chips. We just want to do business quietly, be responsible for our investor shareholders, and will not participate in this drowning. In the past few years, Microsoft's system market share has fallen sharply, and Apple's mobile phone market share has shrunk, and stocks have plummeted. The chips of the marching ants are not worse than us. If the marching ants are eyeing us, it is not that I give them pressure, they give us pressure, and our company is unlucky. Don't look for me, can't help. There was a slap in the face of the phone, and Wilbur's face was black. He didn't expect it to be rejected by Qualcomm's president. The terrorist technology of the marching ant group is not restricted by them at all. Contact the head of the marching ant US branch and talk to them. Yin Hongwei entered the conference room and saw Mullen and Wilbur, and the spirit was shocked. Raised the gas and walked in without expression. He didn't know. This time Wilbur came over personally. What happened? Now that their marching ant group has been blocked, it is likely that Wilbur took the lead. Sitting down in the position, Yin Hongwei said nothing, waiting for the other party to speak. Your company is a high-tech company. We are very welcome to enter high-tech companies into our market. Wilbur listened and looked at Yin Hongwei. Well, you continue, Mr. Wilbur. Yin Hongwei said calmly. Welcome high-tech companies to enter the market and continue to suppress restrictions. This sentence is said. The ghosts do not believe, but Yin Hongwei did not say anything. Listen carefully. We welcome high-tech companies, but your company has been suspected of monopoly and unfair competition. Mr. Wilbur, we have no monopoly market and no unfair competition. All of our business activities are legal and compliant. Wilbur looked at Yin Hongwei and did not put his words in his heart and continued. We can give your company greater market freedom, but we hope that your company can apply for patents, disclose technical data, and build corresponding holographic production lines in our country, and we can recognize your corresponding market monopoly. We don't have a monopoly. If you suspect that we have any non-compliance, we can sue us in court. We will not accept any conditions in private. Where the company builds the factory is based on the company's needs. Yin Hongwei said. Son of a bitch. Wilbur was secretly in his heart. The set of words of these Chinese people is that oil and salt do not enter. Chapter 539, Holographic City Launch. The Secretary. The launching ceremony is almost ready. When I heard the news from the Secretary, Yao Yi was overjoyed. The holographic city is just around the corner, which means that the city card of Manhai City is about to be completed. At that time, It is the time when Banhai City is flying. It's just that the Ant Park has been open for half a month, and there are holographic competitions, which have increased the number of visitors to Banhai by more than 1 million. If the holographic city is open, the impact can be imagined. This will also be the most important achievement in his resume, and there will be no accidents in the future. Is the security situation in place? Yao Yi was not happy to be dazzled. All in place, and also applied for the assistance of the armed police, entered the Banhai Central Square. We adopted the appointment system. There are strict security checks. Secretary said that would help me to contact the marching ant group, invite Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes to come over and start the holographic city together. First building. Zhao Minutes holds a 6.5-inch mobile phone with an OLED screen on the front and two circular micro-holographic projectors on the back. The speakers like the audio occupy most of the back area. On the micro-holographic projector, the tiny paws are bright and silvery, and it looks like a silvery hair bundle is arranged in a circle. It is the latest holographic laser transmitter, printed on a 3D printer with a hole diameter of only 0.5 microns, which can be slightly rotated on a holographic projector. This mobile phone is the second-generation holographic mobile phone. The holographic laser emitter is improved by state-of-the-art processes, and the pixel points of a single holographic laser projector are greatly increased. The battery uses a graphene supercapacitor battery to make the battery smaller, giving the motherboard more space and thinner thickness than the first generation. When Zhao Minutes starts up, he can see that the holographic projection has the logo of the marching ant group. The holographic image quality is much better than before. In the past, the image quality of the two holographic projections could be achieved. Now a mobile phone can. How is the anti-monopoly investigation? Chen Mo asked. There has been disagreement within the EU, requiring the judiciary not to be disturbed by external forces. It is proceeding normally. The island countries are afraid that we will recycle the market of seismographs, and the pace is also slow and cautious. The Americans are so big, that is, we want to compromise. Let us use technology to change the market, and now we are rejected. They can't take us, so it is a bit embarrassing, and the normal judicial process is slowly advancing. Zhao Minutes said the recent incident and Chen Module. Holographic technology has become the hottest technology today, and the daily income of the marching ant group is astronomical. The holographic film was released for 1 month, and the global box office revenue was 22.3 billion. It successfully surpassed Avatar and topped the global box office. Because there are no other holographic films released, some cinemas are still extending the release time of the movie, and the theaters in China continue to open the Spring Festival. The holographic park is full of people every day. The revenue is horrible. The popularity of holographic games naturally promotes the popularity of holographic mobile phones and holographic projectors. The revenue of each project is comparable to the cornucopia, which is why Americans are jealous. It is very uncomfortable for such a huge and infinite market to be swallowed up by the Chinese. There is also a news. The city official to contact. The holographic city started before the Spring Festival. This is the largest single project in our company's holographic project. Yao Shuji invited you to attend the launching ceremony. The holographic projects of the marching ant group include holographic films, holographic sports and ant parks and holographic cities. The holographic city is a project that helps Banhai City to create the image of an international metropolis and is the single largest project. Now the anti-monopoly in foreign countries is full of wind and rain, and it is also the most popular period of holographic technology. The holographic city is the most important project. This time you participated in the launching ceremony. Let the world look at the charm of the holographic city, and let the Americans see if they ban us. They will derail the world, which is a good opportunity for us to break the containment restrictions. This is not bad. Chen Mo nodded. The outside world was raging because the marching ant group disbanded the Polish branch and withdrew huge amounts of money. However, after the marching ant group repatriated overseas with $277.3 billion in cash, there were differences within the AU regarding the marching ant group, and it was necessary to remove the intervention of the Americans and must conduct a fair investigation. The most important Americans, too, do not see much movement, like a slap in the air. The wind wave was a little calm, and the attention of holographic technology reappeared. Among the holographic projects of external concern, there is one of the most significant holographic projects, the holographic city of Banhai. As the time of the Chinese Spring Festival approached, the news that the holographic city was ready to open was also released. Those who have experienced holographic movies and holographic competition know the charm of holography. Almost in the coastal city, people began to make real name appointments. This is a rare feast, much more important than the previous holographic projects. On the 25th day of the lunar calendar, there are only 5 days from the Spring Festival. Today is the day when the holographic city is open. The whole city of Banhai, the news about the holographic city is flying. In the morning, head to the main road in the central square of the marina. All martial law, restrict traffic, and the traffic police and auxiliary police everywhere. The area and roads near the central square of the marina are surrounded by various fences. The seawall that faces the opera house and the opera house are also separated from the pavilion and provide space for visitors to watch. The holographic city opened at 7 o'clock in the evening, because there were too many people in the afternoon, and at noon, tourists who had come from afar came into the square and waited early. There are 10 passages into the central square of Banhai, and tourists and personnel are prohibited from entering the center of the square from the non-main entrance. In order to ensure security, in addition to the special police and civilian police in various places in Banhai city, they also applied for the transfer of 3,000 armed police to assist security. The people in the organization know that the people who enter the marina square at the same time will create a horrible record. The martial law in the marina square starts at noon. At 6 p.m., in the marina square, it is already crowded with people. The statistics have been more than 200,000 people. Within 10 passages, there are also people coming into the square. The seawall of the river, the open space of the square, the gymnasium, the library, the art center, the Lanhai Park, the financial centers and shopping centers on both sides, all of them are people. This is the most horrific crowd in the center of the marina, and everyone is waiting for the opening of the holographic city. Feng Lang marveled at the scene in front of him. After 3 years, the marina square has changed its face, which is totally different from the coastal city she knows. Today's coastal city has a prosperous scene. At the seafront of Marina Square, an iconic building stands out, most notably, the newly built fishing tower in Banhai. It looks like a small waist, and the top is a huge ball, like a big pearl in the hands of a fisherwoman. Along the fisherman's tower, there is a giant shell opera house on the island. There is also a glass stage on the water between the fisherman's tower and the opera house. 8 huge columns surround the stage in the center. The glass on the pillar is reflective and blends with the surroundings. On both sides of the pillar of the marina square, at a distance, there is a huge pillar, and in the middle of the square, every other distance, there is also a huge pillar, just like the guard of the square. On each of the columns, several large holographic projectors are installed and stretched to the beach. Because of the Spring Festival, the surrounding decoration is very festive. What changes this is the marching ant group. Looking at the time, Feng Lang sat in the square and looked up, waiting for the holographic city to start. The people around are sitting down because they know that holographic scenes can be seen this evening, no matter where you look. Near 7 o'clock. All holographic projectors illuminate. Between the columns, a giant screen of holographic projections appeared suspended in the air, and Yai and Chenmo appeared on the screen. The area where the two are located is a stage near the square, facing the fisherman's tower and facing the central square of the sea. Looking at the crowds below, Yai is excited. It took nearly 3 years. And today it is finally the time when the whole center of Banhai is in front of the world. He can't even wait. Dear citizens, friends, today is the big day of Banhai. This beautiful city is like the image of a coastal fisherwoman. It is kind, brave and hardworking. The future of Banhai is full of boundless hope. I know everyone. I can't wait to see the true face of the holographic city. I can't wait to see it. So my keynote speech ends here. Yayi went to the microphone and said it was simple. He smiled and said hello to others. His words immediately attracted the cheers and applause from the audience. Comrade Chen Mo, I am here. Yayi left the small podium and gave Chen Mo a gesture. Thank you. I am pleasantly surprised by my technology, which can bring you unlimited laughter and a better life. Today is a brand new chapter in Bnhai. I can feel the urgent feelings of everyone. I also not much to say. Chen Mo and Yayi made a few words, so that the cheers below were higher than the waves, and the applause and cheers of more than 200,000 people had already shaken the clouds. In the cheers and applause, the two walked to the start button of the holographic city, tacitly pressing the huge start button. Chapter 540. The magical holographic world behind the fishing tower. The holographic projector lights up as the sleeping beauty wakes up. This is the landmark building of the coastal city, from the bottom of the tower to the top, more than 350 meters. The next moment, a giant portrait, starting from the bottom of the tower, wrapped the outside of the fishing tower. All the people who saw this scene in the square, collectively exclaimed and shouted. In the exclamation, the image of the beach fisherman's figure of more than 300 meters was slowly taking shape. The neck is wearing pure white beads, the net is fishing nets, the trousers are lightly pulled, the blue silk is flying, the body is graceful, and the hands are dragging the beads at the top of the fisherman's tower, such as the high-rise pearls. The expression is joyful and shy, pure and generous, showing the world the bright pearls that are supported by the hands. The dagger is slightly lower, and the beauty seems to be overlooking the bustling coastal city. The image of the more than 350 meters tall toad fisherman was formed under the eyes of everyone. More than 200,000 people looked up and looked incredulously at the holographic statue of up to 350 meters in front of them, and they were shocked by a underground bus. The statue of Yubai has no color, and it has an infinite beauty. With the melodious music of the Oriental Pearl, this scene makes the audience at the scene passionately cheer. Yubei excitedly held the mobile phone in his hand and photographed the huge statue in front of him. In order to get the best position, he waited until the afternoon. Seeing this scene, he knew that one afternoon was not waiting, everything was worth it. This is the most shocking and beautiful statue he has ever seen. Like him, the other people I saw were incredible. Through live media footage, news and circle of friends, this scene spreads all over the world. Holographic movies are amazing. Holographic sports is blood. Holographic paradise is magical, and now it is a holographic city. It is shocking. More than 300 meters of holographic statues are completely displayed in front of the world. My God. This is the most beautiful statue in the world. This is the image of Bnhai. Today, this giant will stand on the top of the world and represent the symbol of the rise of China. Only a holographic projection can unleash the creator's imagination and shape such a crazy holographic statue. The people in Bnhai are living in modern times, and we all live in ancient times. More than 300 meters of holographic statues, unprecedented. The world's other iconic statues compared with the front of the statue, are small and humble. Yaoi excitedly looked at the holy statue of the fisherwoman in front of her eyes. On the small holographic sand table, he saw the simulated renderings, but the sandbox was too small, and it was only when he saw this scene that he was shocked. Their position, just in front of the fisherwoman's feet, in front of the giants of more than 300 meters. How small he seems. This will be the landmark of Bnhai City, the image of the international metropolis of Bnhai City. Starting from this holographic statue, he has been able to anticipate the sights of tourists from all over the world. At that time, it will greatly promote the growth of the economy and service industry of the Marching and Bnhai City, and become an international metropolis just around the corner. This is just the beginning. Chen Mo looked up at the holographic projection statue of the fisherwoman. His words just fell, and the large holographic projectors at Marina Square began to concentrate on the square. In the sky, a red dragon circling out, roaring into the sky, a piece of dragon scales, lifelike. Let the people under the square open their mouths and look at the scene. Then the phoenix came out of the fire and rose to the sky. The humming sound is far and near and audible. I don't know if the phoenix was born. Phoenix appeared, and Chiron also rose to the sky. The auspiciousness of the ancient myth is full, close to the spring festival, and now the holographic city has just opened, and at this moment a festive atmosphere. A true visual feast. The scene is jubilant. The audience on the field cannot wait to have several cameras at the same time. Many frequent scenes simply cannot shoot. The theme of the festive scene did not dissipate. In the glass stage in the middle of the water, holographic fragments of the 8 immortals crossing the sea are being performed. The fences of the entire seawall are tourists photographed by mobile phones. The exclamation sounded one after another. On the Marina Square, the image of various scenes shaped by holography is constantly changing. The world of flowers, the ice and snow kingdom, the underwater world, the holographically shaped characters, and the animals all appear in the sky through various changing scenes, and even land in the crowd, with the effect of flying outside the sky. Amy's scene is shocking and complicated. Shocking is a magical scene that I saw. It is complicated because it is China, not her country. I have the same feelings as her, and there are other foreign tourists. Here is China, a once weak country. In the past few decades, science and technology have grown from scratch. Today, the rise of marching ants, technology has surpassed their country. Unlike the big scenes that are shocked outside, the underground malls and shopping malls are another magic. In the shopping mall, holographic advertisements are all on, and endorsement videos of various holographic models and stars can be seen everywhere. In the street area of the clothing, there is a holographic table, which can be used to enter clothes in various styles in the store. You can try on the clothes through holography, and you can even purchase the reservation directly. At this time, the girl who wants to experience is growing up. Come on the group, hit them. Steal the tower on the road. Steal the tower. Someone is going to catch it. Run. Xago grabbed the gamepad and watched the huge game map. Around the holographic game map, surrounded by a large audience, watching him play. Here is the game area of the underground mall, the holographic game area of Hero and King, and the holographic fighting pool of King of Fighters. Surrounded by, almost lined up, waiting for a game of game fans. The game of 10 yuan is a little more expensive than the internet cafe, but the holographic projection here is even more cool. There are still many viewers watching the photos, which is very rewarding. Next to it is the karaoke room of K-Song. Holographic projection cartoon characters dance throughout the underground shopping streets and shopping malls below the Marina Square. Holographic projections can be seen everywhere, through holographic projections installed in the aisles. If you are lucky, you can also meet a variety of holographic animals and holographic street dance performances. If you pay $1, you will have your favorite cool holographic projection pet accompanying you to go shopping, lead the way. Originally belonging to comics, the characters in the virtual can also appear in reality through holography. There is a sense of sight that traverses into the world of science fiction. Hey! Tilly pressed the phone shutter and took a picture of the scene inside the mall, feeling like never before. She came to experience the ant park to travel. But I did not expect to encounter the good things that the holographic city opened. Everything here is so magical, full of science fiction. This is not available anywhere else. This is the magical holographic world. Huaxiabnhai. Tilly sent the picture to her tweet, then squeezed the crowd and slowly moved toward the next place. At this time, on Twitter, after seeing all kinds of magical holographic scenes in Bnhai City, the netizens in the United States have already become a group, and it is about the discussion that should not limit the Marching Ant Group. I hope that the Marching Ant Group will enter the hands of our market. We don't allow other products of the Marching Ant Group to enter the market. It's a mistake that can't be wrong. The stupid executives always think they are the first. It's not terrible to be backward. The terrible thing is that you are not willing to accept the backward reality and still lie to yourself. What is the significance of the high-level restrictions on the Marching Ant Group? Is the Marching Ant Group afraid of not having a US market? It's ridiculous. The high-level elite is always so arrogant. It is recommended that the market be fully open to the Marching Ant Group, otherwise we will become a backward country. Numerous remarks are calling for the opening of the market to the Marching Ant Group, and now it is during the US antitrust investigation of the Marching Ant Group. Washington. Wilbur's face is not very good. Just after breakfast, I saw the live broadcast of the holographic city of Banhai. The shocking scene is even more shocking than the holographic park. It forms a commercial district and will become one of the most active regions in China's economy. The leader of this globally shocking event is the Marching Ant Group. They want to force and seduce the opening of the holographic city. The world's attention can be sure that holographic technology is now widely available to ordinary people, and it is already unstoppable. Without the Marching Ant Group entering the market, it may not be long before they become a country that looks more backward. And if the market is opened, it means that he lost the battle and bowed to the Marching Ant Group. I have to say that he is also feeling the pressure now. Chapter 541. Wang Bian rejecting the Marching Ant Group is right or wrong? A paper tweet is also hot on Twitter. The opening of the holographic city will completely reveal the charm of holographic technology and cause a global sensation. In response to the deliberate containment of the Marching Ant Groups by the countries, there has been a fierce debate in the international arena. Everyone was aware that the discussion was put on the table and the quarrel was fierce. The fact that the Marching Ant Group is suspected of monopoly is a fact. It is also legitimate to investigate him. What is wrong? The market does not oppose the monopoly of scale. It opposes the abuse of monopoly market power. The Marching Ant Group does not have any signs of abuse of the market and is targeted for no reason. Is this not a mistake? I didn't see them threatening to withdraw from the European market. Isn't it using their own strengths to threaten the market? He is a counterattack. What did the stupid thing do? Don't you understand? I support the Marching Ants, and I counterattack like this. The glare of the holographic city and the debate on the restrictions on Marching Ant Groups have occupied international social platforms and forums. In the US market, there has been a call for the release of restrictions on the Marching Ant Group, and this voice has gradually expanded. There are even groups that spontaneously launch petitions against the US official on the internet. Zhao looked at the relevant news and played the second-generation holographic mobile phone in his hand. After the holographic city opened, all kinds of news were hot. They immediately halved the pressure of deliberately suppressing restrictions in many countries. They only need to break through the last level of the other party and block the bankruptcy. They will win the game. The biggest king bomber is the second-generation holographic mobile phone in her hand, and the first generation of miniature holographic projectors for sale. Released the second generation of holographic mobile phones. The first generation of miniature holographic projectors is provided to mobile phone manufacturers. If you don't compromise, you will be eliminated. Nowadays, mobile phones are a necessity for one person. The most intuitive feeling of ordinary people facing technological advancement is the black technology on mobile phones. The release of the first generation of miniature holographic projectors, if the restrictions of the Marching Ant Group, means that electronic products will fall behind a generation. Holographic mobile phones are widely used, and if they keep their mobile phones, they will be eliminated. Eliminating several American mobile phone companies will not hurt. What Zhao is thinking now is how to put pressure on Americans and let Americans be soft. It is victory for them. Vice President Li Lingfeng came to the news that the production line of the miniature holographic projector has been completed and can be mass-produced in the future. Lang Xi knocked on the door and entered the president's office. and handed the documents to Xiaominitz. Good news. Xiaominitz took the file. Since the release of holographic phones, production has been tight. They add mass production again and again, because of the limitations of the process, cannot meet the demand. After the Nano 3D printer came out, these problems were solved. This time, 8 production lines were completed, meaning that they are not subject to production constraints. Notice Julie. Let her prepare for the second generation of holographic mobile phone conferences after the year. Xiaominitz said. Good. Lanxi asked. And, contact the heads of the 4 major manufacturers, let them come over to talk about the licensing of micro-holographic projectors. Tell them that they are free for 2 days, otherwise they will have to wait a year to talk. Suddenly thought of something, Xiaominitz laughed. Distribute the news of our sale of miniature holographic projectors. The Marching Ant Group announced the sale of miniature holographic projectors at Apple's headquarters. At the board meeting, the directors on the field heard the news and were quiet. The first cook's tired face, white hair is a lot more than before, frowning. The rise of Huaxia Company, especially the rise of the Marching Ant Group, brought them the most direct harm. The emergence of holographic mobile phones quickly robbed the top market, and they became the second line. This is not counting the notebooks, office computers, and termite intelligent computer systems known for safety. Every electronic product hits their life. Apple's stock price has fallen, and its market share has been squeezed. It is impossible to make a rebellion. Now the Marching Ant Group wants to sell micro-holographic projectors. It is hard to imagine that if the mobile phone manufacturers in China get micro-holographic projectors, they will lose even the second-tier market. The consequences are terrible. Now tell me what Cook said. The directors on the field are not in a good mood. And now is Apple's toughest moment. The stock price fell and fell again, almost squatting. Holographic mobile phones are widely used, they have not kept up, and the consequences are eliminated. Is there a way to get a contract for a micro-holographic projector? The chairman of the board is Levinson, the chairman and CEO of Genentech. The Myth of Wall Street, a middle-aged man with glasses. I asked the president of Greater China to talk to them. There is no news yet. Cook replied truthfully. I don't think the hope is big. The official united the countries to block the army ants. They only need to say that the official refuses their related products to enter our market. There is no way to talk about it. Get rid of us. Give the official a warning. What is the ratio? Is this counterattack better? East Beeble partner Susan spoke. As soon as this was said, everyone's face changed slightly. The Marching Ants fight with the US official and mess up their important business. This is the sharpest counterattack. If they don't get the micro-holographic projectors of the Marching Ant Group, they will face the fate of being completely eliminated. It is really possible that they will not recover. Is there any other way? Said another female director, Zongbini Wu. So many countries have blocked them and they can't do anything. What can we do? James, who has been quiet, laughed at himself. The current Marching Ant Group, and a few years ago, was not an order of magnitude. They used to have no way to march ants, let alone now. Maybe you can use Disney's approach. The old man who had never spoken, opened his eyes and looked deep. He was former Vice President Al Gore. To the official lobby, let them cancel the restrictions on the Marching Ant Group. Disney is letting the ants of the Marching Ant Group come in to transform the theater. Isn't that using this method? We use the same method. The influence of everyone here is definitely there. Let people lobby for official open restrictions. Let Marching Ants get to the US market. And we have reached a cooperation with them. Everyone shines. And they are thinking about the same way, and hope to cooperate with the Marching Ants, as well as Samsung. The Marching Ant Group announced the sale of miniature holographic projectors, and the news shocked the entire scientific community. Every mobile phone manufacturer quickly dispatched personnel to China, hoping to talk with the Marching Ant Group. After the opening of the holographic city, people with a little eyesight know that holographic technology is about to be fully popularized, and rejecting holographic projection means falling behind. the first floor laboratory. Shenmue did not care about the battle outside. His main mind was still on the study of the battle armor. At this time, on the holographic test bench, the instrument is slightly larger than the fist, and the middle is a ring that is delicate to the extreme. The silver-gray appearance is very sci-fi, and the edge is connected with the chopstick-sized pipe. This is a holographic projection image of an ion engine. Ion engines are not traditional fuels, but instead let the medium be ionized at high temperatures, and electrons run out of atoms or molecules. The electrodes are then accelerated by the cathode, and the atoms or molecules that lose electrons are positively charged, and the escaping electrons are negatively charged to form a plasma. Then, by accelerating the electric field, the accelerated ions are ejected from the engine, thereby generating a reaction thrust. Ink Girl, simulation test again. Shenmue said, "Do you want full power?" "Yes." On the test rig, the projection of various lines appeared, the blue plasma flame appeared, and the holographic display simulation data began to jump with the simulation test. The longer the blue flame, the faster the data changes. "This is the limit of theory," said the Ink Girl. "I have not met the requirements and continue to improve." Shenmue looked at the data and shook his head slightly. Sitting in a chair and looking at the design of the ion engine, the data of the various components of the ion engine is clear in his head, and the improvement method is also flashing rapidly in his mind. About half an hour, Chen Mokai frowned. The design of the ion engine was adjusted to enlarge. "Ink Girl, how is your new body made?" Shenmue asked as he improved. "The current body of the Ink Girl is the design of the war robot, but the apprenticeship technology, the core energy is the graphene supercapacitor battery. The battery life is only 20 days, the war mode is shorter, and the laser weapon cannot be supported. Frequent use." After getting the armor materials and energy reactor, Shenmue decided to recreate a body for the Ink Girl. The new body is to use the reactor as energy, the battery as a backup energy, to remove most of the space occupied by the battery. The new body can apply more and more powerful technology. "The current progress will take about 3 days to complete," said the Ink Girl. "That's not bad. There will be a new body after the year." Shenmue focuses on his own research. The reaction furnace and energy crystallization have been completed, and the development of the battle armor has reached a critical stage. If the ion engine is completed, the development of the battle armor will come to an end. Chapter 542, Shirenzai the small fisherman took a cup of hot water and entered the study. At this time, the small fish, after the blue silk scattered, revealing a crystal-clear earlobe, wearing a short nightdress, squatting arms, white long legs straight to the roots, white and flawless. The front of the sling nightdress is slightly lower, there is no trace of defense, and the big white snow can't cover it. Today's small fishing, less the former green scorpion, a lot of special charm. Seeing that Shenmue was playing with the design of the strange holographic instrument, the Ink Girl was by his side, hesitated a little, and went over. "Little fisher sister, see Xiao come in." Ink Girl smiled and said hello. "Yeah?" Xiao nodded to the Ink Girl, walked to Shenmue's side, with a mischievous smile on his mouth, bent down and placed the water in his hand next to Shenmue. "Drink of water." Shenmue dared to turn his head and saw a scene of great visual impact. Hollow, the sling skirt is not obstructed at all. The peaks are like a gathering, the gully is snowy. Seeing the smile of the little fisher naughty, Shenmue also smiled helplessly, and the arm took advantage of the opportunity to take a small fisherman into his arms and sit down, and his eyes fell on the design of the ion engine. These 2 days have been modifying the design, simulation test, and modification, and have been more and more perfect. Unparalleled sleep. Xiao glanced at the Ink Girl and found that the Ink Girl was looking at them curiously. His face was ashamed. Although the Ink Girl was a robot, she looked like a human being, so she was very uncomfortable when she was looked at. After a little shyness, Xiaoyu did not care, and looked down on Shenmue's research. "What is this?" "Small ion engine." "Have you seen Iron Man?" "This is the engine of Iron Man's armor, And there is a final modification, Chen Mo said. You are studying the armor? Xiaoyu's mouth is slightly open, and the beauty is full of surprise. Well, it will be a success soon. If you want, you will also be given a set. Chen Mo saw Xiaoyu's astonished appearance, and his mouth smiled slightly. This thing is also a decoration for me. Xiaoyu quietly sat in Chen Mo Hui, feeling Chen Mu's body changes. His face was somewhat unnatural, and secretly looked at the ink girl. Would you like me to go back to the room to wait for you? No, it doesn't matter much. You can sit quietly and don't mess around. It doesn't take too long. Chen Mo was left in the arms of Xiaoyu, his fingers constantly moving on the holographic image, modifying the data of some parts. Xiaoyu took the waist of Chen Mo and did not dare to move, for fear of disturbing him. The first time I was so close to Chen Mo's work, it was amazing. Looked at the small iron engine. Although I couldn't understand it, it still felt very good. After a while, Xiao turned his attention to Chen Mo's face, focusing on the appearance. So attractive. I can meet this man and save the earth in my life. Xiaoyu thought badly, sitting quietly in Chen Mo Hui. After 15 minutes, Chen Mo Hui stopped. In front of him is a complete small iron engine. The modification has been completed. Ink girl, simulation test again. Chen Mo twisted his body, gathered a small fish in his arms. Looking at the ink girl, it is good. The holographic screen is spread out in front of the table, and the iron engine emits a blue flame. As the data continues to jump, the flame of the fireworks is also elongated. Xiaoyu looked at this scene, and Mao did not know what to do. The theoretical limit data. For a while, the ink girl opened her mouth. In front of Chen Mo, it was a lot of data. The ordinary people didn't know what it meant. Yes, you are now printing the engine according to this design. Chen Mo checked twice and confirmed that the data met his requirements before he said, okay. The ink girl nodded. With the design of the iron engine, Chen Mo Hui put his attention on the human body in his arms. Completed? Asked Xiaoyu. Finished. Chen Mo nodded, reaching out and groping on her, and took a look at the night dress. The visually pleasing lace apostrophe. The temptation is infinitely magnified. So sexy. Want to seduce me? Chen Mo felt the nose hot. Yeah. Do you like it? Xiaoyu smiled. I am a woman, I don't accept temptation. Chen Mo's palm is not honest, and he is rubbing on the long legs of the day. Ink girl looked at it and went back to the room. Xiaoyu's face is very unnatural, and he is buried in Chen Mo Hui. You all know that the ink girl is watching, and wearing such a bold temptation to seduce me. Now I know shy, Chen Mo said. The ink girl has been curious to look at the two, with a smile on her lips. For her present, human emotions are temporarily incomprehensible and not shy. I went to sleep with Xiao, ink girl. You also go to rest. Chen Mo picked up a small fish. Little fisher sister, can I sleep with Mergo? The ink woman squinted her head and curiously opened her mouth. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu are both stunned and looked at the ink girl in amazement. I did not expect her to ask these words. Xiaoyu curiously looked at the ink girl, did not jealous, suddenly thought of something, and gently smiled. When I go back to my mother's home next time, you wear me like this to ask Merle. He did not promise to see him. Oh, well, thank you Xiaoyuji. The ink girl nodded with a smile. If you don't know that the ink girl has no emotions, the outsiders really think that this is happy. Chen Mo is crying and laughing. The little fish in his arms are like curious babies. The ink girl is artificial intelligence. He can help Chen Mo in research, but human emotions are like a blank piece of paper. For the ink girl, she can't talk about jealousy, and the existence of the ink girl is too special, almost inseparable from Chen Mo, and is the biggest help to Chen Mo. The ink girl left behind and returned to her room. At home, she also has her own room. Xiaoyu took the ink girl as a normal person and arranged a room for her. It was as bright and warm as the room of the ordinary girl. The decoration was simple and luxurious, and there was the same scent of perfume as the ink girl. The difference is that there is no cosmetic dressing bottle and jar of cosmetics. The bedside of the room, but there is a charging pile similar to the scale. Sitting back on the bed, the ink girl's eyes fell on the LCD screen on the wall. The screen lights up, playing a picture of a couple of TV dramas kissing and shy. For her, emotion is an unknown blank, no feeling. The data is temporarily unable to simulate human emotions and emotions. Shenmue also knows that the ink girl herself sees the emotional TV drama. She will not be surprised to see it. The ink girl can learn independently. Shenmue also encouraged her to watch this emotional TV series. He has been searching for the way to let the ink female intelligence evolve, but did not find it. So let the ink girl live a life like ordinary humans. Hope that these data can help the future intelligent evolution. The ink girl is now almost the same as the human being. There is no difference except for the true emotional emotions and desires of human beings. Just like when the body was designed, the ink girl wanted Shenmue to retain the female sexuality. It was all curious. This curiosity is the ability of the ink girl to learn independently. However, it is impossible to do anything beyond the law without the authorization of Shenmue. Ink is really magical, and I don't know how to have human emotions. Xiaoyu is still in Shenmue, still amazed by the words of the ink lady. You are not afraid that she has feelings, and you robbed my husband? She listened to me, and she was just like a blank sheet of paper. I don't have to worry about this. And her existence is a bit special. People can't afford vinegar and can't get angry. Xiaoyu didn't care. Then it meant a lot. Looking at Shenmue, if she really wears me like this to find you, will you be embarrassed, Tilda? Maybe more than one machine girlfriend is also good. Cheap people's sorrow. Painful pain, Shenmue said, before he finished. He felt a pain in his waist. I still want to be together. Xiaoyu let go, smiled and said, but this palace is going to have you a more machine girlfriend. Ah. Hey. Shenmue threw Xiaoyu to the bed and rushed up. The next morning, Xiaoyu got up to prepare breakfast, and Shenmue got up early to get up and exercise. The ink girl appeared on the side of Shenmue on time, as always, quiet. Near the spring festival, now has a holiday. Shenmue also wants to bring a small fishing and unparalleled back to his hometown, to accompany his family for the holidays. So I didn't go to the company, and the research on the iron engine came to an end. Everything is packed up? Shenmue asked after breakfast. Packed up, except for some gifts. Others don't have to take too much. They have already let the Black Hawks put them in the car. Xiaoyu bang unparalleled, finishing his clothes and checking his own things. Go. Chapter 543, Zudihiku Village. King Town, a very ordinary small village, is located on a small river flowing into the bay, with smooth traffic. 20 years ago, after repairing the road, Shenmue also donated some money to renovate a few years ago. After so many years of development, the villagers have already had a good day. Here is the home of Shenmue's family, where the ancestral temple is located. I read elementary school here, and later moved to Huiqing to study because my parents wanted to work. These years have been the years of Manhai City and Huiqing. This year, in the ancestral home, Shenmue also came back with a small fishing and unparalleled. It's already in the afternoon. It's not too cold near the big ear. Under the sun map, it is a field of gray and green. The buffalo is on the slope. I saw some people pulling the bean sprouts in the field, and some are burning the beans. The cultivation of the next spring. The white smoke of the wilderness. The sky is white and mottled, the blue is clear and translucent, and there is no urban gray-blue stain. The picture is very harmonious. This is the first time I saw the field, and I was held by Shenmue, and I looked around excitedly through the window. Hey, is that a cow? It's different from a cow, and there is a calf. Yes, it's a buffalo, not the same as a cow. He can help the farmer's uncle. Oh, there is a fire. That was the uncle who was burning the beanstalks, and waited for spring to plant rice. Shen said. Oh, the little girl seemed to understand and nodded, and pointed to the sky. What bird is that bird? Swallow. Look at the scissors tail of it. For the unparalleled, all this is novel, and the questions on the road, Chen Mo have answered one by one. 3 cars crossed the field and soon entered the village. As the spring festival approached, the village mouth wrote a couplet that welcomed their home. The small bunting on the top of the road and the plastic lanterns hung. It looked very festive. Occasionally you can see the yellow-red on the red background, the banner that the boss gave the hometown how much money. Seeing Chen Mo's passing by, the roadside is fine, and the big aunt who is playing cards and chatting, "Who is this car? It's so beautiful, it should be expensive." Old Chen's family, the children have developed a university, and have opened a very powerful technology company. Billionaires, who are worth more than 100 million yuan. The primary schools in the village and the middle schools in the town are covered by their families' donations. The cultural scene and temples in the village, as well as the road to renovation, are all new and well paid for their families. Is the old Chen family married? I heard that I got married, and I spent a lot of money in the coastal city. Unfortunately, there is only one child in the old Chen family. I remember that when I was in elementary school, my niece was still a classmate with him. The head of the village is in the gossip, and Chen Mo's car is also close to home. A brand new 4-story villa building, a small courtyard, the front is the field, compared with some old small bungalows around, some awkward. At home, Xiaozmai is busy in the kitchen, washing vegetables and stewing soup. Chen Shan sat in the living room, his face was red and full of faces, all of them were happy. In order to live in the past, they had to settle in Huiqing for a long time, but here is the route. The ancestral home and the ancestral cemetery are here, and the children have a good time to come back to repair. Why haven't you come back yet? Is this child talking about the village? Chen Shan sat in the hall, looking out through the window from time to time. In the past 2 minutes, you have said it 10 times. Xiaozmai, who is busy with dinner, said, "I don't know if there is no pair of skinny." Chen Shan didn't care, drinking tea and waiting. When the 2 men chanted, the vehicle had stopped at the door. Chen Mo was holding the unparalleled from the car, and Chen Shan had already left the teacup and walked out of the house. "Grandpa, I am back with my father and mother." The little girl saw Chen Shan, and said sweetly, "Hey, come back, come over, Grandpa hugs. See if there is any thinner." Chen Shan rushed to meet, from Chen Mo's hand to take the unparalleled, very happy smile, holding the unparalleled to go to the house. "Grandpa, to you there is a room, there are a lot of dolls that you like, go and see." "Thank you Grandpa, this is Minlu's unparalleled lollipop. It's delicious. Give it to Grandpa." The little girl took a lollipop from her pocket and handed it to Chen Shan. "Oh, good." Chen Shan smiled more than a month. "Grandma also has it?" "Oh, well, Grandma likes it very much, and it's really sensible." Xiaozmai took the unparalleled candy and was happy than getting a piece of gold. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu moved a piece of stuff from the car, and the Black Hawk, White Pearl and Ink Girl came to help. The small fish bought a lot of things, and the trunks of the 3 cars were all stuffed. "There is no shortage of things at home, how can I buy so much?" "It's all the clothes that Xiao bought for you, the New Year's goods, and the wine for Dad." Chen Mo took the gift box in his hand and lifted it. He usually didn't have time to set up these things. Small fish don't have to buy so much next time, there are all at home. Hearing was made by Xiaoyu. Xiaozmai's face showed a kind smile. "You wait, I am cooking, and soon I will be fine." "I will help," said Xiaoyu. "No, it will be good soon. You don't have to bother with one person. The previous ancestors didn't fix it. You haven't come back in the past few years. Now come back for the first time. Shan, you accompany Xiaomo and Xiao to the temple." Xiaozmai said, "Yes, let the ancestors meet the daughter-in-law of our family, and my granddaughter." Chen Shan holds the unparalleled. The ancestors were next to the family, and the Chen Shan generation passed down alone. He only had Chen Mo's son. However, the ancestors have been repaired, there are many, and the decoration is also retro style. The cards are old and have new paint. Our Chen family was originally prosperous. When the anti-Japanese war, when your grandfather came home, His grandmother had already passed away. The brothers and sisters fled the escape, leaving and disappearing. Grandparents walked early, and Dad didn't read much in the past. He didn't have much skill. Those who went to the west could only support Chen Mo. I have to rely on you in the future. Chen Shan ordered a fragrance and handed it to Chen Mo and Xiao Yu. The face was full of emotion. Chen Mo and Xiao Yu both took the incense and solemnly inserted the incense burner. Unparalleled, there is also a kind of worship, and the incense is inserted into the incense burner. Well, I have worshipped my ancestors and went back to dinner. Chen Shan holds the unparalleled, and does not give Chen Mo and Xiao Yu a chance. It's already a night after dinner. Chen Mo changed his casual clothes, and took a small fishing and ink girl out of the house, and there was no match. Every year during the spring festival, behind the temples in the village, there will be a stage to watch the show. Chen Mo donated money, built a cultural stage here, and there is a square and some sports and fitness facilities. The auntie mother in the village has danced here in the square. The 2 years of the stage came to perform, and the village committee will organize the performance of the square dance. Today's villages are not as slumbered as the outside world, and the standard of living is almost the same as that of the average family in the city. The village's uncles and aunts, and children, don't care much about the news. So I have never seen Chen Mo. The family went out for a walk, and no one bothered. Chen Mo did not want to make a lot of noise, everyone knows, so he let his father refuse the welcoming ceremony in the village. However, I saw that Xiao Yu and Mo Yu have grown too beautiful and have a good temperament. People on the road always look at them more and ask the people next to them who are the children. Hey, what is that? I wanted to. The little unparalleled saw the cotton candy stalls surrounded by children not far away, full of curiosity. That is marshmallow. Dad buys you. Xiao, do you want to come one too? Chen Mo took the unparalleled walk and asked. I am so big. I don't want it. Xiao Yu smiled and shook his head. As soon as the spring festival is over, the cultural square inches the village is very lively. The stalls sell toys, sell snacks, sell rabbits and turtles, sell snacks and barbecues, set rings, and watch movies. Many people returning from other places will come out for a walk, and the lively atmosphere is very harmonious. Chapter 544, Iron Engine Manufacturing completed. Chen Mo came back with a small fishing and unparalleled walk, and Chen Shan greeted him. I don't know when I have pulled the fireworks back and spread it out on the open space in front of the yard. Unparalleled, where did you go with Mum and Dad? Going to the singer. I saw the little turtle and the bunny, and also ate the marshmallow, which is delicious. The small tongue, the pair of cockroaches, seems to be relishing the taste of cotton candy. Yes, come, Grandpa will bring you fireworks. Do you want it? Chen Shan whispered. Yes, it's great to have fireworks and fireworks. It's great. The little girl is happy to dance. Seeing the unparalleled so happy, Chen Shan also laughed and took the unparalleled little hand, and walked back happily, ignoring Chen Mo and others. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo smiled. His father didn't dare to waste too much money for half a lifetime, and he never let go of fireworks. As a result, in order to please his granddaughter, he bought a lot this time. Chen Mo does not object, as long as they are happy. The most important. There is no entertainment in the country, so it is rare for them to have fun. The unparalleled is sitting here with my grandmother, can't get close. Grandfather goes to the fireworks. Chen Shan let Wash Wang sit next to Xiaoxmai. He said, Grandpa must be careful. Mama said that fireworks are very dangerous. Unparalleled not forgetting to remind. Good. Chen Shan's concern for the unparalleled is very useful. He took a fragrant fireworks and walked over to the already built fireworks. After a while, in the muffled sound, one fireworks rose from the sky and exploded in the air. As a tube of fireworks is ignited, the fireworks in the air are getting denser. Spraying flowers, rotating, spitting beads, combined fireworks, explosions and dazzling fireworks are connected in the air. Great. beautiful. This is the first time the little girl saw the fireworks at close range and slap her hands on her small neck. She was very excited. Next to Shogzmai also worried that the sand of the fireworks fell on the unparalleled body, and blocked her little mouth with her hand, and smiled kindly. Grandpa is awesome. Seeing Chen Shan point to the fireworks back, Xiao Wushwang hugged him and kissed him in his face. This made Chen Shan laugh out loud and spent a lot of time buying fireworks. He was busy for a while, and this feeling was worth it. Do you like it? Like, super like. Xiao Wushwang looked up and patted his hand in the arms of Chen Shan. Unparalleled, Grandma's. Shogzmai saw the unparalleled Chen Shan, some jealous. Grandma also has kisses. Unparalleled with a small mouth in the past, kissed Shogzmai on the face. Chen Mo looked at him and smiled. In his impression, this is the happiest time for parents to laugh. The small fisherman next to him also leaned on Chen Mo, smiling at this scene. It's okay. Just after New Year's Eve, at 12 o'clock in the Spring Festival, firecrackers broke the silence of the village at midnight. In the first minute of the new year, the villagers have already rushed to ignite the first sound of the new year. The sound of the firecrackers in the whole village is connected, and the roar of fireworks is also blasting in the sky. Even the air is rich in the smell of sulfide, and every household closes the window, fearing that smoke will enter the house. From the air, you can see all the villages in King Town, immersed in the roar of firecrackers, and occasionally see the fireworks in the sky explode. After the head cannon, only the sound of firecrackers in the temple was left. In order to make the first fragrance of the new year in the temple, some chickens who were ready to worship the gods early, began to worship at 12 to 1. The sound of the firecrackers from the beginning of the morning, from the early morning, continued until the morning. There are still firecrackers in the morning. The air is filled with the smell of sulfide. Early in the morning, Chen Mo and Xiao Yu got up and saw the little girl sitting on the sofa and counting the red envelopes with a smile. That is the red envelope given by grandparents. There are many. Hey, Happy New Year, good health. Xiao Wushwang saw Chen Mo and Xiao Yu, immediately grabbed the red envelope and put it in his pocket. He pressed it with a small hand and looked at Chen Mo. Good health. Who taught you what? Chen Mo almost laughed and took out the prepared red envelope and handed it to the unparalleled. Grandpa and my grandmother taught. Musu immediately took the red envelope and hurriedly put it in his pocket. She doesn't care how much money the red envelope has. The number of red envelopes is enough. Mama, Happy New Year, good health. Healthy. Xiao Yu also handed the prepared red envelope to this little guy. After breakfast, some of the neighbors around me began to slam. Zheng Wanshan, the village secretary, came over and some of his neighbors who were familiar with his parents also came. The courtyard of Chen Mojia, a large adult and a child full of yards. Little unparalleled holding a lollipop in the yard, curious about the look of looking around, seeing the neighbors' friends come over, say a Happy New Year, and then wait for the red envelope. This scene makes the neighboring friends who come over happy. At the beginning of the new year, each person has more or less 1 or 2 red envelopes in his pocket and gave her one. Xiao is also not idle, and the family's New Year's coffee table is taken out to greet the guests. The old man and the child who came over, one person wrapped a big red envelope. The old Chen family is a beautiful wife. It is a blessing at first glance. The one next to it is particularly beautiful. Who is the old Chen family? Is it a younger sister? I have never heard of the second girl in the old Chen family. When I was a child, there was a little girl who was a small family. It was not so handsome. That may be the wife of a daughter-in-law. A beautiful girl who likes to watch. The little girl is very smart. If I can have such a granddaughter, then. Several aunts talked in a small voice in a dialect, and the heart of the gossip was full. After talking about the ink girl and the small fisherman, I will pay attention to the unparalleled body. Xiao Wushwang knows that red envelopes are very smart, and with exquisite dressing, you can clearly see that it is different from other children. Children who grew up in the city are smart. The main thing is education. This little girl is now a little beauty, and she must be grown up. What is the name of the little girl? A few aunts and aunts chatted and talked, and spoke and talked with no match with the Mandarin in his hometown dialect. Xiaowasi heard it from his grandparents and knew what they meant. Mother also taught her. Others asked questions and responded to others. My name is Chen Washwang, so smart girl. When I heard Chen Washwang's answer, the aunt and aunt on the field were a little surprised and laughed. I also know that your family is not lacking. At the beginning of the new year, there are no valuable things in the folks' homes. This is a bit of a sense of the folks. Zheng Wanshan handed some large and small bags to Chen Mo. There are peanuts, sweet potatoes, red beans, green beans, small tomatoes, and vegetables that have just been taken from the ground. The dew is not dried. They were all poor households donated by Chen Mojia, and some things harvested from their homes were sent to Zheng Wanshan. Chen Molai refused, accepted them one by one, and let Xiao bring things back to the house and put them in the house. Thank you. I am still going to buy some to eat. You're welcome. We should thank you. You need to talk to me later. Always, when you harvest each year, give you some past. Zheng Wanshan smiled. The neighbors around the family chatted for a long time before they gradually dispersed. When the Chen Mo family packed up, they drove to the county seat. There was not much entertainment in the village. It was the uncle who was playing cards and chatting with each other. Sitting at home was also boring. When the new year was at home with his family for a few days, the ink girl told Chen Mo a good news. The iron engine is manufactured. This news did not make Chen Mo have too many accidents. Before returning to his ancestral home, Chen Mo asked the ink girl to start printing the iron engine, which is now completed, so the final test is worse. As long as the test is successful, the manufacture of the armor is coming to an end. Chapter 545, Ink's new body and space plane stayed in the ancestral home for 10 days, until the 7th day of the 7th year, and accompanied Xiao back to her family for 3 days. Chen Mo let Xiao and Washwang spend more than a few days with their grandparents, and they took the lead and returned to Banhai. The number 1 building area, an open experimental workshop. On the 2 devices, 2 instruments were placed, one slightly larger than the fist, and one that was laid down in equal proportions, almost the size of the duck egg, which was already completed. 2 small iron engines installed on the palm and the sole of the foot. Within the experimental workshop, there is also a 4-meter diameter refrigeration wind tunnel equipment. The technology is not difficult, and it is used to manufacture the high altitude and cold environment that the iron engine may face. The wind tunnel can provide a wind speed of 120 km per hour, and a temperature of -20 degrees Celsius, which basically meets the test needs. This is an experiment to avoid testing in high altitude, low temperature engine failure. The equipment for placing the iron engine is to test the iron engine thrust. When Chen Mo entered the experimental workshop, the 6 robots in the workshop listened and stood quietly. In addition to the parts of the lower leg and the small arm, the armor has already completed other parts. Only the test data of the plasma engine reaches the standard, and the armor manufacturing enters the final stage. Everything is ready. Chen Mo enters the experimental control room and presses the start button. Start testing. At this time, the machine started, and Chen Mo saw the blue flame on the iron engine. On the LCD screen, the data also jumps. After a long time, the data stabilized. The thrust is 4,375 kilograms and the torque is 4,930 newton meters. A series of data reaches the standard value, which is only the data of a single iron engine. On the armor, there are 4 similar iron engines and 2 smaller iron engines in the hand, and the weight of the armor is not large. This value is already terrifying. Start the icing test. After Chen Mo finished, the temperature of the wind tunnel has changed, and the low temperature created by liquid nitrogen and water vapor is enough to maintain the required freezing conditions. The armor needs to fly in the air, and stable operation under extremely cold weather conditions is one of the things that must be tested. Swallowing test. Chen Mo continued to let the Ink Girl test. Ion engines use ions in the ionized air as plasma. If the saturated air or rainwater enters the ionization chamber during rainy days, the ion engine can still work normally. Under the pressure of the high-pressure water gun, the ion engine is still running stably without any malfunction. This makes Chen Mo more confident, followed by the more important impact test. The impact test is not the engine of the aircraft. After all, the structure of the ion engine is different from that of the aircraft engine, but it is a real impact. It is to simulate the impact of bullets and bomb explosions on the ion engine. If someone is hit by an engine or hits an ion engine, it will fail or be broken. The weakness of the armor is too great. The impact test is an important part of the battle armor to maintain a stable battle. Under the lens of the high-speed camera, Chen Mo can see a piece of simulated streamer hitting the ion engine. The stray bullets and bullets that can kill people on the human body fall on the ion engine and are intact. The structure of an ion engine is different from that of a conventional engine and is not maintained by a turbofan. Plus the material is special. It can easily resist the turn of the machine without failure. After testing for more than 3 hours, Chen Mo felt a sense of excitement in his head. The science library acknowledged the small ion engine, which is a symptom of technical completion. Completed, not bad. Chen Mo showed a smile. The next step is to set up the ion engine and install it into the armor components. Good, said the Ink Girl. How long does it take? Chen Mo asked. He also can't wait, the cool sense of steel armor, but the dream of every man. 1 week. Okay. Chen Mo nodded slightly, lying on the chair, closing his eyes and entering the technology library. The golden light in the technology ball already has the size of the pigeon egg, which is bigger than the last time, but the entire technology ball has become golden, and there is still a long way. Now that the armor has been basically completed, only the parts are all manufactured, and the test can be modified. Now is the time to prepare for the next technology. Chen Mo thought a little about the following and set his sights on a technical department. Aircraft design and manufacturing principles. As Xu Lao said before leaving, the starry sky above his head is the curiosity of human beings. Compared with the universe of tens of billions of light years, human beings are so small that even ants do not count. The world outside the Earth is full of unknowns. After getting the theory of principle, Chen Mo left the science and technology library. Just woke up, I saw that the Ink Girl around me was quietly guarding him. Mirko, you woke up. Well, how is your new body now? It's already done. You need to start it. Let's go check it out. Chen Mo left the lab and walked toward the robot lab. On the experimental bench of the robot laboratory, the new body of the Ink Girl has been completed. It is exactly the same as the body of the Ink Girl, but it has been completely changed. The material is the material used in the armor, and the most sturdy material, the most cushioning material. The original graphene supercapacitor battery was removed, and the energy was replaced by the 1024 material and energy reactor. Remove the weight and space of the battery, and the ink maker's internal design can also use more technology. The micro radar is manufactured using a nano 3D printer, and the detection range is twice as large. The laser is mounted on the hand and the eyebrow, and the laser of the navel is removed. As the magazine expands, the power of the laser also increases, much stronger than before. Because of the design of the simulator, the Ink Girl did not install an ion engine on her body, but chose to design a set of armor for the Ink Girl to serve as an auxiliary for the Ink Girl. After Chen Mo presses the start button, the new body of the Ink Girl lying on the test bench also stands up. The two beautiful women are exactly the same, 99.99% similar. If the Ink Girl is put on the clothes, he can't recognize which is the new body, which is the old body. The new body appears. What should the old body plan to do? Chen Mo thought. Does Merle don't like twins? Hearing this sentence, Chen Mo was almost caught by his own saliva, and there were several black lines in his head. This is basically one not twins. Ink girls can imitate two kinds of personalities. Shenmue can't smile. Don't, I'm afraid I can't stand it. The old body will be sealed up. As a commemoration, the ink girl is the only one. One will do, or it will be strange. It is good. The old body of the ink girl went to the storage room, and the new body changed clothes and followed Shenmue. Mirko, the armor is about to be completed. What are you going to study next? Aerospace plane has been running on the ground, but also to fly in the sky. Deep space is full of unknown, at least to prepare for future exploration. Remember the starry sky above the head. Keep curious. Shenmue said with some emotions. President, Deputy General Julie, the news. The holographic mobile phone conference has been prepared. President's office. Lanxi will report to Zhao Minutes. Well, okay. Zhao Minutes took the file. Nowadays, Americans are still holding the hope of putting pressure on them. The second generation of holographic mobile phones and the first generation of miniature holographic projectors are the key to breaking the containment. Continue to contain. The US mobile phone manufacturers will collectively dive, and will also bear the consequences of falling behind a whole generation. Mobile phones are the most intuitive to feel advanced and backward. Zhao Minutes does not believe that in order to contain them, Americans can be desperate. Ink girl, does he have time? Lanxi left. Zhao Minutes spoke. Looking for me? Shenmue's holographic projection appeared in the office. I just tested the experiment. I haven't started the next experiment yet. Are you looking for me? Is nothing to look for? You have no conscience? Come back and don't look for me. What's good for the new year? Still all right. Poor me alone. Shenmue smiled, but he was helplessly laughing. You can go back to Yuanxia together. You can't be looking for me to complain. Second generation holographic mobile phone conference. Do you have time? Go to host the release. After all, the holographic mobile phone is created by you. No one in the company except you is qualified to publish. Then we announced that we officially cooperate with other manufacturers to sell Micro. The holographic projector gave them the news. Zhao Minutes returned to the topic. Yes. Shenmue nodded. Chapter 546. Phantom Mr. Cook. I am not willing to sell products to you. I am a businessman. I earn money when I have money. But our output has been limited. We have signed agreements with the 4 major manufacturers. In a short period of time, there is no excess output. Selling can't sell, Zhao Minutes said with a phone call. How long does it take? This is not the case. Our production line is expanding capacity as planned. The price can be talked about well, and other conditions can be discussed. It's not a price issue. Now the output can't keep up. If we sign the relevant agreement, the supply is not a breach of contract. Our company has always obeyed the contract. Moreover, our products are considered to threaten the security of your country. In case we sign the treaty, which day is caused by these unstable factors, is not good for anyone. If this unstable factor disappears, will our cooperation be smoother? Like you and Disney, the unstable factors disappear, the cooperation resistance will definitely decrease. No matter what, cooperation is the same. Right? I have a meeting? That's it. Zhao Minutes hung up the phone and turned to look at the scenery outside the company window. The marching ant refused. At Apple's headquarters, Cook sat in the office and frowned. Susan said that the marching ant group did not promise to sell micro holographic projectors to them. The president of Greater China went to talk and did not succeed. Now he personally called and passed without success. This is a very bad thing. The popularity of holographic technology is just around the corner. Just like the opportunity of popularization of smartphones in the past, it is necessary to be eliminated. This is the best example of Sony Nokia's failure in the smartphone revolution of the year. It's hard to get caught in the neck by technology, and it's very uncomfortable. If, shortly afterwards, all of China's 4 major manufacturers get miniature holographic projectors, then they will be unlucky. Wall Street Financial Daily. All U.S. mobile phone manufacturers were excluded from the first supply list of micro holographic projectors. According to reliable sources, Due to the restrictions on the U.S. Army's related products entering the market, the cooperation between the two parties failed to be negotiated. The umbrella company's share price plummeted. Technology Circle. According to legend, the Marching Ant Group has signed agreements with the four major manufacturers of Huami Blue-Green to provide the first generation of miniature holographic projectors for the four major manufacturers. The Marching Ant Group is still positioning the top mobile phone market, high-end and mid-end. The market will be reserved for other manufacturers. At home, according to reliable sources, the second-generation holographic mobile phone, the miniature holographic projector, has been fully upgraded, using the latest nanotechnology of Marching Ants. The holographic picture is more clear. There will also be new battery technology and battery life upgrades. The spring announcement of the Marching Ant Group is about to begin, and the warm-up of various news has brought the attention of this conference to a very high level of heat. The most anticipated of the conference is the second generation of holographic mobile phones. As early as the Spring Festival, the Marching Ants released news, and the second generation of holographic mobile phones was released in the future. The grand launch of the Marching Ant Group is a feast of technology. The backstage of the Marina Opera House. Chen Mo is wearing a white t-shirt, casual jeans, and a pair of sunny technical home costumes. Around him, he is a member of the company's consumer business group and planning department. Everyone has a smile and pride on his face. Today, the Marching Ant Group is a well-deserved leader in the scientific and technological world. Holographic technology has been popularized since last Christmas. The Spring Ant Group's spring conference began, and the news has shaken the scientific and technological community. In the past few years, the Marching Ants have not released new mobile phones. The holographic mobile phones still have no rivals in the top market. The cumulative shipments have reached 100 million units, and each time they are released, they are warned, so that the Marching Ant Group earns a full volume. And now when it comes to updating, with such a huge spring conference, it is naturally impossible to have only one holographic phone. In addition to holographic mobile phones, there are also gamepads, holographic eco-applications and other products. However, those products are not released by Chen Mo Lai, but are the heads of the department responsible for research and design. These are all appetizers. After the prelude to a series of appetizers, Chen Mo officially stepped onto the stage under the introduction of the host. Chen Mo's appearance immediately attracted cheers and crazy flash. The current Grand Theatre Hall has long been occupied by fans of the media and Marching Ants. People who come here want to buy second-generation holographic mobile phones on the spot. For this kind of scene, Chen Mo has long been eccentric, raised his hand and pressed, and the cheers of the venue immediately stopped. I am not nonsense. Go to the topic. Next is the theme of today's conference, the second generation of holographic mobile phones, Illusion Ants. When Chen Mo's words fell, the holographic projections of 4 second-generation holographic mobile phones appeared behind him. Exquisite craft design, soft border lines, slim body, you can't help but like it. This is the optimized design of the second generation of miniature holographic projectors on the first generation of Ant holographic mobile phones. The image of the holographic phone appeared and some people have already discussed it. Chen Mo did not know the discussion of others. Second generation holographic mobile phone, equipped with the second generation 24-bit full-color micro-holographic projector, the latest generation of holographic chip Redfire Ant number 8, which has dual screen function, equipped with the 7th generation Marching Ant intelligent operating system, new intelligent assistant. There are also holographic video calls, holograms, long battery life, etc. Chen Mo said that the discussion below has become much smaller. The mobile phone is equipped with the 7th generation Marching Ant intelligent operating system. It adopts the Marching Ant intelligent core and can automatically identify malicious virus programs. It is also the only intelligent operating system that has not found bugs. and is the safest protection for mobile phones. Now is the era when a mobile phone travels all over the world. Mobile phone security is the security of your property and privacy. In addition, the mobile phone system also features a split screen function. OLED screen and holographic screen can work at the same time. Smart Assistant Xiaodi is multilingual and can provide instant translation. Its built-in artificial intelligence plus system core can also become the control end of the Internet of Things. Chen Mo began to talk about the features of the second generation of holographic mobile phones. Second generation micro holographic projector, holographic laser emitter made of nanotechnology, 5-micron diameter. 20% higher image quality of holographic projection, higher realism, 10-inch holographic screen, 15% lower energy consumption. The thickness is 1.5 mm thinner than the first generation, and the whole body is 2.3 mm thinner than the first generation. The mobile phone is equipped with two Redfire Ants 8th generation holographic smart chips, with holographic image processing function, capable of shooting holographic video, supporting holographic intelligent modeling. Image processing speed is 25% higher than the first generation, and energy consumption is reduced by 18%. The mobile phone adopts our company's latest graphene supercapacitor battery, with a capacity of up to 60,000 mAh and a battery life of 160 hours. Equipped with super-fast charging technology, it is currently the strongest mobile phone. Charge 100% in 30 minutes. You no longer have to worry about the phone being out of power. Chen Mo's series of introductions, especially the last battery data, made the scene look awkward. Not to mention other black technologies, the battery of mobile phones has become a counterattack. Compared with the first generation of holographic mobile phones, regardless of the process or hardware, almost all upgrades, black technology across the era, concentrated on a mobile phone. Are you sure this is a mobile phone, not a treasure trove of technology? The technology of the Marching Ant Group has never let me down. Running ants, rubbish, all rubbish. Sorry, I am not targeting you, but everyone here. It is rubbish. My wallet can't wait. How do I feel that the Marching Ant Group is making mobile phones purely to bully people? This technology, graphene supercapacitor batteries are coming. How can other people play? The Earth people have been unable to stop the Marching Ant Group. The people who really admire China, I feel that they live in the 31st century. And I don't know when we will be listed in France. The Americans said that it is very difficult to get rid of the dog's nephew politicians. There are other places where the first generation of holographic mobile phones can be bought. Soon after, there are second generations. We even buy holographic mobile phones. We must buy them, go abroad to buy them, and get them. The price is 30% more expensive than the official price. The global audience saw the live broadcast, and the function introduced by Chen Mo was not calm. With this performance, mobile phones have become a collection of black technologies. I saw the head of the mobile phone manufacturer who was broadcast live by the Marching Ant Group. I heard Chen Mo's introduction of such terrible performance, and almost all of them were frightened. Not to mention other technologies, that is the battery technology of the Marching Ant Group. No one else has to play with such horrible battery technology. The Marching Ant Group can easily enter any field of electronics manufacturing, electric vehicles. This is also to make mobile phones and computers, which is too special to bully people. Not only the giants of mobile phone manufacturers, but even electric car manufacturers are beginning to worry, because the Marching Ant Group has a car business. That horrible battery technology. The price of the mobile phone is starting at 29,000 yuan. When the price of each version appeared on the screen, the people present were commotion. The price of the first generation of holographic mobile phone ants is 28,888. Now the second generation of holographic mobile phones has only risen by more than 100. The black technology has risen a lot. What is the conscience of the industry? Is this another fight against the monopoly of the Marching Ant Group to control their prices and control prices? Which Scorpion said that the Marching Ant Group used the monopoly to make huge profits. and Losey shot him to the wall. Industry conscience. Earth people can't stop me from buying one, and selling kidneys. Some people on the field have already been excited, and I can't wait to start one at a time. I thought that the price of this mobile phone would be much more expensive. I didn't expect it to remain almost the same. Those who say that the Marching Ant Group uses the monopoly market to manipulate prices and profiteering is the best face. Chapter 547. Not that I don't sell Mr. Chen Mo. The micro-holographic projector is the most powerful product of your company and the most unique product. Why choose to open it to other manufacturers? In the questioning session, the reporter's question is unceremonious and the question is straightforward. Everyone turned their eyes to Chen Mo, and Chen Mo still maintains the appearance of self-confidence. And the eyes of everyone are calm and open. The arrival of the holographic era is obvious to everyone. Holographic technology is the golden age of the next development. Only by one of us cannot meet the diversified needs of the market. We sell micro-holographic projections to other manufacturers and authorize related patents based on this principle. The market is advancing in the competition, not by our family. Why don't you sell second-generation holographic projectors to them? Are you afraid of competition? We are not afraid of competition. If it is really competitive, I am afraid they will be killed. It is not that I am exaggerating. The technology companies that can compete with us now have not. Chen Mo smiled, with confidence in his voice, and put toward the crowd. Even if the Marching Ant Group does not develop, we will compete with us for 20 years. We don't sell second-generation holographic projectors. First, because the production line has just been established, and the current output can only be our own. It is expanding, and it is believed that the second generation of miniature holographic projectors will be sold to them soon. After giving the outside world for another 20 years, it is impossible to compete with marching ants. Is this the confidence of the Marching Ant Group? The audience and reporters on the field couldn't help but marvel at Chen Mo's answer. However, the marching ants do have this confidence. Today's marching ants, no matter which cutting-edge technology, in addition to Chen Mi this freak, others cannot succeed in a short time. The people on the field did not think that Chen Mo's words were arrogant, but they did have capital. Mr. Chen, I heard that Samsung, Apple and Google have not reached a cooperation agreement with the Marching Ant Group. There are rumors that you are deliberately suppressing them and deliberately knocking them out at this stage of change. Is that true? A Western journalist who stood up asked in a lame Chinese. At the beginning, I said, the output is limited. After our current production is provided to the 4 companies, the remaining output is not much. OnePlus, there are few Charm Blues. And there are currently number. Our production line is expanding. The next stage, the production line is completed and the problem is solved. We have always adhered to the principle of cooperation. We did not deliberately suppress which company, but we, and often suffered from unreasonable martyrdom. Some of our company's products can't appear in the US market now, and everyone knows why. Before the restrictions are resolved, we have no choice but to cooperate. Mr. Chen, you mean that the US official has not solved the restrictions on the Marching Ant Group? You will not sell micro-holographic projectors to American companies? The reporter immediately seized the point. Chen Mo shook his head. I don't want to sell. They don't need my products to enter their market. In the questioning session, more than half of the questions were focused on the issue of the Marching Ant Group being surrounded by countries. This is the first time that Chen Mo has received media questions after the Army Ants Group was confined. They naturally could not let go of this opportunity. On the day of the conference, the second-generation holographic mobile phone was powerful to the horror performance, and Chen Mo's answer was transmitted to the world through mainstream media and social platforms. The price of the second-generation holographic mobile phone appeared, and all the remarks on monopoly for profiteering were all shattered. Faced with the temptation of super-high technology, many people have to pay for their pockets and book a holographic mobile phone. The current reservation is a real-name reservation. One person can only book one at a time, and the second one can be booked upon arrival. When you book your hand, you can earn at least 1 or 2,000 in the hands of the ox, and there is no loss at all. In the official malls and flagship stores of the Marching Ants, the number of bookings for the Phantom Ants is as high as 1 million, and it is still increasing. In one day, only the second-generation holographic mobile phone orders, the Marching Ant Group revenue of more than 30 billion. This horrible number has envied countless people for hatred. All measures that limit the Marching Ant Group are in vain in the face of terror numbers. Demand and market are there, no one can limit Marching Ants. Mr. Minister, the phone of Mr. Cruz. Seeing the phone that Mullen handed over, Wilbur's face was black and terrible. Mr. Cruz, I am Wilbur. I know this thing, but I have to follow the procedure and I can't just revoke it. No one can decide until the court has a judgment. We are investigating the issue of restrictions. If not, we will consider it reasonably. Wilbur said a lot. Hang up the phone. His face is clouded, and it may break out at any time. Since the launch of the Marching Ant Group, this is already the 6th member's call. The purpose is the same. Ask him about opening up the market restrictions for the Marching Ants Group. Although there is no explanation between words, the meaning is obvious. Apple is very anxious now, and Google is also anxious. The absence of a micro-holographic projector means that there is a danger of falling behind in the mobile phone industry. Moreover, the two Office notebooks and electronic products of Microsoft cannot compete with the Marching Ant Group. They also hope to buy the battery of the Marching Ant Group, otherwise the share of the top Office market will be more horrific compression until it disappears, unless they lock the market for a lifetime, and they will also face the risk of falling behind the times. Mr. Minister, what do we do now? Do you want to revoke the allegations against Marching Ants? Marlene asked carefully. Impossible. If we revoke the accusation, it is almost equal to bowing to the Marching Ants, making a big international joke. As a big country, we are concerned about face problems. It is impossible to bow to China, let alone the other company is a Chinese company. Wilbur firmly shook his head. Even if this thing has the meaning of the Marching Ant Group, they can't revoke it at this time, otherwise they will admit defeat to a company and throw people into the world. What should I do? Mullen also knew that Wilbur was in a bad mood and was very careful. The current situation is obviously unfavorable to them. The idea of pressure on the Marching Ant Group has already declared bankruptcy. Now we can only dilute the impact of this incident, and then let the court decide on its own. Everything follows the normal procedure. The accusation is successful. We are well-founded. The accusation is unsuccessful. We just lost the lawsuit. Not shameful. What about restricting the Marching Ant Group? Their technology is already more advanced than us. Limiting them is limiting ourselves. Let the Bureau of Investigation conduct a normal investigation and publicize the results. If there is, we have a justifiable reason to sanction them. If not, we can take the opportunity to remove some restrictions. Wilbur said a little. If they have such advanced technology in their country, regardless of whether there is a ghost in the Marching Ant Group, they will limit the situation and support the development of their own company. But they don't have such advanced technology. Only Marching Ants have. If they continue to limit, they will stop their own development. Today, only big things can be made small. At least everything is justified. They have a reasonable power to investigate, not to bow to the Marching Ants. Damage face. Okay. Mullen nodded and left the office. Mullen left, and Wilbur's face was darker. Although there are legitimate reasons to retreat, the game, whether he refused to admit it, has already lost. Losing the game made him very upset. Only restrictions cannot suppress the Marching Ants. Even if the face is hysterical, it is impossible to fight the army ants. Today's Marching Ant Group has become a climate, and behind the Marching Ants, the Chinese official has not been moving. If they don't want to face, the Chinese official will definitely not sit back and watch. Huaxia officially shot. They have no chance to target the Marching Ant Group, and today's China, different from the past. Damn it. Wilbur smashed a table, and the coffee cup jumped and splashed off the table. Chapter 548. Battle Armor released robot testing workshop. In the center of the workshop, stood a battle armor. The arm and foot components of the iron-powered engine have just been completed, and now the armor has been fully assembled and freshly baked. Skywalker armor. The main color of the painting is black, and the red stripes are mixed, which looks very mysterious. The lines of the armor bulged and were polished to the perfect arc, full of power and smooth beauty. The texture of the metal. The chest slightly bulged, the reaction furnace was blocked, and the internal light could not be seen. All the conductor lines of the armor are made of normal temperature superconducting materials and are highly integrated and printed inside the parts. Nearly 2 meters high armor, standing there, giving people an infinitely powerful feeling. In theory, this set of armor can already be worn, but it is still necessary to go through the final step to test the performance of the armor. Before you really determine the performance of the armor, casual wear testing itself has a lot of uncertainty. Ink Girl, let's get started. Shenmue reached out and touched him on the armor, and took back his palm and walked aside. I saw a robot with exactly the same shape and Shenmue coming over and stood at the armor test bench. On the robot, a small sensor is attached. Before he was sure that the performance of the armor was stable, he couldn't take the risk of experimenting and using robots to test the machine. This is the best thing. At the beginning of the command, the robotic arm grabs the armor components and wears them on the robot. The physical and powerful metal texture makes people look bloody. After wearing it, at the moment of the mask cover, the narrow eyes of the armor illuminate, the glare is cold and breathtaking. Shenmue touched his chin and looked at this scene. The armor has already started. The body is fixed, the pressure is normal, the oxygen supply is normal, and the vision is normal. The Ink Girl put all the data inside the armor in front of Shenmue, including the pressures on various parts of the robot. Then, the robot wearing the armor began to move. The exercise is normal, the lag time is 30 microseconds, and people can't detect it. Boom! Exclamation mark. During the test, the robot wore armor and punched the iron plate on the test. The huge impact sound made Shenmue's heart beat slightly. Look at the iron plate that was hit, it has been recessed, leaving a deep punch. The cushioning performance of the material has reached the expected value. Under the boxing weight of 4 tons, the reaction force that the hand can feel is only 1 kilogram, which is not obvious, said the Ink Girl. The most important performance of the armor is cushioning shock absorption. If there is no strong cushioning, when the ordinary people use the battle armor, the huge reaction force is enough for the driver to be killed in the inside, and it is even more impossible to control the armor to fight. In order to reduce the cushioning power, the armor's manufacturing materials are the cushioning materials given to him in the Science and Technology Library. Moreover, there is a buffer layer and a buffer damping structure inside the armor. Under the layer design, the cushioning performance of the armor is maximized. Even if they suffer a huge and violent impact, the people in the armor will not be injured. Strength, anti-collision, etc. The basic data of these tests are completed under the witness of Shenmue. All the ability data has reached the expected expectations and become the strongest existence. After a series of tests, the final flight test and flight performance test are left. Flying is the most important thing, and it is also the core content of Skywalker's armor. Now start testing flight capabilities, Shenmue said. Okay. After the Ink Girl finished, the armor in front of the two had already started the iron engine, and the blue fireworks were sprayed from the foot, causing a lot of airflow in the test workshop. Under strong thrust, the armor is suspended in the midair of the workshop. The 4-iron engine support of the sole and palm allows the armor to be suspended in midair. The flight system is normal and the iron engine is working properly. The Ink Girl said, "Would you like to conduct a high-speed flight test?" Wait for the evening. Shenmue looked at the time, and now it is daytime. It is not suitable for testing the flight of Skywalker. Otherwise, it will be found to cause huge sensation and unnecessary trouble. You can only try it in the workshop temporarily, and test it at night when no one can see it at night. Let me put it on now, Shen said. The pieces of the armor are removed from the robot, starting from the foot and continuing to the head. Shenmue raised his hands and felt the weight of the armor. very substantial feeling. The armor's parts will be wrapped in Chen Mo's body, and one head is on the outside. After the energy is started, the weight of the armor disappears from the body. Chen Mo only felt the tight feeling of being fixed by the armor. The parts of the helmet wrap the head of Chen Mo and connect the parts of the body. But at the moment of wearing the mask, Chen Mo only felt the light in front of him. In his eyes, the environment in front of him had obvious data identification. There is a feeling of infinite strength on the body. Come on again, let me know the armor. Come 200 times the power. Chen Mo went to the front of the test iron plate, stretched his foot and bowed his body, clenched his fist and smashed toward the iron plate. Boom! Exclamation mark. The huge crash sound exploded in the workshop and was deafening. The echo was exhausted, and a hole was broken in Chen Mo's thick iron plate. The armor can amplify the power of the user and can be adjusted. Starting from double, the current maximum power of the user is magnified by 1,000 times, and the horror can be imagined. Bounced on the iron plate, the huge reaction force was shock-absorbing and buffered, so that Chen Mo felt like a punch on the sandbag. Good feeling. Chen Mo looked at the iron plate that opened, and every cell in his body was excited. This is a very strong sense of accomplishment. Try to feel the flight. Chen Mo stood up straight. Some carefully put his posture. Ink Girl, start the iron engine. Come slower, I don't want to fall like a dog like Tony. It is good. The voice of the Ink Girl came from Chen Mo's ear. At the foot of the iron engine started, Chen Mo can feel his body is rising. Stiff hands and feet. Do not dare to move, so as not to lose balance. The control of the armor is quite a process of learning the car, and it will take time to become familiar. Suddenly, Chen Mo's stiff body tilted slightly, and the balance lost. He was in a hurry and wanted to rebalance. Hey. After a burst of noise, Chen Mo was kneeling in the corner of the test room, or fell a dog to eat. It's harder than reversing the warehouse. Chen Mo laughed at himself and climbed up from the ground. Come on. Hey. After 15 minutes, Chen Mo controlled the armor to suspend in the test workshop. Even if the hands are closed for the balanced iron engine, the feet can be quietly suspended. After falling a few times, I finally found the feeling of balance. Ago, Zhao Minut's sister came over, said the Ink Girl. Let her come in. Chen Mo did not remove the armor, and now it is hard to study the most cool toys that have been successful. Not long after, the door of the robot test workshop was opened. Zhao Minut walked in and scanned the circle. When he saw no trace of Chen Mo, he asked the Ink Girl, what about him? Isn't it here? The Ink Girl looked at Chen Mo in the armor. Zhao Minut also looked at the past. Is this a Steel Warrior? His new toy? Zhao Minut saw the armor and suddenly became curious and reached out and touched it. Chen Mo also did not move. Let Zhao Minut moving his hands. This guy, like a big kid, likes this kind of cool big toy. This thing is really a man's dream. Won't it be hidden inside? Zhao Minut couldn't see Chen Mo hidden inside. He said, Hey, beautiful. Chen Mo did not hide again. Open the mask of the armor. Zhao Minut was shocked by the sudden sound. Seeing Chen Mo in the armor, couldn't help but roll his eyes. I want to scare me. How is this armor? Chen Moxiao asked. Looking very cool. Zhao Minut knocked on the chest muscles of the armor. You still want to be an Iron Man? Can this armor fly? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Don't make trouble. Say good things. Why are you looking for me? Zhao Minut thought that Chen Mo was joking. Nothing to be done. It's true. I can fly. Chen Mo spread his hand and expressed helplessness to Zhao Minut's unbelief. Then you fly one to show me. You stand a little farther. Chen Mo stepped back a few steps, controlling the armor to slowly float from the ground. Zhao Minut saw Chen Mo, who was suspended, his mouth wide open and speechless for a long time. In Chen Mo's lab, she has seen all the cool technology, and this time she has refreshed her cognition. Iron Man's battlesuit has been realized by Chen Mo. Now believe it. Chen Mo fell and went to Zhao Minutes. Is this new technology that you are playing recently? Is this? Zhao Minutes stretched his hand on the armor and looked incredulous. She knows that Chen Mo has been drumming something in the mysterious secret of God during this time, saying that she will wait until she is finished. I did not expect it to be this armor. Yes, is it finished? After the initial surprise, Zhao Minutes quickly calmed down, but Chen Mo was not unusual. We still need to conduct high-speed flight tests and prepare for evening tests. Now we don't dare to mess around. Otherwise, it will cause big sensation and unnecessary trouble. If nothing unexpected, it should be mature. Chen Mo said. What is energy? Do you make controlled nuclear fusion miniaturized? This is not a controlled nuclear fusion. Chen Mo opened the shield on the chest and exposed the reaction inside. You can understand Iron Man's arc reaction furnace, but the energy content is different. It is a special energy substance. It is called 1024 element crystal. How come flying? Small iron engine? Chen Mo said. It's really abnormal. Chen Mo, you look for me to see you. Do you want to publish it? Zhao Minutes asked. She just came back from a business trip and came over to the first building. I saw this. No, this thing is not announced for the time being. It is the next study. Chen Mo said. When this thing was announced, the impact was too great, and Chen Mo did not dare to mess up, otherwise there would be big trouble. What are you going to study next? Are you going to heaven, shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Bingo. Question mark. The next study on aerospace planes, I am looking for you, is to prepare you for a piece of land and related expenses, to do research and build an airport. My God, the sky plane. For the first time, Zhao Minutes felt that her imagination was scarce. Chapter 549. Ink Girl's room. That night, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Chen Mo was sitting in the study room. On the screen in front of him, it was the picture of the test building of number 1 building. Today, the final test of the Battliga is the high-speed flight test. Through this test, the armor is truly completed. When I was seen during the day, I am afraid it would cause a big sensation, so Chen Mo chose to test at night. Mergo, I am ready, said the Ink Girl. Let's get started. On the screen, the ceiling of the workshop is slowly separated. The armor was worn on the test robot and everything was ready. Oh, the blue fireworks spouted from the bottom and the hands, and the armor flew up into the sky and went straight to the sky. In the study, everything changes, which is the data transmitted by the armor and the test robot. The height is 4,000 meters and the speed is 500 kilometers per hour. In addition, the air tightness and the temperature inside the armor also appear in the data. After a long time, Chen Mokai said, where is the position? Here. In front of Chen Mo, a holographic map appeared. The red dot above is the current position of the armor and has entered the international waters. Almost. Raise the height by 20,000 meters, speed up, 1 Mach. Chen Mo said. Okay. Boom! Exclamation mark. In the air, the speed broke through 1 Mach, the air exploded, and there was a white mist around the armor. A sound cloud was accompanied by the armor. The roaring sound of the roaring sound passed down from the sky. If there are people below, you can certainly hear the fierce sound of the roar. The oxygen supply is stable. The air pressure in the armor is stable, the temperature is normal, the iron engine is normal, and the data is stable, said the Ink Girl. Okay. Chen Mo stared at the data, the picture that came back from the battle armor, and the picture that the robot passed back in the battle armor. Improve speed, 2 Mach. Chen Mo said. Okay. The Ink Girl nodded, and the data on the holographic light curtain jumped again as the speed of the armor accelerated. At sea, the roar of sonic booms has spread throughout the country. Fortunately, at night, there are fewer fishing boats and freighters in the international waters, and most of them have already rested, so the outside world does not know that a set of armor is carrying a robot and is flying at a speed that exceeds the speed of sound. 3 Mach. Chen Mo did not stop. 4 Mach. 5 Mach. 6 Mach. 7 Mach. The speed increased to 7 Mach. Shenmue stopped, watching the pictures sent back from the battle arm and the pictures returned by the test robot, as well as various data. The oxygen supply system is normal, the internal pressure of the battle armor is stable, and the temperature is normal. It seems pretty good. Shenmue nodded. It is already scary to reach this speed. Suddenly, Shenmue felt the excitement in his mind. He knew that the Science and Technology Library had admitted that his armor was completely successful. Ink Girl, let the armor come back. Go back to the territory, do not fly with supersonic speed, Shenmue said. In theory, there is still a higher speed, but Shenmue is not to test the highest speed, and there is no need to test the maximum speed. The value of Mach 7 has surpassed all current aircraft, enough to catch up with any flying object that can currently fly in the sky. Okay. In the central armor of the sea, the body turned over and quickly turned around and rushed back to Bunhai. From the study back to the room, already 12 o'clock. Shenmue stretched out and walked into the bathroom. Just now he went in and saw the situation of the Science and Technology Library. Everything is still the same, but the technology ball has changed. Inside the technology ball, the original golden color of the pigeon egg size, and a big lap, has the size of table tennis. Although not completely completed, you can see the progress of the experience. After bailing out of the study room, Shenmue lay back on the bed and thought about the problem of the aerospace plane. The aerospace plane is a big guy. It is impossible to imagine outside the world like a warrior, but this question is not the problem he should worry about now. The question he should think about is the possible impact of the aerospace plane. However, the last sentence before she allows departure is very deep. Not to be bound by moral rules, the universe has no moral standards, and there are no rules. The so-called rule is that the strong created by the strong to limit the weak. The universe is different from the weak. The universe is different from the weak. In just 2 sentences, there are many kinds of thoughts. Oh, at the time of Shenmue's thinking, the room rang at the door. Who will knock at the door at this time? Now Xiao and Wash Wang are still not returning to my grandparents' house. There is only one nanny in the villa, and there are several bodyguards, such as Black Hawk, White Pearl. At this time, they should not bother him. Did not think too much. Shenmue sat up from the bed to open the door, just dare to see the situation outside the door. The eyeballs almost did not come out. The ink woman stood in the night out of the door wearing a night dress. The spring was venting, and the bottom of the leg was gone. She was looking at Shenmue with curiosity. Mogo, can the ink girl sleep with you? Take off. Shenmue was caught by his own saliva, and he did not know how to describe the mood at the moment. That night, Xiaoyu and Monu said that when she returned to her family, she would like to ask her. So the ink girl really did. Shenmue did not know whether to cry or laugh. The ink girl's eyes are very pure, without a trace of impurities, because there is no emotional reasons, and naturally do not know what desire is. Go to your room. Shenmue smiled and took the ink girl away. Here is the room for him and Xiaoyu, so that the ink girl came in and he was in bed. Not suitable. Good. The ink girl quietly walked back to her room with Shenmue. Shenmue's room. Shenmue did not enter many times. Xion regarded the ink girl as a member of the family and arranged a room for her. The usual ink girl would clean herself, and the domestic servants and house robots would sort out. The ink girl didn't need him to wake up, so he didn't come in a lot. The rooms are very neat, simple and luxuriously decorated, with a subtle scent, just like the scent of the ink girl. There is no cosmetics on the dressing table. There are some jewelry in the jewelry box. It is bought by the fisherman to the ink girl. However, the number of times the ink girl wears is very few. Only when she attends the ceremony, Shenmue will wear it. In order to make the atmosphere of the room vivid, Xiao also bought some dollars that the girl hoped to put in the room, and there were quite a lot of clothes in the wardrobe. The big room, where everything is good, is a little less popular, some deserted, although knowing that the ink girl is a robot, but it is still inexplicable. Usually, the ink girl lives here. To be precise, The standby mode, in which the room enters sleep, is quite a kind of standby dreaming, is usually in the room. Just watch a TV show. Chen Mo looked at the youth-loved TV drama on the screen of the Ink Girl room. He knew that the Ink Girl was watching these TV dramas and did not object. This is a kind of deep learning of her machine. Normal human life may be helpful for advanced artificial intelligence. Sometimes I will watch, then take a shower and sleep, said the Ink Girl. Chen Mo understands that the bathing of the Ink Girl is to wipe the body with a wet towel. It can also be regarded as a machine maintenance, wiping off the dust of the body. Or Chen Mo let her learn to maintain. When you have the conditions in the future, give you advanced intelligence. Chen Mo touched the head of the Ink Lady and said, "Good." Ink smiled and nodded. Chen Mo can see the various expressions imitated by the Ink Girl, but cannot feel the emotion of the Ink Girl. In the Science and Technology Library, there are more advanced methods of artificial intelligence evolution, he has seen, but unfortunately the authority is not enough, cannot get the relevant technology. More advanced artificial intelligence, including intelligent life, is artificial intelligence that is infinitely close to intelligent life. But the technology involved is certainly not simple. Not too early. Sleep. Chen Mo looked in the room and lay down on the bed. Chen Mo did not think much about other issues and slept with his eyes closed. The Ink Girl also lay down beside him, looking at him quietly sideways, pure scorpion, without a trace of impurities. Chapter 550, Aerospace Corporation. What did you do last night? How does it look less spiritual? Xiaoyu is at her mother's house. You won't go out to steal it? Zhao Minute saw that Chen Mo's spirit was not so good, and he laughed. Chen Mo. Ink Girl, where did you go to last night? Seeing Chen Mo did not answer, Zhao Minute asked the Ink Girl next to him. She knows that the Ink Girl will either not say or not lie. Mergo slept with me last night, and Meij couldn't sleep. The Ink Girl next to her opened. In the experimental room, the scene fell into a short silence. Hello, ha ha ha. Zhao Minute's brain filled the picture, but he couldn't help but laughed and swayed. Hearing this ridiculous laughter, Chen Moi's brain was black. Isn't it just sleeping with the Ink Girl? Is it so funny? No wonder it was made so realistic. Zhao Minute deliberately bite two words, looking at Chen Mo's eyes. His eyes are extremely weird. Chen Mo. Ink Girl, you sleep with your brother, Xiao Yujino? Zhao Minute smiled and asked the Ink Girl. Little Fisher sister told me that when she was not at home. Let me ask Mergo. Okay. Zhao Minute looked at Chen Mo with a faint look. Xiao is very tolerant to you, and I found you a machine girlfriend. No wonder you are so petting her. I am so fond of heaven, so a woman who is sensible is me. Also pet. Chen Mo can't smile. Don't make trouble, say something right. Okay, say good business. The funds you need are already prepared. The land is also found, suitable for the required land. There are 5, you look. Zhao Minute gave the information to Chen Mo. Chen Mo needs to be used to build a space center. The land is sure to be in the sparsely populated area, like the satellite launch center is the best sparsely populated. However, their conditions may not allow them to build a space center in the uninhabited deep mountains. The strength of the integrated company, as well as other practical considerations, allows people to find 5 plots of land. Which is it? Chen Mo glanced at the map of the 5 plots. Phoenix Mountain, in the mountainous area outside the suburbs of Manhai City. There is no residential area around, backed by the mountains. The terrain is flat, it is a very good place. It is easy to build roads into it. Ink Girl. The terrain information is released to see. Chen Mo handed Zhao Minute to the U-disc to the Ink Girl next to him. The terrain around Phoenix Mountain, through holographic projection, appears in front of Chen Mo, and also includes information on the average temperature, precipitation, surrounding population density, traffic conditions and other information. Not bad, just here. Ink. Hand over the planning and design of the base to Zhao Minute. Chen Mo said. Okay. I saw the map on the flat ground, and a building that rose from the ground quickly formed an image of the base. The architecture, layout, and structure of the base are clear, and the road leading to the road from the base is already well designed. Give it to you. Chen Mo handed the hard drive with the design drawings to Zhao Minutes. I am following you, crazy. It is so wonderful. Zhao Minutes took the hard drive, a faint smile. The high-tech that Chen Mo brought out has become more and more crazy. Now I don't know how to describe it. I can only help Chen Mo as much as possible. The earth can no longer accommodate this enchanting. I have a question, you said. Chen Mo said. Have you been to the Ink Girl last night? Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo with a weird look. Being stared curiously by Zhao Minutes, Chen Mo feels hairy. Guess yourself. Don't say it. I will go back and ask the Ink Girl. Zhao Minutes gave him a playful smile and turned and left. Ink Girl, give me a cup of espresso, add a spoonful of sugar, and now design the space plane. Chen Mo said. Yi looked at Zhao Minutes puzzledly. Yesterday, Zhao Minutes made an appointment to see him. Today, Zhao Minutes made a request. During the period of the marching ant group, there were a lot of land in the country, including arsenal, ant park, industrial park of production line, manufacturing plant, etc. The result is 6,000 acres this time, and it is not ambiguous at all. Is this going to build another headquarters? The marching ant already has a headquarters in Bnai City. It has been expanded several times. It is already the largest industrial park in China. It is a high-tech production line. He does not think that the army ants will be building a headquarters or in the mountains. What do you want this land to do? We are going to register an aerospace company, which is used as a base. Zhao Minutes did not conceal, truthfully told this. There is no need to hide this kind of thing. Aerospace company, or an airline? Yi almost thought that he had got it wrong. A word difference, the nature is completely different. Aerospace companies, exploring outer space. Zhao Minutes said. Hiss. Yi was shocked. The marching ant group really wanted to go to heaven. Can the company register? Yi asked. The space company registered this matter, but he was not able to deal with it, so he was also curious as to whether he could succeed. After all, the field is special, and at home, it is not so easy to pass. Registration information has been troubled by Li Chengzi. It should be no problem. Zhao Minutes said. Yeah? Yi thought about it, and he understood the truth and nodded gently. If the registration is unsuccessful, they will definitely register overseas. Like the military ants, as long as they are not stupid, they will not let the industrial technology of marching ants leave the country, so the registration success is certain. You are a land for high-tech industries. It is not difficult to approve. So, wait for your registration through this. I will give you this land. If you register successfully, we will have no reason for disapproval. Okay. Then trouble Yao Shuji. Zhao Minutes said. No trouble. If you have any difficulties, let me say, I am also for the development of Bnai. For companies like marching ants, other cities, if you are willing to develop in the past, they can't wait to send a piece of land for you to develop. Yi spoke freely. The marching ant group has changed the state of the coastal city over the years. The holographic city confirms the image of the international metropolis of Bnai City. The Ant Park and the Smart City drive the development of the service industry in Bnai City, and promote the development of the whole industry in Bnai. These are political achievements for him. The achievements here in Bnai City have laid a bright road for him to be promoted in the future. Nowadays, the army ants want to achieve even greater achievements, and he naturally cannot stop it. Then I will go back first, wait for the approval. I will trouble Yao Xiu. Zhao Minutes said. Okay. I will send you. Yi stood up from the position and accompanied Zhao Minutes to leave the office. The trouble secretary. Li Chengzi took the paper bag from a middle-aged man and thanked him. You don't have to be polite, nothing else. I will go back first. The middle-aged man, known as the secretary of Jiang, smiled and turned away. Is this what? Let the secretary Jiang send it personally. When Li Chengzi just returned to the office, Liu Jianjun came over and curiously looked at the paper bag in the hands of Li Chengzi. There was no top secret seal, which was not a secret matter. The identity of Jiang's secretary, he knew. Let the secretary Jiang send it personally. It seems that it is not a confidential document. He is curious about what is in the bag. Approval notice. Li Chengzi said. What approval notice? Let Jiang's secretary personally send it. So important? Liu Jianjun asked in surprise. It's not a secret matter. Let me tell you. The registration information of the space company's aerospace company. Jiang's secretary sent it, indicating that the head of the big army has been approved. Li Chengzi said, shaking the file bag. What? Aerospace company? Liu Jianjun thought he had got it wrong. It is the space company. Chen Mo is going to heaven? Liu Jianjun's voice has improved by 8 degrees. A correct answer is to go to heaven. Li Chengzi was not surprised. Chen Mo's current technology is already terrible. It is not a rare thing to touch various fields and enter the aerospace industry. I feel that the earth can't hold the enchanting. I sent the information to Bnai to Chen Mo, and we will have another drink when we return. Li Chengzi finished, put the paper bag in his briefcase and left the office. Registering a space company, the normal approval process, at least a few months or even longer, or impossible to pass. The private rocket company already has it. Chen Mo's current conditions are not difficult to enter this field. The controlled fusion technology has been studied for him, and other technologies are naturally possible. The above approval is too fast to imagine. The information will be handed over for 2 days, and the approval will be passed. It must be the first head of the speech, otherwise it will not be so fast. Chapter 551, Message. Are you sure the news is accurate? Lina looked down. In front of her is a tall, thin, white man with a bicolored pupil and a scum, named Searle. He is the head of the intelligence team on the Marching Ant Group. Accurately, we checked the registration information of Marching Ants. The information shows that there is an extra space company named Flying Ant Aerospace under the group. Searle handed the information in his hand to Lina. They have already started construction in Phoenix Mountain. This is a satellite map, and there are some construction maps on site. Intelligence personnel cannot penetrate into the Marching Ant Group, and the research and development sites and data sites of Marching Ants are well established. They are unable to obtain information from within the Marching Ant Group. Once the employees of the Marching Ants are rebellious, the agent will disappear and the employee will be dismissed. Over time, they will not dare to play this idea again. Every time, the people in Bnai City will disappear, making him very uncomfortable. The city of Bnai is now the of the agents. It was forced to use more traditional means to collect intelligence. Aerospace, hell. Lina looked at the photo. The scalp was numb. Although the Marching Ant is just a company, its horror potential is not lost to a country. The advanced technology of the Marching Ants directly makes Huaxia even more powerful. Holographic cities, controlled nuclear fusion, military enterprises, etc. Every time there is a big move, accompanied by the emergence of high technology, so they have to pay attention. In particular, after the establishment of military ants equipment and worker ants defense, their investigation of the Marching Ant Group became more intensive. Nowadays, the news of Bnai City, the Marching Ant Group is building a large building a space center with an area of more than 4 million square meters. I am afraid that this Marching Ant really wants to get a plane. This Chen Mo has already gone against the sky. Hold them, Lina said. Send the news to the president and the space agency. What made her feel very uncomfortable was the ant defense and military ant equipment of the Marching Ant Group. Now there is one more, which is now the Flying Ant Space Company. Chen Mo's threat to them has grown. Is the Marching Ant Group building a space center? Upon hearing the news, Jim Bryden stayed and frowned. Regarding the Marching Ant Group, he heard that his ears were smashed, but he had little relationship with him. He is the director of NASA, and the Marching Ant Group has never been exposed to aerospace matters. The matter in this field is not to worry about them. But now, the CIA has come to the news that the Marching Ant Group is building a space center and preparing to board space. He has to pay attention. Over the years, China's achievements in the space field have grown larger. The Lingao has been put into use and become the second space station, and the International Space Station has been retired. Chinese people are not allowed to go up. They are facing the dilemma of being unable to go into space. Now I am also joining a marching ant group. If they don't shoot again, I am afraid they will be even more backward, and then they will be surpassed by China. That is a terrible thing. After thinking for a long time, Jim still chose to pick up the phone on the table and contact the president's office. Nowadays, returning to space has become more urgent. Otherwise, China will completely dominate this aspect, and they are really in trouble. Now explore the layout, at least for the future. It is not a long time for the marching ant group to prepare for the construction of the Space Center. Soon, important e-space agencies such as the European Space Agency, ECA, and the Russian Space Agency, RKA, received news of the construction of the Space Center by the marching ant group. The development of China's space technology has been very fast, and now it has joined the marching ant group, so that they feel extremely anxious. But this is also an excuse for using information as a means of obtaining financial support and returning to space. The news came out soon. The United States, the European Union, India, the island countries, and the United Kingdom have reported that they will reunite and start the construction of the second International Space Station project with the United States as the leading factor. The United States, the European Union and the United Kingdom also announced that they are preparing to jointly return to the Moon, plans for humans to land on Mars, and even rumors that the United States is accelerating the speed of the Falcon plan, hoping to create mature air and space before the marching ants begin. Aircraft. When the news came out, it drove the wave of news. In the past, such large projects, countries must be arguing for a period of time, funding for a period of time. Numerous news has been exposed, and more people are curious about the reasons for these countries to work together. The action is very fast, as if we would grab their money. In the office, Zhao Minitz saw the news and couldn't help but smile. Their space center was started, and these countries were the first to announce plans to return to the space moon. Zhao Minitz does not think that this is a coincidence. After the construction of their space center, it is no coincidence that so many countries have reached a cooperation within a short period of time. Since I know it, at this time, I can't say it without going to the fun. My city has approved more than 6,000 acres of land use rights. It is a terrible number. As long as someone has the information to check the registration information of the Trade and Industry Bureau, they will find that there is another flying ant aerospace company under the Army Ant Group. Their company's construction of the Space Center must not be concealed for too long, and it is not very useful. Blue Creek, let people release this news. Called Lanxi, Zhao Minitz directly handed the folder to her. At noon that day, the marching ant group released a message. The Feiyang Aerospace Center under the Army Ant Group is under construction. According to the news released by the marching ants, the marching ants instantly became the center of public opinion. What kind of plane is Chen Mo going to do this time? Chen Mo is really going to do the plane. The bulls, my marching ants. I said how those countries have announced their return to space. They were forced by a small ant. Ha 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 ha. I want to know, who will win if the marching ants compete with them? Then a number of countries and organizations announced the joint space program at the same time. As a result, a private company entered the market and snatched attention from several countries. It looked a bit funny. The style of the marching ants is overbearing. The field that has passed, and the gods are easy. The containment of holographic technology, the strong position of the marching ants, the hard-working and open-mouthed barriers, and the victory of the game with the advantage of technical strength, and now again with several countries in front of hard steel, full of eyeballs. Ink Girl, now a pneumatic analysis. In front of Chen Mo, is a holographic shape of an aerospace plane. It is good. This is the shape of the preliminary design. There is no wind tunnel for aerodynamic analysis, and ordinary pneumatic analysis takes too long. Chen Mo had to use a small wind tunnel and then combined with optical test methods to analyze the aerodynamics of the aerospace aircraft, and thus improve the aerodynamic layout of the aerospace aircraft. The principle is that the refractive index of a beam in a gas varies with the density of the gas stream. Now using holographic interferometers and holographic technology is Chen Mo's most familiar technology. Holographic interference and holography can add other substances to the flow field without directly interfering with gas flow. A large amount of space and aerodynamic data can be collected in the shortest time. Moreover, the pneumatic display can be visually observed, which is suitable for observing unsteady flow and compressible flow. At the beginning of the aerodynamic analysis, Chen Mo saw different colors around the holographic model, and displayed specific data directly next to it. This is the specific data that is passed back from the modeled test, and then the data is collected by the computer and simulated. After the experiment began, Chen Mo had nothing to do, and quietly thought about the design of a large iron engine. Ago, the headline news. The ink girl next to it suddenly opened. Well, what news? Chapter 552, Abu Dhabi International Defense Exhibition. The boss. The official has allowed our reduced version of the war robot to export. His holographic projection appeared in Chen Mo's lab, with a relaxed face on his face. In order to export the war robot, Chen Mo specially designed a reduced version of the robot model as an export version. The export version of the robot removes intelligent missiles and high-power lasers, retaining smart bombs and smart bullets. Fighting, material strength and speed are adjusted accordingly, which is weaker than the full version. For the export version of the war robot, it has been reviewed for several months. It has also been compared with the original version for a long time. After this period of evaluation, it finally allows their war robots to export, which is very rare. Is it so simple to pass? Chen Mo was a little surprised. Is there any special condition? Yes, the official said, customers and orders, they have to be reviewed and screened, and war robots are not allowed to be sold to countries and organizations that fail to pass the review. Chen is silent. Maybe some countries seem to be very good on the surface, but they are not strong in private, and even jump out of the knife. If they don't know the true relationship between the two parties, they will sell war robots to people who should not sell them. It will be very troublesome. Customers who can pass the official screening, in politics, do not have to worry about them, but they are happy. This condition is no problem. Also, if one clause is added to the terms of the contract, Party B must not allow third-party personnel to dismantle the robot, and it is not allowed to disclose data about the war robot to third parties. Otherwise, it is a breach of contract, and we need to compensate us for 10 times of liquidated damages. Said third-party personnel are not allowed to contact war robots, and these conditions are expected by Chen Mo. Anything else? The 5 materials and parts of the war robot cannot be exported, and the repair work must be sent back to the country for maintenance. The most important thing is that we sell the war robots to the same organization and country. There is a limit on the number of the same organization. The other party retains no more than 50 war robots. He said the conditions required by the official war robots, as one of the ace of the ace. If it is exported, technical secrecy is very important, so there are many restrictions. But in order to balance, there must be reservations in quantity. Otherwise, a country, hysterically squatting down tens of billions, and then forming a war robotic core, then unless the nuclear weapons, the battle on land is basically one-sided. The world is out of balance. That is a terrible thing. All agreed, allowing the export to cut down the version of the war robot, indicating that the official has given great convenience. These conditions are not discussed, cannot be exported without agreeing. Although it has some impact, it only earns less money. Okay, Zoe's only doubts disappeared. How is the company now? Chen Mo asked. So far, the official has ordered a total of 240 high-profile war robots. The output has gone up and the price has been adjusted accordingly. The current price of the robot is 75 million. This pricing is set by the president and the company officially enters the profit stage. We recruit electronics, mechanical design and programming talents at major universities, develop their robot repair and assembly capabilities, and some weapons design capabilities are on the right track. What are the plans for the next step? We are ready to participate in the Abu Dhabi International Defense Exhibition to export war robots and other products. The current products include military computers, individual combat electronic devices, communication equipment, military bulletproof vests, intelligent mine-sweeping robots, etc., miniature radar and meteorite lasers. Weapons cannot be exported. When is the defense exhibition? After half a month. That I wish you all the best, get the big order back. Thank you boss. If there is nothing, I will not bother. Seeing Chen Mo nod, Zahi interrupted the holographic communication. Chen Mo's holographic projection also disappeared in front of her. The office is quiet, and Zuhi is in a good mood. Since the last National Day military parade, the robotic array has appeared in the field of vision of the world, and the defense of workers has been officially concerned by all countries. But they have always kept mystery to the outside world, and the outside world knows very little about them. The Abu Dhabi International Defense Exhibition is the first international military industry exhibition that she has participated in since she managed the Ants. For this exhibition, they have been preparing for a long time, only for the exhibition, in one fell swoop to fight the name of the Ants defense, in the field of cutting-edge military industry to fully establish a foothold. There will be no customers. On the other hand, Chen Mo is preparing to design a large iron engine. The design of a large iron engine is somewhat different from that of a small iron engine, but the principles of the two are basically the same. With the design experience of small iron engines, the design of large iron engines is not difficult to get started. The bustling outside world has little to do with Chen Mo. He is only concerned about the news about the Flying Ant Space Center. Such a large space base will not be able to stand up, sooner or later. It is not a special secret. There is no difference between early and late, so let our minutes go. Those news, for a few days, the heat will slowly disappear. What he cares about now is when the aerospace plane can be built. This thing, costing a lot of horror, is still a huge thing. If it is not for the marching ant group, the big business is big. I am afraid he does not dare to chase. The capital of the United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi, inside a luxurious palace. Raijq turned a blind eye to the luxurious decoration around him, stepping up to the innermost luxury door. Stopped at the door, Raijq sorted out his clothes and pushed in. This is a luxurious and ultimate office. Resplendent, almost every decorative item is worth a lot. On the leather sofa in the office, a middle-aged man, wearing a white Arab gown, black gauze, tall and thin, wearing glasses and a headscarf, between the faces, has the majesty of the superior. He is the General and Defense Minister of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Rashid. Minister. The list of participating military companies in this exhibition. There are 1,247 companies from 56 countries and regions. Raijq put a thick stack of documents on the table and stood by. Better equipment, and we need it. Where? Rashid nodded gently and flipped the file. It's here. Raijq let go of the first part of the first document. The list of weapons suppliers in some of the top groups in the United States, Russia, and Europe is here. What special new weapons have emerged this year? Yes, there are two companies that have just been established. Their products are very special. One is the Ants Defense of China, and the Ants are equipped with Tanzania. Raijq immediately picked up the third document and opened the last few pages. Worker Ants Defense, Soldier Ant Equipment. Sounds familiar. Tanzania also has military enterprises. Rashid immediately came to the interest. The name seems to be acquaintance, but it is a new company, and the names of the two companies seem to be related. What is the relationship between the two companies? It is understood that both of them are subsidiaries behind the Marching Ant Group, responsible for the market in the military industry. Tanzania's military ants equipment is also controlled by the Marching Ant Group, responsible for the production of weapons that cannot be produced in China. At the time of the military parade, the robotic array was their product. What? Rashid, who has always been calm, was shocked. It is no wonder that the names of the two families are familiar. I have heard of it. At the time of the Huaxia military parade, the new stealth strategic bomber and a robotic array swayed the world. The stealth strategic bomber does not say that there is no accident in the outside world, but the robots in the square have set off waves in the military. Many countries, including them, want to know the performance of the robot. What is the horrible performance? Let Huaxia choose to install the robot. However, the confidentiality of China has always been very good. After that military parade, the robot never appeared in the field of vision. And those robots, according to intelligence information, are masterpieces of worker ants defense and military ants. The company of the Marching Ant Group is the background. Nowadays, the words the Marching Ant Group are sufficiently convincing. Among the products of the Worker Ant Defense Exhibition, there are several robots, one of which is a war robot, similar to the Chinese military parade robot. Liaku turned the information onto the Worker Ants Defense page. The above is a photo and information of the war robot. Unfortunately, there is no specific data on the data, only a brief introduction. The war robot seems to be very powerful. Rashid immediately became interested in this war robot. In this year's exhibition, two of them are arranged to connect to better exhibition locations. Chapter 553. Unknown is terrible. Frankie is carefully looking at the information handed over below. The information is the information of the companies participating in the Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition and related product information. As the defense chief of the Syrian state, France has had a headache for many years. The prolonged chaos in the country has made this country riddled with holes, and the countries around it have to come over and bully from time to time. If it were not for Russian intervention, their country would have been divided and even more chaotic. Over the years, they have been looking for effective ways to deal with the downfall of the surrounding countries. But the weapons and equipment are too backward and can only be beaten. The Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition is a rare top-level defense exhibition. There will be many new weapons, which is a good opportunity to buy new weapons. In addition to the terrorists who are on the border, and the occasional unwarranted airstrikes by the North using stealth fighters, their air defense systems are as weak as a piece of paper. Now we need to prepare some equipment for import, hoping to ease the pressure. The current equipment in their country is mostly Russian weapons and equipment. However, in some areas, there are still some shortcomings, especially in the anti-stealth early warning radar, which has been scarce. In the case of anti-stealth radar, Western countries do not expect to sell their products, and they do not dare to use those people's products with confidence. The only hope is in China. The information currently placed on his hand is all the enterprises in China who participated in the Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition. China's military industry is very mature, and the technology of anti-stealth radar is very advanced. Suddenly, Franco slammed, and the hand flipping the data stopped, looking at the files and pictures in his hand. Worker Ants Defense. The name is too familiar, the name he dreams of dreaming. Huaxia military parade, shaking the world. At that time, he watched the live broadcast of the Chinese military parade. He dreamed of his own country and could be as strong as Huaxia. He could guarantee the security of the country. However, it was just a thought. In the Chinese parade, what impressed him the most was the mysterious robot. The news of those robots, he has been paying attention for a long time, also knows that it is a product of the Army Ants Group, the Ants Defense. The outside world is very curious about the function and strength of the robot, but the robot has been full of mysterious colors since its appearance. Unexpectedly, China actually allowed robots to export. War robot. Frankie's hand stopped at one of the pages of the material and his fingers trembled. Washington, Pentagon. An old man is sitting in danger, dressed in formal attire, wearing a jewel blue tie, blonde-haired blue eyes, and a retro-style mail watch on his hand. This man is the current head of the Pentagon, Barry Shanahan. At this time, Barry was quietly listening to the explanations of the analysts at the small podium, and around him, he was a senior official of the Pentagon, specializing in equipment procurement. According to the information released by the Abu Dhabi Exhibition Party, there are 10 Huaxia defense companies heading to the Abu Dhabi exhibition, which has more work ants defense than in previous years. Worker ants defense is the enterprise in the military industry of the Army Ant Group. The published information shows that they participated in the defense exhibition, including products such as individual electronic equipment, military computers, military bulletproof vests, intelligent mine-sweeping robots, and the core product, war robots. When the analyst put the pictures of the war robots on the PPT, the war robots were the war robots they saw on the Chinese parade. The war robots of the time caused a global sensation, but they did not have any news about the equipment. According to our video analysis from the Chinese military parade, the robot is very intelligent. There is no delay in the pace and action. It is much smoother than the enchanting robot of the marching ant group. We analyzed the movement, walking, and pace of the robot. It is exactly the same as those of the soldiers. What is the use of this? Asked a senior official. Yes, it's very useful. The Terminator knows. This kind of robot, if you take off their glasses and use artificial skin to disguise themselves into real people, it can easily be mixed into soldiers. Even ordinary people. And if its combat power is as terrifying as the Terminator, it is certain that fighting against them is a disaster. We have reason to suspect that there are such artificial robots in China. The analyst's words caused the commotion of the audience, and some people are already whispering. How much do we know about the intelligence of this robot? Parry asked. For the time being, this kind of equipment has been in an unknown state, including us, and we know nothing about it. Apart from the Chinese parade, it is the only place where war robots have appeared. The Chinese army has already installed robots on a large scale, and the number is unknown. The combat effectiveness is unknown. The weapons used are unknown, and the specific effects are unknown. The people on the field were not careful, including Parry. The most terrible thing about China today is the unknown. Because China has never fought in foreign countries for decades, they simply do not know the true fighting power of China. Nowadays, the equipment of the Chinese military has been updated, and the horror is self-evident. Talk about it, said Parry. Okay, Mr. Minister. The analyst nodded lightly, took the laser pointer in his hand and clicked, and the picture of the war robot began to switch. There is not much to know. The only certainty is that the weapon system is provided by Tanzania's Soldier Ant Equipment Company. But the specific CMS system, the CIA, has no news. But at the defense exhibition, soldiers and ants will also be present. Their products are smart bombs, smart bullets, and high-precision sniper rifles. We suspect that war robots are likely to be equipped with smart bullets and smart bombs, but only guess after the basic information is finished. The analyst is also cautious. Unknown is terrible, but what is even more terrifying is that this kind of unknown threatens us. As far as we know, after the military parade, many countries have contact with China and have the willingness to buy robots. Those countries include the Pakistani Railway, Russia, Syria, the Arab Kingdom, Persia and some countries in South America. This defense exhibition is an opportunity. I believe that the defense of workers and ants is definitely not just to show off the robots in the past exhibitions. The Chinese military has installed robots on a large scale, indicating that the technology is mature. This version of the war robot can appear in the defense exhibition. It shows a problem. China allows the worker ants to defend this version of the war robot. If these robots with unknown combat power fall into the hands of countries that are not friendly to us, we will be very passive. What is the way to deal with it? Parry asked. No. The analyst shrugged and said that he was helpless. We don't currently have the ability to make these robots, and we don't even know anything about these robots. unless we can make them or know their weaknesses. Obviously we can't. Parry nodded lightly and frowned. He is pondering whether he has acquired such a robot or is a channel for acquiring such robot technology. One of the secret weapons of China. Everyone wants to know how terrible this kind of robot is. Invisible, the existence of the robot has formed a deterrent to the enemy. The Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition is about to come, and the two arsenals under the Army Ant Group have entered the field of vision of many countries. The list of their defense exhibitions has been on the highest desk of each country. War robots have become the target of mutual attention. Chapter 554, Defense Exhibition begins. Abu Dhabi International Defense Exhibition. This is a biennial of weapons and defense, held in Abu Dhabi, the capital of the United Arab Emirates. Since the first Abu Dhabi International Defense Exhibition in 1993, it is held every 2 years. It is the largest military equipment exhibition in the Middle East and one of the top 5 defense exhibitions in the world. It is regarded as the most important event in the military manufacturing industry worldwide. Most of the world's most sophisticated military equipment is here for the first time. In addition, it also brings together the world's top defense companies and defense experts, dedicated defense seminars. This is a 5-day feast that shows the world's newest and most comprehensive equipment weapons, and invites buyers from the most authoritative and most local tyrants to participate. The popularity is evident. On the 17th, today is the day when Abu Dhabi's international defense is unveiled. Zhongli was dressed in formal attire and walked over to the Abu Dhabi National Convention and Exhibition Center. He was behind his assistant and 2 soldiers. Wang Hai presided over the company's overall situation in Tanzania, business affairs. He should be relatively flexible, so he was responsible for the defense exhibition. In the early years, they were guarded by the big men of the country. They had seen a lot and learned a lot. None of them, Shan and Liu, are mediocrity. Now Chen Mo has given them a platform to use the knowledge and experience they have accumulated, and grow very quickly. It will take a long time to become a party. The assistant next to him is Liu Oxin, who is responsible for assisting the exhibition. Liu Oxin is the first person in the company to follow the road to Tanzania to create a situation. The loyalty is enough. It is still a good management and auxiliary talent, so it is reused by Wang Hai and Zhongli. The exhibition has not yet officially opened, but as a member of the exhibitors, they can take the lead in entering the exhibition area. After checking the work permit and identity, several people successfully entered the National Convention and Exhibition Center. The Hall of the Bright Hall, the long red carpet, from the front door, extends to the depths of the exhibition hall, and divides the hall into 2 large areas. On both sides of the red carpet are exhibition areas of some countries, displaying various chariots and weapons. At present, the equipment of the exhibition is mainly based on American, British, French and Russian equipment. Each country's exhibition area is divided into special sections, surrounded by exhibitors' staff. When Zhongli and Liu Oxin passed through the European and American exhibition areas, they could clearly feel the attention of the staff. Look at their eyes with their defenses. Liu Oxin looked at the staff of the European and American military industrial enterprises who watched them. It doesn't matter if they can't prevent it. We can't get their equipment skills. A group of people who have been persecuted and think about the late stage of cancer. Zhongli smiled and continued to look at the equipment on display. Helicopter models, fighter models, warship models, submarine models, radars, tanks, various land platforms, drones, anti-tank weapons, various weapons and ammunition, flying in the sky, walking on the ground, swimming in the water, full of dazzling. It covers all aspects of combat platforms, counter-terrorism, security, investigation, rescue, transportation and infrastructure, covering the most comprehensive range of equipment. Zhongli is sure that this is the day he has seen the most types of weapons and equipment, and is almost a paradise for military fans. Zhongli, you said how many orders can we win this time? Liu Oxin whispered in the words of Zhongli. Look at the situation, it should not be less. Zhongli is still watching the equipment on both sides with great interest. We have the head office as the back, standing on the shoulders of the giants. and the eyes should not be too low. Our goal is to be a world-class arms supplier, and now is just the beginning. The company's current equipment, although not large equipment, is the most practical. The name of the marching ant group cannot let others look flat. Now in the critical period of the company's development, we have to fight for some orders, not all the funds, and the subsidies from the head office, otherwise it would be too shameful. Liu Xen gently nodded and listened carefully to the words of Zhongli. Not long after, several people came to the African exhibition area where the soldier ants were located. The soldier ant equipment is now represented by Tanzania and is the only exhibiting company in Tanzania, because the soldier ants are registered in Tanzania. Although it is actually controlled by the marching ant group, the soldier ant equipment does not belong to the Chinese delegation. There are relatively few exhibitors in the African region. The exhibition is divided into a single exhibition area, which has products from participating countries and enterprises. Zihi is strolling in the exhibition area of the soldier ants. She has just arrived, and the opening ceremony has not yet begun. She will take a look at the exhibition area of the ants' defense. If nothing happens, I will come here to see the soldiers. After seeing a few people from Zhongli, Zihi smiled and walked over. The two came to a simple hug. Rage, I haven't seen you for a long time. Zhongli looked at Zihi and found that Zihi's change was not small. He was too mature and temperament has begun to change. How? Are you ready there? Good morning. Zihi pointed to the exhibition area opposite. The soldier ants are equipped in the most conspicuous position in the African exhibition area, just on the roadside, next to the Huaxiu exhibition area, and the worker ants' defense is just adjacent to them. The two logos are similar in style, with one spear and one shield, and the decoration of the exhibition area is the same. If they are not separated by the middle, they are almost a company. Some people know that the two companies are actually one, and the United Arab Emirates knows the situation of the two, deliberately arranging their neighbors to participate. Standing in the exhibition area of the soldier ants, you can see the most conspicuous and central position on the opposite side, and the awesome war robot. Two models, one male and one female, painted in camouflage. The eyes are designed to be very sci-fi glasses, replacing the traditional sensor camera. The face and mouth are designed with a mask, only the outline, invisible, a mystery of one point. This is the export version of the war robot. In order to let the war robots export, Zihi has spent a lot of effort. Cannot be made into pseudo-real people, a lot of weapons and performance cuts, and finally Chen Mo let the ink woman change several times according to the above requirements, and finally determine the export version of the robot. Is the robot here a model or is it true? Zhongli asked. This is the model. The real machine is in the debut of the exhibition area. The debut of the exhibition area is one of the highlights of the exhibition. The equipment products unveiled in this exhibition area are all first appeared at the Abu Dhabi International Defense Exhibition and will attract a large number of visitors to come and understand. Soldier ants equipment and worker ants defense are the first to participate in the defense exhibition. All products are new. For the first time, the two companies, in addition to the exhibition area here, also have some products, which were first displayed in the exhibition area. It is enough to attract more eyeballs and make their war robots a blockbuster. Before, I gave me a list and wrote a few countries that can accept orders. It is very interesting. Zihi's voice is a little mysterious and his smile is not reduced. Can you tell me? Zhongli asked curiously. According to the regulations, naturally can't say. Zihi smiled and shook his head. When they buy the weapons and ammunition from you, you will know. Hang my appetite. Zhongli smiled and said, look at your mysterious look, guess I can guess too. I don't know how the war robots appear in the real battlefield. I have some expectations. Even if it is a reduced version, but the performance is terrible. Zihi said. During the discussion between the two, the time slowly passed and the defense exhibition officially began. Chapter 555, Brave the Defense Opening Curtain. The exhibition center was officially opened. Already waiting outside the exhibition center, professional visitors from all over the world, journalists and procurement personnel entered the venue. and the unmanned convention center was instantly bustling. Some procurement teams go straight to the favorite military company to learn about the products they need. The Huixiu exhibition area also welcomes many tourists and purchasing teams. Over the years, China's frenzied development has long been a big country that rivals the United States, and this perception is even stronger. The sky has invisible fighters, stealth helicopters, stealth bombers, anti-stealth radar on the ground, the most powerful armored tanks, and the sea is a dumpling-like warship, forming a combative aircraft carrier battle group. The technology of China has already blossomed all the time. It is only these years that the impression of China on the outside world has been stuck in the biased description of the Western media, ignoring her hidden shackles. Especially after the last military parade, the stealth strategic bomber appeared without warning, shocked the world, and the mysterious robot soldier appeared. It is the only robot soldier in the world. The outside world only understands that the hidden military strength of China is beyond the imagination of all of them. It was also after the military parade, and a few countries that had a great jump around Huixia had a lot of security. Several countries have secretly listed China as one of the countries that cannot be provoked. Even some countries have begun to contact China, hoping to understand the performance of war robots and prepare to buy them. An important reason for some professionals to gather in the China Pavilion is to learn about the defense of workers. The Marching Ant Group is the only company in the world that controls the most comprehensive technology of intelligent robots, and the worker ants defense is an extension of the Marching Ant Group in the military industry. The emergence of the war robot directly laid the position as the protagonist of the exhibition. In the exhibition area where the worker ants are in defense, at this time, people are crowded, procurement teams, spectators, and reporters are surrounded by water. The eyes and the shots of everyone stayed in the middle of the exhibition area. A male and female two-model war robot. Victor, one of the senior executives of the Royal Armouries, came to Abu Dhabi to see the development of global equipment technology in addition to their company's exhibitions. The work in defense also appeared in the exhibition, and also exhibited war robots. So he came over to see. Robot technology is a technology that every country dreams of, and the Army Ant Group has a lifelike enchanting robot. All countries have privately reversed the robot technology. However, the body of the Enchantress robot is made out, and the most intelligent program cannot be cracked. Without intelligent programs, living robots are also mentally retarded, not to mention war robots. At this time, Victor's eyes were full of embarrassment. I don't know when it started. China, once ridiculed by them, technology has already surpassed them. You robot, can you introduce its specific performance? Victor asked the technicians responsible for the defense of the ants, because there is no description of the robot in the exhibition area. Lin Zun glanced at Victor and smiled. He is a senior technician in the defense of worker ants. He has some understanding about its performance, but according to the company's regulations, he can't disclose it. He can only introduce the introduction. Sir, hello, our war robot is called Brave. It is designed for anti-terrorism, war, personal security, and has a very high intelligence. It is the most advanced robot on the market. What specific functions does it have? Is it a weapon or ammunition? Victor continued. Sir, I just said that it can participate in anti-terrorist operations, put on the battlefield and provide personal security. This is its function. It can use its own guns and ammunition, and it also carries guns and ammunition. The specific functional data, he cannot be disclosed, can only be perfunctory. The combat power of a war robot is quite a well-trained special team. After Lin Zun just finished, the scene was awkward. Now there is a lot of people here in the exhibition area. More than a dozen media outlets are here. Lin Zun's introduction is naturally a sensation. A robot is quite a well-trained special team. How high is this combat power? How awful is it if a large number of robots form a team? There are such advanced robots. Can you not rule the world in China? A robot is a special team. Don't you think that the cowhide is a little big? Or, the combat power you define is that others are bare-handed, standing still and letting the robot call taxi. A reporter on the side of Victor sneered, his voice mixed with ridicule. "Can you show its actual performance?" Victor asked. "The actual performance of the robot is inconvenient to announce." Lin Zun did not laugh at it. "You don't show the actual performance of the robot. How do we make it believe that its performance is real?" Victor doesn't believe it, and he is anxious to know its performance. Before the purchase, customers can test the machine, but need to sign an agreement. The performance of the robot is inconvenient to disclose to third parties. We do not need you to believe. Our customers believe it will do, Lin Zun courtesy said. Victor didn't take a sip and his face was black. Some reporters and spectators around are not very satisfied with Lin Zun's answer. After all, some people, the task is responsible for coming to explore the performance of war robots, and now become illusory, making him very uncomfortable. How much is the price of this kind of robot? Some of the purchasing team's staff asked, and the voice was full of surprise. The combat power of a robot is quite a well-trained special team. After all, it is too sci-fi, and there is a possibility of exaggeration. The current price is 80 million Chinese coins. 80 million? A robot is 80 million? Worker Ants Defense want money to be crazy? Victor gently smiled, tone with sarcasm. 80 million Chinese coins? Diamond-studded? It's just stealing money. A sniper rifle for anti-equipment. 80 million can be solved with one bullet. Is it really a fool for others? There is no price, performance ratio. When you heard the price, the people on the scene were secretly screaming and talking. 80 million Chinese currency is not a small number, more than 10 million US dollars. If it is destroyed on the battlefield, how much horror will it be? Lin Zun was unmoved by doubts about the onlookers. The defense chief has come over. The defense chief has come to work for the Ant Defense. The crowds that were already lively, suddenly rioted, surrounded by people outside the defense of workers, a group of security personnel, and several reporters appeared around a delegation. The head of the delegation is the defender of the Syrian state, Frank. Frange's cheek has a bullet wound, which was left on the battlefield when he was young. He has been running in the war for a long time. His skin is dark, and he wears the military uniform of Syria. It is very discerning. I didn't expect the defense chiefs of the Syrian country to appear just after attending the opening ceremony. Come over. The current domestic situation in Syria is not ideal. This time, the defense of workers should be the name of the marching ant group and come over to purchase equipment. Would you like to buy a war robot? That thing is too expensive, terrible, no price. He should not buy. Franger in the crowd did not know the opinions of the onlookers, looked at the surrounding environment, and looked forward to it. This time he came to the emirate. On the one hand, the visit, and the most important thing is to buy weapons. Their domestic counter-terrorism situation is grim. The so-called international coalition forces are privately financing certain terrorists and causing too much damage to them. There are also some large and small armed forces entrenched at the border. The northern countries are also harassing them from time to time. It can be said that they face difficulties and are much more than the outside world. If there is no support from Russia, and China's assistance, the current situation in their country cannot be imagined. This time, I will watch war robots. This war robot, which is officially installed by Huaxia, has long been one of the most mysterious weapons and is sold outside. Western countries are reluctant to sell weapons to them, and China and Russia are the best partners. Frank just entered the Ants defense zone, and Zhu He also came back under the leadership of the staff. Hello, Mr. France, I am Zhu He, the general manager of the Ants Defense. Welcome to the exhibition area of the Ants Defense. Do you need me to introduce you to our company's products? Zhu He greeted him and smiled. When he heard the translation, Franco nodded slightly and said, "Okay, Madam." The products of our exhibition are defined as the next battlefield. We study the trend of these years of war. The number of soldiers is no longer an advantage. Sometimes it is cumbersome. The elite soldiers and advanced equipment have become the main battlefields. Melody. Zhu He led the delegation of Frange in the rear, and began to introduce the products of the Ants Defense. Our company is currently launching a number of individual combat electronic devices. He pointed to a small headset on the booth. It is a bone conduction earphone with very strong noise immunity. After the sound is processed by the intelligent module, it is sent to the soldier's ear. It has built-in intelligent processing technology to recognize different sounds and then process them. Suppress the sound of explosions, the whistling sound of fighters, roaring sounds, increase other valuable sounds, reduce the damage of noise to soldiers, and prevent other valuable sounds from being covered up. Franco nodded slightly, and Zuhi did not stop. This is a smart low-light night vision device that captures the faint light emitted by the scene and is intelligently processed and clearly displayed on the IP-SAW screen to identify objects and distances. Also, this is a smart sighting system that integrates a camera, inclinometer, laser rangefinder, high-resolution eyepieces and low-resolution electronic displays, laser pointers, infrared sights, and more. Can intelligently identify the target distance, speed of movement, only need to enter the relevant gun and bullet data. It can calculate the best attack point according to the gun data used, combined with the distance and speed of the target, and the laser aiming double-point coincidence aiming, in order to improve the shooting hit rate. Its operation is very convenient and simple. Open the aiming system. Select the gun and bullet data that has been entered. We used the current 15 rifles in the battlefield to test. The hit rate generally increased by more than 18%, especially the mobile target 400 meters away. The hit rate is more obvious. Franja stayed in front of the booth for a while and looked at the sighting system like a sight. Some were interested. Does it apply to a variety of rifles, or is it custom made for a specific rifle? It uses an adjustable fixed base that can be used as an alternative to the scope of the gun. It can also be mounted on the side of the gun to fit most of the mainstream rifles, including CQ rifles, M14, 95, 97, aka series, etc. He picked up the gun next to the aiming system and gave Franj a brief introduction to its function. Franj took the gun and aimed at it. On the 3-inch display, the object that he could aim at, and the 2 points of red and black, the 2 points coincide, is the best shooting point. A very good aiming system. What is the price? 80,000. Frankie nodded in a blank expression. But he didn't like it or didn't like it. We are currently developing in-depth development of the intelligent aiming system and preparing to develop an automatic firing system. This is our concept equipment, portable automatic firing system. He pointed to the mechanical bracket next to it and continued to introduce it. The automatic firing system is installed on the gun, connected to the trigger and aiming system to replace some of the guards, or as a fire point when the combatant is insufficient. It can remotely control the firing, the accuracy will be higher, and the installation can be disassembled at any time. Small size, very convenient to carry. After introducing the equipment that Fraga was interested in, several people quickly came to the robot, and Franco stopped directly and watched the war robot. Can you tell me about its function? Chapter 556. Local tyrants are coming. This is a war robot developed by our company, The Brave. It is positioned to fight terrorism, armed warfare and personal security. He introduced, but did not say the specific data, because they are all reporters and cameras. Before the war robots have no actual combat, the performance data is best not to let the third party know too much. She can truly feel the urgency of Franj's heart. From entering the exhibition area, he has smashed the number of war robots no less than 8 times. What special place does it have? The combat power of a robot is better than a well-trained special team. He said. This sentence let Frankie pupils shrink. His face flashed, hesitated. Apparently some do not believe. A robot is quite a special team, which is very scary. Although he is not convinced, France is still expecting that if it is true, the domestic armed turmoil crisis and the troubles of terrorists will be solved. In addition to burning money, there is an important condition for the war, which is a steady stream of soldiers. The special forces need long-term selection, a lot of training, and not everyone can pass, so the special team has the particularity of his existence. Time span and labor costs, plus the meat grinder on the battlefield. Soldiers are consumables. If a robot can replace a special squad, and it is mass-produced, there will be a strong ability to live on the battlefield, and the impact can be imagined. Are you sure it can be compared to a special squad? Frankie wondered. Of course, our robots are naturally best known. Before coming, she gave her a list and wrote a country that can sell war robots. Syria is one of them. Syria is the venue for the current world game. The sale of war robots to Syria is not small. This is why Zahi saw the list, saying that it is interesting. If the Syrian state gets a war robot, the impact on the situation is self-evident. When he heard Zhu's confident answer, Francia nodded slightly. How much is it? There is currently 80 million Chinese coins. Hearing this price, Francia's eyes flicked and the flesh of his face shook, and some were embarrassed. The price far exceeds his psychological price, 80 million Huaxia coins. For them today, it is a huge sum. These can buy a lot of equipment, and if this robot is bought, certainly can not only buy one. Considering that there are reporters and onlookers around, Francia didn't talk in depth about purchasing, and it's not convenient to talk about it now. After learning about some other products, Franco left the workarounds defense. United Arab Emirates Defense Minister Rashid is coming over here. Rahid Chieftain is here. Francia has just left, and another Rashid, a war robot that defends the ants, has a lot of attention. Francia's forefoot just left, and the scene at the rear rioted again. A workers' defense staff hurried over and whispered in Zhu's ear. The crowd was commotion again, separated from the middle. Rashid appeared in the crowd, and the onlookers did not expect that the first demonstration of worker ants defense attracted the defense of two countries within one day, and Rashid was the highest person in charge of the defense exhibition. Rashid is the chief of Dubai and the chief of the United Arab Emirates. This face is not too big. Zahi did not dare to neglect and immediately greeted him. The local tyrant came, and naturally he did not dare to neglect. Respected chief, hello, I am Zuhi, the general manager of the Ants Defense. I will introduce you to our company's products. Okay, Miss Zhu, I am very interested in your robot. Let me introduce this first. Rashid looked at Zahi and gently nodded and walked over to the war robot. He carefully looked at it. It's how strong is the combat power? According to our tests, a robot can compete with a special team that is well trained. Zahi said. How can it be? Rashid was surprised to see the translator, wondering if he was wrong with the translation, and asking again, only to make sure that there was no mistake, and his face flashed with shock. He also saw the big world. The robot can have any special weapons and technology. He does not feel surprised, but Zahi released a speech. A robot shoulders a special team. He has never seen such a powerful robot. You don't have a test video of the robot here? Rashid has an unprecedented interest at this time. Respected chiefs, in order to keep the robot's performance confidential, the robot's test video is inconvenient to publish, otherwise the robot's information is easy to be understood by others. Zahi explained. Rashid immediately became clear. This is special equipment, leaking performance, really bad. But a robot can match a well-trained special team, and it sounds like a little bragging. Although the marching ant group is technically strong, he still does not believe it. What about the special place about it? There are people everywhere. Carefully introduced, there are many inconveniences. If you are really interested, you can take time. We can go directly to the weapons test site. You see it with your own eyes. It is more useful than I said 100 times. Certainly not let you down. Zahi immediately seized the opportunity. The local tyrants have come. Just let them see the horror of war robots. They do not buy them. Among the official names, the United Arab Emirates is also one of the sellers. The relationship between the two countries is good. It is rumored that the United Arab Emirates and Syrian relations were moderated, and some of them were officially brokered. So, good. Rashid immediately agreed. and he really moved. It is so powerful that Zahi said that this robot is simply a terrorist weapon that breaks the balance of the world. Can you test the robot now? Right now? Zahi had some accidents, so he was so eager to test the robots that he couldn't wait to see Rashid's heart. Rashid can't wait to test. Zahi will not refuse. She can't wait for Rashid to place an order now. Don't you be ready? No. Zahi smiled and shook his head. When business came to the door, she naturally would not refuse. We have prepared a robot for testing, that is, we are worried that it will not delay your time. After all, the opening ceremony is just over. You seem to have just come. Did not visit several companies. Nothing. It started today. There are still 4 days. I have seen a lot of equipment. I am very interested in it now. Rashid looked at the war robot. The exhibition area of 130,000 square meters is not likely to be completed one by one. Rashid also met the world. There were a lot of weapons and equipment on the show. He had seen it, and the weapons and equipment needed were confirmed. What needs to be determined now is how the robot is the Ants defense technology. 2 hours later, Zahi and a group of equipment testers, led by Raijq, took off-road vehicles, took the test war robots, and went to the equipment test site. Abu Dhabi International Defense Exhibition is one of the 5 international defense exhibitions. The United Arab Emirates provides equipment testing bases without third-party interference, so that both customers and sellers can understand the actual performance of the equipment. The equipment test site is on the outskirts of Abu Dhabi. It is a specially developed equipment test site with a variety of weapons testing facilities. Through identification, Zahi took the war robot and joined the team members to enter the equipment test site. Zahi and others just got off the bus, and Rashid's luxury car and team also followed. Rashid was amazed to see the war robots around Zahi. Just in the exhibition area is the model. Now I see the real war robot, the cold momentum, indeed a lot more than just now. After carefully observing the robot, Rashid couldn't help but reach out and touched the robot. Although it is a camouflage paint, the texture is still cold metal. It's perfect. This is the most advanced robot at the moment, Zahi said confidently. Well, you said that it can compete with a well-trained special team. Let's test it now. Let me see its ability. Rashid faintly looked forward to it. Rahid Chieftain first introduces you to its basic functions. It has 3 modes. One is normal mode, the guard mode and the war mode. In normal mode, it is not aggressive, it will not actively attack. The guard mode in order to guard the target and subdue the enemy. The war mode is to attack the enemy for attack purposes. Since coming to the equipment test site, Zahi did not hide again. This may be the first order for her trip to Abu Dhabi. How many orders can I take? Look at this test. This is its remote console, which can be controlled remotely, except for the autonomous state. Zahi took out a wristwatch that was slightly larger than the watch. On the LCD screen, it was the various functions of the robot. These are basic performances. It is better than a well-trained special team because of its powerful ability. It is equipped with 2 small detection radars that can detect high-speed moving bullets within 1,000 meters. Calculate their trajectory and quickly avoid it. What? Rashid was scared again. Avoiding bullets. How powerful is this? Rashid felt that Zahi was bragging at the moment, but he still had some expectations. The shock to Rashid, Zahi was expected. Of course, avoiding sniper rifle bullets at a distance of about 400 meters, ordinary rifles and pistols are closer, and shells can be avoided within 70 meters. In addition to powerful detection functions, its smart weapon system is the main means of attack for robots. In it can carry 8 smart bombs and 50 smart bullets. Is this ammunition too small? Rashid frowned. What can 50 rounds of bullets do on the battlefield? Nothing can be done. A shot goes down and it is finished. It uses smart bullets. The smart bullets have automatic guidance inside. The warheads are equipped with miniature ballistic computers and batteries. The warheads are laser-guided warheads and movable brake tails. Shooting a target of 1,500 meters away, the error is less than 0.3 meters. Under its guidance, basically a bullet, an enemy can also hit the air target. Zahi handed a finger-sized smart bullet to Rashid. Smart bullets. Rashid took the intelligent bullet, thoughtfully. This thing, the United States and the United Kingdom have developed, but did not expect that the Marching Ant Group also has. The robotic ammunition of the robot is the company of the soldier ants, and the reason, the chief should know. Zahi continued to introduce that since I came here to try the equipment, then the money will have to be won, otherwise I am sorry for such a large local customer. The current war, pay attention to elite soldiers, is generally a small-scale battle. In a battle, there are fewer than 1,000 armed men in the same area. A battlefield puts 4 or 5 robots, they are armed in full size, and the effect will be very amazing. And they can use guns. Zahi told Rashid about the war robot. She only needs to be responsible for the performance, weapon system and positioning of the war robot will understand. How to use it, is the problem of Rashid. Rahid Chieftain, some functions of the war robot, I have made it clear. Now it is more intuitive to conduct a target experiment. Chapter 557, Rich atmosphere. The target of the test site is ready. In addition to the other things that are needed for testing, both on the test site, Zahi picked up the wristwatch and set the test mode for the robot. Everything is ready, and the war robots, under the watchful eye of Rashid and Zahi, walked into the test position, facing the target. This kind of test, Zahi has done many times, and this is also a good way to go. War robots are free and controlled states. Free states. They rely on their own intelligent core to make decisions, and the controlled state is controlled by humans. Zahi explained, picked up the telescope and looked at the target on the field, and gave orders to the wrist device in his hand. 500 meters, the first target, shooting. When her order fell, the war robot did not hesitate to raise his hand. A barrel sticked out from the palm of his hand and fired at the human target 500 meters away. Hey! A muffled sound. A bullet flew at a speed that everyone could not see. As the sound fell, the target hit on the shooting target 500 meters away. Zahi did not have any accidents against the targets that the war robot hit, and everything is taken for granted. 800 meters moving target. Shooting. In the distance 800 meters away, a moving humanoid appears at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Holding a telescope to see the target clearly, let Rashid have some expectations. Boom! Exclamation mark. After another muffled sound, the position of the target is moved, and the signal from the shot is transmitted again. Hiss! Rashid snorted and his eyes bounced. This is a shot that professional snipers feel difficult. In the hands of war robots, it is a shot. Is this the horror of smart bullets? This kind of weapon is placed on the battlefield. How much horror effect will it produce? This is not the real power of smart bullets. Its limit is a mobile target that is 1.5 kilometers away. Zahi saw Rashid's shock and added it. The most powerful thing is that it can shoot enemies hidden behind the bunker. Once it is discovered by it, it is very difficult to escape. Its bullets can turn. Zahi let the war robot aim at the target next to the bunker at 400 meters away, and after the target was retracted, she issued an attack command. The moment the intelligent bullet left the barrel, it quickly turned into a bend in front and flew toward the position behind the bunker. However, when the target position came to hit the target signal, Rashid was really shocked. It is only profoundly realized that Zahi is not worried about the problem of insufficient firepower. One shot and one fight, and the real fight, in the kilometer, as long as it is discovered by the robot, it means death. The war robot is simply a plug-in on the battlefield. The next step is the smart bomb it carries. Zahi pointed to the abandoned tank, which was used exclusively as a weapon target, and ordered the robot to attack. I saw the waist position of the war robot, quickly extended a smart bomb, caught by the war robot, and lost to the tank. The special feature of this smart bomb is that it does not explode immediately after activation, but it can control the explosion. The smart bomb can be controlled to move to wherever you want it to go and then detonate. After Zhigang finished, I saw the landing of the smart bomb began to roll up, around the abandoned tank, can reach any position, and the detection data of the smart bomb was transmitted back to Zahi's wristwatch. Burst, rumble. A smart bomb behind the banging tank exploded, and Rashid was scared by the explosion. It was so powerful that it felt like a concentrated TNT. I can't see it, the smart bomb that is similar to the duck egg, so horrible. This kind of war robot, if it is hit by bullets, will it be abolished? Rashid said his doubts. If it is in the war, a dozen charges, then the robot is cool, and the function is strong, and it does not help. No, its outer casing is our company's latest graphene titanium alloy material. It needs an anti-equipment sniper rifle within 100 meters, and 3 shots will be destroyed at the same place, and 400 meters away. It can detect the enemy's position. In the war mode, the enemy can be cleared immediately. Therefore, the probability of being destroyed by bullets is very small, and the shells can be avoided. Of course, there are too many unexpected situations on the battlefield, depending on the actual situation. Can you look at the function of it to avoid bullets? Do not use anti-equipment sniper rifles. Use ordinary sniper rifles, 500 meters away. Rashid asked. This, yes. Zahi nodded. Soon, the tester took a sniper rifle and handed it to Zahi. Rashid Chieftain, this is a new type of sniper rifle made by soldiers and ants, named Orion. Its body is made of nanotechnology. In addition to the ordinary sniper eyepieces, there is also a smart aiming system for our ants' defense. Do you want to shoot in person? Zahi scrutinized the gun and handed the gun to Rashid. The advantage of the intelligent aiming system is that ordinary soldiers can be turned into sharpshooters in their hands. I heard that the chiefs like to play with guns, and the shooting is good. It is even more powerful. Ha 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 ha. Zahi's praise, so that Rashid feels more comfortable, laughed loudly, raised his hand to take over Orion in her hands. Targets 1,000 meters away. You can try the chieftain. Zahi picked up the telescope and looked at the shooting range. Can 1,000 meters be too far? Rashid hesitated. Although he likes to listen to good words, he is not a sharpshooter. The goal of 1,000 meters is still difficult for him. The intelligent aiming system will automatically correct the parameters. It has 2 aiming points. One is the aiming system to calculate the position of the shot. The other point is the position of the muzzle. The 2 points are coincident and the hit rate will be greatly improved. Zahi explained to Rashid the benefits of the intelligent aiming system. She came over to sell the equipment. When testing, using their own equipment, it is definitely good. According to Zahi's suggestion, Rashid raised his gun and aimed at the target at the kilometer. The intelligent aiming system also locks the target according to his aim, and 2 points appear on the eyepiece very quickly. Rashid looked amazed and turned the muzzle slightly, and saw 2 points moving. When the 2 points coincide, Rashid controls his breathing and pulls the trigger. Hey! Exclamation mark. After the gun rang, Rashid's eyes lit up. He did not expect that the recoil of the gun would be so small, half the gun he had played, and the gun was very comfortable to pick up, so that he liked it instantly. After a refreshing, Rashid shot at several targets next to him. Zahi did not stop. It is rare that Rashid likes it. As long as the local tyrant is happy, the order is not afraid. After 5 consecutive shots, Rashid put down the gun and showed a smile. How many hits? According to the feedback, the 5 shots in the middle. The chief is really a sharpshooter. Zahi smiled with a thumbs up. Ha 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 ha. I haven't played a gun for a while. I am rusty. I like this gun and I like this smart sight. It's perfect. Rashid heard the praise, was very happy, and fumbled for the gun in his hand. Then we are now testing the war robot to hide bullets. Zahi knows that the purpose has been reached and he will return to the topic. Good. Rashid nodded. Under his orders, the war robots swept away and quickly smashed out. The speed is so fast that the equipment testers in the United Arab Emirates are stunned and unbelievable. This speed and explosive power has gone far beyond humans. The distance of 600 meters took about 35 seconds until the robot was far from standing. The people on the United Arab Emirates were still unbelievable. Unbelievable. It is really the Terminator. Rashid returned to God and marveled that Rao had seen the world and was scared by the speed of the war robot. The distance is now 602 meters and you can start testing. He reminded that Rashid had only returned to God and decided to conceal his own gaffe, and he looked at the war robot. He suddenly believed Zhu's words, and the war robot seemed to be terrifying. Miss Zhu, I am going to fight. Will the robots fight back and give me a smart bullet? Rashid raised the gun and remembered that the robot had a smart bullet and it was put down. No, under the test state, the war robot can't kill, non-command state, and it can't shoot. Okay. After hearing Zhu's explanation, Rashid lifted the gun again and aimed at the war robot. Hey! At the moment when Rashid pulled the trigger, the war robots 600 meters away moved almost at the same time, and the body stood a little after the turn. If you have a high-speed camera, you can see that the bullet has been wiped by the war robot. Hidden, Zahi reminded. Incredible. At this distance, the bullet can be reached in less than a second, but it is escaped by the robot, showing its terrifying performance. Rashid exclaimed that he fired 2 more shots, all without exception, and was escaped by the robot. Emirates, imagine that if we are on the battlefield, we will send dozens of robots, and when the other party is discovered, it will be able to eliminate enemy snipers and have a living force when it is opened at a few kilometers. How terrible is it? Far distances, whether bullets or shells, can't cause damage to the robot. This is a weapon against terrorism and local warfare. It also has a guardian mode, which is also around, and it can protect the owner. In addition to the ammunition weapon, there is a high-voltage electric shock on it, and its fist weight is as high as 1 ton. It is okay for a robot to single-handedly pick 100 people. Zahi opened up and said the advantages of war robots. Flexible and intelligent. This is the advantage of war robots, which is almost the most advanced equipment available. The positioning of war robots is very accurate. That is, the control of the ground. In the war, air supremacy is very important, but in the final analysis, the ground is fundamental. Unless you destroy the war robot, you want to seize ground control. The cost is not that big. Although this war robot has been cut a lot compared to the original, its function is still terrible. For Zahi's introduction, Rashid's heart was awkward. As he has seen, war robots are indeed a weapon to change the balance of war. Basically, this war robot is the strategic level equipment on the ground. With war robots, it can be said that no one dares to provoke. Advanced equipment is a shock to any armed forces. Local tyrants have money. She now sells equipment and needs the other party's order. Workaround's defense has been in a state of expenditure, and with the official domestic robot orders, it turned losses into profits. Now that war robots can export, it is an important opportunity for them to make a profit. How much is the price of this robot? Rashid was stunned at this time, and the products of the marching ant group did not disappoint him. The current price is 80 million Chinese coins. Zahi was overjoyed. 80 million Huaxia coins? Rashid did not have the same. His face was not red, and he did not feel the slightest surprise for this price. This performance really deserves its price. Zahi saw all this in his eyes. Like Franji heard this price, his eyelids had been jumping, there was a kind of pain and hesitation, and now Rashid didn't even jump on his eyelids. Rich and rich. Then come to 300. There are 300 openings. 24 billion. This is a true local tyrant. But unfortunately, Zahi smiled bitterly. Rahid Chieftain, I am afraid this is not enough. What can't it be? We have restrictions on robot exports. Each customer can only buy up to 50 units. We will sell them in countries with good relations with us. We will not sell them to other countries. Our country and your country are very friendly. You are also one of our few customers. When Rashid heard Zuhi's words, he was not angry with restrictions. He was happy. At least they were one of only a few friendly customers in China. Other countries could not buy them. Is there any way to increase the number of purchases? This requires your efforts. This robot is special. You also know that the official is listed. It is a strategic level equipment. We have won the export quota. It is not easy to officially allow us to sell more. Otherwise, It is in vain to sign the contract, Zahi said. Rashid instantly understood Zuhi's meaning, and asked them to talk to the Huaxia official. Huaxia's high-level officials promised that they could buy more robots. It depends on their sincerity and the relationship between the two sides. Like the Pakistani Railway, as long as the opening, the number of purchases must be easy to increase. Chapter 558. The intention behind you said that the United Arab Emirates has ordered 50 war robots. Frank was surprised to see the assistant who came in to report. Less than half a day after the opening of the defense exhibition, the United Arab Emirates made an order, 80 million Chinese coins, 1 war robot, 50 shots. As far as he knows, Rashid went to the back foot after he left the defense of the worker. It took only a few hours to buy 50 war robots. Although the United Arab Emirates has money, it is impossible for 4 billion to buy equipment at random. It is certain that the performance of the war robot attracts Rashid, and the United Arab Emirates will choose not to hesitate to place an order. They tested the war robots. Do they have test data for war robots? Frank looked at the assistants reporting. No. Equipment training ground, only the two sides are present, and it is not allowed to take pictures. Only the officials involved in the test know the performance of the war robot. Listening to the news from the United Arab Emirates, the performance of war robots is beyond their imagination. Sid is the test completed and decided to place an order on the spot. The assistant answered truthfully. Frank on the side nodded slightly and thought about it. He also wants to know the performance of war robots, mainly too expensive, 80 million Chinese coins, their current state of the country. Every dollar must be spent on the blade, in case the equipment purchased in the battle cannot be used, right for them. It is a loss. We might as well ask them to try the robot and see the real performance of the robot, and then make the decision to buy. Anyway, it costs little. Assistant reminded. Well, it works. Frank nodded. For the sake of the present, this can only be done. If you see the test and then decide not to buy it, if the performance of the war robot is not as good as his expectations, he can also not buy it, and spend up to some testing costs. Now contact the worker ants defense and military ants equipment, test equipment to that smart bullet, smart bomb, sniper rifle, automatic aiming system. Nowadays, all kinds of small armed shackles in the Syrian Arab Republic, the era of hot weapons, and the ghosts behind the United States and Europe are very difficult to attack. He can only rely on the equipment bought back and can help stabilize the situation in the country. We have received appointments from the delegations of Pakistan, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iran, etc. They are also preparing to buy war robots, hoping to test robots. Lin Zun spoke, with joy in his face. Just signed an agreement with the United Arab Emirates to hand-pick orders, so soon there are people coming over to test the equipment. Arrange the Pakistani Railway and the Syrian test robot. Zahi said. The United Arab Emirates chose to announce the deal, which is a good advertisement for them. China has installed war robots. Now that the United Arab Emirates has just finished testing, it has placed more than 4 billion orders. It is obvious that they are also very optimistic about war robots. This also led to more curious about this war robot. But not every country can buy war robots. Among them, there are political considerations above. Zahi does not understand these. Which countries are allowed to buy, which countries they sell to, according to regulations, earn less money and less trouble. The United Arab Emirates has purchased 50 war robots. Orders for workers' defense and military ants, up to 4.3 billion Chinese coins. Upon hearing this news, U.S. Secretary of Defense Perry Shanahan was very surprised. The Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition began less than a day, and the United Arab Emirates made such a big order. Yes, Mr. Minister, the news from Abu Dhabi is like this. It is said that Rashid just finished the war robot and placed an order. The assistant reported truthfully. Huaxia has installed war robots. Many people are curious about the performance of war robots. Now the United Arab Emirates does not hesitate to spend a lot of money to buy war robots, which is even more irritating. Is the war robot really so advanced? Shanahan had to doubt it. The country that owns the war robot is only China, or it is installed on a large scale. The performance is top secret, and the war robot seems to be a card for China. The export version of the war robot, the performance will no doubt be weaker than the war robots in China, but the weaker version still allows the United Arab Emirates not to hesitate to pay. So it is sure that there is something attractive. It is known that war robots will appear at the Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition, and they are also preparing to reverse the performance of the Chinese domestic version of the robot through the export version of the robot. Is there any information about war robot testing? Shanahan asked, looking up. No. The test of war robots is a secret test. The people involved in the test are the military executives of the United Arab Emirates. They are not allowed to leak the contents of the test. They are all confidential. It takes time to know the exact news. The news said that the United Arab Emirates seems to be ready to contact the official Huaxia, probably preparing to import a more advanced version. The assistant told the news from the front to tell Shanahan with a hint of speculation. You can't get any information about the war robot. This is trouble. Shanahan tapped the table and gestured to the assistant to take a cup of coffee. Minister, Abu Dhabi's intelligence personnel have returned news that the Marching Ants group has reached cooperation with Pakistan and Syria, and both countries have announced the purchase of 50 war robots after the test is over. Currently, Syria is raising funds domestically. When Shanahan was preparing to enjoy coffee, an intelligence officer knocked on the door of his office and opened the door. What? Shanahan thought that he had got it wrong, but when he heard his hand confirm it again, his face suddenly became dark. It's okay to sell to the United Arab Emirates. They are not prepared to commit evil. Huaxia sells equipment to Pakistani Railway, and they will not be surprised. But sold to Syria, because they intervened to make the country devastated, the country that hates them, the whole world knows. I did not expect the workarounds to also sell war robots to Syria. This is to help the Syrian country, and what are they doing? Shanahan had to doubt the intention behind the Eastern Kingdom. War robots are not as powerful as they are. If war robots are beyond imagination, they will first become whetstones. This is definitely what they don't want to encounter. After Shanahan thought about it, it took a while to slow down and drink the coffee in his hand. You go to Pakistan and the Emirates and ask them if they can show us the battle and performance of the war robot. By the way, ask Saudi Arabia if they can buy a war robot and show us. The technology and data of war robots cannot be obtained from China. They can only start from the Emirates and Pakistan. As long as you get the data of war robots, there is a good way to deal with them when they encounter war robots. After the United Arab Emirates, Syria and Pakistan, they saw the war robot test and did not hesitate to place an order. This incident has attracted the attention of countries around the country. The mysterious veil of war robots has been preserved since the Chinese parade. In addition to the surprise of the United States, it is equally horrifying to often harass the Syrian countries and Turkey. The Ministry of National Defense. In the office of the minister, sitting on an old man wearing a slight blessing, his chin has a white beard and his eyes are sharp. He is the defense chief Lieberman. Syria has ordered 50 war robots for workers' defense, which is not good news for him. The Syrian state is currently financially tight, the domestic situation is bad, the funds are not much, and now it costs more than 4 billion yuan to buy 50 war robots and other equipment, which shows that they value the war robots. If the war robots are powerful, they must be the first to be unlucky, because until now, they have also bombed and attacked Syria from time to time. The hatred of both sides cannot be solved. In Lieberman's thoughts, an assistant hurried in and immediately opened his mouth. The Ants defense executives refused to test the war robots for us. I heard that they also rejected all European buyers and Iran and Russia refused. Lieberman's face sank. Workarounds defense refused to test them for war robots, meaning they refused to sell robots to them. They have made good contacts with the United States, and the people behind them are also the United States. They have repeatedly refused to sell weapons technology in China. and the workers' ants refused to test them. It seems to be reasonable. But the Syrian state has already got the war robot, but they don't know anything about it, so he always feels a stone in his heart. Contact the Americans and ask them if they can get the intelligence of the war robot. Chapter 559, very interesting. In the office, Zhao Minitz and Chen Mo are chatting. The design of the aerospace plane has been completed, and the design of the large iron engine continues, but not so fast, so Chen Mo took time to rest. The Abu Dhabi International Defense Exhibition is now in full swing. However, various news have already been heard, especially the war robots appeared in the defense exhibition, which is even more eye-catching. You said how many orders can they get this time? Chen Mo asked while drinking tea. Over 10 billion orders, there should be some. Zhao Minitz thought about it and wanted to answer. The performance of war robots is terrible. As long as you see people, you will definitely not let go of this high technology. The limit is 50. As long as the orders from 2 countries are close to 10 billion, she is very confident in their products. In fact, I just started. It is not to support you into the military industry. Zhao Minitz said, the military industry has high requirements for products, low profits, large market restrictions, high sensitivity, and the company's profits in a field are far away. It's higher than this field, and there are too many ways to make money with our technology. What do you think? Because Ink Girl, advanced technology, first of all military, then civilian. I know this, said Zhao Minitz. Li Chengzi has obtained technical support from them many times. She has participated in the whole process and understands it naturally. And this is also the trend of world technology development. Advanced technology is first of all military, and then civilian. Technology is at the point where we are. The military industry is inevitable. I also need a legal channel to produce these robots. Chen Mo said, the situation in the world is very delicate now. After the emergence of controlled fusion technology, the world game direction has undergone subtle changes. Energy transformation, although traditional energy has not been eliminated on a large scale, but also in the final crazy stage. The high-tech competitions in various countries have already begun, but they have been suppressed by the technology of their company and have not been revealed. The new energy revolution is a trend. The steam era, the oil age, the electrical age, the worldwide energy revolution, especially the stage of faucet transformation, are not excessively peaceful. It's not going to the point of the explosion now. It looks like it's still fine. It is really the point of the contradiction. The war is open, the world is reshuffled, and the next is a new era. In the beginning of troubled times, their country is unlikely to stay out of the way, and the marching ant group will become the first target. Under the nest, do you have an egg? So I can only help build a strong nest, and also be strong. Think so far, Zhao Minitz said with amazement. We have experienced so many espionage incidents, targeted kidnappings, technology theft, commercial espionage, and digging technical talents. There are many people who can make our minds. And there are definitely some in the dark. The marching ant group is now being remembered by thieves. So many national organizations have hit our minds at the same time. The above is even stronger. There will always be fish that slip through the net. The last 2 incidents are like this. When the chaos comes, the fish that leaks the net will be more, not prepared in advance, and will be very passive at that time. Ago, Zhe and Zhongla are on the phone. When the two chat, the Ink Girl standing behind Chen Mo reminded. The news is coming. Chen Mo smiled, connected. The holographic projections of Zhongla and Zhu popped up. At this time, the two were full of joy and the mood was very good. The boss, the president, the equipment orders are basically determined. Talk. Working Ants Defense has a total of 14.3 billion orders, and all 3 countries have purchased 150 war robots. The other 8 countries have purchased other equipment, automatic aiming systems, communication equipment, etc. The delegations from 7 countries and regions purchased our smart bullets and smart bombs, sniper rifles and other equipment, and the soldier ants equipment received 1.5 billion orders. Zhongla added. Which countries have purchased war robots? Chen Mo asked. The United Arab Emirates, Pakistani Railway and Syria, some countries have purchase restrictions. We did not promise them to test. Syria hopes that their orders can be delivered as soon as possible. The deposit has been given, and when they are equipped, they will pay in full. Zahi said, on my side, the Syrian country also put forward the same request. This is your idea. After Chen Mo learned about some buyers from the two populations, he hangs up the communication. This is a bit of a point. Selling war robots to Syria, said Zhao Minutes. Really? There is now the main battlefield of the world game. Very interesting. Chen Mo nodded. Pakistan can buy, in the expectation of everyone, but sell war robots to Syria. There is a lot of articles inside. What do you want to do? This is a business order for workers to defend against normal business. It has nothing to do with other people, but Syria is a good test ground for our company's war robots. It's good. Chen Mo's hands spread, meaning a deep smile. Well, it is true. Zhao Minutes thought about it and laughed. The marching ant group has entered the military industry and has been receiving much attention. This is the first time that the worker ants defense and military ant equipment have exhibited at the International Defense Exhibition. I did not expect to have a big order when it first appeared. In addition to the announcement of the purchase of war robots by the United Arab Emirates, orders from Pakistan and Syria have not been announced, but various gossips have already been released. Even if they have not been confirmed by all parties, it has caused an uproar. Syria is the main battlefield of the current world game, and it is also the main battlefield of the situation in the Middle East. Arms and organizations of all sizes are on the fringe, and neighboring countries are more or less involved. It is reported that the worker ants defense has sold the most advanced war robots to Syria, and has to attract attention. Syrian countries have not had enough funds. The rumors have not hesitated to spend billions of Chinese coins, and they have purchased weapons for ants and military ants. This is an optimistic weapon. Once the new weapon is taken by the Syrian military, it is certain that it will enter the battlefield. Intelligent bullets, smart bombs, aiming systems, these intelligent weapons, war robots with unknown combat power. This batch of equipment is an unknown number for all parties involved in the Syrian game. All parties in the world are madly collecting intelligence about war robots, but there are confidentiality agreements, and third-party countries simply cannot get close to war robots. The United Arab Emirates, which has decided to buy war robots, is tight-lipped about the performance of war robots. In the speculation of various news, the Abu Dhabi National Defense Exhibition came to an end. The Defense Exhibition, the Work Ant Defense and the Soldier Ants equipment, received a total of 16 billion equipment orders. The data appeared, so that all parties were shocked. The two companies participated in the Defense Exhibition for the first time, and they got the order for the price. In addition to the clear order from the United Arab Emirates, orders from other countries were not known to the outside world. Only some intelligence agencies learned some news. Syrian presidential palace. In the office, a tall, thin, middle-aged man in a suit and trousers, with a hooked nose and a wide forehead, was tired and serious, but there was a bit of joy at this time. He was the president of Syria, Bashar. Since he succeeded the Syrian president, he has been working hard for this country and actively asking for help from all parties. As the situation has gradually become clear, the situation in the Syrian country has improved. But this improvement is relative to the past. With the harassment of the country, the northern countries, Turkey, are eyeing the country, and the domestic opposition to armed forces, such as the Skeleton, has been unable to annihilate with the support of the Western group, as well as the harassment of Western groups and the threat of terrorists. This is the status quo. In these years, Bashar has never had a smile, and today there is finally a hint of joy. Because Franj brought back the news of the war robots sold by the workers, and the performance of the war robots, Franj also said in detail with him, "Mr. President, you need to visit. This batch of equipment can greatly improve our domestic situation. If there is no accident, we can even win this war. We need to express our gratitude and sincerity. If possible, fight for more multi-robot orders. Frankie said seriously. Well, I will arrange this. Bashar nodded. When is the worker ants defense and soldier ants equipment promised to be delivered? They said that within 1 month of the war robots. Other equipment and ammunition were delivered within 1 month. They knew that we urgently needed the equipment. We should think about how to use this equipment to deal with those people. If the war robots and other equipment are as powerful as you said, this is an opportunity to clean up the domestic armed forces. Bashar's face was stunned, and he had been wronged for many years. This time he waited for an opportunity to turn over. What about the international situation? I will visit 2 big countries and ask them to help us drag. Don't worry, take this opportunity to get rid of those cancers. Bashar said. Okay. Franja had a good body and his eyes were resolute. Chapter 560, this question. It is time to ask God. Bashar visits China. Hearing the news, Lieberman frowned. Worker ants defense has just sold war robots and various equipment to Syria, and Bashar announced his visit to China. The purpose of this visit to China is that it is self-evident that it is hoped to gain the support of the great power of the East. If the Syrian state receives their support, I am afraid that the situation will be even more troublesome. Although China has not participated in the Great War for decades, no one dares to underestimate the Eastern Kingdom. It is the only country that can compete with the United States. Even the United States must take full advantage of it. Moreover, in recent years, because of the outbreak of various advanced technologies of their marching ant group, the world's leading position has already revealed the signs of change of the owner. I am afraid that the situation will be more chaotic. Is there any intelligence about war robots? Lieberman looked at the assistant next to him. No, Americans have no relevant information. Mossad has not collected it, but knows that there is a message that the ants defense and the relevant countries have signed an agreement that does not allow third-party countries and organizations to contact war robots. Lieberman's assistant is true. Reply. Contact the Americans and the British and ask them to continue to support the armed forces of Syria. Lieberman blinked. Behind the country and the country of Syria, the country behind Russia is Russia. Behind them are Western groups. The 2 parties have long-term tit-for-tat, and their hatred of Syria and the country has accumulated. If the Syrian country is settled down, I am afraid that the next thing that will be troublesome is them. Therefore, they have been constantly making excuses for the Syrian country. Stable. They can bully the country, but the Syrian state is not so easy to bully. At present, the conspiracy to support the opposition political regime in Syria has gone bankrupt. Today's Syrian country, because of the war, had been devastated and has become a place for all kinds of armed separation. As long as the Syrian country is not settled, they will not have much trouble. Also, collect as much as possible the weapons and equipment that are obtained from the defense of the workers and the equipment of the soldiers and ants. Conduct evaluation tests and obtain relevant data, Lieberman added. Understand. Lieberman's assistant left the office after his promise. Bashar's visit to China, the news, in the world of political circles, stirred up no small waves. The long-term turmoil in the Syrian state, various armed separations, the situation is now slightly better, but still bad. The parties have the meaning of faint. It is rumored that at the Abu Dhabi Defense Exhibition, the Syrian state has placed billions of weapons orders for the defense of the workers. When visiting China, Bashar's plan has to be cranky. However, things are not over. Shortly after the Syrian state announced its visit to China, the top leaders of the Pakistani Railway, the United Arab Emirates, Russia, and the Arab Kingdom also visited China. They all came here to meet with the highest level of China. As for the content of the talks, apart from some routine rhetoric, the specific content is not known to the outside world. This extraordinary visit has to make the outside world think more. In the suspicion of all parties, 2 months passed quickly. Mr. Franco, this is the last batch of orders. Please check it out. Zahi sent a list to Frankie. Since they signed the contract, the ants defense began to produce related equipment. The Syrian President Bashar visited China. There are still some gains. The number of war robots can be purchased. and the number of war robots has increased by 50. The Syrian country does not hesitate. An order for 50 workers was added to the defense of the worker. In order to get the equipment early, they even paid all the money in advance. This is the last batch of orders, a total of 25 war robots and 10,000 sets of targeting systems. Other orders have been secretly transported into Syria, and the Syrian military is now familiar with those equipment. In order to calm down the domestic problems, the high-level officials of the Syrian state have made at this time. Franch took the list and gestured to the next hand to check it out. After confirming that there was no problem, his face showed a hint of joy. During this time, they selected a group of the most loyal soldiers, conducted closed secret training, and familiarized themselves with the defense of the ants and the weapons and equipment of the soldiers. The long-term training is familiar, as well as the ants' defense and the training of the soldiers and ants' equipment technicians. They have thoroughly understood the equipment and specially organized the military high level to formulate tactics for this new equipment. As long as they wait for the opportunity, the newly formed team of soldiers will be able to rush out of the cage. At that time, it is the time when the world is shocked. Thank you, Miss Zahi. Frankie smiled and shook hands with Zuhi. This is what we should be. Regarding the equipment agreement, Minister Franco should know that if the robot is damaged in the war, you can contact us immediately. We will send personnel to come back to the country for repair. Zhu said. Give me a tribute to Mr. Chen Mo. You are our best friend. Okay. After handing over the equipment to Frankie, Zahi and other staff members, under the of Syrian soldiers, left the port. Now that all the orders have been successfully delivered to Syria, nothing happens next to them. Although it is foreseeable, there will be a global war of attention in the near future. Chen Mo is very busy. The design and manufacture of the aerospace aircraft cost Chen Mo all his energy. In 2 months, under the blessing of Chen Mo's evolutionary superbrain, there is also the artificial intelligence of the Ink Girl, plus the optimization of the supercomputer day and night. The design of the space plane has been completed. The Ant and Space Center is being built intensively. Under the huge funds, the construction speed is also very fast, and the progress is still smooth. Therefore, the progress of the project has been calculated by the Ink Girl and the most reasonable arrangement has been made. At this time, in front of Chen Mo, there was a plane flying in a science fiction. The fuselage is connected to the wing. The huge fuselage is equipped with 4 large ion engines. There are 2 ion engines at the rear. There are also 6 landing gears and nearly 24 wheels. This is the work of Chen Mo during this time, the design of the aerospace plane. In front of Chen Mo is a miniature version of the design. The aircraft's true proportion is larger. According to Chen Mo's design, the height of the space plane is 6.8 meters, the wingspan is 70.3 meters, the length is 34 meters, the estimated empty weight is 74 tons, the maximum takeoff the weight is 235 tons. This behemoth is not something that ordinary people can afford. Just the budget manufacturing price, it is 20 billion Huaxia coins, not counting other expenses. It can be seen the horror of this thing. Mirko, the last batch of weapons for worker ants defense, has been delivered to Syria. Seeing Chen Mo stopped, the Ink Girl around her opened. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. For those political and administrative issues, Chen Mo only pays attention occasionally and will not go deep into the research. Is the material of the aircraft ready? Ready. The formula you gave is correct. All the materials meet the requirements. Some parts have been manufactured as planned. Large parts, the printer needs to be completed, said the Ink Girl. The biggest problems with aerospace planes are energy, engines, and materials and manufacturing problems. The Materials Science and Technology Library provides, after the success of the 1024-element crystalline material, the energy problem is also solved. The most important large-scale ion engine, with the experience of designing a miniature ion engine, is not difficult for Chen Mo. In manufacturing, there are many large parts. Under the accumulation of Chen Mo's early technology, the industrial system of the marching ant group also has large 3D printers, so these are not a problem. The problems encountered are not big. According to the current progress, the completion is only a matter of time. Okay, go home and eat. Shenmue asked the ink girl to save the relevant information and take off her goggles to leave. Pentagon. An equipment analyst handed the report to Parry Shanahan and opened a test video. This is the result of our test of the ants' defense and the equipment of the two companies. Other senior officials in the conference room also got relevant reports. The scene was quiet, and began to seriously look at the report and test video. Worker ants defense and military ants are equipped with two conventional weapons sold, which are inevitably outflow due to the large base. These equipments have also become sources of intelligence for collecting data from two countries in other countries. We did a detailed test on the acquired smart bullets, smart bombs, aiming systems, etc. The first is the smart bullets. According to our tests, ordinary soldiers use smart bullets, killing one person every 1.42 shots. Equipment analyst opening. The threat is not big. The sniper averages 1.39 bullets to kill an enemy. The smart bullet is not as good as a sniper. One of the senior officials laughed. Mr. Harry, notice that I am talking about ordinary soldiers. The equipment analyst sounded cautiously. We tested the ordinary soldiers. They were only familiar with one day. They were trained with guns equipped with soldiers and ants. The intelligent bullets were able to reach the level of excellent snipers. The process took only 2 days. In the open area, even if you hide in after the bunker, you have to die, and the bullet can turn. The high official who just had a smile, his face immediately froze. The sniper's precise and terrifying shooting skills are trained after a long period of time. Almost with bullets, it takes time and space to span. With the use of smart bullets and guns, as long as you understand the use of firearms and bullets, an ordinary gunman can become a battlefield in a short period of 2 days, especially in the long-range shooting of moving targets outside the kilometer. The hit rate of intelligent bullets broke the record of the top snipers in the army, and the record-breaking is an ordinary soldier. The expression of the equipment analyst is getting more and more dignified. We must be clear that this is a terrible data. No one can laugh out loud in the conference room. Everyone, including Parry Shanahan, is heavy. In addition to smart bullets, the aiming system also greatly increases the hit rate, especially the hit rate of the moving target. Its intelligent calculation can make corresponding calculations according to the speed of the moving target, marking the position of the precise shot, thus improving the hit rate. We found a technician with few guns and a gunman with the best shots. The results showed that our technicians, after familiarizing themselves with the aiming system, had a hit rate that did not accidentally exceed the soldiers who had good shooting. The equipment analyst introduced the picture displayed in the video to the people on the field, and it was already silent. There is also a smart bomb. We equipped the testers to call it an angel leg. On the battlefield, you see it appearing next to you. You have to go see the angel. The equipment analyst pointed to the smart bomb in the video. After it is thrown out, it can intelligently sense the nearest target at the landing, then roll to you to explode, or roll to the place you set. It is terrible. You can't hide. If it's kneeling, it will roll to your egg. Near the egg. Seeing that only running hard, it is possible to escape the risk of being blown up. If the bomb appears on the battlefield, it will cause more than 5 times the threat of a traditional bomb. If the 3 weapons add up and equip an army, what should I do? Shanahan frowned and asked this question. It is time to ask God. Chapter 561, War. Open Northern Syria, Idlib Province. Idlib is the provincial capital of the Idlib province in the northern part of the Syrian Arab Republic. It connects the Harab Plain with the Asir River Valley, which is the last occupation of the armed opposition. In the past few years, because of the containment of Western groups, the Syrian military has not been able to recover Idlib. Opposition to the armed forces also relied on the ceasefire agreement, hiding here to recharge their batteries, for lingering, and with the support of the Western group, it has become the main location for various armed forces. Long-term wars, armed family members, and refugees flooded into the north. Today, The population of Idlib has soared to 2.8 million, and 80,000 people are armed. Due to concerns about the refugee problem, the Turkish and Russian sides have different opinions on this place. Together with the Western group, it has become a paradise for various militant activities. Thinking that it is backed by the border between the Mediterranean and the country, Western groups can easily support weapons and ammunition here. At this time, in a base of Idlib, there was two people sitting inside a small room, one with black-rimmed glasses, a semi-Mediterranean top, an old man with a grey hair, another blonde, a white bear with a hook nose. It seems to be only in his 30s. The old man is Abdul Hissit, a famous scholar and politician of Syria, and chairman of the Syrian National Committee. After the outbreak of the war, he was one of the leaders who opposed the armed forces. The white man in his 30s, named Sim, is a military advisor sent by the United States. Hissit looked at Sim, his eyes were also respected, and he did not dare to make it. In name, Sim is his advisor. In fact, he also knows that Sim represents the Western group behind him. In the past 2 months, with the various instructions and help of Sim, their opposition has already annexed the two largest armed forces in Idlib, and other small arms are slowly gathering. The successive victories made Hissit feel stronger than ever, and he also admired him. Today's Idlib, the armed group led by him, is the most powerful. In the past, he opposed the armed dispersal of sand, and the situation of dog-toothed teeth began to improve. They also get a lot of equipment, and maybe they can counterattack the military. As long as they can meet the armed forces in the northeastern part of the Syrian nation and break the isolation situation, their situation will be better in an instant. Now there are several armed forces. Idlib, our family is big, and then when we come back, we will give our team a new name. Sim said, "We fight for freedom, and the Wing of Freedom is the most appropriate." Hissit laughed. "Not bad name." Sim chewed the name Wing of Freedom and nodded lightly. "Where are we going next?" asked CZ. He is a scholar, has an understanding of tactics, specializes in Eastern and Western culture, and he naturally learns a lot about historical warfare. But Sim is sent by the Western group. He must also consult with Sim, in order to give orders. Harab. Sim ordered the mark on the map. The town of Harab. The turning point of the war in the Syrian state was the Battle of Harab. This battle allowed the Syrian military to recover Harab and cut off their armed links with the northeastern part of the Syrian state, leaving Idlib in a state of isolation. Opposing armed sites, because this war was divided and weakened. In the Battle of Harab, the commanding style of the Syrian military battlefield changed dramatically. The Syrian military side took the tactics of splitting the encirclement, interspersed with attacks, and circling the 3-in-1 against the armed occupation zone. When they reacted, the Syrian army had already controlled Harab. The tactic of the battle is the typical tactic of a big country in the east. Afterwards, they realized that the battle was indeed planned by a military advisor sent by a big country to the study of the Syrian state. The result was the Harab that was reclaimed by the Syrian army. The Western group that heard the news was suffocating, but also aware of the terrible tactics of a big country. Now that I want to make a comeback, Harab is the only way to open the situation. Only by reuniting with the armed forces in the northeastern part of the Syrian nation can they recently resist the ability of the Syrian military. Seeing the position that Sim pointed at, Hissit nodded slightly, and that was where he wanted to play. Harab is a Syrian industrial and economically powerful city. It borders the Mediterranean Sea in the north and borders the soil countries between them and the northeastern part of Syria. Only by taking it here, they have a chance to confront the Syrian army. "When do you start acting?" asked CZ. "Tonight." Sim squinted. Morning. When Chenmo opened his eyes, he saw a quiet person lying next to him. The small fish still did not wake up. The blue silk was pulled on the forehead face, and the skin of the face was red and white. The small fish in the sleep, not long after opening his eyes, because last night's ridiculous. At this time the small fish face is lazy. After seeing Chenmo, wrinkled his nose. "Look at what?" "Look at my wife." Yan Yixiao, a small fishing show, buried his head in his arms and enjoyed the familiar atmosphere quietly. "Would you like to have a morning exercise?" Chen Mo patted Xiao Yu Guang's back. Bad egg tilde. On the breakfast table, Chen Mo was drinking porridge, and Xiao Yu was teaching him to eat with his own spoon. Xiao Yu's mood seems to be very good, and the corners of his eyebrows are all joy. The ink girl also sat aside and looked quietly. "Husband, I want to listen to Xiaominji's suggestion, run a kindergarten, give unparalleled school." Xiao Yu opening. Nowadays, it is almost the age of the kindergarten. The child grows up and needs the companionship of the same age partner. The mind will be sound. There is always no small partner at home, which is definitely not good for growth. There is no particularly good aristocratic kindergarten in my city. It is not convenient to send it to other places. Therefore, Xiao intends to listen to Zhao Minit's original suggestion and start a family safely. We do kindergartens ourselves, recruiting some children to come in and study outside, and recruiting famous teachers to come in, so it is more assured. "Yes," Chen Mo said. "Then you agreed?" Xiao Yu asked. "This is good for the unparalleled, of course, agree, not to mention the kindergarten. You need to give the best education to the unparalleled, no problem in running a university. Do you want me to help?" Chen Mo smashed the unparalleled little head. "No, it's fine to give it to me at home. If you have any thoughts on unparalleled education, just say it to me." Xiao Yu smiled and shook his head. "Hey, what is school?" The unparalleled meal was eating, and they were both curious and looked at them. "Going to school is unparalleled to learn knowledge. There are many small partners who are the same as the unparalleled play with you. After learning to grow up, unparalleled can protect the mother." Chen Mo Chong said. "After going to school, I can be as smart as my father and my son-in-law," said Xiao Yu. "Yeah?" The little girl nodded seriously and seemed to be awkward about going to school. A warm every day. With the permission of Chen Mo, while Xiao Yu took care of the unparalleled at home, he also began to prepare for the construction of the kindergarten. Chen Mo also went to the company with Mirko. The situation in Syria has changed. The armed forces of Syria's Idlib have been helped by the Western group, and they have assembled two armed forces. They provoked the battle last night, under the cover of the night, against Syria. The national army counter-attacked. When I arrived at the company, the ink girl opened it. "Where are they going in the offensive direction?" Harab. "There are some special events in the work, and Chen Mo will not mention it in front of his family." Working with the family, the ink girl also knows what events should be said, so it is generally only in the workplace that the ink girl will tell Chen Mo some special things. This news made Chen Mo slightly a little, and finally relieved. It is no accident that the opposition armed forces marched toward Harab. Harab is a strategic place, and it has a great relationship. At that time, there was a turning point in the war situation in Syria. Now it is ready to counterattack, and it bears the brunt. The issue of Syria has been delayed for many years. In the Syrian countries, the opposition to armed forces is gradually weakening. However, with the support of the Western group, it has been a deadlock, collectively huddled in Idlib, and because of terrorists, harassment of two countries at the north and the south, the international game, the containment has made it impossible for the Syrian military to completely eliminate the opposition. In the past 2 months, the Syrian military has spent a lot of money to buy a large amount of weapons and equipment from Russia and the Marching Ant Group. It wants to once and for all, completely settle the domestic situation. It is naturally impossible for the Western group to let the Syrian state succeed, and it is also secretly funding the opposition. In the past 2 months, Chen Mo knows that there are a lot of Western funding, but there is no nosy, and it is normal to break out of disputes. Workarounds, defense and military ants equipment. The last batch of weapons orders has been handed over to the Syrian military, and then the batch of weapons officially entered the battlefield. With a brief look at the relevant information, Chen Mo continues to immerse himself in the study of space planes. The current situation of aerospace planes is what he should think. The Syrian war has rekindled. The ceasefire agreement between the two sides has failed, and the international situation has been stirred again. Just the second day after the start of the war, the U.S. aircraft carrier also announced its trip to the Mediterranean Sea in an attempt to deter opposition to the armed forces. Also released videos to the media. They opposed the tyranny, and the appeal was that Bashar stepped down. In this way, Western public opinion began to build momentum, accusing Bashar of taking the lead in attacking and provoking the war. He asked Bashar to face up to the situation in the country, resign from the presidency, and re-elect the new president. The response is naturally impossible. Bashar also announced on the television media that he was angry at the first fire against the armed forces and vowed to liberate Idlib to eliminate the last cancer of the Syrian nation. On the second day of the announcement, Bashar announced that the country dispatched fighter planes to harass the Syrian border, use missiles to shoot targets in the Syrian state, and fight against terrorists. Immediately afterwards, the Turkish countries in the northern part of the Syrian state quietly sent troops into the territory of the Syrian state, stationed Chenbing, and claimed to fight terror. Without the official permission of the Syrian state, Chenbing's territory was disguised in disguise. In the first instance, the Syrian state official demanded that the Turkish army immediately leave the territory of Syria, otherwise the consequences would be conceded. The situation in the Syrian country, which has already improved, has deteriorated again because of the participation of all parties. The world's eyes once again gathered in the territory of Syria. Minister, this is the statistical data on casualties below. The assistant handed the data report to Frankie and stood by. Franja was in a bad mood. He predicted that the war might come back, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Not only that, the public control of public opinion, but also external propaganda is their first move. Although the outside world knows that this is a false statement of Westerners, but looking at those remarks, it is very uncomfortable to take them. There are 16 deaths and 19 injuries. Seeing this casualty number, Franco is even worse. The other party regarded them as soft persimmons, glaring at the night, breaking the ceasefire agreement and attacking their 3 strongholds. It was the front line of the military facing the armed forces. It was later bombarded by Western group aircraft. After a fierce attack, it has now been temporarily withdrawn, waiting for counter-attack orders. Minister, what do you do now? The assistant asked carefully. Since the other side first provokes the war, they don't have to bother to break the deadlock. Now he has any reason to completely annihilate the other side. Frank's eyes glanced, requesting Russian air support, counter-attack. This time the target is Idlib. Unplug the cancer. Chapter 562. Tiger Force. A team is arrogant on the road, and behind the team is the dust that the vehicles are flying over. The soldiers in the car, one by one wearing a yellow-brown camouflage uniform, carrying a gun with special equipment. At this time, each soldier has a solemn expression and always pays attention to the movements around him. In the center of the team, it was a transport truck that was covered by desert camouflage cloth. Between the many armored vehicles and special forces, the car was particularly awkward. If the outsiders see the team's logo, they will certainly recognize that this team is the elite of the Syrian army, the Tiger Army. The most brave army of the Syrian military is called the Sword of Bashar. In the middle of the car, a man sits quietly in the car, dressed in an armor, with a beard, and his body is sharp and indifferent, making people dare not look straight. If you let their enemies see it, you will be scared. He is the supreme commander of the Tiger Force, the legendary commander of the Syrian army, Sukh Hassan, and the legendary existence of the Syrian military soldiers. In order to personally command the Tigers to fight, they refused to upgrade Bashar's brigadier general, leading the Tigers to become the sharpest scalpel in the Battle of Harab, dividing the enemy's position and making a contribution to the recovery of Harab. Later, in the battle to annihilate the militants many times, he set up a heroic battle, and was personally awarded by Bashar, and he was promoted to be a major general. After disappearing for a while in the battlefield, Hassan once again appeared on the battlefield of Harab. When he was sent to serve as the chief commander of the Harab battlefield, he had obtained all the information about the current battle. 3 days ago, a group of rebels appeared in the urban area of Harab, which was about 800 people. It may have penetrated into the city of Harab through the Idlib mountain area and is now in the southern part of the city. On the outskirts of Harab, the rebels raided the Anadon's checkpoint, and now the Anadon checkpoint has been controlled by the rebels. The 46th base was attacked, and about 2,000 rebels were besieging the 46th base. According to the news, Azaz and the town of Kassel also suffered from different levels of rebel attacks. The offensive of the rebels was extremely fierce and almost crazy. Anadon was attacked and the current team in the Anadina Plains has retreated. The 46th base is a fortress defense, easy to defend and difficult to defend. Now the defense is still very stable. As long as there is no internal traitor betrayal, it can still be held for a while. In all kinds of situations, Hassan decided to clear the rebels who infiltrated into the city of Harab. Now that Harab is under the control of their military, the other party infiltrated into the city of Harab, trying to disrupt their deployment from behind. Clearing the rebels and calming the situation in the city of Harab will be able to let go of the rebel forces. This time he personally led the team and followed him, in addition to the 200 most loyal guards, and the Silver Camp under his Tiger forces. During the ceasefire, their Tiger troops received a new batch of equipment. These 2 months are secretly adapted to the equipment. The soldiers in the team have already had a very deep understanding of the new equipment and they have completed it. This is the first battle he started to receive new equipment, and he must fight the momentum. In this battle, they have the confidence to win. The performance of the War Robot Horror, he has seen in the new equipment run-in. The name is true. Hassan sat in the car and had an expectation of the War Robot and the new equipment entering the battlefield. Half an hour later, the city of Harab was already far away, and it was far from the smoke, and there was a deep explosion. No one knows that the Syrian military is equipped with advanced equipment and is close to the battlefield. General, quickly enter the battle zone in the city of Harab. The team entered the city of Harab, and the adjutant next to him reminded him. The buildings in Harab city, looking at it, did not have a complete, devastated. The ruins are the homes left to them for more than a decade, and they are broken. As the team approached, the sound of gunshots and explosions became clearer and the smell of smoke was already heard in the air. For the elite on the battlefield, this smell has long been taken for granted. Soon, the team passed through the levels and entered the rear of the battle zone. General, the team had just stopped, and a school officer ran over and took a tribute to Hassan, his eyes revered. Now Hassan is already one of the legendary generals, the most prestigious person of the Syrian army, and one of the idols of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers in Syria. It is rumored that if Franj retires, Hassan will become the most powerful candidate for the defense position. How is the situation? Hassan, the school official, returned to the ceremony and asked. Upon hearing this question, the school official's face was not very good. Hesitantly said, the Salahuddin area has fallen, and now it is fighting in the Hajd area district. Their equipment is very good, there are many top snipers, the casualties are not small. Yeah? Hassan was expressionless and couldn't see the anger. Take the way ahead and head to Hajd area. Yes. The school officer quickly boarded the team-led vehicle and headed to Hajd area. The 5-kilometer raid was not too far away and soon reached the crossfire block. Actor, let the demon squad come down. Hassan spoke at the control end of the right-hand side. Order. The truck blocked by camouflage canvas, the curtain behind it opened. 11 war robots came down from the car. The color of the painting, the lines on the body are soft, it looks mysterious and powerful. Together, there are 10 soldiers. This is the composition of the Devil Squad, 10 war robots, 10 soldiers, and an extra war robot, which is Hassan's robot. These 10 players are personally selected by Hassan, and they are the most trusted and loyal people. The above allocation of 11 war robots to the Tigers, assigned by Hassan personally, to assist them in carrying out some dangerous tasks in the front line. At the time of running in, they fully experienced the horror of war robots. They have not found any obvious defects. The most suitable is the plain battlefield, followed by the urban street fighting. In the absence of heavy weapons, War robots are invincible. This is the first battlefield for war robots to enter the war. Hassan wants to try. This knife is not sharp at the end. Hiss. When the robot appeared, the soldiers on the field opened their eyes and suspected that their heads were not enough. Their country is in war all the year round, communication is blocked, and there is only constant fighting, training and command. Soldiers have relatively little knowledge of the outside world. Many soldiers use old-fashioned weapons. Now I see the novelty of war robots, and they are curious on their faces. They even suspected that there were soldiers pretending to be in tights. Recover Salahuddin, don't take prisoners. In the voice of Hassan, with Sen cold, many years of war, he accumulated too much anger. Those people never give any compassion. He is never a teacher of civilization. The surrounding soldiers heard the murderous voice, even if it was a battlefield, could not help but chill the skin, thanking himself as a soldier under the general. Give Arcatu an order and turn to look at the adjutant around him. Let the silver camp replace the soldiers in front. Yes, General. Arcatu and the adjutant took a tribute and took the soldiers and the robots together and ran over the fast-moving neighborhood. There is no hesitation in the middle. Soldiers who can be selected to enter the Tigers, each of whom is a warrior who has never died in the battlefield, has experienced the experience of blood and war. Hey! Bang! Exclamation mark. The sound of gunshots and explosions, vibrating and screaming. The smell of smoke and blood in the air is somewhat snot. The dark red blood can be seen everywhere, and some have not yet solidified. Arcatu let the demon squad split into two groups, a group of 5 people and 5 robots, entering the crossfire area. At this time, he has full expectations, and if the war robot can play the horror performance under the training mode, everything will be a foregone conclusion. Start the war mode. Arcatu opened. This is his first official launch of the war mode. With the instructions of the demon squad, some sci-fi goggles of the 10 war robots turned red. It is like a bloodthirsty color. Some terrible soldiers around the scene saw war robots and well-equipped tiger troops join the battle, and their faces were ecstatic. War robots, 10 units. 2 war correspondents who filmed on the battlefield saw the war robots, their eyes horrified and their bodies chilling. They are not soldiers who are precluded by news. He is a journalist. It is clear about the news that happened outside the world, especially the equipment. It is rumored that the Syrian state has placed a war robot order from the Worker Ants Defense, but it was not true. A chill made them react and did not hesitate to pick up the camera and press the shutter. Arcatu entered the battle position. His eyes were hot and his body was shaking, not fear, but the uncontrollable excitement. Out of action. Hey! Exclamation mark. 10 war robots jumped out of the street and turned to look at the battlefield opposite. The muzzle on the hand was turned on, pointing to the opposite block. Looking at the war robots that jumped more than 3 meters in the air, all the soldiers were open-mouthed. Incredible. Next, they saw an unforgettable scene since they participated in the battle. Chapter 563, Do You Want to Kill Chicken? The war robot leaping in the air. The barrel of the hand has been extended, aiming at the opposite block. Boom. 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 The muffled sound came from the arm of the war robot. The finger-sized child pops up in the air and plucks an invisible trajectory. If you can see it all the way, you can definitely see the slight arc of the bullet. 10 robots have the same movements and no extra movements. The machine gunners of the rebels across the bullets flew away, and the air around them seemed to be still. Garcia is holding a machine gun and is suppressing the fire of the Syrian army. Suddenly, I saw 10 shadows in the opposite side of the street. Garcia's pupils shrank and didn't see what it was. I didn't hesitate to turn the machine gun's muzzle. A deadly sense of danger struck, and the feeling of death shrouded Garcia. It is said that before people die, they can see a special picture. In Garcia's line of sight, everything seems to be 100 times slower. He can see a bullet coming toward his eyebrows. Puff! Exclamation mark. Without any blockage, the bullets did not enter Garcia's eyebrows and penetrated. He hasn't even had time to scream, and consciousness has fallen into the dark. Hey! Oh! A muffled sound. One by one body fell straight to the ground. The eyebrows have added a bullet hole, accurate to terrible. The 10 robots stopped without a shot, and they did not land. The second shot was already shot. When the robot landed, there were more than a dozen bodies that had not cooled in the bunker. Heavy machine gunners, RPG rocket shooters, discovered snipers, thugs throwing grenade, and rebel forces discovered by war robots with a threat to them, were the first to be cleared. After one round, the gunshots on the opposite side were already sparse, and the threatening firepower disappeared. The war robot that just landed did not stop, and the body slammed into the opposite block and began to kill again. War robot. Pilot opened his mouth and looked at the war robot incredulously, chilling. As a rebel commander infiltrating the city of Harab, his identity is also a high level, naturally listening to the news that the military is fighting for workarounds to buy war robots. For the performance of war robots, they have always been mysterious. They are against armed forces and they are only bragging. Nowadays, war robots really appear on the battlefield, and one shot is all their heavy firepower. It was discovered that the war robot jumped again and the palm of his hand pointed at him. Pilot's body was stiff and just wanted to jump. It was still too slow. The body had lost consciousness, and consciousness was drowned by fear and fell into darkness. 10 robots, like flexible leopards, crossed the ruined wall and damaged cars, and sprinted and slammed on the battlefield without any stagnation. The Syrian battlefield was dead, and all the soldiers squinted and opened their mouths, looking incredibly at the back of the 10 robots. Jumping out of the war robot, now, in less than 10 seconds, all the firepower of the other outcrop has disappeared. What is this terrible thing? Some people swallowed hard and swallowed, and several soldiers were already sitting on the ground. When the crowd reacted, the war robots had collectively reached the opposite front, and the killing had begun. After 10 minutes, the sound of gunshots, explosions, screams slowly became sparse over time, and the fighting blocks were dead, leaving only the smoke of the war and the thick smell in the air. The battle is over. Yang Zhen looked at the demon squad and led the robot back. He was cold and his throat moved. He couldn't help but step back. This is the fear of the heart, such as death passed by. Until the demon squad walked away with the war robot, Yang Zenkai recovered from the shock, raised the camera in his hand, and patted the war robot. As a war correspondent, he has photographed many wars and has seen various wars. But today, this battle has once again refreshed his perception of the battlefield. Too terrifying. He only saw today that what is terrible, what is massacre. The number of rebel forces on the other side was unknown, and in the short 10 minutes, all the enemies were killed, and the rebels did not even have the power to fight. The bullets of the war robots are like long eyes, one shot at a time, and almost every shot hits the rebels. Yang Zhen saw with his own eyes that a war robot could easily escape the RPG's grenade. At that moment, he thought he was dreaming. It's going to change. Yang Zhen looked at the war robot and the demon squad, muttering his mouth. What? Kill 230 soldiers in 10 minutes? Sim heard the report. QOD stood up from the chair, his eyes were round and more unbelief. Do you want to kill chicken? This is the news from the intelligence personnel of Harab. I have not been able to contact Pilot. He is dead. Hiss it sullenly, his teeth said. He is not willing to believe this. But the news is back. I confirm with the above. Sim squinted and picked up the encrypted satellite phone and dialed a number. The atmosphere in the Pentagon conference room is depressed. On the conference room screen, there is a photo of the war robot. The Syrian warfare intelligence personnel sent back news that the Syrian military Tiger forces put 10 war robots into the battlefield. Less than 10 minutes, hunted 230 anti-armed soldiers, forcing more than 200 rebels to surrender their weapons and surrender. The rebels who infiltrated into Harab were all cleared within half a day. Everyone is not willing to believe this fact. It is understood that the weapons of the ants and the weapons of the ants are the greatest in this battle. The weapons and equipment of the marching ant group have already demonstrated their horror performance and value. The combat power of war robots is the most difficult at present. How do we deal with war robots? and the equipment that the Army Ants Group sells to Syria. Parry Shanahan, as the US defense chief, is a key problem in front of him. Let the team be equipped with anti-equipment sniper rifles and rockets. Can you destroy the war robot? A senior official of the Pentagon opened. I don't know, but the news sent back from the Syrian war scene shows that the speed of war robots is very fast, more than twice that of normal people, and the response is very fast. Some intelligence personnel on the battlefield see them avoiding rockets. The equipment analyst opened the meeting and the meeting room was silent. What is the horrible performance of escaping rockets? Until now, they have not had a good intelligence on the specific situation of war robots, and the war robots show the horrible fighting power, which has made them feel dangerous. What good way is there now? Shanahan asked. Not found yet. Shanahan heard the answer and his face was black. If there is no way to deal with war robots, the Syrian rebels will be settled, and the Syrian military will turn its target to other parties. If the rebel forces in Syria are settled, their Middle East layout will fail completely. What's even worse is that China has also installed war robots, and the combat power is definitely stronger than the export version, which means that the Chinese military's combat power is even more terrifying. Unless there is a war robot, we have to study and analyze its performance and weaknesses to study targeted weapons. Nowadays, there are only a few countries that have war robots. They are all countries with very good relations with China. They have no access to war robots, let alone the entities that get war robots. Can you find a secret ship in the Arab Kingdom to come and study for us? Asked a senior official. They won't, said Shanahan. After the Arab king's visit to China, the relationship between the two sides went further and the war robots for the defense of workers were obtained. The Arab kingdom gave China a large number of trade orders and promoted Chinese throughout the country. The cultural exchanges and cooperation between the two sides have been deepened. They went to the Arab kingdom and were rejected. Like the Emirate, they said it was a restriction on the defense of workers and prevented third-party personnel from contacting them. The war robot appeared in the Syrian national battlefield, annihilating 230 rebel forces in 10 minutes, forcing nearly 500 rebels to surrender and calming Harab. The news came out that in just one day, the world was shocked. The Syrian military did not have any concealed meaning, acknowledging the fact that war robots killed more than 200 rebels in 10 minutes in front of global journalists. The intention of the Syrian state is very obvious. Using this battle, we will shock the organization forces that have joined the Syrian national battlefield, forcing some unsettled armed surrenders in the country and stabilizing the morale of the Syrian soldiers. Count it in one fell swoop. Boss, now representatives from 8 countries contact me to buy war robots. Chen Mo received a video call from Zhu He. The news from the Syrian Arab Republic has given the global countries a new understanding of war robots. They think that countries that have made good contacts with China have come over and hope to buy. What do you say above? Chen Mo asked. The above hints refuse. He said, the countries that buy war robots are some countries that are inseparable from their gods. They may not be able to refuse face to face. They will use excuses to transfer the stalls to the ants for defense, and then let the workers and ants take an excuse to reject them. This will handle the relationship well. He touched these and naturally understood some of the rules, then just find an excuse to refuse. Chen Mo nodded. As a signboard for the defense of workers, the war robot has now shined on the battlefield, in his expectation. However, if this kind of high-tech intelligent weapon appears on the world battlefield on a large scale, it will soon break the current global military balance. Once the balance is broken, it will be a big chaos. Now no one is ready for that step, so the official will choose export control, especially in the hands of the minded person and the white-eyed wolf. Chapter 564, Battle Situation. What now? Anadon was taken back by the tigers. Hisset was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. At the beginning, their attack on the military was very smooth. With their well-equipped equipment and unexpected attacks, they successfully won the Anadon's checkpoint, occupied the town of Anadon, and also occupied several villages in Azaz and Castle. and smoothly penetrated into Harabu urban area. The original opening was very good, as long as there was enough time. With the support of the West, they had the opportunity to occupy Harab. But now, the situation has suddenly turned. The emergence of war robots has made everything tricky. The military bought the most powerful war robots in China. Under the advanced and terrible equipment, their soldiers did not have any resistance. The team that infiltrated into Harab was completely annihilated. Now in the cover of tanks and armored vehicles, the Tigers led the war robots to counterattack the Anadan's checkpoint. Now the team of Anadan also suffered heavy casualties, and the Anadan's checkpoint was taken back. The team that guards the Anadina checkpoint is under the attack of the Tigers' silver camp, such as the chicken and dog. The town of Anadan returned to the control of the military, and several villages in Azats and castle towns were retaken. During this period of fighting, more than 500 people were killed. More than 2,000 people were captured, and there were countless losses. The original advantage has disappeared. The Tigers are equipped with the weapons and equipment of the Army Ant Group, which are the most advanced equipment. And there are only 10 war robots. No one can guarantee that there are no more war robots in Bashar. So far, they don't have the performance data about war robots. Even Americans can't get the performance data of war robots. Now the Syrian army is advancing to them at a horrible rate. Within their ranks, they have experienced layers of failure and are already heart-wrenching. If there is no way to stop the Tiger forces, once the soldiers' confidence collapses, their team will really become a sand and can't be hit. What do you say above? Asked CZ. The above is studying the methods of war robots. They hope that we can bring a robot back at all costs. Sim said. You are not kidding? The war robot is so easy to be captured by us. Do I need to be anxious here? Who is the robot? Who dares to approach? Not by Hesset is not angry. War robots appear on the battlefield. No one can get closer. There is no feeling at all in that thing. All the enemy forces that use weapons are killed by all the hands. And there are special squads of the Tigers, followed by the large forces of the Syrian military. Under the cover of the Syrian armored forces, the war robots are almost invincible on the battlefield. Now, Sim said that Americans want a war robot. Let them take the body to pile up, can capture the robots and they are not taken away. The Tiger Army Hassan is not a fool. War robots are so expensive that they follow the big forces to attack. Unless there is absolute power to crush the other side, grab the commander of the Tiger force. Otherwise it is unlikely to get a war robot. The most troublesome thing is that we don't know anything about war robots. Even the latest information is kept in the official information released by the Workers' Defense and a little photograph taken by the reporter. Sim is not in a good mood. At the beginning, he accepted the mission and came to assist Hesset. He did not put the war robot in his heart. A robot on the battlefield, even if it is strong, has a limited role. Now he realizes how wrong the previous ideas were. Seriously underestimate the strength of war robots. Nowadays, there is a lot of equipment against the loss of armed forces, and the loss of personnel is huge. The opposition to armed forces is always screwed together by various armed forces, and the cohesiveness is not high, because of the loss of several battles in succession. The internal people are not stable. And if they continue this way, they will fall apart inside. Can you give pressure to the Syrian nation? Let them cease fire, wait for us to find a way to deal with the robot, and then think of the next step. Hesset asked. Now that I have been talking to the Russians, the other side has deliberately delayed and has not reached an agreement. Sim shook his head. As early as when the war robots were found to be tricky, they thought about using the ceasefire agreement again to delay the time. The previous ceasefire agreement, because of the war between the two sides, has been invalidated. The new ceasefire agreement, they talked to the Russians, but this time the other party did not seem to have much will, but dragged them. Nowadays, the town of Anadan has been retaken. If Hassan's Tiger troops enter Idlib with war robots, their troubles will be great. Can't you send ground troops to support it, or send it to deal with the armored vehicles, tanks and planes that stand in the robot? Hesset asked. Impossible. We are not good to intervene directly. Sim directly refused. Although they are involved in aircraft-assisted bombing, They are all in the name of counter-terrorism. Even if they bombed the Syrian army and the civilians, they also attacked the terrorists and the terrorists. Behind the Syrian state is Russia. They sent troops to enter, so Russia will certainly not hesitate to send troops to enter. The situation is out of control and the consequences are unimaginable. More likely to trigger a world war. Both major powers are agent wars, and some balance is maintained. Both parties maintain the final bottom line. Let's not say that they are not good at participating. Even if they can participate, they will not dare to come in. Now that the Syrian state has mastered the war robots, they have not found a way to deal with robots. Once they intervene, they are the ones who lose. And if you fall into the mud, it will be more troublesome. There are no large-scale armored units, relying on simple soldiers, and war robots are to send food. Hissit licked his hair for a long time without words. Hey Tilda. The two fell into a quiet confidant. The door to the room was pushed open, and a head of intelligence was rushing in. General Hassett just returned the news. The military used the war robot to attack the town of Aitimai and asked us for support. The intelligence leader did not continue to say it. The meaning is self-evident. Support? What support? Go to die? Hissit was very upset. It is also a war robot. With the participation of robots, it is almost certain that the town of Aitimai was taken back. The town of Aitimai is a major town in the northeast of Idlib, connecting the borders of the country. It is one of the important channels for their assistance. Now they are retaken by the military and their situation is even more difficult. In their territory, the only one that connects the borders of the country is the Bab al-Hawa port. Damn war robot, worker and defense. Hissit couldn't help but export. If it weren't for war robots and worker ants to defend those advanced weapons, they wouldn't have to be so passive and wolvering now. General Bashar published a national broadcast, a televised speech. When Hissit blackened his face, another man in charge of intelligence rushed in and put the military computer in his hand in front of Hissit. The people of the Syrian nation, these years, our country has been ruined by the war. Under the instigation of the Western group, some people have been confused and deceived, which has created the current war. Now, we have seen the end of the war, the dawn of light. The army of our country has won several consecutive victories in the past few days. But no matter how successful the victory is, war means bloodshed. This is not what I want to see. I believe that it is not what all Syrian people want to see. In the TV of Syria, in the broadcast, it is the voice of Bashar. Sounds and pictures are spread throughout the Syrian state through broadcast signals. In this fragile international, television and radio have become a luxury. But people who watched TV and heard the radio gathered together and listened to Bashar's speech. Too many people are seriously eager. The desire for a peaceful life. Our next goal is to liberate Idlib. Many of the armed men in Idlib are our compatriots. Here, I want to tell them that the liberation of Idlib is unstoppable, and you choose to surrender. Put down the weapons in your hands. I can forgive you or reduce your crimes. If you choose to continue to resist, our army will not be merciless. You used to be our compatriots, family. I don't want you to bleed on the battlefield for the benefit of the West. Think about your family, friends. I believe, on the battlefield, you will make the right choice. Finally, I am here to warn that all the troops, soldiers and armed men who are stationed in the Syrian territory without authorization will immediately leave our national territory. Otherwise, we will regard it as an intrusion and bear the consequences. Looking at Bashar's televised speech, Hissit was black as the bottom of the pot, shivering and mad. General, the news ahead. The government army is heading towards Bab al-War. A leader rushed in. Hearing here, Hissit seemed to lose the last glimmer of strength. Sitting on the chair and straightening his eyes. It's over. Chapter 565, The hand of Washington. Bab al-Hawa was recovered by the Syrian government, and the last border port of Idlib province against the armed control was cut off. This battle became the last straw that was crushed against the armed forces. The besieged opposition armed forces were in a state of total collapse, and there was almost no fighting. They abandoned the important towns such as Mamdin and the Al-Mslin, and looked at the winds. Internal defections abound. The land where the Syrian army has passed will win without fighting. Even if the Western group made an excuse to send a plane to bomb a few times, it still could not stop the pace of the big forces. The Wing of Freedom opposes the armed high level, and there have been serious differences. The main battle and the two sides began to quarrel and change their minds. Not long after, there was a guilt inside the Wing of Freedom, and the leader of the peace-seeking leader was led by the late night, trying to control the leader, Hisset, and finally planned to fail, and the two sides exchanged fire. The Wing of Freedom is completely divided into divisions. The two factions guilty, Hassan received the name of the referrals, taking the opportunity to lead the Tigers, attacking the city of Idlib. The Wing of Freedom is disintegrated inside, and the Tiger forces of Hassan are headed by war robots, clearing against the armed forces, and the large forces are steadily pushing forward. The Battle of Idlib city lasted for 1 day. The leader of the Wings of Liberty, Hisset, was killed by war robots in the battle, and the armed forces lost the last heart and many people surrendered. In the end, the Syrian government army led by Hassan completely controlled the city of Idlib and captured 4,000 militants. The rest of the team was disbanded and laid down to escape. The group of 50 military advisors sent by the Western group to oppose the armed forces were all captured. Under international pressure, the Syrian state finally released the 50 military advisors. Since then, the Syrian civil war has ended in a government victory. The outside world was unpredictable for the sudden change of the Syrian state. With the advantage of war robots, in less than a month, the Syrian nation settled for more than a decade of civil war. War robots have almost become synonymous with the most horrible battlefield. The manufacturers of war robots, the ants defense and the soldiers who provide weapons for the robots, are equipped with two companies. They also stand firm in the ranks of the world's top arms manufacturers because of the victory of the Syrian government. However, the war did not end. Before the recovery of Idlib, Bashar had publicly issued warnings to the troops who had not allowed to enter the territory of Syria through television broadcasts. However, half a month later, the troops entering the territory of Syrian Arab countries still did their own way and did not leave the territory of Syria. The meaning of, in the end, the Syrian nation couldn't bear it. Let the Hassan Tigers who had just settled on Idlib attack the north and directly drive the army of the country in the Syrian territory. Hassan's Tiger troops, while approaching the country's garrison, let the Air Force carry 6 swarm pressure bombs, invest in the country's territory in the Syrian state, and then take the lead in the Demon Squad equipped with intelligent robots and the well-equipped Silver Camp. Traversed. In just 1 day, the troops stationed in the territory of the Syrian state, 1,300 soldiers died, and the tanks and armored vehicles lost 82 tanks and armored vehicles. The cost was heavy and they fled and returned to the border of the country. Then Hassan led the Silver Camp and the War Robot Squad, airborne in the southwestern part of the Syrian Arab Republic, with the intention of regaining the Golan Heights. The news spread that the country immediately stopped bombing and harassing the Syrian state and entered a comprehensive state of readiness, such as the enemy. The news of the change of the Syrian war situation has spread, making the world shocked. Nowadays, there are war robots and intelligent equipment in the Syrian state as the cards. Although the air power is lacking, the combat effectiveness of the ground forces has reached a stage of terror. The repatriation of the country has no way to sue the United Nations and ask the United Nations to discuss the resolution and impose sanctions on the Syrian state. The stage of the game of the world's great powers has also shifted from the Syrian national battlefield to the stage of the UN General Assembly. In addition to the assistance of the United Nations to the United Nations, the request for sanctions against the Syrian nation, and the Western group headed by the United States, plus the countries of the country, the island country and South Korea, drafting an agreement prohibiting the entry of war robots into the battlefield, also submitted to the Security Council. Beautiful name, in order to avoid human beings suffering from the crisis of intelligent robots, destroy humanity. In the end, neither agreement was passed. The sanctions imposed by the Turkish countries have been rejected by the United Nations without any mercy. because the Syrian state has publicly warned of the illegal entry into the territory of the Syrian state. It is only the soil country that has not been taken care of. It is an indisputable fact that the Turkish countries invaded the territory of Syria, and the Syrian state has the right to self-defense. As a result of this resolution, the Togo country swallowed a dumb loss, and it was only guilty to the Syrian state. The Western group's agreement to ban war robots from entering the battlefield was directly rejected by the Eastern powers of the Security Council. CIA headquarters. Lina is in a secret meeting. The changes in the Syrian battlefield, the emergence of war robots, helping the Syrian army to win wars and stabilizing the domestic situation in Syria have threatened their global strategy. As for the war robots and the Syrian army, they don't have to worry about it. The Pentagon will be responsible for it, and she won't know. The purpose of the CIA meeting was to identify plans to deal with Chen Mo and the Marching Ant Group. The victory of the Syrian civil war, to a large extent, is the victory of the Marching Ant Group technology, intelligent weapons and war robots, which won the greatest contribution to the victory of the civil war. The current Marching Ant Group, with its terrible technology, has already made Huaxia's cutting-edge technology field a leader, and war robots are a good example. Some media and comments in the world have begun to recognize China's leading position. They are now a downhill empire, dilapidated buildings and systems that can collapse at any time. Get Chen Mo, get the cutting-edge technology of the Marching Ant Group, and they have the opportunity to return to the world's leading position in science and technology. But it is currently impossible to steal the technology of the Marching Ant Group. In recent years, the CIA has dispatched more than 40 top-secret agents to Brunei. However, all of them have not returned together, and there is no news. Some agents have just stepped onto the land of China and lost contact. The penetration of the Marching Ant Group has never stopped. It has been successful through the internal staff of the Anti-Force Ants Group. However, those who have been rebelled will not be dismissed for a long time, and all their efforts are in vain. The Marching Ant Group is the most difficult bone they have encountered in their work. Now the Marching Ant Group is an unprecedented business empire. Its influence is intertwined, leading the development of China's cutting-edge technology. It can no longer threaten its status by external forces. Want to disintegrate this business empire, only from the inside, like the Soviet Union. Same. It's Melon, an old man of nearly 60 years old, who is not outstanding, ordinary, but he has a special position in the CIA and is the team leader of the Hands of Washington. The Hand of Washington began in the Cold War and was established to disintegrate the Soviet Union. When he first entered the CIA, Millen entered the Hands of Washington to participate in the plan to disintegrate the Soviet Union. He also participated in guiding public opinion many times, causing some countries to fall into chaos and civil war in order to achieve their goals. To achieve this goal by this means is the most convenient and cheapest. He is now the head of the Hands of Washington. This time his plan is not a country but a high-tech company. In his resume, it was the first time to break a company, but he was very interested in it. If the Marching Ant Group is pulled out alone, it will definitely be comparable to many countries. How to do it? We will first talk about the advantages of the Marching Ant Group. If we want to completely disintegrate an organization, we must start with their most powerful aspects. Melon is not in a hurry to slow down the PPT in the computer. The biggest advantage of the Marching Ant Group is Chen Mo, and the purpose of our plan is to destroy Chen Mo or let Chen Mo rebel out of China for our use. Then came the second advantage of the Marching Ant Group, a stable and united management. This management team manages all the things in the size of the Marching Ant Group. It is this united management team that allows Chen Mo to follow the law and prepare the materials and affairs he wants to study at the fastest speed. The efficiency of the workforce horror is due to the leadership of this management team. These are the two most powerful advantages of the Marching Ant Group. They are also the strong cornerstone of the Marching Ant Group. Disintegrating one of them, the business empire of the Marching Ant Group will enter a recession and even fall apart. Melon's words made the people on the field nod. Based on this direction, we have formulated two plans. The first one, using the domestic spray in China. Stinking Chen Mo's reputation. He hated the status quo of his country's environment, and even left China and immigrated to other countries. What is the spray? Our spy? No, it is a group of interesting people, all over the world, but China has a large population, so China is especially rich. Interesting person? Yes, it is a group of people who have a lot of trouble. This kind of person likes to vent their hatred and dissatisfaction with reality on the internet, and is easily controlled by emotions, so it is easy to be used. Millen smiled and said, as for another plan, it is to dismantle the management of the marching ant group, and the most direct approach is to start with Zhao Minitz, who is the core of the marching ant management. Mellon tapped the picture and basic information of Zhao Minitz displayed on the PPT. She is single. Is the plan to blow her up? A CIA executive saw the information, laughed, and others laughed. Your thoughts are good. She is now the richest woman in the world and one of the top 10 most influential women in the world. Her decision-making is the decision of the marching ant group. You can soak in her, and you can take a private jet to Dubai to eat golden ice cream tomorrow, and you can sit on a gold toilet every day. Of course, it is also possible that Chen Mo will catch you and feed you into the sea. Millen also smiled and said seriously, Chen Mo is surrounded by 3 women. These 3 women help Chen Mo the most and manage his 3 most important places. His wife Hixio is responsible for the family and his life. Zhao Minitz manages the size of the entire marching ant group affairs. As for the mysterious assistant Ink Girl around Chen Mo, rumors are responsible for the brain of the marching ant group, Area 1. From the foreign speech and lace news of the employees of the marching ant group, they can get a lot of information. The words of the Ink Girl represent Chen Mo's words. It is rumored that the Ink Woman has the highest authority of the marching ant group, and can transfer any level of technical information of the marching ant group, which is even the authority that Zhao Minitz does not have. Why don't we start with this Ink Girl? Asked a senior executive. Because she is the shadow of Chen Mo. They checked all the information about Chen Mo and all that they could find, and they got detailed information after all. The data shows that since this woman suddenly appeared in Chen Mo's side, she has not left Chen Mo half step, and she does not leave. Chen Mo went out on the occasion, she has her figure, even living with Chen Mo, and we have no background about her. Information. So beautiful, still living together. Chen Mo's wife does not object. No objection. Rumors that the relationship between the two is still very good. Affectionate sisters. It's good to have money. A senior executive showed "Do I understand" expression. I think so too. Mellon also smiled. They have investigated all the information about the family of the Ink Girl, the identity, background, etc. A blank, cannot find any traces, only one name, does not rule out that Huaxia official sent to Chen Mo. All did not choose Ink women. We know that Zhao Minitz and Chen Mo are intimate and one of Chen Mo's most trusted people. I don't know what the relationship between the two is, but I know that women like jealousy. This is the weakness of every woman, especially for the person you like. We can create an anecdote about Zhao Minitz and Chen Mo, and let Xiao Yu doubt their relationship. Leaving Zhao Minitz and Hixio. Chen Mo's backyard caught fire and the family and the company had problems at both ends. Once Zhao Minitz is forced to leave, the management of the marching ant group will be inconsistent. The feelings of Chen Mo and Hixio will also be cracked. We have a lot of room for operation, thus disintegrating the ranks of the marching ant group and letting them split the marching ants group. If Chen Mo and Hixio are divorced, Hixio will be able to separate Chen Mo's wealth and the shareholding of the marching ant group, and the shareholding of the marching ant group will also be under control. Chapter 566. Malone's plan. Syria has the deterrent of war robots, and countries are quiet because they are afraid of losses. National military companies, through the wars in Syria, also realized the terrible war robots, and began to develop weapons that can target war robots. The war in Syria has come to an end, and the struggles between the parties have changed from the beginning of the hot war to the international war of words. The country is strictly guarded against the Golan Heights. During the years of war in the Syrian Arab Republic, the economy was bad. The people were not living, and the domestic cities were devastated. In view of this situation, the Syrian state did not start with the country, but began to sweep away the scattered armed forces in the country and prepare for reconstruction. The already faltering Syrian country finally got a chance to breathe. The leader, already done. Venter handed the photo in hand and a hard drive to Melon. Above the photo, a man and a woman holding hands, wearing a mask and snuggling. From body shape, hairstyle to eyes, to dressing style, they are similar to Zhao Minitz and Chen Mo. Melon looked through a few times. The next few pictures of the two were on the bed. The side faces were almost exactly the same. Even people who knew them would think it was true. Photos and negatives are real, not afraid of identification, Venter said. They spent a lot of work on this set of photos. I found a person who was similar in shape to Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz. The face was micro-finished, with makeup and easy-to-wear technology, special shooting angles, and finally photo processing technology. Now it seems that the photos are completely Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz, two people. The photo is taken in real time. There is no trace of synthesis at all, and it can be completely fake. This is the first step in their departure from Hixio and Zhao Minitz. As long as things are big, there is a crack in the relationship between Hixio and Zhao Minitz, and their first step plan is successful. Chen Mo is also under pressure and is more likely to be defeated. Once Chen Mo loses his prestige inside the marching ants, he can shake the foundation of the marching ant group and force the marching ant group to split. The next operability will be much higher than the current state of the iron plate. Strong enemies, external pressure may make them stronger, so they choose to disintegrate from the outside of the enemy, in order to completely destroy the enemy. Not bad. Melon flipped through it and gave a thumbs up. The development of the marching ant group has helped Huaxia accelerate its rise, allowing the marching ants and Chen Mo to continue to develop, and the world will be left behind by them. A divided marching ant group. They also have the opportunity to finger die. The building of the marching ant collapsed. No matter how bad, Huaxia officially eats meat, they drink some soup, and it is still possible to get some skills and talents. If they can force Chen to leave China, then their chances are even greater. The value of Chen Mo is definitely greater than that of the marching ant group. In the hard disk, in addition to the film, there are a few pieces of audio. We are based on the sound lines of Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz. When he said, "Slow down, the rest of the movie will do." Melon handed the photo and hard drive in his hand to the assistant next to him. "Next, follow the plan." "Okay." The assistant took the photo and the hard drive and left the office. Openhigh City, Phoenix Mountain. The construction of the Flying Ant Space Center is very fast. Because the design of the Feifang Aerospace Center is detailed, the construction plan is also calculated by the Ink Girl through a rigorous calculation, and here's a complete construction plan, so the construction speed is very fast. It can be quickly constructed, mainly because of the Flying Ant Space Center, and there are not too tall buildings. The main body of the Space Center is just a 10-story building. The largest building is the hangar of the Space Center. The hangar is a single-layer steel structure. The steel is a special high-strength steel with a yield strength of 600 megapascals. The entire hangar is supported on 14 pillars. The roof can withstand the weight of 1,000 tons of equipment in addition to the general load-bearing capacity. It is 450 times 150 meters, divided into two spans. This hangar was built to assemble and repair space planes. In addition to the hangar, the main facilities are the airport and runway of the aerospace plane, as well as some large warehouses and Space Center research institutes. Chen Mo did not do research on the rocket, so he did not build a rocket launch tower. The rest of the facilities are the dormitory and entertainment facilities of the staff of the Space Center. He plans to use robots and intelligent management for the entire Flying Ant space. Only a small number of laborers, As auxiliary personnel, settled in the Fant Space Center, technicians must rely on intelligent robots to lead the training, as a talent reserve for the marching ant group. In addition, there are also a group of security personnel who are artificial, and most of them are secured by robots. For the convenience of transportation, the Space Center leads to the direction of the marching ant group headquarters, and also specially digs up 3 mountains to open up a road wide enough. Shenmue is not bad money, paid double the salary. Directly let the winning bidder of China Construction Company hire 2 people to dump and build the Fant Space Center with the fastest speed. Money can make a ghost push. A few months of construction, the 6,000-acre Space Center is now nearing its end, leaving only some greening and finishing work. Shenmue stood on the airport open space in front of the hangar. The top of the head was blue sky and white clouds. The front hangar was full of busy people. Automated handling model robots in Area 1, large automatic 3D printing equipment, CNC precision machine tools, intelligent lifting robots, and various odd-shaped intelligent machine spiders, measuring robots, welding robots, working robots transformed from war robots. These machines and equipment are all machines in the Area Number 1, which is the first time exposed to outsiders. Even the workers who assisted in the handling of these robots felt extremely magical, just like coming to a world of robots. Women use robots to convey various instructions, and the layout of the hangar is carried out in an orderly manner, and the efficiency is much higher than that of ordinary workers. In addition, there are various kinds of sealed special containers. As for what equipment is installed inside, no one knows. There is also a large aircraft casing wrapped in sealed canvas. During this period of excitement, Shenmue's aerospace design has been completed, including large iron engines, and some parts have been manufactured. Now that the Space Center is built, it is time to build a space plane. If these robots are put into production plants, I am afraid that countless workers will be unemployed. Zhao Minutes looked at the scene with amazement. Shenmue's horrific research and manufacturing efficiency are related to these robots. Usually half a month's workload, in front of these robots, can only be completed in a day or 2. This efficiency is not comparable to ordinary labor. These devices will not appear in the ordinary factory for the time being, Chen said. The technology of machine replacement workers has matured. Most of the work, especially the repetitive work, only requires one procedure, and Shenmue will not put these machines into social production for the time being. The replacement of labor by a machine is a process that cannot be done overnight. If there are a large number of unemployed people in the society, it is easy to cause social problems, and the official will not agree. These devices will be slowly opened to our company's factories. After adaptation, they will be promoted to ordinary enterprise factories, and the social production efficiency will be greatly improved. Shenmue said. Iron engine-propelled aerospace aircraft. You should know, what does the technology contained in this space plane mean? Zhao Minutes asked. Every technology of Shenmue is far beyond the times, especially like this aerospace plane. The technology it contains may not be able to be studied even if it is given to the present people for 100 years. This technology exposure will definitely trigger a tsunami in the technology circle. The spacecraft of the Iron Engine, at least in the exploration of the solar system, will mature rapidly. After laying the foundation, it will meet the star age. Some technologies can't be hidden forever. There is always a day of exposure. Now it is gradually exposed. There will be more in the future, and it will be better. The development of science and technology, the more you reach the back, the less you can hide. Unless he does nothing, there will be a day of exposure. The layout of the marching ant has been rolled out. The foundation of the company has been consolidated, and the influence of various fields has taken shape. Therefore, Shenmue began to try to let go of his hands and feet, and development did not have to be too scrupulous as before. The researchers and scientists of this era are indeed pitiful. I am afraid that I will live in your shadow for a lifetime. Zhao Minutes looked up at the busy machines in the hangar. I am more fortunate, Shenmue said. Chapter 567, Smear, what are you going to study next? Zhao Minutes asked from the car leaving the fake Xi'an Space Center. The construction of the Ant Space Center is coming to an end. The parts and materials and equipment of the space plane have been transported to the hangar of the Space Center. It will take some time to assemble the space plane. With Chen Mo's uninterrupted personality, when he is free, he will definitely conduct research on other projects. In addition to the company's business arrangements, Zhao Minutes' small work is to provide some necessary assistance in the process of Chen Mo's research, such as setting up departments, recruiting those technicians, ordering materials, etc. Chen Mo's research is too fast. She wants to not drag Chen Mo's hind legs. Sometimes it is necessary to prepare in advance. The big direction is to land on the moon, build a lunar base, and explore Mars. Chen Mo said. Now that the technology is slowly maturing, it is certain to explore the universe in the future. It is impossible to shrink to the Earth forever. For the universe, the Earth is too small. If the space plane is built successfully, it will start the moon landing plan. If you want to make money, you can think about the profitable projects of the space plane, and then prepare steel and other materials. When he heard the money, Zhao Minutes' eyes lit up. As you can say, you can do too much business. Space tourism, launching satellites, space station transportation, manned moon landing, etc. Zhao Minutes can think of projects, can make a lot of money. Although the marching ants have more money, it is better to let the project have income than to always let it lose money. So far, the investment in the Flying Ant space program has reached more than 70 billion, which is something more terrifying than burning money. Ago, there are photos on the internet that are suspected of you and Zhao Minutes. When the two chatted, they were interrupted by the ink girl. Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes looked at each other and saw doubts from each other's eyes. What photo? This one. The ink girl took Chen Mo's mobile phone and opened it. In the light curtain of the holographic projection, there were photos of suspected two people. After seeing the photo, Chen Mo's face immediately darkened. Suspected photos of him and Zhao Minutes shopping, as well as bed. Photo. He and Zhao Minutes are shopping. Most of the time, he accompanied Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes to go out as wallets and coolies. In the impression, he went out alone with Zhao Minutes, did not wear this kind of clothes, and did not wear this mask. Zhao Minutes is the same. Also, he has not touched Zhao Minutes, and now he and Zhao Minutes' bed. Seeing the slightly larger scale of the bed, Zhao Minutes' face immediately turned into an apple, shy and angry, and shivered. The woman in the photo looks similar to her. The man and Chen Mo are also very similar to the twins. In the case of insufficient light, even those who know them will think that they are completely reached the point of realism. Wang Bagu, witch maid, Lao Niang killed him. Zhao Minutes turned black. The famous paparazzi of the entertainment circle, Yan Wei Ink Girl, will release the original microblog, except for the picture. The text is, "Who are these two?" Also ate as some well-known entertainment news media and self-media people. Just less than 20 seconds after the release, there have been more than a dozen comments on Weibo, and it has been forwarded hundreds. Is it my eyes? Is this Chen Mo derailed Zhao Minutes? A year of Big Melon. I have saved screenshots and waited to watch the show. Don't be messed up. Don't you die? The beautiful female assistant who rumors Chen lived with him. Now there is another Zhao. The rich people are really good. If you are tired, you will get a divorce and change. 1. Are rich people not playing like this? The derailed scum male is disgusting, knowing that others have a family, and that the younger one is more disgusting. Seeing photos and comments, Zhao Minutes was so angry. Even if she is strong, she also has emotions. It is impossible to be arrogant and not angry. Notify Li Huai, let him take charge of this matter, call public relations, delete these photos. Collect evidence, prepare to sue those rumors. Also, give me the behind-the-scenes personnel to find this. Chen Mo took the cell phone in the hands of the ink woman and turned it off. He is in a very bad mood now and has never been as angry as he is today. In the past, those people attacked him. He could ignore it. Now attack his family. If he ignores it, The outside world really thinks that he is a good gentleman. Although only half a minute, but the pictures have been circulated. There will certainly be rumors. If you do not find the main person behind, it is definitely endless. Behind this incident, it is certainly not that simple. As long as people with a little brain know, sending these photos, for example, to bear his anger, the consequences can be imagined. With his current influence, he does not believe that a paparazzi in the entertainment circle dares to release these innuendo fake photos and speeches without any confirmation. There are many possible conjectures in Chen Mo's mind, and it will be clear when the principles come to the surface. "Are you okay?" Chen Mo reached out and shot Zhao Minutes, and asked comfortably. "Nothing." Zhao Minutes slowed down and took a deep breath. At this moment, his heart was extremely unhappy and he was ignited. For the first time, he was discredited by this despicable means. "Do you want to take a break?" "No, if this matter can affect me, then the president of my marching ant does not have to do it." Zhao Minutes refused Chen Mo's suggestion, although angry, but not yet able to affect her. As the president of a big company, she has experienced too much pressure. Now, this kind of thing is just anger against the means of the other party. Now is not the time to hide. Not long after, YY posted an apology video on Weibo, claiming that she was sleeping. Weibo was stolen, and she was completely unaware of the photos and content. She also showed screenshots of her Weibo's unusually different landings. It's good to have money, and the speed of whitewashing is faster than others. Who can tell me what happened? I feel like I missed a big melon. Dogtail, I despise you, actually bowed to the capital, hacking this routine. Now the ghost does not believe. I feel that the dog's tail is not lying. I will release this kind of photo. Whether it is true or not, I will definitely be blocked by the entertainment circle. He will not be so stupid. As a rational melon, the content of the previous one, although it is preserved, it is inconvenient to disclose it being used by people. A person who derails the president of his company. If there is no divorce, I will believe in love. The rumor is that he and Zhao are still girlfriends. Is this being robbed of a man by a girlfriend? I don't know what happened and come here together. Yan Y posted an apology video that made many people inexplicable. The last Weibo was only deleted by the Ink Girl in less than half a minute. There were only a few people who saw the content, and many people did not know what happened. But after the apology video came out, the comments below, some people are just taking a screenshot of the sun. In the end, YY's Weibo had to close the comment to avoid the spread of things. Things didn't provoke too much turmoil, but things didn't end. Soon, the WeChat group, the circle of friends, the penguin group, etc. in all walks of life appeared in the photos just now. 1 past 10, 10 past 100. In a short time, the photos have spread in madness. It is related to Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes, and the two helmsmen of the highest power of the marching ant group have also increased their attention. With the increase of the number of speakers, under the deliberate guidance of some people, it is not a surprise to be on the hot search, becoming a hot topic. Even if Chen Mo wants to let the Ink Girl control the spread, she has to give up in the face of this crazy spread. The public relations team of the marching ant group did not dare to let the major platforms withdraw their search. Now things are going to spread, and there must be someone deliberately making things big. When they let people withdraw their heat, they will be attacked by the people behind them to become guilty conscience. Once they are demolished, they will be arguing. In the first time, the public relations team of the marching ant group issued an announcement on the official Weibo and official website. The suspected photos circulating on the internet are not Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes. They have already reported to the police to warn the media and individuals not to make a fuss. The team of lawyers of the marching ant group is following up. If the rumors are found, they will directly inform the police. The consequence is the face of detention and prosecution compensation. Chapter 568, Add a Fire at Night. Chen Mo sat on the sofa, and Xiaoya leaned in his arms. watching the movie quietly. The Ink Girl also changed her pajamas and sat on the sofa. The little unparalleled between Shenmue and the Ink Girl, she was concentrating on the building blocks with the Ink Girl, and the small robot toy that Shenmue specially made for the little girl. "Do you have a heart? Is it because of the internet?" asked Xiaoyu. "Well, I am thinking about how to explain to you." Shenmue gently stroked her little belly. Xiaoyu took his hand on Shenmue's hand and shook his head. "No, those photos are fake at first glance. Your body I look at every day and I can recognize them at a glance. You don't look strong, but take off your clothes and the muscle lines are perfect. The photos of the men, although the light is dim, but I can see that the body is too weak. Wearing clothes may be more like you, but reveals the stuff, my husband. I can still recognize it." Zhao Minji has a nail-sized red calf birthmark here, and the photo of the woman does not. In the eyes of outsiders, it is both of you, but I can recognize it at a glance. It is not you, nor Zhao Minut's sister. The small fishing point points to the position of his left chest to the day. "How do you know that Zhao Minut's has a red birthmark? Is it strange? I have seen it with Zhao Minji when I tried clothes, hot springs, and swimming." "Have you seen it before?" Xiaoyu looked up and smiled at Shenmue. Shenmue touched his nose. The last time Zhao Minut's was infected with the virus, he saw it when Zhao Minut's checked his body, and Zhao Minut's sometimes came to the villa and Xiaoyu to swim. He also saw him wearing a swimsuit. I read the comments below the news and found that many comments are provoking my relationship with Zhao Minji. I feel that someone is deliberately guiding. Xiaoyu did not choose to stay on the topic just now, faintly said. "It's very smart, not stupid." Shenmue licked Xiaoyu's little belly. "I am not stupid, just marry you. Compared with outsiders, it seems that I am stupid." Xiaoyu enjoys Shenmue's caress. "I feel that this is for you, or for the company. I am with Zhao Minut's, who is very important to you, a family care company, a management company. If I and Zhao Minji are in a stalemate, you will be on fire in the backyard." I got into trouble, and Zhao Minut's sister tore her face and forced her to leave the company. The company was heart-wrenching. "Or we are divorced. This home is gone. Either way, the most painful thing is you." Shenmue's heart is warm. When this happens, as long as Xiaoyu is a little suspicious, he will be very embarrassed now. Xiaoyu's unconditional trust in him will be so calm. He knows that the woman lying in his arms, lacks in enamel. Many things are clearer than anyone else, but this silly woman is very sensible, which is why he has always been so fond of her. The outsiders thought that the small fisherman was a vase, and only Shenmue knew that she had to bear a lot of silence. With her at home, he was able to rest assured that he was fully committed to his work. Gently gathered the little fish's hair, Shenmue kissed her lips. Unparalleled look. Xiaoyu hurriedly pushed Shenmue, sweet and shy, and felt Shenmue's favor. Very happy. "Oh my mother, I have to kiss." Xiao Wushwang glared at the exquisite A's, the spoiled voice, and both of them laughed. "Well, let the Ink Girl give you kiss, then Mum and Dad give you kiss." Xiaoyu touched the unparalleled head and smiled. The little girl kissed each other and then happily played with the toys in her hand. "This matter, you can rest assured to deal with it. Don't worry about what I will do. Don't worry about the family. I will explain to them at home elders. You don't have to deliberately avoid being alienated from Zhao Minut's, or someone planning this." "I have to get what I want," said Xiaoyu. "Oh, I see." Shenmue's hand holding Xiaoyu's hand tightened tightly. The two men looked at each other and smiled. They had a tacit understanding of each other. They did not pay attention to each other and kissed him on Xiaoyu's face. With these words of Xiaoyu, Shenmue also lost those messy troubles, hugged Xiaoyu, and stopped the little unparalleled playing with toys. "Unparalleled, my mother and I play tickling games. Do you want to play?" "Yes." "Yeah?" The little unparalleled immediately threw away the toy in his hand and rushed over to the little fisherman. "Ink Girl is also coming." "Unparalleled, don't touch there. Ha ha ha. Husband, ha ha ha. Forgiveness." The hall was raging. The laughter continued, and the night outside was getting deeper. The incident about Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz has become more and more troublesome on the internet. It is related to the two most legendary figures in China. This topic is born with its own attributes that attract attention. In just a few days, all kinds of quanky emerged endlessly. Yan Wei is threatened with death. Yan Wei was blocked by the entertainment circle and various platforms. Then, there was news that Zhao Minitz and Xiaoyu were not in harmony. Then came the news of Chen Mo's divorce. I heard that Chen Mo is going to divorce, and the marching ant group is now in a mess. My friend who works in the army ant group said that their boss and boss wife are arguing about the property division of the divorce agreement. I heard that they are married without a premarital property agreement. This divorce, Xiao can be assigned to the marching ant group 25%. The shares and more than 200 billion in cash. This will be the most expensive divorce case in history. This is the advantage of marrying into the giants. No wonder so many women want to marry into the giants every day. Once divorced, they can get the wealth that others can't get for 10 lifetimes. The version I heard was that Xiao forced Zhao Minitz to leave the marching ant group. Now the insiders of the marching ant group are scattered, and Xiao is preparing to enter the army marching ant group to take over the position of Zhao Minitz. From the media, some entertainment platforms, media companies have come to the heat in order to earn eyeballs and traffic. All kinds of rumors have a clear eye. The marching ant group is uncharacteristic, there is no voice, and even rumors are not. The silent attitude of the marching ant group also allowed some network water forces to start attacking the marching ant group as a guilty conscience. The CIA headquarters, the meeting room of the Washington Hand Group, headed by Mellon, other team members are sitting in it. In the conference room, you can't bring a mobile phone or a network. There is only one computer and projector that is disconnected from the network. They are doing top secret work, and some things are safer and more secure in a traditional way than the current emerging methods. Regarding Chen Mo's news trend, they are guiding, and the internet is the easiest place to move. Even if Chinese people find clues, it is difficult to catch people, and there is no evidence to expose them. In the heart of the Huaxia network spray, they only need to be responsible for guiding and exposing some things. Other things, the network sprayer will help them to make big troubles, even without them. Would you like to add another fire? A detective spoke. I think it's okay to add a fire to a company. It's a little straighter. The Chinese sprays are so good to use, give them a match. They can burn a forest. The detective next to him smiled. It is their favorite thing to control people's minds on the internet. When they see the netizens, the media platform follows their rhythm, and they are very fulfilled. Other agents also nodded. Now they are dealing with a company, not a national organization, and do not need complicated procedures. Now is Chen Mo's wife and him bothering, or is Zhao Minitz leaving the company? What is the core effect of our plan? Other agents have a glimpse of each other. Since the rumors, Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz have not made public appearances yet, but the public relations department of the marching ant group issued some innocuous statements. The media rumors that Chen Mo divorced, it is only a rumor. Up to now, their CIA people have no news about Chen Mo. Chen Mo, Xiao, and Zhao Minitz have not made public appearances. They even have no basis for judgment. Most of the agents who entered the coastal city were missing, and their intelligence personnel in Banhai City were few and far between. Moreover, the internal ranks of the marching ant group do not have their intelligence personnel. The hand of Washington can smash the giants of the Soviet Union, mainly because the spies can reach the core of the Soviet Union and use their internal contradictions and dilemmas to disintegrate the Soviet Union and fall apart. Planning the split of other countries uses the same means. Now facing the marching ant group, this is a company, the top is a piece of iron, and there is no big contradiction and dilemma. Their spy crew bought a person inside the army ant, and that person would be fired soon after. And the agents who entered the coastal city will always be inexplicably missing. So now in the marching ant group, they have no eyeliner. It is even more impossible to monitor the upper floors of marching ants by telephone. The safety factor of the marching ant group network is the highest in the world. If they are given a few years, they may not be able to crack. Even if they are enemies, they have to admit it. Through means, they hope to create internal contradictions in the marching ant group. Now their plans are implemented, but they have encountered difficulties. I thought that Chenmo or Zhao Minutes, or Hixio, came out to blame. Based on their state, expression, psychology, behavior can analyze their effects. As a result, the three people at the core of the plan collectively disappeared into the public eye. The rumors outside were all over the sky, and there was no clarification. Now they plan what effect they will take, and they don't know it for the time being. So their current plans seem to be very successful, but they are not clear about the specific effects. That's a little more strength. Seeing everyone didn't speak, McLean finalized, hit the iron and heat. 3 days later, a message came out. Because of the pressure of the exposure, the UI, who was traveling in Thailand, drowned while swimming in the sea. Chapter 569. Mutual damage. The death of YY has aroused an uproar in the world. Whether it is domestic or foreign, almost all media consistently point the finger at Chenmo, a marching ant group. 5 days later, with the attention of the global media, the police announced the results of the investigation. Preliminary investigation. Huaxi, a citizen UI, died in accidental drowning, and temporarily did not find any related to homicide. At this time, YY's abnormal death is undoubtedly a great imagination for conspiracy theorists. Things are definitely not as simple as outsiders think. I was just threatened by death. Now I am completely dead. I am dying unexpectedly. Who believes it is okay to make a movie? Now in this society, it is too simple for a professional killer to kill a person without leaving traces. If this thing has nothing to do with the marching ants, I don't believe in killing me. If I have money, I can really do whatever I want. Even the police can't investigate. A person's scandal has been smashed, and the image of the perfect avatar collapses. It instantly becomes a scum male, a cloaked beast, and now YY is being retaliated. Isn't it normal? Chenmo should be arrested for investigation. The law is to protect the rich. Wake up, comrades. This world is very dangerous. I feel that things are not that simple. The second melon is very sweet. This story tells us that the words really can't be said. All kinds of conspiracy theories are flying all over the world. Even if the marching ants group rumors, they still encounter the overwhelming shackles from all over the world, especially in China. However, the marching ant group is uncharacteristic and does not have too strong public relations. Under the influence of some hateful psychology, speech from all angles is almost handy. In addition to ridicule on the internet, some people even ridicule in reality. Employees who work in the marching ant company are ridiculed in their circle of friends during this time, or are ridiculed by either explicit or implicit. Coupled with the reporter's containment interview, the employees of the marching ant group were pressured. A few employees, even unable to stand this environment, resigned and left. President, do you really need a public relations statement? If you go on like this, I am afraid that people outside will push things to us. Li Huai was worried. Yan Wei died. They have the biggest suspicion. But things are too simple, and YY is dead, and there is no benefit to them at all. Some people with a logical mind will think that this is a conspiracy. But netizens, many of these creatures don't have to think about their brains, follow the trend, and add some unsatisfied hatred of life. They naturally become targets of catharsis. In today's situation, many spearheads point to them. The internet is completely discrediting their remarks. If they continue, their corporate image will be destroyed. No, now I will clarify and say that everything is wrong. Even if it is good, some people will think wrong. Many people have already become the first priority, and they are not awake. You can contact a lawyer and prepare to go to court. Zhao Minutes said. No one can cure those who are on the internet. They don't mind using this opportunity to let them know what life is. Is it really necessary to sue those people? Li Hui said, I always have to be responsible for my own mouth, and let them become unscrupulous again and again. Many people have had a mouthful of addiction on the internet, and they have forgotten afterwards, thinking that the internet is a place of extra-legal. We help them well. Memories, said Zhao Minutes. There are nearly 1,000 people, distributed throughout the country. The cost of asking a lawyer is quite a lot, and it is very troublesome. At any cost, you can afford to pay more legal fees. If you don't do anything because of trouble, they will only be more mad, this time and forever. Zhao Minutes' voice is cold. Not long after the establishment of the Marching Ant Company, cyber violence continued until now. They always look at the indifferent mentality. As long as the company has technology, it doesn't matter how the outsiders are black. So they are tolerant again and again. But she was angry this time. The photo has been suffocating, and now the network water army has come to challenge her patience. And now the fermentation has touched their bottom line. In order to prepare for the prosecution, Zhao Minutes asked the Ink Girl to collect the information of the rumors through the network and hand it over to the legal team. At the same time, in the police filing, but also for the major online platforms, the media platform has the personal identity information of the water army who have made rumors, and personal attacks. Those who participated in the rumors, the sly people, the serious nearly 1,000 people, and the countless rubbing of the edges, are shocking. It is necessary to kill these chickens and let the monkeys see the end of the mouth. When the storm is over, they will settle accounts after the fall. Phoenix Mountain, the Fant Space Center. Chen Mo is here to pay attention to the manufacturing progress of the space plane. During this period of time, the overwhelming news outside, the rumors of the sky, Chen Mo did not show up, has been in the research institute of the Space Center that has just been fully put into use. The headquarters of the company was blocked by various reporters, and he was not convenient. From the exposure of the incident, to various rumors, to the death of today's Yan Wei, he has remained silent, does not mean that he did nothing. If it wasn't for the small fisherman who could distinguish the true and false of those photos, it would really make the people behind the plan achieve their goals. Now he must have a lot of troubles. After the photo appeared, he asked the Ink Maid to use cyberspace, the global communication system, to monitor people who might be involved in the incident, especially those who were hostile to him. Living in this era, unless it is primitive, will involve more or less communication and networking. Close observation of these days, the Ink Girl still found some clues. Mergo, it has been confirmed, it is done by the CIA. It's the same group of people. The ghost is not scattered. Chen Momai's heart is screwed together, although the clues in hand are grasped, and those things are not sufficient as evidence. However, knowing who is behind the scenes is enough. Since the rise of self-propelled ants, the CIA has been playing his ideas, but he is not good at blatantly removing the other side. Only passive again and again. See the move. The last time he broke the CIA, the other party did not know what he was doing. Now he has slowed down and came to him for trouble. Do you know who is responsible for the high-level plan for me? Chen Mo asked. This is called Melon. From this time, the Ink Girl found that some network agents are suggesting to guide public opinion, combine their communication information, electronic device information. Before the death of YY and after death, the CIA agents in Thailand contacted the CIA headquarters through the secret channel of satellite communications. It is determined by the CIA. Finally, combined with the analysis of the information he has, he is most likely to be the person responsible for the plan. The Ink Girl projected the information of Melon onto the screen, which is some basic information, home address, age, birthday, spouse, children and the like. The subsequent information is all kinds of forged identity information. As a senior agent, it has been normal to use some fake identities. Others have no special things and do not know what secret events the other party is involved in. The last time I pretended to be a clown organization to steal some spy materials. All the secret information of the other party is now stored in a separate server. The ordinary office computer has limited useful information. Where is he now? At Langley. The Ink Girl immediately released the satellite map. Always stare at him. Chen Mo thought about it and it didn't feel enough. Since they don't want me to be better, I will give them a big gift and hurt each other. Chapter 570. Is this the first time? The CIA Cybersecurity Office, wearing a navy blue shirt, and Dennis, who has some scum, sits in the office. Since the last two clown organizations invaded the CIA, they realized that cybersecurity is more serious. Smart firewalls are imperative. After getting the source code of the clown virus from the island country, the National Cybersecurity Department organized a training camp to draw the elites of the National Cybersecurity Department, artificial intelligence researchers, and enter the inside to develop smart firewalls. A few years of school, there are no small achievements. At least now the CIA's Fire Circle is already a smart firewall, and the security is greatly improved. After drinking a cup of coffee, Dennis sat in the position and checked the CIA network from time to time. Suddenly, the computer's screen began to jump. Alert! The server was compromised. The alarm sound of the intelligent system of the firewall makes some idle things in the office, and the agents who are snoring are instantly awake and have no sleep. Damn, why is this? Dennis saw the alarm being hacked and his face was dull. Invading their servers requires a multi-layered firewall. As soon as they are attacked, an alarm will sound. But now the other party has intruded and an alarm occurs. He has to suspect that the attackers may use system vulnerabilities to get through their smart firewall systems. The next second, when the computer screen was blacked out, Dennis opened his mouth and was thundered. What reaction did the marching ant group respond to? After listening to the report of his detectives, McLean began to think. Holmes, who is in charge of intelligence, is also in a good mood. We asked reporters to pay attention to the reaction of the marching ant group in Bnhai, but the marching ant group did not react much to the present, but the public relations department rumored that nothing was said, and the top officials did not show up. Our intelligence personnel learned that their legal department is contacting lawyers in various cities in China and employing more than 80 law firms. The recruitment of lawyers on such a large scale is intended to prosecute those netizens who are rumored to be rumored. You can't find the Lord, you can only take those small shrimps to open the knife. And the marching ant group seems to be so good. Another agent smiled. Speaking of this, all the agents in the conference room had a little more smile on their faces. They control the direction of the whole thing. Now the reputation of the marching ant group is damaged, the outside is subject to cyber violence, and the insiders are worried. The core of the marching ant group is now the last straw. Once Chen Mo, Zhao Minitz and Hixiao have differences, the marching ant group will face the danger of division. Chen Mo and Hixiao are divorced, and part of the equity of the marching ant group may fall by, or Zhao Minitz leaves the company, and the high-level people are not satisfied. They are also available. As long as you want to buy a high-level army ant group, or control Chen Mo, the technology of the marching ant group may fall into their pockets. Even if it is not much, you can get a part of it. The existence of the marching ant group is always a threat to their country. The marching ant group must split, or Chen Mo left China. May I long flash to firm look, this is very important for our country. The marching ant group leads the entire Chinese technology to take off. The threat is too great. No matter what method they have to split, or those technologies are in our hands. Everyone breathes and waits for the following. We can't determine the status of Chen Mo, Zhao Minitz and Hixiao now, but there is another way to force Chen to leave China. Chen Mo is the true foundation of the marching ant group. Is there any way to let the Huaxia official and the marching ant group fall out? As long as the two sides fall out, Chen Mo is struggling in China. He has to leave. I am afraid it is very difficult. According to the news we have learned, Huaxia officially maintains the marching ant group. That makes people look for opportunities to hand over that recording to the official Chinese. Melon sneered. Hey! Exclamation mark. When Mr. McLean finished speaking, there was a rapid knock on the door outside the meeting room. A female detective walked into the conference room quickly, and her face was not very good looking. The computers in the conference room are not connected to the internet. The computers at the entire headquarters have all been destroyed by hackers. Hiss. Agents in the entire conference room looked awkward. This is the first few times. Is this the first time? Is this the first time? You said. Lina looked black like a pot that had not been washed for decades, almost oozing ink. Every word it's coming out. Is the network at our headquarters managed by you into a hotel? Anyone else will come in and out? The server is hacked and hacked. This time it was not stealing information, but the computers connected to the entire headquarters building all burned down. This is the third time she has been hacked since she took office. What use is it for you? Are you not a top player? Isn't it a top cybersecurity officer? Your top is being stepped on your face again and again. Our faces are almost destroyed by you. You want me? How? What? How about it? After 2 days, it's better to be hacked again. Let's make it a hacker's playground or a list. Lina pulled the mouse out of her hand and squatted on the floor. If she does not vent, she will be mad to the brain. In the cybersecurity office, everyone buried their heads in their chests, and they were ashamed and shy. Secretary. Lina's assistant came over and carefully opened her mouth. What? Said. Lina's anger has not dissipated, and the people on the field are all shaking with fear. The Washington personnel came to the news that the Pentagon was also attacked, and their networked computers were also ruined by viruses. The assistant swallowed a swallow. The detectives on the field were cold and sweaty. Oh, when the air is quiet, all the lights in the building will be extinguished, and the backup power will be automatically activated before the power is restored. What is going on here? Lina's voice was weak, and since she sat in this position, she was not doing anything. At this time, there was already a feeling of powerlessness. It was not long before a staff member heard the news. Langley's power supply system was hacked. Lina's eyes were black and she took a deep breath and almost passed out. Give me, at any cost, find out the murderer. I have to peel off his skin and smoke his ribs. Lina is like a tigress who wants to eat. The CIA and the Pentagon, the two most powerful institutions in their country, have all suffered from computers. The newly developed smart firewall, in front of the mysterious hacker, is as fragile as paper. This kind of hacking technology can completely disturb the order of a country and make people shudder. After the last clown event, all their secret information, no matter what level, was saved to a separate server. This time the computer was destroyed. Although there is no important information, all the common file data is lost, which is enough for them to spend a lot of energy to rearrange. This kind of invasion is to hit their faces, and they are hitting them. There used to be clues about clowns, and there wasn't even a useful clue. All the members sealed the confidentiality. This incident was declared to be caused by a machine failure. The computer was worn out. It was necessary to update and replace it with a new computer. Secretary, there is a phone call in Washington. The assistant ran over to let Lina look even worse. Let me find it now. When I got back to the office and saw the phone on the desk, I took a deep breath and picked it up. Just now she was jealous of others, and now she is ready to be shackled. Mr. President, waste. The whole CIA is so useless. Have you ever done a satisfactory thing since you took the position? You are not enough to lose your face. This is the first time. How many times? Yourself. Say, if you are incompetent, just tell me. Don't keep nails on the shame column, no matter what method you use. Find the hacker. Damn it. Lina dared not to speak, and her face immediately became dark, but these words can only be swallowed in the belly. If she resigns now, she really becomes the most shameful director of the CIA. She is proud of her, and this is absolutely not allowed. After a while, the term of office will end, and the presidential election will be held. The old and the new will alternate. After this period of time, you can be decent. It's just that they don't know that the current action is just a bit of interest from Chen Mo, and the revenge from Chen Mo is not over yet. Chapter 571, The opportunity is coming. The two departments of the CIA headquarters in Langley and the Pentagon were attacked. Despite the password, the news leaked out. Fortunately, because of the actions of the Marching Ant Group, attracting most of the attention, coupled with their desalination, caused little public opinion. Meeting room of the CIA. In order to find clues to this hacking attack, members of the CIA, Network Intelligence Center, and COG, Computer Network Action Group, as well as members of the Cybersecurity Office, are all concentrated in the conference room. I didn't find any useful clues. The others' means were very high, as if they were ghosts. Dennis's confidence felt like an unprecedented blow. He has also been involved in a series of network denial of service attacks, shutting down thousands of internet sites, and even planning unauthorized access to the US Air Force and US Army computer systems. He was caught by the CIA and he chose to join the CIA. He thinks he is a computer expert at the level, but in front of this mysterious hacker, he feels like a baby. Their computer firewall monitoring has no effect. The other party is more like a downsizing against them. We haven't found it here either. Morrison was somewhat reluctant to say. The world's top hackers, we can investigate all the investigations. Even invited a few white-headed hackers to help. Still did not find. This feeling, like his first tracking of the clown organization, feels very weak. The world's top hacker gods, including the rising stars that emerged after the rise of smart viruses in recent years, they all know, even in their CIA information, they have their complete information. But in their impression, no one's strength makes him feel powerless. The conference room was quiet. Is it possible that some of the network company's team is doing it? Or is it the enemy's hacker army? All the senior officials of the CIA are in the conference room, and Millen is also present. It's about their faces. If they don't find the hacker, they can be attacked for the third time, for the seventh time, even the 11th. Endless, when they all have no face to see people. As a senior agent, perhaps he does not understand the technology of network security, but more or less can provide some analysis and suggestions for solving crimes. The other party doesn't have to be a hacker. Think about it. In addition to hackers, what other top teams and national hackers in the world can bypass the monitoring of our smart firewall? Russia and China. Morrison blurted out. The eyes of the people brightened and the focus gathered on him. I can think of these two countries. Russia does not need to say. Everyone knows. Huaxia has been the world's leading programming technology since Chenmo's Chinese programming language has rewritten some basic rules of programming. China's hackers are our only ones. A group of people who don't understand. The Red Army Corps of China and the China Alliance are all possible. I don't think it's the Red Army Legion. After the clown virus, the smart virus has become an important research object of the network security team in various countries. On the internet, the silent network war has been going on, and the strength of both sides has the bottom. Their smart viruses may be able to invade the average company, but they can't bypass the intelligent firewall monitoring at our headquarters and invade our network like a ghost. Who is that? Russian? If there is a possibility of invading us like a ghost, there should be a top team. Dennis suddenly spoke and everyone immediately looked at him. The Fire Ant Laboratory of the Marching Ant Group. Fire Ant Lab. The name surprised the people on the field and they were very strange to the name. The Fire Ant Laboratory is the Intelligent Network Security Laboratory under the Artificial Intelligence Laboratory of the Marching Ant Group. This laboratory is called the Fire Ant Laboratory by the Hacker Circle. The goal of their laboratory is to attack the Marching Ant Group at any cost. Intelligent Network Shield and Firewall. In the Hacker Circle, if they find a loophole in the company's intelligent network shield and firewall, a security hole, reward the team 10 million, find 10 loopholes, reward 100 million, no limit. The Fire Ants Laboratory was used as a sharpening stone for the shields and firewalls of the Army Ant Company. They have been very lucky and the team members have not participated in the global hacker technology competition, but no one dares to underestimate their strength. Some things Dennis will hear about. The technical team of the Marching Ant Group Research Institute is the top of the world. but it has been overshadowed by Chen Moqiang's reputation. Other teams are mediocre under the light of Chen Mo. If you can bypass the monitoring of their smart firewalls like ghosts, what he can think of is the marching ant group that leads the world. But they seem to have no reason to attack us, so it doesn't do anything good for them, Dennis added. The meeting room was completely quiet. Lina didn't talk from beginning to end. After listening to Dennis's guess, she was thinking, reason? If the marching ant group knows that the troubles are now guided by them, there are 10,000 reasons to attack them. Dennis, Morrison, you write a report and hand it over, claiming that it is a Chinese hacker. Lina made a final conclusion. Now all the remarks are speculations. They can't find people, and there is no evidence, but it doesn't matter. Give them an account outside the meeting. May I Long, come to my office. Lina took the lead to leave. There is no clue, and it is also awkward to go on. Just entering the office, Lina took a sip of water on the table, put the documents in order, and turned and sat down. The day after tomorrow, you and I will go to Washington to take your plan to deal with the marching ant group, and then, together with the report of the Cybersecurity Office, give the president a look. Acquired has a problem. Tuesday is my wife's birthday, can't be postponed. No, you still talk to your wife. This is more important. Come back to romance. In any case, the marching ant group is a threat. Since there is a basis for inference, is it not an army ant group? Is there any evidence? It doesn't matter. Anyway, there is no one to replace the ghost. We have to deal with him. We will push this incident to them and we can get more support. They did not know that this time they were prepared to blame. They were the Lord, and Chen Mo, the Lord, was also watching them. Ago. Melon is going to Washington the day after tomorrow. Well, Chen Mo in the study, scornfully, looked up at the ink girl. Is the message accurate? He and his wife had a phone call and said that they would go to Washington for a business trip. They couldn't go back to spend her birthday and come back to her. Who is going with him? The entourage is unknown. He did not say. How far is it from Washington to Langley? How long does it take? When Chen Mo's words fell, a map of holographic projections appeared. Richmond to Dulles, the direct flight is about 55 minutes. The light aircraft takes 48 minutes. If it is a transfer, it takes at least 3.5 hours. It takes about 3 hours to drive. According to their habit of traveling, the probability of choosing the direct plane is the highest. 1 hour, enough. An hour is enough for him to do a lot of things. Chen Mo is only thinking a little. Determine their route. If it is an airplane, tell me. These days, he has been let the ink girl monitor the situation of Melon, including his loved ones, friends. The purpose is to determine his status. A group of thieves who have been thinking about him. How can he feel at ease regarding his various smearing remarks, if he does not know the truth? I am afraid that people will be angry. If you want to completely end this farce, you must eradicate it from the source, otherwise it will continue to endlessly. Melon is one of the sources. Now the opportunity is coming. Chapter 572, Set Off. No one knows. A storm is brewing. The rumors about Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes are getting more and more fierce. On the internet, there are successive recordings of Chen Mo's murder, and soon after, Chen Mo's privately sold advanced technology to foreign recordings, followed by similar remarks. Spread. Murdering YY. Selling country. Two huge hats were tied together on Chen Mo's head, igniting the climax of public opinion. There is no such evidence. The police did not dare to catch. Oh, it is good to have money. He is now preparing for immigration. Maybe he has already taken the passport of a certain country privately. Rich people like to run out. Whoever calls foreign air is sweet. Oh, the law really is to protect the rich. The state supports him to run such a large company. And then immigration, transfer of property. This white-eyed wolf. It is recommended to confiscate all his property and technology. Selling the country, murder, such people are not arrested and jailed. Can rich people live above the law? The sound of symbols on the internet is even more crazy. Numerous people are clamoring to catch Chen Mo. However, The police just don't rush to reply to a case that is under investigation. There is no such thing as it seems. The official is not anxious. This reaction by the police has made countless netizens even more angry. It can only anger the darkness of the world on the internet. The marching ant group is just a simple rumor statement of the public relations department. Others still have nothing to say, and they are silently silent. The official media also kept silent and did not comment. Chen Mo, still in the laboratory of the Space Center, is concerned about the manufacturing progress of the space plane. What is the paradox now? Chen Mo put down the gadget in his hand and looked at Zhao Minit's holographic projection. It's not high, it's a new remark, and it's a provocative statement. It's an argument that you don't give the company's shares to the following technicians and executives. The company is yours. It's trying to provoke their high-level interior balance, reduce their enthusiasm. Zhao Minit said. The rumors outside are overwhelming, and the internals of the marching ants are also out of the public because of the public relations department. What reaction does the company employee have? Response: there are a few employees and middle management who tried to provoke this topic. I have let them go, no exception. The big waves, this incident, is another dishwashing. I am not loyal to the company. I don't believe the company. The employees who stayed and did not cultivate the value. Zhao Minit's answer was straightforward. I sent an internal letter, the company's senior management and technical team. Although there are no nominal shares, at the end of each year, they will give corresponding dividends and bonuses according to their level. The technical team's research technology has a breakthrough and there will be additional bonuses that should be given to them. 1 point will not be less. Our company is the world's best welfare technology company. Hire them to give them such good benefits. Work, not let them tell me the conditions. The company's most advanced technology, all from your lab. No one but you are eligible to talk about equity. You have to work hard for 2 days. This storm, when it is almost at the end, there will be a good show tonight. Chen Mo said. What a good show. Do you know that behind the scenes? You will know the news tomorrow. I still sell off with me? Zhao Minit was not happy, but did not ask. Chen Mo did not stop on the topic of behind the scenes black hands. Some things, it is not good to say it, and it will be fine if you finish it. There is time to see the unparalleled. You have not passed this time. And the girl often reads minutes and does not come to see her. That little girl is talking about the candy I gave her. Zhao Minit heard the unparalleled chanting of her, and said so in her mouth. She was very happy. What are you studying now? Make a few satellites. Chen Mo pointed to the satellite projection design on the holographic table. The manufacture of the aerospace plane is completed soon. After the success, it is sure to go to heaven. At that time, several satellites belonging to the marching ant group will be put on the scene. The future development is definitely an endless universe. Jumping out of the Earth is just the beginning. The space plane is about to be completed. When the flight is successfully tested, the satellite will be put into orbit and ready to explore space in the future. The man's dream is the sea of stars, right? Zhao Minit smiled. In the institute, Zhao Minit's holographic figure disappeared and he returned to silence. Only the ink girl was around, and there were various intelligent robots in the institute. At 9 o'clock that night, in the villa, Chen Mo is ready to go, and walks with the library of the ink girl in the villa. Xiao Yu also inks the woman to watch TV and follow Chen Mo. In these 2 days, Chen Mo has been paying attention to the actions of Melon. Myron's flight to Washington is taking off at 12:10 local time today. It is expected to arrive at 13:08. The whole journey is 58 minutes. The time for Huaxia is 0:10 tomorrow. Entering the library, a bookcase on the wall opens automatically, revealing a bright passage. Soon, the three went to the underground lab of the villa. The style of the lab is completely different from that of a library that is separated by a wall. The decoration of the library is a touch of humanity in the retro, and the style of this laboratory is a minimalist future technology. No extra decoration, machines, intelligence, machine test benches, holographic test benches, small superconducting supercomputers, All kinds of advanced technical equipment and machinery are the most noble decoration of this laboratory. The machine test bench is facing a lot of parts, some messy, other places are very clean and well organized. In the window of the laboratory wall, quietly stood a row of armor. Under the light, the metal armor shines on the armor. 4 sets of armor, Shenmue 2 sets, one of which is used as a spare. All black is the main tone, mixed with dark red, looks very mysterious. The ink armor of the Ink Girl is dominated by dark purple, and the dark space is black for the secondary paint. The highlights are like stars, which look tall, noble and mysterious. In addition to the armor of the two, there is also a small fishing armor. With milky white as the main tone, it is mixed with pale gold paint, and Shenmue's armor is white, black, painted, style and texture. It is completely a couple. A small fishing set, just ready to use from time to time, in addition to just playing familiar with the armor, usually rarely caught in small fishing. At this time, Xiaoyu did not have the heart to appreciate the armor, and there was a lingering worry in the eyebrows. Xiaoyu knows that Shenmue is going out to do something tonight. He intuitively told her that this incident may be dangerous. But Shenmue did not tell her that she was not smart enough to ask. You have to be careful. Yes, you can rest assured. Shenmue patted Xiaoyan some cold hands. Can you come back tonight? I will wait for you to come back. It will take about 4 o'clock in the morning to get back. You can go to bed early and get up tomorrow morning. You can see me. Shenmue could feel the worry of Xiaoyu and gently hugged her. Good. Feeling Shenmue's body temperature, Xiaoyu's peace of mind. Ink Girl stays with you at home, don't worry, it's not a big deal. Shenmue stroked Xiaoyu's back and smiled. Tomorrow morning, I want to eat fish. You have to prepare for tonight. Bad. Shenmue was teased. Xiaoyu was ashamed and annoyed, and his heart's worries disappeared. Get back early, think about it all according to you. Really, how can I do it? That Chiron. Oh. It hurts. I am wrong. Shenmue's painful grin, waiting for Xiaoyu to let go, only to lick the soft meat of the waist. Hey, I found that you are a crab. The skills in the sky, so painful. I am not allowed to enter the room in the early hours of the morning. Xiaoyu glanced at him angrily and screamed. Seeing Xiaoyu's fears disappeared, Shenmue smiled and walked toward the lifting platform. In the window, Shenmue's armor moved out. With the help of the robot, quickly untied, one by one covered Shenmue, until the last head is also covered under the armor. Get to bed early, I will be back soon. As the lift rises and the ceiling opens, the armor of Shenmue and the Ink Girl has started, slowly rising, and finally rushing up. Ink Girl, what did the husband do this time? Until the armor of Shenmue and the Ink Girl disappeared into the sky, the ceiling closed, and the small fisherman regained his gaze. The fear of disappearing again reappeared. Mirko is not allowed to tell you. The Ink Girl shook her head. Go out to play with the unparalleled. Xiaoyu did not ask more, holding the Ink Girl's hand to leave the library's underground laboratory. The armor of Shenmue and the Ink Girl is already at an altitude of several kilometers or more. Under the cover of the night, the blue plasma of the 2 sets of armored iron engines, like the starlight in the night, plus the lights of the city at night, the people below can't see what it is. Ink Girl, turn on stealth mode. Shenmue overlooked the villa below and flew towards the sea. Quietly leaving China's airspace, Shenmue has been flying above the 40,000 meters, starting the supersonic flight, heading for the Pacific Ocean. Accelerating, 1.5 Mach. 2 Mach. 3 Mach. The speed is getting faster, the air is blown up, and a white mist is attached to the armor. It accelerates to Mach 5, and the speed is stable. It goes in the direction of Washington. Chapter 573. UFO. Is the plan and report ready? Lina sat in the car to the airport, next to Melon. After the self-propelled army ants have grown up, various departments in their country have plans to deal with the marching ant group. The CIA does not need to mention the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Justice. The strategy of the Syrian state is defeated, and the Ministry of National Defense also joins them. But the various departments did not work together, and all the marching ant groups could escape every time. This trip to Washington, in addition to submitting reports, also discussed the layout of some long-term plans, including the infiltration of the marching ant group. All are ready. McClone patted the briefcase on the clap. How about the plan to deal with marching ants? Not sure. Mellon sighed and shook his head, because from the beginning to the present, the marching ant group did not pick up the move. And what he saw was something that was not painful. In the case of marching ants, public opinion only allows some of the products that do not purchase the marching ant group, and the marching ants have losses, but they have not hurt the roots. The purpose of their plans is still uncertain. Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes have not made public appearances. I feel that they will have the coup to deal with them. Now, although they have caused a public opinion offensive, the losses are certainly not small. In theory, they will certainly come forward to blame, but Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes have not moved. I can't guess their thoughts. Maybe you are too hasty. Let them feel wrong. Lina said. Don't feel, they are the parties. The photos are fake. They know it is wrong at the beginning, and they know that someone is dealing with them. Knowing that someone is spreading rumors to deal with them, in theory, it should be timely to clarify, or publicly appear, clarify the rumors. And they didn't do anything. Mellon couldn't figure it out. He thought that it would be much easier to deal with a company than to deal with a small country, but it is not as smooth as it was imagined. If the marching ant group is so easy to deal with, they are already finished, and it is not possible for you to take the shot. Lina has no surprises about the progress of the Mellon plan. The CIA dealt with Chen Mo, not once or twice. They sent agents and spies to B'nai City many times. However, apart from hearing Chen Mo's accident and his sister being kidnapped once, there was no news. All the spy personnel and agents, all of them evaporated, and even the figures were not seen. Whether it is the means of restriction on the bright side or the means of not seeing the light in the dark, it does not work. Instead, the influence of the marching ant group is growing. When I went to Washington this time, when I made a report, I would like to enlarge the threat of the marching ant group as much as possible. It doesn't matter if it is exaggerated. With the support of the White House, your work will get twice the result with half the effort. Lina looked up at the airport in front of her eyes. They didn't know that there was a man who was crossing the ocean to visit them. But the news of Lina's peers has already been known by Chen Mo. Exactly. One net is exhausted. When Lina and others boarded the plane, Chen Mo had already leapt into the Pacific Ocean and was about to enter the U.S. territorial waters. Mergo is about to enter the U.S. airspace, but also supersonic flight. If you continue to fly at supersonic speed, the sound of the sound explosion will make us discover, said the Ink Girl. Stealth mode can only prevent air defense radar exposure, but if the supersonic flight, the current flight altitude, the resulting sound explosion, can make a city hear its time. If it's a subsonic flight, our current position, it will take another 5 hours to get to Washington. If they don't arrive, they have reached their destination. This action doesn't make sense. Keeping Mach 5 speeds, they fly. I found that I can't catch up with us. Let this be an unsolved mystery. Chen Mo said. Mach's hypersonic speed can break through the air defense systems of all countries in the world. At present, there is almost no solution, even in the United States, which has the strongest air defense system. Even if it is discovered, the other party can't intercept it, let alone catch up. Over the Pacific Ocean, the sound of screaming whizzed past, and some of the ships on the sea could hear the sound of blasting, and the eardrums vibrate. Just after hearing the sound, I looked up at the sky and could not see the shadow of the high-altitude armor 30,000 meters away. The size of the armor is too small, and at a high altitude of 20,000 meters away, it is a supersonic flight. Even if the person below is holding a telescope, it cannot be found. I am about to enter the US airspace, the voice of the Ink Girl reminded. Oh, Anya had just put down the cup in his hand, and suddenly a loud noise made his eyelids jump. Oh, the humming sound followed, causing the glass of the window to vibrate slightly. Earthquake. explosion. In this scene, O'Neill's pupils shrank and left the house, looking up at the surroundings and the sky, without any abnormalities. But the humming sound continued. Not just O'Neill heard. A loud bang exploded in Los Angeles, covering the whole of Los Angeles. The humming sound caused the glass of the window to vibrate. Many people felt that their Sirius team was shaking. Unusual conditions awakened throughout Los Angeles. Edwards Air Force Base. The base is located in California, about 150 kilometers from Los Angeles. It was one of the training centers of the U.S. Air Force in the Second World War. Now it is an important training and flight test base for the U.S. Air Force, including the newly developed X series of aircraft in the United States. And the NASA's Dryden Flight Research Center is also here. In addition to the Air Force Flight Test Center, it is also stationed in the U.S. Air Combat Command, the 2nd Division of the Air Force's 9th Reconnaissance Wing, responsible for the Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft, SR-71, combat detachment. The only 2 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft in the world are in the Dryden Flight Research Center. Sir, a strange roar in the city of Los Angeles and the surrounding cities, suspected of a sonic boom. The governor came to call us and asked if it was testing the supersonic cruise of the plane. A commander hurried into the office of the headquarters and hurriedly asked, "Road test flight?" "We don't have a flight test." John Yang Huo stood up and was amazed in his look. "All base test flights. He will know that other base aircraft come here to test. Will also report. He cannot know. I will send people to the direction of the sonic boom and ask the Air Defense Department if the radar has detected the invading aircraft." The strange sound explosion appeared, which made Edwards Air Force Base busy. Not long after, an officer came in again. "General, the Air Defense Department said that no unidentified flying objects were found." The pilot did not catch up. "I heard the explosion in Los Angeles. It was a sonic boom, but no one saw any UFOs and planes." The officer's expression was extremely serious. He used to be a pilot and he worked with the plane every day. The sound of the sound explosion could not be mistaken. The base is the Air Force Equipment Command, which is a first-level command. In addition to various aircraft, it also deploys the latest large-scale National Air Defense Radar, HDR. However, these air defense radars did not detect any abnormal flying objects. Invading their airspace may also be stealth supersonic aircraft. Contact the Pentagon right away. "No, I personally contact." John was anxious and grabbed an emergency call from his desk. What is it that enters their airspace, and so unscrupulous? From the west to the east, across the entire U.S. territory, Chen Mo spent less than half an hour and gave almost no response time. Los Angeles traveled to Washington, and the city along the way heard the sound explosion. When the Pentagon urgently dispatched a fighter jet along the base to take off, looking for suspicious flying objects, Chen Mo had already arrived at his destination, in the air south of Washington. Girls, look at their current position. On the high altitude of Chen Mo 1Mi, overlooking the strange land below, the speed has been reduced to subsonic speed, so there is no movement around. It is good. In the armor, Chen Mo's eyeballs showed a virtual map that clearly saw the airplane signs on the map, showing them and the location of the target aircraft, and they were approaching quickly. Chapter 574, The Death of Lina Watt. Mei Long woke up from his dream, suddenly a physical shock, and shocked the assistant next to him. It was a dream, and Millen only smiled and secretly wiped the cold sweat. Looking up, I saw everyone on the plane staring at him. He only got on the plane for less than 15 minutes. He just had a nightmare when he blinked. These days, because of Chen Mo's business, I didn't rest well. I had a nightmare, and I dreamed that Chen Mo would send someone to kill me. Mellon's half-smiling voice made the people on the plane laugh. Dream is the opposite. Maybe this trip to Washington can make your plan a success after you come back. Lina, who is not far away, smiled. I think your words are more reliable than my dreams. Mellon shrugged, not arguing, turning his head to look out the window of the plane. The outside world alleges that Chen Mo is the Iron Man of China. On the status of wealth and technology, it really has a little meaning. Lina said, "It is a pity that this kind of person cannot be used for us. So it is either used for us or destroyed." Melon followed her words. Melon doesn't know that his nightmare is about to become real. It's just that Chen Mo sent someone to kill him, but came in person. Ink Girl, are they blocking their communication signals? The special plane of Lina and others has already appeared in Chen Mo's field of vision, and the two sides are approaching quickly. Shielded. Start working. Mergo, why not just destroy the plane directly? It's easy to kill people. I want to see if they have what I want in my hands. Chen Mo accelerated, approaching the plane and arriving at the plane, only to control the armor and the aircraft at the same speed, relatively static. Oh my god. McLaren looked at the armor that appeared outside the window, and the whole person was stupid. At this moment, he had to suspect that he was dreaming. Don't I wake up? McLaren patted his face and looked again. The two armor were still at the window. The leader, is there any problem? The assistant next to him felt that Milan was not right. Iron Man. The eyes of Myron were incredible, and the voice was still trembling. The assistant saw the window along the eyes of Melon. The whole person was like a thunder, and his mouth could swallow a goose egg. Chen Mo naturally saw Milan, and did not pay attention to it. He reached the window and reached out. At the arm of the armor, a laser was reflected on the glass of the window and cut along the edge. The window glass of the aircraft was opened, the air pressure was unbalanced, and the things inside were instantly sucked out and flew out toward the broken window. The seat next to the window, a CIA officer who was snoring, was sucked on the window without any precaution, and screamed again and again. The oxygen cover above the seat, all popped down. Sudden changes have caused everyone in the plane to change their face. What happened? Lina's voice changed, and she hurriedly put on an oxygen mask. The imbalance in the air pressure in the aircraft made her feel terrible. Iron Man. Melon's body is shaking and his lips are groaning. I don't know if it's because of fear. My eyes are staring out the window, and even the assistant next to him, the body does not tremble. This story tells us to remember to take a seat belt when flying. Chen Mo raised his hand and banged on the man who was stuck in the airplane window. Snapped! Exclamation mark. The sound of broken bones, accompanied by screams and impacts, the man hit the other side of the aircraft fuselage, covered in blood, and more air intake. The window opens again and a huge wind is coming out of the cabin. Go open the aircraft door. Chen Mokao lost two fist-sized machine inside the plane. At the moment of falling to the ground, the two machine opened and turned into two strange robots like 8-claw spiders, which quickly climbed to the cabin door. Boom! Exclamation mark. Not long after, the aircraft's door was opened by two small machines. Because of the gas loss, the aircraft also became unstable and somewhat swayed. Ink Girl, go to control the plane and turn to the direction of the Atlantic. Chen Mo and Monuo entered the aircraft cabin, closed the hatch, and Chen Mo went straight in the cabin. And the ink armor of the Ink Girl goes to the cab of the nose. Chen Mo's action did not drag the mud and water. From the time of breaking the window to entering the cabin, it was only half a minute. The people inside did not dare to untie the seatbelt easily because of the pressure change. Some people even did not react to what happened. Seeing Chen Mo wearing a battle armor appeared in the cabin, Melon's body shook even more, and his eyes were full of fear. He just saw the whole process. What kind of ghost thing? The two security guards saw Chen Mo wearing a battle armor, screaming and grabbing a pistol and shooting at Chen Mo. The bullet hit the armor and did not leave any traces. If I were you, sit down, or die a little faster. Chen Mo raised his hand and killed several accompanying security personnel. He warned once with some less familiar English. His eyes fell on Lina and Melon and walked toward the two. Who are you? Lina quickly calmed down. She is also a man who has experienced great winds and is more resilient than others and recovers faster. This is only her life. In this case, she only saw it in the movie. Now in reality, The shock to her is inexplicable. "Give me your briefcase." Chen Mo did not answer Lina's question. His eyes fell on Melon's briefcase and he hooked his finger. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Seeing the other side did not pay attention to her, Lina's heart was a bit uncomfortable, but did not dare to move. Two machine spiders, with sharp spikes on top of their chairs, moved a little, and the brain was going through holes. The other party destroys the plane and hijacks the plane. You don't have to know that the one is not good. At this point, Lina's brain is flying and thinking about the way to deal with this robot. However, when all the methods emerged, she was vetoed. The other party easily entered the plane, and the bullets were hit on it. There was no trace of it. This horrible armor was not able to deal with ordinary weapons in their hands. Unless the other person shows his face, there may be a chance. "If you don't give it, I will take it myself." Chen Mo did not pay attention to Lina, went to McLean, punched his stomach and took the briefcase from the assistant. Myron's assistant has been scared and afraid to have any resistance. "Friends, we don't seem to offend you. If you are an alien visitor and want the intelligence of the Earth, we can help you and cooperate." Myron felt that the ribs had broken, and suffered from severe pain and weakness. In front of this mysterious person, they are as weak as a baby, and he can think of the identity of the other person. That is, an alien. This kind of technology is impossible on Earth. "I want it, I have found it." Chen Mo pulled out the file of the Melon briefcase and shook the folder about his plan. At this moment, Melon's face was pale and bloodless. The painful expression turned into panic. Chen Mo, hearing this sentence, he suddenly understood that this person was related to Chen Mo and came for Chen Mo's plan. Chen Mo already has such a terrible technology, and knows everything they do behind the scenes. Melon was physically fearful and trembling uncontrollably. Even if he performed the most horrible task that year, and he was on the verge of death several times, he was not so scared. "You seem to guess who I am." Chen Mo saw the appearance of Melon and knew what the other party had guessed. But he didn't care. "If you know it, you should be able to die." After that, Chen Mo grabbed Melon's neck and did not give him a chance to resist. Until the death, Melon was still not reconciled. He did not expect that because of this task, the other party used this horrible technology to deal with him, and was killed without any resistance. "Next to you." Chen Mo looked at Lina next to him. "You are Chen Mo's person. You should know how much sin is killing me." Lina saw that the other side took away the plan to deal with Chen Mo to kill Melon, and also guessed some clues. "Don't you sin without killing you?" "He has dealt with Chen Mo's plan. I only know it today, and I didn't participate." "Let me go. I promise that I won't move Chen Mo in the future." "Today's business is not mentioned." "Innocent." Chen Mo faintly shook his head. At this time, the official sitting next to Lina, her forehead braved the cold sweat, did not dare to move, did not dare to talk, fearing that the next one is him. Because next to the corridor, Melon looked at him with his eyes open, not blind. "Let me let go. What conditions do you want?" Lina forced herself to calm down. Her eyes kept turning, and she twisted her watch without leaving any traces. "Don't be clever." Chen Mo leaned down and grabbed the watch in Lina's hand, grabbed it in his hand, and pulled down Lina's clothes button, crushing it in his hand. "What electronic devices and recording devices are on you?" "I know." Lina's face finally appeared a little calm. "You counted me 3 times and 4 times. Have you ever thought about it today?" Chen Mo calmly said. At this moment, Lina's face is whiter and she listens to the tone. It is not Chen Mo's person, but Chen Mo himself, who came in person. "When you come here, you will definitely be detected. The news of the plane being robbed will also be spread out. You know, if you are detected, your family and your wife will never have a day." "Let me go. We will not calculate you." "I don't like being threatened." The CIA person, "I am not the first to kill." "Let go of you. Never have a day." Chen Mo reached out and hugged Lina, could not allow her to resist, grabbed her neck. Just listening to the bang, the plane fell into silence. Only the wind breaking the window. Chapter 575, Let You Lick the Keyboard. Richmond Tower. At this time, the command center of the ground tower was full of people, All of them were nervous, and their fears were written on their faces. A man in a blue shirt with a slightly higher hairline came over and everyone was surrounded. The man who came in was United's president, Oscar Munoz. President, Flight A4864 lost contact. The tower controller responsible for the ground information saw that Oscar came in and was a little excited. Oscar looks bad. He just came over after receiving this news. How long? 15 minutes. 15 minutes ago, their towers also talked to the captain. The height and position of the screen display on the tower command center were all normal. But all of a sudden, all of this information disappeared from the screen. They tried to contact the plane many times, but they couldn't get in touch. No matter how they called, they didn't respond. The plane that took off less than half an hour lost contact. Is the alarm? Oscar asked. After the plane lost contact, we tried to contact them several times. If there was no contact, we would call the police. The tower controller was a little worried. You continue to try to contact. Oscar can't do anything, and now he can only listen to his fate and can't do anything. The loss of a small passenger plane attracted the nervousness of everyone in the ground command center and was in a bad mood. Mirko, the plane was found missing, the tower has been alarmed, and the radar of the Andrews Air Force Base found that the aircraft had dispatched a fighter jet to take off. The U.S. Air Force received news of the loss of the aircraft. After the radar detected the abnormal aircraft, it was coming over here. When the U.S. Air Force took off, the Ink girl told Chen Mo the first time. The reaction rate is very fast. Chen Mo was a little surprised. It was only 20 minutes, and the other party came to them much faster than expected. It seems to change the strategy. Chen Mo glanced at a dead cabin. He wanted to fly the plane to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, let the plane sink to the bottom of the sea, all the bodies disappeared, and then create some suspicious clues to guide the Americans. It now appears that it is unlikely that the aircraft will be completely disappeared. Ink girl, the two black boxes at the end of the nose are destroyed? Destroyed? You let the plane hit the mountain. Chen Mo grabbed the body of Lina assistant and the aircraft captain. The Ink girl put away the small robot and jumped out of the plane with Chen Mo. Mirko, what are you doing with two bodies? In this case, the Americans have investigated and must know the embarrassment. They are looking for two missing persons to confuse their investigation direction. In the aircraft, in addition to the crew, there are 8 CIA staff members, including senior officials such as Lina and Melon. Although Chen Mo is not worried that the Americans will find him, it is better to make this matter more confusing than the other. Which direction we are going now? In the direction of the Atlantic, detour to Central America. Go home. Chen Mo smashed one hand, turned on the stealth mode, and directly rose to the height of 30,000 meters. When I came, it was a bit big. When I went back at this time, no one could say what would happen on the road. Bypassing Central America, it was only half an hour for him. Bang! Not far below Chen Mo, the plane has crashed into the mountains and turned into a ball of fire. Go! Chen Mo overlooks the plane burning like a black smoke, and does not fly back in the direction of the Atlantic. His purpose has been reached, and what he wants is also obtained. This scene is similar. However, this air crash was left to future generations to investigate, and how to check it, but also found that he should be on the other side of the globe. In the early hours of the capital, at 4:50, the coastal city, which has become an international city, is bright and the night market is on the way. The morning market is already preparing. Using me to debut, so that this bustling city has no rest. And away from the midnight field and the road, this time is the time when people sleep the most. The city is quiet and lively. I don't know, the two figures are approaching. After entering the coastal city of Chen Mo, he entered the area of Banhai City, lowered the height, and flew back to the villa near the sea, landing from the top of the villa's library. Call! Exclamation mark. Coming out of the armor, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. From the city of Banhai, it took another 3 hours to reach the other side of the ocean in North America. It took another 4 hours to travel from the Atlantic to Central America and spent 4 hours returning here. Flying at super high speed for a few hours, most people can't afford it. Fortunately, Chen Mo's body has been developed, although it is a little tired, and it has not reached the point where it can't be eaten. Mergo. Chen Mogang walked back to the bedroom door, and the ink girl opened the door from the inside. The person who saw the opening was a cotton girl wearing a nightdress and slippers, so that Chen Mo was stunned. Small fish. Little fisher sister insomnia last night. She said that she could not sleep. Let me sleep with her. Xiao Yuji fell asleep at 2 in the morning. Xiao Yuji said, you have so many things glaring at her, waiting to wake up to see you in the morning, let you lick the keyboard. The ink girl explained. Chen Mo smiled and did not take the words of the ink girl seriously. Enter the bedroom and see the small fish that slept soundly. Try to walk lightly to the bathroom. Simply take a shower and change your pajamas. Just going to bed. Xiao Yu drilled a drill to Chen Mo. It seems to be a familiar temperature. The brow furrow in the dream, only to relax. Sleep well. You go with the unparalleled. Chen Mo whispered to the ink girl. Little fisher sister, let me sleep with her. With me, you go to look after the match. It is good. For the ink girl, Chen Mo's words are the highest priority. Only the ink girl nodded and turned away from the bedroom. Until the ink girl left the bedroom, Chen Yu did not feel what she missed. Chen Mo sleeps here and becomes quiet. But the United States is not quiet. What? The plane crashed into the mountains? Osk heard the news and his brain exploded. The most terrible result is still coming. At this time, his mind is flying, thinking about how to deal with this matter in order to make their company suffer the least. This is not the worst. Assistant Elio interrupted Osk's thoughts and her voice trembled. What is the worst? Just got the news. The CIA intervened in the investigation. A plane crash has something to do with the CIA? Is it because of fear? The terrorists? Is this a conspiracy? Osk seems to have seized the straw. Not a terrorist. But a plane that crashed was a special plane of the CIA. The people above were all CIA officials and senior officials. Ilya was a little nervous. Snapped! Exclamation mark. Osk is sitting in the office chair. Don't think about it. Soon, the CIA will come to check him and their company. He knew that no matter what he had been investigated, his work was gone. After a small passenger plane lost contact, it hit the mountain. On the plane, including the crew, 23 people were killed and 2 people were missing. This news has attracted global attention. Just a small passenger plane crashing into the mountains may not affect that much. The key is the people on the plane. Some reporters soon found out that the crashed plane was a special plane of the CIA officials, including the director of the CIA, Lina, and a number of CIA executives, all of whom died in the accident. The news was exposed on the internet, setting off a huge wave of media and intelligence. The director of the world's largest intelligence agency was killed in an airplane accident, and several important officials and accompanying personnel all died. The news was exposed, the US official remained silent, and there was no rumor, and the CIA official did not stand up and blame, which had to be reminiscent. Inside, people who smell a little smell unusual. Chapter 576. You know too many secrets. Early morning. Xiao Yu woke up and opened his eyes to see the familiar face. The fears accumulated last night have vanished. Suddenly think of something. Looked at the room, did not see the figure of the ink girl, only gently vomited. Pinched Chen Mo's ear, swearing looks like a whisper. Some naughty. Eyes are very gentle and petting. She only fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. At that time, Chen Mo had not returned yet, and it must be coming back later. For fear of awakening Chen Mo, who is still asleep, Xiao Yu's hands squatted out of bed, looked at the time, and after a simple wash, he hurriedly left the room. Little fisher sister, unparalleled that I want to drink milk, I will cook for her. Ink in the kitchen. See the small fish out, Smile shouted, and put the hot milk out of the microwave. Well, when is my husband coming back? Mirko came home at 4:50 in the morning. I will do breakfast, you will go with the unparalleled play. Xiao Yu took over the kitchen. The breakfast and dinner at home are usually made by small fishermen and occasionally uncomfortable. The ink girl will make some simple meals. so that there is a kind of home. After an hour and a half, a hearty breakfast is ready. A few different mornings than usual. The little unparalleled has been sitting at the dinner table, holding a spoon, and eating under the care of the ink girl. The little mouth is a bit bulging, and can't stop. Get ready for breakfast, and the little fisher will let you turn on the TV news. Chenmo has the habit of reading news every day in order to know the current events in the world. Over time, Xiaoyu will follow. Welcome to the Phoenix Morning News. At 12:46 on the 17th, Washington time, a small passenger plane from Richmond to Washington lost nearly half an hour and crashed into the mountain. So far, it has been confirmed, including the crew. A total of 23 people were killed and 2 were missing. The identity of the deceased and the identity of the missing person were not announced. It is reported that the aircraft is a special plane of the CIA, the passengers are senior officials and staff of the CIA, and the CIA director is likely to be on the plane. Up to now, Washington has not yet given a reply. The CIA officials also refused to be interviewed by reporters. The cause of the plane crash is currently under investigation. The following message is broadcast. At 0:46 a.m. today, the plane crashed from Richmond to Washington. The black box has been found. It is understood that the black box is seriously damaged. The investigators are trying to repair it. Can you get the plane before the crash? The date is temporarily unknown. Overwhelming news. Xiao looked a little dazed, and the relaxed smile also converges and becomes absent-minded. It seems to be thinking about something and becoming very worried. What's wrong? Chenmo came out of the room and saw the small fisherman who was in a daze. He asked Xiaoyu's desire to stop, and finally shook his head, looked at the news. Did not ask. Nothing. Eat breakfast. Chenmo glanced at the contents of the news and immediately became clear. With Xiaoyu's understanding of him, perhaps he has already guessed something. Although I didn't ask, but the two lived together for so long, the other party's snacks and ideas have a tacit understanding. This matter, if Xiaoyu does not know anything, he will not say. Now Xiaoyu found some clues. He will not hide. Do you want to know what I did last night? Xiaoyu shook his head. I don't want to know. Don't tell me which woman to sneak into. Don't tell me last night. You said that you are not allowed to enter the room. You are still cheeky and come in, and drive the ink girl away. As you think of you, I did it. Chenmo gently slammed Xiaoyu, naturally knowing that she was deliberately shifting the topic. This sentence made Xiaoyu's body tremble, biting his lip and trying to control himself, but he could not control it. She felt right last night. Chenmo is going out to do dangerous things. Now that something is happening, think about it and fear it. If there is a case, the house will be destroyed. Chenmo can clearly feel that she is shaking all over her body. Her hands and feet are cold. After a long time, Xiaoyu's trembling body was soothing, and it was directly in his arms. Like a sticky kitten, he was very attached to Chenmo's embrace. I'm a little scared. What happened recently? Is it related to them? Since you can guess a clue, Xiaoyu naturally can think of some information. Not only this time, but also you are shot, and we are all attacked. They have no ability. They can only retaliate against cyber attacks, but now they are coming again. If I do nothing, the days will be settled in the future. No, I have no choice but to make a decision. Does it feel that I am terrible and killed so many people? Chenmo said. It's not terrible. I won't say this kind of disappointment in the future. Xiaoyu is somewhat unhappy. You are my man. No matter what you do, I support you unconditionally, believe in you. Xiaoyu is somewhat sad, and some people who are worried about holding her. There is a feeling of wanting to cry. She knows that this man is suffering from many unknown pressures, but she can't help anything. If you are a small fisherman, let Chenmo's heart warm. Mother and dad, have a meal. Be cold. Xiao Wushwang broke the atmosphere of the two, holding a small spoon, and shouted innocently, interrupting the two. Okay, have breakfast. Chenmo patted Xiaoyu gently and took her to sit down at the dinner table. Is the breakfast made by my mother good? It's delicious. Dad also eats. Xiao Wushwang reached out and grabbed a pastry and fed it to Chen Mo. There is also milk that the ink is brewing for me. At the dinner table, the two did not mention the topic. Chen Mo and Wasu were talking to the father and the daughter. That was the best to eat early, and Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo on the side, with a soft light and a satisfied smile in his eyes. This man has always been her world center. Is the American thing, is it related to you? When Chen Mogang came to the company, he was picked up by Zhao Minitz. His look was a bit heavy, and even the voice of his voice could be lowered. Yesterday, she chatted with Chen Mo about the recent smearing, and asked Chen Mo to be behind the scenes. Chen Mo explained that the day knows the answer. The result is to get up this morning, a big international news. The plane crashed and the senior CIA officer died. The news scared her all the time. Rushed to the company, and found Chen Mo to ask. I did it. Chen Mo did not deny. You really dare to admit it? Zhao Minitz took a breath and sighed in his heart. Our things, behind the scenes are they? Chen Mo nodded. There is still an unexpected harvest this time. I got them to deal with my plan. The above methods, details, including photos, are all complete. Chen Mo let the ink girl open the document, which is a complete plan. These bastards. Seeing her and Mr. Chen's bed photos, Zhao Minitz's cats did not hit one. After calming down, Zhao Minitz continued to say, you have done this. No one else knows? I went out last night and came back in the early morning. Xiao looked at the news and guessed something. I told her, no one else knows. I am not stupid. This kind of thing is not to show off. Know it. Knowing that the Black Hand was killed behind the scenes, Zhao Minitz's mood was inexplicable and refreshing, and his face was smiling. You tell me even this secret, in case one day, I leave the company, you will not kill me. You know too many secrets. Not bad. My life is tied to your hands, and you can't escape. Zhao Minitz sighed and said, don't make trouble. Say something right. Their plan information, I will find a way to expose, when the outside world knows the truth of the matter. Really exposed, Americans won't doubt you. I am separated from this thing by half of the earth. They can't think of me. Besides, I deliberately got two missing people. They only suspected the missing person. I suspect that there are traitors inside. I have to clarify. Still you an innocent. The information he got was not only his plan, but also other plans. Deliberately creating signs of defection is to let the Americans investigate the two missing persons, and they can't doubt him. In the perception of outsiders, no one can leap into the Pacific Ocean in just one night. I am determined to be a young man. It doesn't matter if you can't clear it. In fact, I hope that those photos are true. But they are all rumors. Zhao Minitz's tone is a pity. Chen Mo, you are careful about this matter. I will not say it to Xiao. You should stop talking to anyone else, including your loved ones. Let us find dust on our heads and we will all finish. Zhao Minitz turned to be serious. It's really fast to change your face. Chen Mo has a new understanding of Zhao Minitz's face changing speed. When he heard Chen Mo's embarrassment, Zhao Minitz gave him a look. My sister has recently been caught up in the garbage of the internet. I am going to prepare, and I will settle accounts after the fall. Chapter 577, This group of chickens is fat enough. Editor, we received an anonymous email with a file. Assistant Angela entered the office and handed over a document to a middle-aged man who was reading the newspaper. He is the current editor of the Wiki website, Christine Heraffenson. After the Wiki's founder and editor-in-chief Ascension was quarantined, he was also restricted from accessing the internet. Heraffenson was also selected as the new editor of the Wiki, taking over the decryption work of the Wiki. The work of their website is to help the insiders, let the organization, enterprises, and government operate in the sun, and is a borderless, non-profit connected media. Because their work and the contents of the declassified documents involve too many shady and secrets that are not known to the United States, they are now the nails of the Americans and the thorns in the flesh. After taking over the documents in Angela's hands, Heraffenson took a serious look and was instantly attracted by the documents. Doing their work, not afraid of big things, is afraid that things are not big. The content inside this document is a big news. I read the contents of the file from beginning to end, and Herr Afenson confirmed that this is a real document. In this work, he has contacted a lot of confidential documents, file formats, logos, numbers, covers, etc. about the CIA, all the same, cannot be fake. Let others prepare and expose this document. Herr Afenson immediately made a decision. Choosing to be the editor of the wiki website, he is not afraid of big things, just wants to live a great life, for the freedom of the press. Herr Afenson has not thought about who sent him the mail to do their work. It is the most normal thing to receive anonymous mail. Many people are afraid of trouble and will not disclose any information about themselves. More useless. But this is definitely very interesting. At noon that day, the secret file was posted to the wiki. The Hand of Washington is planning the scandal of the Marching Ant Group. In addition to the contents of the secret documents, the article also notes the origin of the Hands of Washington, belonging to the CIA, once used spies to plan the secret group of the Soviet Union. The declassified documents also include how Washington's hand uses cyberspace to create rumors that attack Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz, how to plan the contradiction between Zhao Minitz and Chen Mo's wife He Xiu, and provoke the contradiction of the Marching Ant Group. In addition, it also includes the disintegration of the Marching Ant Group. After the equity is dispersed, how to control the Marching Ant Group and obtain the plan of the Marching Ant Group technology. The article and the decryption file were immediately reproduced by the world's major media, causing an uproar. The Marching Ant Group began with the incident of Zhao Minitz and Chen Mo, and until now, including divorce, immigration, selling technology, selling the country and other remarks, paving the entire cyberspace of China. Even foreign countries are reports of various media. Now comes a big reversal. After the American suspected CIA executives crashed, another big incident was revealed. Various reports in the world are overwhelming. The CIA secret group that once planned the disintegration of the Soviet Union to deal with a group company. The extent to which the United States is jealous of this company can be imagined. After the news was exposed, the heat soared at a frenzied rate, and it had completely overshadowed the crash. Public opinion has become uncontrolled. Numerous ridicules and rumors of U.S. official remarks appeared on the internet. In the afternoon, the U.S. official spokesperson asked the wiki site to immediately remove the relevant secret documents and immediately hand over the information about the documents. Otherwise it would arrest and prosecute Herr Afenson. At the same time, the CIA also announced that it would send a team of people to prepare for the investigation. The speech of the U.S. official spokesperson has never been more intense. Only those who know the insider know why their speech is so intense. That document. On the plane of the crash, Millen was ready to hand over the confidential documents of the White House. The plane crashed. They thought that all kinds of confidential documents were also burned in the crash, but now appear on the wiki website. They have to believe that the party who broke the secret document is likely to be associated with the crash. Ordinary people do not know the inside story, but the official U.S. speech confirms the authenticity of the document from the side. In China, during the scandal of the Marching Ant Group, the media that has remained silent, seems to receive any instructions, and has been eager to comment on the report from various angles. The official mainstream media voiced, after the rhythm, from the media and other collective follow-up, has long been an unprecedented traffic concern. A typical case where no brain blacks are used. The people who don't know the truth, shivering in the corner. The world is terrible, but I haven't used it. Those who used to be black Marching Ant Groups came out to see who was a traitor, who sold the country. They must pretend that nothing happened. No one can cure them. The Hand of Washington's hand is not the same as the General Ants Group. If Chen Mazen is sprayed out of the country by a jet, then there is a look. The official does not manage the network agents and sprays, and sooner or later. I eat melon version 3.0, I guess there is a version 4.0 super can eat. On the internet, there is no need for the Marching Ant Group to issue a statement, and the voice of Chen Chenmo disappeared in just one day. Some people who have been smashed have deleted their own words and pretend that nothing has happened. But really nothing happened? Zhao Minutes also saw the news. I have to say that it is very witty to send Chenmo to send the file to the Wiki Confidential, using the characteristics of this website to publicize the facts. Americans do not doubt what they think. This move is better than any public relations. Now the facts are announced. The atmosphere of the company's ups and downs has been swept away, and there are scenes in which everyone cheers. Since this time, their company has been so attacked and under such pressure. The company forums are full of anger and unwilling remarks because they have not been able to punish those who follow them. Everything is ready. You can file a lawsuit at any time, Li Huai said in Zhao Minutes' office. From the beginning of the fermentation, they are just as simple public relations, with the help of the ink girl, collecting evidence, waiting for today, to give some people a profound lesson. Well, Lanxi, how is the press conference ready? Zhao Minutes looked at Lanxi. All the invitations have been issued, the venue is ready, and you can start at any time, Lanxi said. Since the launch of the company's door was surrounded by a group of reporters, received numerous invitations to interview, want to hold a press conference. Those reporters will not want to fly immediately. Documents to me. Zhao Minutes took the documents in Li Huai's hands. President, are you attending in person? Otherwise, the boss is busy with research. These things are not glorious things. Otherwise I would like the boss to attend in person. This tone has been stunned for so long. Always spit it out. Zhao Minutes is very upset. Because of this incident, Chenmo is across the ocean, feeling the other end of the earth and personally working on it. There is a slight problem in any link in the middle, and no one is allowed to be in danger. It makes people angry when they think about it. How many people are there here? 757 netizens and Water Army, 83 self-media people, 9 media companies, 4 Water Army companies, 3 platforms. Li Huai said, these are the most serious part, and the most sure to win the lawsuit. This number is still a part, and there is more from the evidence and information they collect. Really shocking. Li Huai also knows that this time Zhao Minutes is angry and is really going to do things. This group of chickens is fat enough. Zhao Minutes flipped through the list of documents. Chapter 578, Killing Chicken and Monkey. On the scene of the press conference of the Marching Ant Group, many journalists were screaming, and many of them were faces of foreign journalists. This was the first time that the Marching Ant Group held a press conference after Chenmo and Zhao Minutes' incident was exposed. Previously, it was just a few clarifications that did not hurt. Even when the rumors were the most insane, the executives of the Marching Ant Group did not respond to the outside. Now that the Wikipedia website has been decrypted, the Marching Ant Group has finally stood up. Many outsiders want to know the attitude of the executives of the Marching Ants Group on this matter. In the expectation of everyone, Zhao Minutes and Li Huai and others entered the reception. The scene was immediately commotion. Many reporters know that the Marching Ant Group may have a high-level out, but it is also the person in charge of the public relations department or the legal department. I did not expect Zhao Minutes to appear in person. I saw Zhao Minutes' face calmly set to the middle of the stage to sit down. Li Huai, who appeared with Zhao Minutes, unbuttoned the suit, sat down next to Zhao Minutes, pushed the glasses, and looked at the ancient well without waves. To find everyone today, it is mainly for 2 things. Zhao Minutes opened, and the scene of the commotion immediately calmed down. The first one was some time ago. Some rumors, jealousy and smearing about me appeared on the internet. We have not responded because I always believe that the King people are self-cleaning and do not need to respond. Now the truth is clear, everyone knows how it doesn't require me to make any clarifications. Zhao Minutes' words are not urgent or slow. The second thing is also about the rumors of the internet. From the beginning of the establishment of the Marching Ant Group, to the small scale nowadays, our company relies on technology to spell out the blood. But there are always some kinds of about our company on the network. Smudge and swear words. These remarks are not limited to companies, but also include personal attacks on us, our bosses and their families, rumors, rumors and malicious acts. We are not as good as one thing, and we have previously prosecuted some people who have been smeared, and finally chose to reconcile. But some people, taking our goodwill as a weakness, can be bullied. The last event was fomented. In addition to the one-handed planning of the people behind the scenes, there were also some people who were willing to help others. They were arrogant, embarrassing and personal attacks on the internet. All kinds of remarks have seriously damaged the reputation of our company, the reputation of our boss and his family, and my own reputation, which has also had a great impact on our lives. The scene was extremely quiet, and Zauminits's words made the reporters at the scene clear. Even some viewers before the live broadcast heard it very clearly. Everyone has an idea in mind that the marching ant group seems a bit angry this time. Today's truth is clear, and those speeches are rumors and smears. Everyone knows very well. During this period, our legal department has collected information about the personal attacks on our hackers and rumors, and relevant evidence. This reception is to explain to everyone that we are prepared to prosecute those who are unreasonable, embarrassing and personally attacking us. And rumored remarks, we will also call the police. Most of the audience before the live broadcast is refreshing. The cyber violence of some time ago was the most horrible thing they have seen in these years. If you put it on anyone, you have to bear tremendous mental stress. If your heart is not strong enough, you may have to mentally collapse or go to a psychiatrist. Now that the sunspots are about to be punished, they are all happy. I Eat Melon version 4.0, the super big melon is coming, but fortunately I just eat melons. This story tells us that for a while, I have been seeing the court. Good job, let those sunspots pay for spiritual damages, reputation damages, and let them lose their pants. With Zauminits said to sue those network sunspots, the barrage before the live broadcast cheered and celebrated. Some people have already panicked. Some people are not sure whether they are within the scope of the marching ant group's lawsuits. But think of so many people on the internet, they are lucky. Now in my hands, there is a document about our rights protection. Zauminits knocked on the file in his hand. In this lawsuit, the defendants had a total of 857 netizens who posted swear words on various platforms, 83 media people, 9 media companies, 4 water companies, and 3 platforms. Zauminits let people put a simple data on the screen, but there is no specific platform name for the accused. When this data came out, the scene was surging. Thoroughly shocked everyone on the field. With such a huge number of one-time lawsuits, the marching ants are really moving this time. Absolutely making global news. It may speed up the domestic network governance regulations. Some people are unlucky. My God, marching ants, this is serious. 666. Slow, people who see their mouths are about to be punished. And I can't help but feel excited. This story tells us that if you eat melon in the future, don't bite. I think of those scenes where the sunspots beg for mercy. They will definitely say, I have no ability to compensate. I am only impulsive. I know it is wrong. I apologize. Some people have already gloated. Zauminits did not finish. The scene was very quiet, and many reporters wanted to know that Zauminits had any horrible material that they wanted to know. Many people think that there are a lot of people here, but they are only a part. The real data is shocking and much more than this number, so we will choose rights protection. We have invited 52 law firms across the country and 156 lawyers to help us defend our rights. The lawyers hired by our company will file a lawsuit in the local court where the defendant is located this afternoon. This time, we do not accept any situation of reconciliation, and the court and the law to return us with justice. Hiss. The reporters on the field were all shocked. They can hear that this marching ant group is really angry, and those who participate in the cyber violence against the marching ant group may be bleeding. From the line of Zauminits's words, you can feel the anger of the marching ant group, at all costs, and let those people get retribution. This will be the largest network rights event in history, which may speed up the introduction of network laws and regulations, and may provide many typical cases. The CIA has framed you. I don't see you going to retaliate against the CIA. I only dare to be a good friend in the country and retaliate against innocent netizens. It is estimated that the upstairs is about to go to court. I have been here to addiction. Will the marching ant group do this too much? Excessive? You told me too much? Apostrophe events, all kinds of follow-ups, traitors, personal attacks. Oh, when this series of things happened, did the sunspots think too much? If it is not the confidential information published by the wiki website, now the marching ants group, Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes are still suffering from various cyber violence and incomprehensibility. How could it not be too much to say too much before killing chickens and monkeys? Some people want to play. There are still some cynicism on the live bomb. Soon, these sounds were drowned. Countless people are appreciative of the marching ant group. A good network, there is always a mouse out of disgusting people, let them receive lessons, and later want to talk, and also through the brain. After the press conference was over, the news came out and immediately explodes the circle of friends. On the second day of the fermentation, the Supreme Law and the Supreme Court heard the sound, and paid close attention to the rights of the marching ant group. In China, the news of the marching ant group is calculated, as well as the news of the marching ant group's rights protection. The heat is far from other news. A company that sued thousands of people at the same time was unprecedented. The marching ant group completely wants to take this group of chickens to kill the monkeys. In the future, whoever dares to attack their marching ant group must carefully consider the consequences. Chapter 579. Airplane completed. Fortunately, I did not collect money from the Black Army ants. So many times before, the marching ants did not respond. The ghosts knew that their reaction was so fierce. There were thousands of people in the report. I don't have a bottom in my heart. I have already deleted the comments about the marching ant group in the morning. Afraid of his bird, thousands of netizens in the world, the marching ant group will not find us such a small scorpion. The Americans count him, but they don't see them going to the Americans to settle accounts. Only dare to scorn in the country. Yang Liang looked at the exchanges in the water army group and sneered. As a brainless anger, life is not good, just venting emotions in the network environment, and occasionally collecting money. Professional black, earning a good point. Moreover, he does not look pleasing to the eyes of the rich, and even has a strong embarrassment in his heart. Those big companies don't have a good thing. There are all kinds of unspoken rules. Out of this embarrassing heart, he was in the water army group, and received other people's big red packets, specifically to discredit the marching ant group. Regarding the smearing remarks of the marching ant group, many of his remarks, comments and reposts exceeded 500, but he did not care at all, but instead he was proud of his own writing. In his opinion, a company as large as the Army Ant Group would not care about such a small embarrassment. Even if the marching ant group claimed to defend its rights, he did not care, and did not delete his own words. Hey! Exclamation mark. When he watched the water army group prepare to make a long story, the door knocked. Through the cat's eyes, Yang Liang saw a man in uniform standing at the door and looking at the civil servant. Don't you check the water meter? Yang Liang's mouth is slightly mocking and opens the door. Hello, is this the home of Mr. Yang Liang? The civil servant in uniform at the door looked at Yang Liang strangely and turned to courtesy. Yes, I am Yang Liang. Yang Liang frowned. Hello, Mr. Yang Liang. I am a judicial officer of the Longmen District Court. This is your subpoena. The judicial police handed a letter to Yang Liang. Subpoena? What subpoena? Yang Liang has a bad feeling. The court's subpoena. Someone filed a civil lawsuit against you. The court has filed a case, and the court will be heard 3 days later. Who told me? Yang Liang's voice was a little trembling. The marching ant group. When he heard the marching ant group, Yang Liang was like a thunder, and a panic felt in his heart. This was the first time he was born to eat a lawsuit, or he thought it was impossible to find his army ant group. The judicial police of the court delivered the summons, and the purpose of the trip was also reached. Some of the mercy looked at Yang Liang and turned and left. I received a subpoena from the court, and the army and group. What should I do now? Yang Liang shuddered and sent a message in the group. In a short sentence, the originally busy water army group was quiet, and the people who were still ridiculed immediately banned. Yang Liang, who just thought that he could not win the prize, has received a court summons. In silence, the panic is spreading. 5 seconds later, the number of people in the water army was decreasing, and many people took the initiative to leave the group chat and disappeared. A similar situation occurred in various cities, and some self-media people and companies received subpoenas. Over time, more and more people have received subpoenas. I am apologizing for hearing inappropriate rumors and posting some inappropriate remarks about the marching ant group on the internet. I have deeply reflected on my fault and deleted relevant comments. In the past, so many people were black. Why didn't you tell me? I said a few words. I was accused. To compensate 200,000 mental damages and reputational damages. Why don't you rob? Is it necessary to kill them? Do you want me to jump off the building to show you? I don't dare to talk anymore. Please let me go once. When you sue, who is afraid of who? I am also a graduate of politics and law at Peking University. In the circle of friends and Weibo, there is a lot of sorrow. The circle of friends published by the relevant defendants, Weibo, were all grouped together by screenshots. Selling poor, angry, fearful, tough, irritated, dead ducks, hardworking, full of life. The marching ant group stated at the outset that it would not be acceptable to apologize without accepting any situation. On the internet, in addition to eating melons to watch the lively, there are gloating disasters. I am a neighbor. It didn't take long for me to graduate. It was a member of the Wu Mao party. When my girlfriend came home, I just received a subpoena from the court. I was going to get married, and now my girlfriend ran. Is it terrible? This is not miserable. I was a colleague in the company. I called at the home to receive a court summons. He was scared to cry on the spot. Now the boss is considering whether to smash his squid, worry about integrity, and his project is taken over by others. The girlfriend is also in the company. His girlfriend feels shameful and resigned today. I am a roommate and have a typical hatred of the enemy. After the incident came out, he was in the dormitory with all kinds of high tides, various sprays, and made comments on the internet to show us, want us. I agree with him. We can't stand it. We can only bear it. Today, he came to the phone and said that he received a court summons and marched the ant company. I made this comment. He was crying on the phone and admit his mistake. Poor and hateful. My friend went to work at the Water Army Company. He told me that at the beginning of the incident, some people had a very high price to discredit the marching ants. Their boss's stock was lost. They took orders madly in the previous period. This time they were sued by the marching ants, claiming 2001, the boss ran away in the night. Various comments revealed the various aspects of life. The marching ant group defends its rights and sues thousands of people. It has already covered the country and the highest law and the highest inspection are concerned. On the internet, the voices calling for real name network and network legislation are also rising as never before. The cyber violence that has plagued the Chinese people for countless times has always been a problem. However, it has not been solved for a long time. The marching ant group concentrated its lawsuits this time, so that the red fruit of this problem is placed in front of everyone. The judgment is a long process, but the marching ant group is not sure, and will not file a lawsuit, and now it has reached the goal of killing chickens and monkeys. Some of them published smeared statements on the internet, did not receive subpoenas, silently deleted their own statements, honestly, no longer dare to talk. Those who once occupied the cyberspace, the various smuggling marching ant groups' remarks, in the madness of the reduction, occasionally can see ridiculous remarks in some news, just over the mouth addiction, but dare not go beyond the pool. The Water Corps, which did not participate in the smear, was secretly glad to issue a document internally, no longer accepting any list of marching ant groups, whether it was discredited or promoted. Not participating is the safest. Otherwise, these examples are the lessons of the past. A month passed quickly. Regarding the act of defending the rights of the marching ant group, the heat has faded over time, and occasionally there will be progress in the media. But time fades, except for occasional mentions. Many netizens eat a melon, and then sink. Unless the real judgment comes out, the heat will really appear, but the court decision is not short. The act of defending rights of the marching ant group has become the most typical example of network rights protection and legislation. Some cases have been used as the model judgment case by the Supreme Court as a reference for future relevant rights judgments. It is also the event of rights protection, which has accelerated the pace of the real name system and network legislation. But these are the words. During the month, the cyber violence against the marching ant group disappeared, and the appearance of the marching ant group was once again renewed. A company that is helpless by the hand of Washington is a pride in working here. After the violent hammering of the cyber violence, the employees in the company have more confidence and cohesiveness. The company's business, Xiaominits handled. Chen Mo ignored the outside world and was tied to the Research Institute of the Space Center. The CIA's investigation of confidential documents and investigations of crashes have been ongoing, but the direction of the investigation is the 2 missing persons on the plane, as well as the Wiki's news. The whisperer on the Wiki website is Chen Mo, and it is impossible for the outside world to find any traces. The 2 missing persons, already in the belly of the fish in the Atlantic, could not find the bones, and others were even less likely to find them. The planning of the army ant scandal was robbed of the heat by the marching ants, and with the US government deliberately guiding, the degree of attention gradually subsided and the impact existed, but it was still limited. The US official did not dare to announce that the head of the Washington hand, who planned the scandal, died in the crash. Otherwise there would be more horrible conspiracy. Although the influence in the hearts of ordinary people has subsided, in some countries and big enterprises, the prestige of Americans has once again been hit hard and questioned by the whole world. The storm has weakened, and Chen Mo, one of the heroes of this storm, is now in the hangar of the Fant Space Center. On the lifting platform, Chen Mo looked down and displayed a huge behemoth below. After such a long period of hard work, the space plane was finally completed. Chapter 580, Goddess. The space plane, which is displayed in the hangar of the Flying Ants Space Center, has a net height of 6.8 meters, plus landing gear and wheels. It is nearly 10 meters high, with a wingspan of 70.3 meters, a length of 34 meters, and an empty weight of 75 tons. The takeoff weight is more than 230 tons. The fuselage and the wing are integrated. If you look at the bottom, you can see the huge bottom of the fuselage. There are 4 large iron engines, and there are 2 iron engines, 6 landing gears and 24 wheels at the tail. The design of the aircraft is very sci-fi elements. The painting is dark gray, with a metallic texture, like the wing of the wing. The painting on the wing, in addition to the flag of China, and the logo of the marching ant group, is extremely conspicuous. This aircraft, just manufacturing, costs nearly 20 billion Chinese coins. This swallowing beast is not a general horror. Some of the facilitators in the hangar were more excited than ever. Such a huge aircraft, even if they have seen it many times, but this time is completed, they still cannot help but excited. Finished, Xiaominits rushed to the hangar of the Space Center and saw some new giants in front of him. Some of them lamented. This is almost the world's most industrial work, completed by their company. This means that their company already has the world's top industrial systems, far beyond this era. Complete. You contact the official city of Bnai City, ready to fly, and the military side. I will contact Li Chengzi. Chen Mo said. This behemoth test flight, not like the armor, and this is the Space Center, the flight test must be complete, and also to the official registration. This is a test flight, not a joke. On the operation of the aerospace plane, I asked the team to make a preliminary plan. Zhao Minutes handed the information to Chen Mo. Aerospace Center's profit model, including space tourism, manned spaceflight, satellite launch, space transportation, space exploration, etc. If it is finalized, I will now recruit globally responsible trainers for space passengers. The space plane is mature and acceptable. Global registration for space travel. The aerospace project has invested hundreds of billions. It must not be sustained by the Marching Ant Group and is maintained in a state of loss. As a company, making money is the purpose. So when Chen Mo asked her to think about the profit model of the aerospace plane last time, she let the company's planning team begin to plan the profit model of the space plane. Pretty good. Chen Mo scanned the planned documents and also learned the approximate steps. Realizing the technology, Zhao Minutes is the best, which is why Chen Mo assured the company to her. We must also be prepared in advance to deal with the impact of the aircraft's exposure. If the development of the Earth is normal, and now the development speed of the Earth, for another 100 years, it may not be able to manufacture this aircraft. Chen Mo is too aware of the technology contained in it, leading the current era of technology. The aircraft contains the technology, materials and manufacturing processes that will allow the current industrial system to advance for 50 years. What is the name of this plane? Peng Peng. Phoenix. Shillong, Zhao Minutes said. There are not only beasts but also gods that fly. It is called the goddess. It's nice. Zhao Minutes heard the name and nodded with satisfaction. Would you like to see inside the plane? I can't ask for it, Zhao Minutes said with interest. The two had just arrived under the aerospace plane. In the abdomen of the plane, a cabin door slowly landed and was laid on the ground. Just entering. The entrance is a cabin about 3 meters high and 4 meters wide. The design is the same as the manned cabin of the space station. It is round and has flat sides on both sides. There are various handles on the cabin arm. Next to the cabin, there are doors to other cabins. Not the same as I imagined, it really is. Zhao Minutes thinks of a spaceship in which people can walk freely in the sci-fi film. But the front and the imagination are not small. There is no artificial gravity for the time being. It is impossible to think of the same in the movie. After the artificial gravity, the spacecraft can be like the movie. In space, there is no up and down, and there is no southeast or northwest, so the cabin can only be designed this way. The aircraft has 6 main cabins, 1 cab, 1 central control hall, as well as an experimental cabin, a carrier cabin, a rest cabin and a living and entertainment cabin. In addition to the 6 main cabins, there is an emergency escape cabin and a material reserve tank. Chen Mo began to introduce Zhao Minutes to the layout of the goddess. The space inside the plane is much larger than imagined. Now it's just the first generation of aircraft models, and the conditions will be more perfect in the future, and larger models will be made. How much can I carry if I use this aircraft to carry passengers? A day trip to space, about 100 people is no problem. You want to test the plane? Li Chengzi received a phone call from Chen Mo, and his face was scared. How long has Chen Mo's space center been established? So far, the launch base and the airport were built, and the design and manufacture of the aircraft was completed. This terrible banknote capability is only one company in the world, and only Chen Mo has such a crazy investment. Are you not building a space center? How do you get a plane? When I heard the word airplane, Chen Mo's mouth was pumped. Aerospace, it is normal to engage in aircraft. Also, I am engaged in space planes, air and space dual-use aircraft, not launch vehicles. Now the aircraft is ready to fly, it needs the approval of the military and air traffic control departments. What is the procedure? I can submit my application as soon as possible. Sky plane? Li Chengzi was frightened, and the Marching Ant Group was not flying, but it was the best. The procedure. I will help you deal with it. Know that you like to work efficiently. I can come faster, Li Chengzi said. He also wants to see what the aircraft Chen Mo came out of. Chen Mo's old boy is looking for you again. Liu Jianjun saw Li Chengzi coming back and asked curiously. There is something. big things," Li Chengzi said with helplessness. "Tell me the story." "His space plane is finished, ready to fly. I have to go to Banhai." "What plane?" Yu Jianjun wondered if he had got it wrong. "You didn't get it wrong." He said that it is an aerospace plane. It is both air and space. With our definition, it should be regarded as the 6th generation fighter. "Hey!" Yu Jianjun almost stunned his chin. "You want to test the airplane?" Yi was almost caught by his own saliva. A little incredible to look at Zhao Minutes. It was not long before the Ants Space Center was built, so the aircraft was built so quickly. The aerospace plane is not a self-timer drone that ordinary people play. What is the horrible construction speed? But thinking of the marching ant group, Yi has become a matter of course. "What do I need to help?" Yi said. In Banhai City, he tried his best to give the army ants group the greatest help. After all, Banhai City, under the influence of the marching ant group, became the international metropolis. In the past, the status of Banhai City was the only second-tier city in the open city. Now the GDP of Banhai City is already at the forefront of the country, and it is comparable to most international metropolises. Not to mention the standard of living, unmanned public transport, intelligent transportation, urban brains and holographic cities are in use. And the standard of living is no longer the same. Our boss did not say, should not help. Just talk to the secretary, in case the test flight will bring unnecessary influence or rumors. You can know the situation in time. Zhao Minutes shook his head. "Well, when I fly, I will tell you, if it is convenient. I want to watch it." Yi is very interested. After living for most of his life, he has been in close contact with the space shuttle. This is an opportunity to learn about the latest developments of the marching ant group. If it goes well, it won't take long. If the air traffic controller approves it, we can start the test flight. Zhao Minutes said. Chapter 581, Shocked Expert Group. Here is the Flying Ant Space Center. Very good. I didn't expect that in our country. It would be incredible to have such a space center or a private enterprise just built. How come there is no launch tower? He didn't develop rockets and jumped directly to make space shuttles. But this space center is too close to Banhai City. If there is a problem, the impact will be great. We don't dare to make a space shuttle at present. The maintenance cost is too high. Is this Chen Mo, not a General Bold? Not afraid of being dragged? This is a swallowing beast. The revenue of the marching ant group in 1 quarter is astronomical. Our funds are limited and cannot be used indiscriminately. They are successful in research and development, and there should be commercial profitable projects. He is a businessman, and making money is a must. In the bus near the Feifang Space Center, a group of people looked out into the space center outside the window, and they were amazed in the look. You began to talk about it. When the vehicle arrived at the aerospace center, Li Chengzi took the lead and got off the bus with the researchers behind him. I still don't forget to look around and be familiar with the environment. All the experts who came from the various research institutes and sent them were sent. I heard that Chen Mo has successfully developed a space plane. After the official consultation with Chen Mo, he sent personnel to watch the space plane. The real purpose is to come here to see the space center and the space plane, hoping to learn some useful techniques for them. So there is the arrival of this expert group. The top engineers of Chengfen Shenf, the chief designer of aerospace engineering, the chief engineer of the moon landing project, the top technicians of the rocket design team, and the engineers of the civil aircraft design team. Everyone is a big man. Although they are strangers to their names and appearances, they are the mainstay of national space aviation. Even Li Chengzi must treat them with politeness. Every engineer, please come with me. A staff member came with a robot and saw many experts and engineers, who did not know what to call, and directly called the engineer. For their researchers, the title of engineer will not be excluded. This is a robot. Several engineers who rarely touched the intelligent robot were interested in watching the robots around the staff. They all know that the robot technology of the marching ant group is unique. Now, I see that it is well deserved. We have robots involved in the project. Now in the Linglong space station, There is an intelligent robot. They can replace astronauts and do a lot of dangerous work, which is very easy to use, said the aerospace project engineer. During the talk, the group had boarded the autonomous car in the space center and arrived at the door of the hangar. Long time no see. Li Chengzi saw Chen Mo and simply shook hands. I am going to introduce you to the Huixing Academician, the chief engineer of the Link Xiao project. This is the chief architect of the engineering project, Zhang Jianfeng, the academician of the Feifei group, and the aircraft designer Yang Lan. Li Chengzi introduced. Chen Mo said hello one by one. They are all big gods. It seems that the average age is about 40 years old. In the research team, this age is the peak. Chen Mo naturally knows the purpose of their coming here. In the past, when domestic technology was underdeveloped, the country's industrial system relied on the development of a small village and a little bit of accumulation before it reached the point of today and became the most complete country in the global industrial system. Many foreign technologies have not dared to look at Chinese researchers until now. Because some technologies are being looked at, they are really pregnant. Maybe when those technologies will have a son in China. However, Chen Mo did not care about this. The hangar is good. At the door of the hangar, Yang Lan has been observing the situation inside the hangar, and vaguely sees all kinds of mechanical equipment, which seems to be good. Just built. I feel a little small, but also ready to expand, Chen Mo said. Upon hearing this, the expert academicians on the field rolled their eyes, not to mention Yang Wei. He has seen all the domestic aircraft production lines. This hangar, even if placed in their official research base, is not small. I am afraid that only the production line of the Bombing 20 and civilian passenger aircraft can match this hangar. Also preparing to expand. How big is this to build? Please come with me. Please. Chen Mo made a gesture of asking, and took the lead in entering the hangar. Hiss. Looking at the environment inside the hangar, the sound of air conditioning in the expert team is faintly audible. It seems that in addition to the big points, the other ones don't show up in the mountains. When they come in, they know that there is no hole in the sky. Advanced. This is their first impression of the workshop. Too much more advanced than they think. Fully automated production lines, ubiquitous robots, working in an orderly manner, feel like entering the robot kingdom. There are human technicians next to them, but at best, they are just assistants, more like learning technology, helping robots do some of the necessary work. It is no wonder that the production and R&D speed of the marching ant group is so horrible. The efficiency of these robots is several times or even 10 times faster than the manual, and it is not normal to be unhappy. Every expert sees this intelligent hangar, which is squinting, incredible, and project hatred. The only corner of the ice that is revealed is far beyond the top production levels in the country. If they can't wait to move all the equipment here back to their research base. Li Chengzi was also shocked. He knew Chen Mo for so long, and the first floor of the marching ant headquarters went in and visited once. But he saw few things and didn't understand the concept of technology. This is the first time he saw Chen Mo's production technology. Fully intelligent and fully mechanized, Chen Mo has applied smart technology and robots to the extreme. Experts and academicians within the team, they have seen the big world, but entered the production hangar of Chen Mo. I feel that Liu Yu entered the Grand View Garden. The advanced technology in their minds is not worth mentioning in front of these technologies. Chen, can I see this? An expert stopped and looked at the parts of the robot being assembled next to him, and his eyes were a little hot. He is the designer of precision machinery, and the purpose of this trip is to look at the production machinery of the marching ant group, hoping to learn some techniques. With the permission of Chen Mo, the robot handed a part to the forest. What's the matter? Asked an expert next to him. This is an ultra-precision machining technique. Lin carefully took the parts of the ellipsoid and cried, almost excited to cry. I saw that he gently stroked the sleek ball into the mirror, and then gently touched it. The ellipsoid, which looks like a hole, is divided into three parts of different shapes. Ultra-precision machining technology is the most dazzling and core technology in the industrial system. This technology is suitable for processing nuclear fusion mirrors, tactical missiles and manned spacecraft parts in cutting-edge technologies such as nuclear power, large-scale integrated circuits, lasers and aerospace. The precision of ultra-precision machining technology is up to 10 nanometers, indicating a roughness of up to 1 nanometer. The National Research Institute, which spent countless efforts and resources, barely mastered the technology, but it was technically difficult and costly. Every part produced was very expensive, and almost a part was quite a BMW. These parts are mainly used for military, aerospace and nuclear energy, and the general field is not daring to use. This is the basic technology necessary for cutting-edge technology. Now they see this part in one of the most common robots in the hangar. Is there a machine tool here? Can you take me to see it? Lindsay looked at Chen Mo with some hope. There is a constant temperature room in the ground. Wait a minute to let the robot take you. Chen said. All the basic technologies are the technologies that he has developed from the technology library. The accumulation and development of these years, the current marching ant group has the most sophisticated and complete basic technology. This part is for you, when it is a memorial, Chen Mo said. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is a more technical part. But for avid engineers, this part is the highest level of art. Thank you. Lin was unceremoniously taking the parts and carefully taking them. Along the way, several engineers have discovered the cutting-edge technology products in their field, and they are always ecstatic. In the end, the team of experts slowly calmed down. The heart was not good. There were too many cutting-edge technologies. They were already numb. They became accustomed to it, and they saw incredible things, and they did not start to lose their minds. This is an aerospace plane under construction. Soon, the group entered the workshop being assembled. The workshop is large, but the huge hollow plane skeleton in the center attracts everyone's attention. Unbelievable. Someone at the scene, including Li Chengzi, who was forced from the beginning, widened his eyes and looked at the skeleton of the aircraft being assembled in front of him. The eyeballs almost fell. I can't imagine the sight I saw. Chapter 582, Subversion of Cognition. God, what is this engine? What material is that? How was that part made? The current lathe is not perfect for processing such complex hollow parts. Looks like a bomber. All the experts on the field are crazy, looking for technology in their respective fields. If it is not enough restraint, I am afraid that it has already passed. In front of this behemoth, which is being produced, it combines the best technology here, and it is the most advanced art. A lot of things are beyond their existing knowledge. The people present were the top experts in their respective fields. For the first time, they had the feeling that they would hate less when they used them. Many technologies, even they themselves did not know how to use their own knowledge to answer. One of Li Cheng's faces stood violently, completely a layman. He can only watch the excitement while watching the doorway. The experts on the field were so excited that they were blushing and thick-neck. After a while, they realized that they were out of order and slowly quieted down. They looked at Chen Mo and hoped to get an answer from Chen Mo-ku. This is the aerospace plane I designed. Chen Mo faintly said, it's the engine, the iron engine. Chen Mo language is not surprisingly endless. What? On the court, everyone exclaimed, and the blinds were torn. The team of experts is completely out of order, and no matter how much the image is, they are all blushing and thick. Impossible, impossible. The world's top iron thruster, the maximum thrust is not a cow. It is impossible to have such a large thrust. Iron thruster can promote a tens of tons of aircraft. An engine expert shook his head desperately, feeling a little excited and couldn't believe what he had heard. He felt that the knowledge system he had learned was completely collapsed. Everything in front of him, subverting his cognition, forced him to accept another new system of knowledge. Chen Mo laughed and said nothing. At this time, he explained that it was useless. Only he accepted it. He could truly agree. When the aerospace plane comes out, the technology such as the iron engine can't hold back. The outside world must have an acceptance process, and more technologies will be announced later. Is there any experimental data and videos? An engine design engineer looked at Chen Mo with some eagerness. Can you give me a copy? Although he does not believe, Chen Mo said, even if the thrust of this iron engine is only enough for dozens of cattle, it will be an intergenerational technology that can accelerate the pace of human interstellar exploration. Go back to you, Chen Mo Hao said. Experimental test data and video, he has, without the technical foundation of the iron engine related accumulation. Anyone who gets the data, will be like a freehand Han, met a golden mountain in the desert, can only look at the drooling. Even if they are given technical research to them, there is no decade, and it is impossible to digest relevant knowledge and develop mature iron engine technology. The next step is to take a look at the planes that will be flying. Chen Mo led the crowd and left the workshop. Many experts reluctantly looked at everything here, hated not much to understand, and finally could only follow. Not long after, everyone stopped outside a huge warehouse. I saw the door of the treasury rise slowly, and the huge figure of the goddess slowly appeared in their field of vision. Hiss! All the members of the aircraft design team on the field. Chi-Chi poured the breath, and was shocked again. The skeleton I just saw is just a prototype. Now they see the complete plane, just in front of them. The perfect design. Soft and smooth body lines, like a magical artwork. This is the beautiful plane they have seen. Even if some of them have designed the Bomb 20, they feel far less than this plane. At this point they all have an urge to cry. Exciting. Can you let us go in and see the plane? Yang Lan's voice was a little trembling, and there was some urgency. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. This promise, the entire team of experts, would like to see children who like toys, ran to the ground. The speed is comparable to a 100 meters race, faster than rabbits. Chen Mo later saw this scene, and his mouth was straight. This is completely without the appearance of a researcher, more like an athlete. Chen Mo is afraid that this group of people will fall, and if something falls, it is a loss. Li Chengzi, who has no sense of existence throughout the whole process, is also squinting and unbelievable. Among the researchers he knows, each of them is usually a gentle, wise and intelligent intellectual, and there is no such image at all. Many academicians, experts, and images built in his heart collapsed at this moment. The first time I saw them there was such a side, subverting imagination. Let's go. Chen Mo smiled and called Li Chengzi to go. He can understand the mood of these experts. These researchers, each of whom is a research madman, have a place in today. At this time, they saw these top-notch technologies, just like the women who saw the most gorgeous jewels, and it was taken for granted that they showed unimaginative fanaticism. The cabin was not opened, and a lot of researchers were unable to enter the plane. They could only observe the body around the plane. Several experts gathered around and looked at the large iron engine on the belly of the plane in an attempt to find clues about the engine technology. While looking at it, I use the knowledge they have learned to prove whether this iron engine is as powerful as Chen Mo said. A bunch of formulas, a group of people still messed up in their minds. Li Chengzi heard the contents of their argument and turned his eyes directly. He speaks Chinese, he knows every word, but one word is connected, and no one can understand it. There are also several materials experts who are studying the materials of the aircraft. From the wheels of the aircraft, to the outer casing, to the painting of the outer casing, etc. I wish to bring the above various materials back to my own research institute, but unfortunately cannot move, can only see. Every researcher has an excited flush on his face. Such close-knit technology has benefited so closely. Even if they can't get the technology they need directly, they have a direction. After a period of research, I believe that in their lifetime, they can raise their field to a new level. This side. Chen Mo walked under a hatch on the belly of the plane. I saw the door of the abdomen slowly descending, and the cabin inside the plane appeared in front of everyone. The layout of the interior of the aircraft is clear at a glance. Sorting out the excitement, many experts are very urgent, but still enter the cabin in an orderly manner. The action is a little careful. for fear of encountering the surrounding arrangement. This aircraft can be converted into a sixth-generation strategic bomber. Yang Lan was so excited that his voice was shaking. Strategic bombers are one of the country's highest strategic deterrents. When the military parade appeared, the stealth strategic bomber appeared, and it shocked the world. Although it was attracted by the rare equipment of war robots, strategic bombers are the most terrifying strategic weapon for the national government. The Air-to-1 strategic bomber is the main carrier of the next generation of nuclear deterrent, and is the next major task of the bomber design team. The plane in front of us meets all the conditions of their needs. Is this aircraft capable of carrying multiple things? Hui Xing, the chief engineer of the Ling Xiao project, was excited. The maximum takeoff weight is expected to be around 230 tons. Chen Mo said. Can it go to the moon? Zhang Jianfeng, the chief designer of the next project, also spoke, looking at Chen Mo with a burning look. After the test flight is successful, I will prepare for the moon landing. Technically, it is possible to go to the moon, Chen Mo said. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jianfeng, who is not confused, is as happy as a big child and laughs wildly. He saw the hope of their successful landing on the moon. Academician Chen, what is the energy of the aircraft? How can you not see the fuel tank of the aircraft? The voice of a space engine expert doubts, let everyone stunned, and looked at Chen Mo. Follow me. Chen Mo is not surprised by this issue. With the ink girl, she walked over to the central control cabin. A team of experts hurried to open a path, followed by him in an orderly manner. Chapter 583, this question is super-oriented. The central control cabin, which is not too big, accommodates nearly 20 people and is slightly crowded. Even so, everyone still doesn't feel small here. As a spacecraft, there is only one of the 6 main cabins, which is already very large. The control cabin is a platform at the entrance. The platform has an obvious mechanical structure. It seems that there is something hidden inside, and there are various kinds of indicator lights, about 1 meter 5 in diameter, up to the waist, embedded in the ground. Next to it is a console that can be judged from the button's partition and text mark, which is the button that controls which compartment. Everyone else found a relatively convenient location, curiously watching Chen Mo go. This is the energy of the aircraft. Chen Mo presses a button to enter fingerprint and password information. For a moment, the bright silver metal cover at the top of the platform spreads like a turbofan, and a transparent glass cylinder with a small leg is slowly raised. The ends of the glass column are fixed by complex mechanical structures, like the 2 poles of the battery, filled with transparent sapphire blue liquid, and in the middle of the liquid, everyone can see a goose egg-sized lavender polyhedral crystal. The crystal is thickened by the thumb. The catheter is fixed, along with the ends, and looks like a battery. And this battery has a total of 8, arranged in a circle in the platform. This is the energy battery. Chen Mo said. There is no need to conceal some things. When the space plane and the ion engine appear, it is time to announce. When the space plane was developed, he thought that these technologies would be presented to others. Impossible. Several experts almost lost their voices at the same time. So many egg-sized crystals can power this huge aircraft. Impossible. The existence of such things is beyond the scope of their current knowledge. If Chen Mo said that small nuclear fusion reactors provide energy, their response may not be that big. Because Chen Mo has studied successful controlled nuclear fusion and made the controlled nuclear fusion reactor miniaturized, it is technically feasible. Now Chen Mo told them that this crystal with a large fist is an energy source for ion engines. It sounds too exaggerated and incredible. Chen, isn't this a joke? Yang Lan obviously did not believe. It's not that he suspects Chen Mo, but it's too unbelievable to completely subvert their perception. This kind of thing is currently only in the film, not even theory. It's really amazing. Chen Mo's eyes on the people's doubts don't care, but it's true that these batteries are the energy of the aircraft. Insane crazy. When I heard Chen Mo's words, several experts could not accept it. Here today, they refreshed the world view. Whether it's an ion engine or any other technology, It's something that shouldn't be happening now. He is skeptical. Chen Mo is crazy, or he is dreaming. If there is such an energy source, what will the world look like? Human development will accelerate for decades. This is a new element of elemental crystals that has been modified by high energy. It has specificity. Under the irradiation of strong light, it can radiate high-energy beta particles. The particles of radiation increase with the increase of light intensity, so it can be used for controlled power generation. New element. With this explanation, everyone on the field is silent. The new element means that the current knowledge is an unknown blank. No one thinks that their current periodic table contains all the elements of the universe. The universe is so big. There are too many unknown substances. They don't even know 1% of them. There is a special element, which is not unusual. The people on the field are all scientific researchers, and the acceptance of new things is very fast. Chen Mo's explanation makes everyone's excitement slow, but it is still full of doubts and unbelievable. Can this substance replace controlled fusion as an energy source? No. Chen Mo shook his head. As far as the current laws of physical cognition are concerned, energy is conserved. This crystallization is modified, and the internal atoms are in the critical state of excitation. The high-energy particles can be radiated under strong light stimulation because it absorbs a lot of energy in the transformation. Strong light is only used as a catalyst. We can imagine this new element as an energy storage material, which only releases the absorbed energy. When the energy is released, it loses its function and becomes a waste battery. There is also a limitation. The elemental crystals of this element are not too large in volume, and the energy they can absorb is also limited. Once the energy is overloaded, it is discarded. Chen Mo simply introduced the characteristics of this new element to everyone. In order to study these elements, the company's electricity bill was hundreds of millions of dollars per month, but Zhao Minute saw the data and saw that he said he was abnormal. These few crystals, or he went to Science Island, using the controlled nuclear fusion star to generate electricity. The cost is not so terrible. The experts on the field face each other, including the materials experts. Material experts have been exposed to a lot of magical materials, but this element is superb in his cognitive knowledge. Although everyone has doubts, they still suspect that Chen Mo has a fake, but because of Chen Mo's authority, they can only temporarily put doubts in their hearts. Because Chen Mo's research technology has too many things super level, they don't understand, and it doesn't mean that Chen Mo doesn't understand. The new elements are unknown to any of them. Seeing everyone silent, Chen Mo turned his head and closed the platform of the energy battery to restore the appearance at the beginning. Without his password and instructions, no one can get the battery unless the plane is removed. How do you use beta particles to convert electricity into electricity? This reactor has a thermoelectric conversion system made of a new material that absorbs the beta particles and heat and converts it into electricity. Chen Mo patted the control platform. In theory, it can absorb all the high-energy electrons radiated by radioactive elements. But the radiation of radioactive elements is uncontrollable and fixed. The difference is that the high-energy electrons of this new element of elemental crystal radiation can be controlled by laser catalysis. It is also something that is not in their knowledge reserves. This question is superb. Especially the material experts. Watching Chen Mo at this time is more eager than watching Miss World Champion. If he can, he doesn't mind talking to Chen Mo, and students can do it. After visiting the airplane, a group of people came out from the inside and was still in a state of paralysis. The shock has not faded. Chen Mo knew all about them. After a lap, they accepted too many new information and new technologies. And they were all new knowledge points. The value of this aircraft is not to mention. The new element of the battery is already invaluable. There are also reactors that use high-energy electrons to generate electricity, ion engines, and many other unknown technologies and materials. Experts on the field have the feeling of living a lifetime for a lifetime. A random technique is something that they can't imagine for a lifetime. This is not an airplane. It is a technical treasure house. The value of all the technologies they studied was less than the value of a technology that was included in the aircraft. There is only one last question left. Can this plane fly? If you can fly, it proves that all the techniques Chen Mo said are true and feasible. The random release of a technology inside can cause a 10-magnitude earthquake in the technology circle. If all the technology of the aircraft is exposed, isn't Mars hitting the Earth? After all the members left the space plane, they looked at Chen Mo. They are eager to watch the plane test flight, but they are the team that was sent to observe. It is a guest. What to do next is what Chen Mo said, not what they want to see. Next, prepare to test flight. Chen Mo said to the ink girl around. Today's mission, originally a test flight, this expert team just came to visit. Now the weather outside is good. Is a good time to test flight. Chapter 584, Flight Test. The door of the hangar slowly rises, and the gantry gates of the 100 meters wide are all revealed. Chen Mo and others are outside the door, and they can see the true meaning of the goddess in the hangar. The gate opens and several robots line up into the cabin. Chen Mo does not need a test pilot to fly, choose to use the robots. This aircraft, unlike a conventional aircraft, does not have to be very skilled to fly, but must be very familiar with the aircraft. The robot stores all the instructions for use of the aircraft. If there are any problems, they can be discovered and manipulated at the first time. Fortunately, catch up. When the plane was out of the warehouse, Zhao Minutes just came over. At this important moment, how could she be less than the president of her marching ant group? Come with her. And Yao Yi and Li Chengzi sneered a few words, simply greeted the expert team on the field, did not continue to talk, but looked at the hangar. Because everyone's attention is in the hangar, a behemoth. When I saw the true face of the plane, Yao Yi jumped and jumped. I don't know if it was the bomber of the country. Chen Mo's handwriting is not that big. Go to the command center. After the plane left the hangar, Chen Mo led several people to the command center of the space center. Oh, God, what is this ghost thing? The Pentagon. Jerry Stern looked at the picture from the satellite, couldn't help but exclaim. It was night, and only a little sleepiness vanished. The screams alarmed the other personnel in the spy satellite control room, and the people who did not have emergency work in their hands were all surrounded. In the screen, it is the airport of the Ant Space Center, and the plane that just came out of the warehouse. How big is it? Wayne is a senior official in the spy satellite control room. He couldn't help but see the plane. It's bigger than B-2. A technician next to him said, there is no information about this aircraft in our current intelligence database. It's not like there is no technical information about the marching ant group, Wayne said with a black face. This is the marching ant group is a space center. Since the construction of this space center, they have been monitored by spy satellites, hoping to collect some useful information. The space center is in the hands of the infrastructure madman, building speed. A day. I didn't expect that it was not long before the plane came out. They don't have any information about this aircraft. Is it another stealth bomber in China? Jerriston guessed. In the last Chinese National Day military parade, the three equipments were the most eye-catching: anti-stealth radar, war robots and stealth bombers. It didn't take long before this time, and there was another huge thing. From the satellite imagery, the plane is not small. And looking at the design, it is special. That is the space center of the marching ant group. It should be the aircraft made by Chen Mo. It is still unknown whether the bomber made for the Chinese military. Wayne is also somewhat uncertain. That perverted company, controlled nuclear fusion can be developed, and smart robots, like toys, don't make people feel strange. To sort out this information, We need to report it to the staff and the White House. Wayne is not in a good mood. Huaxia is their biggest opponent. It has become more and more powerful. It is not a good thing for them to have such a horrible plane. It is not only the people of the US Department of Defense who saw this plane. Some countries that are concerned about the marching ant group have also received news. The Island Defense Ministry, the intelligence room personnel responsible for manipulating the spy satellites, also saw the giants on the Flying Ant Space Airport through satellite images. The marching ant group is the Chinese enterprise that they are most concerned about, especially after the war robots come out. After the Space Center came out, they all collected intelligence through satellites. I did not expect that such a huge thing suddenly appeared today. Analysis is out. The wingspan is about 75 meters, the length is about 35 meters, and the height is unknown. This is an image of the aircraft simulated by three-dimensional composition based on satellite imagery. The design of the abdomen is unknown and is probably simulated. The technicians quickly simulated the image of the aircraft through a computer, only the approximate appearance. The details are not clear. But the abdomen of the airplane they simulated was too different from the original one, and even the model was not. Will it be a new strategic bomber developed by the marching ant group to help the Chinese military? A thin and weak official guessed. No one can be sure. Let's notice it. The leading official said with a black face. It is not uncommon for the workers in the marching ant group to defend their ants, to sell war robots to the Chinese military, and to sell other equipment. But there is no exact news. They are just guessing. At the same time, Russian intelligence agencies also received intelligence and quickly seized spy satellites passing over China, targeting the airport of the Fant Space Center. The world's top intelligence agency, the military, is concerned about the mysterious aircraft at the Space Center airport. No one thinks this is a joke because it is the Space Center of the marching ant group. Let's start. In the command center, Chen Mo screen, clearly see the plane at the airport. Try to take off vertically. With the instructions of Chen Mo, the engine of the aircraft has started. Under the plane, there has been a huge wind that has spread across the square. The propulsion system has started. There is no problem with the various data displayed on the console of the command center. As the power continues to increase, everyone in the command center can clearly see through the glass windows that the aircraft has left the ground 3 meters, suspended in it, and is still rising slowly. Really? Several engine experts squinted and couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. They were amazed at Chen Mo's iron engine, but they didn't believe it could drive dozens of tons of aircraft. But the truth is in front of you. The technology that Chen Mo said is all true. The tens of tons of aircraft took off vertically, and this scene was seen in the sound years, which made the experts on the field excited. The propulsion system is normal, said the ink girl. Try to land vertically. Chen Mo looked at the data on the computer screen, as well as the scene of the aircraft, and issued several instructions. With several attempts, it is not a big problem to determine the vertical takeoff and landing. Lifting height, 100 meters. Chen Mo continued to test the aircraft according to his ideas. The plane, which was still suspended at about 5 meters, climbed steadily and, in less than 20 seconds, has been lifted to a position of 100 meters, like a squid suspended in the air. Vertical takeoff and landing. This is vertical takeoff and landing. In the intelligence room of the Pentagon's spy satellite, the lights were bright and a group of people had become a mess. China's ability to make such a large aircraft in the past, they are not accidental, but vertical takeoff and landing. Dozens of tons of aircraft are vertically taking off and landing under their satellite surveillance. What a terrible technique is it that allows such a large aircraft to take off and land vertically? A group of defense intelligence personnel was scared. What the hell? What monsters did the marching ant group develop? Damn marching ants. Wayne saw that the behemoth was able to rise vertically and was scared. This is very important information. China has mastered a terrible engine technology, allowing dozens of tons of aircraft to take off and land vertically. Intelligence agencies in other countries, through the spy satellites, saw the plane take off and land vertically, and they all stunned the underground bus. Dozens of tons of aircraft can take off and land vertically, and what is the terrible level of the technology of the marching ant group? When everyone was shocked, Shenmue also issued new instructions to the plane. Now lift the navigation test. Air hovering and takeoff and landing are all right, followed by high-altitude navigation and space testing. As Shenmue's instructions went on, the engine at the rear of the aircraft also increased its power and accelerated to the sky until it became a small black spot in the eyes of everyone. Height 5 kilometers. The propulsion system is normal. The power system is normal. There was no problem during the takeoff phase, and the experts on the field were secretly relieved. But they were still worried. The plane is equipped with countless high-tech technologies that transcend the times. If the plane falls, how big is the loss? And they also feel the high-tech on the plane. Unconsciously, they took this test flight as an experiment in which they participated. The height is 13 kilometers. The external temperature is -61 degrees Celsius, and the data is normal. In the command center, the prompts of various artificial intelligences are echoing, and many experts are watching the computer screen, and the atmosphere does not breathe. Shenmue is standing on the sidelines, and if he looks thoughtfully at the screen in front of him, he is not in a hurry. The height is 16 kilometers. The external temperature is -73 degrees Celsius, and it is about to enter the stratosphere. The data is normal. Entered the stratosphere and let the experts on the field show a smile. Yang Hao's tightly clenched hand was loose. Between the top of the troposphere and the stratosphere, it is the most suitable height for aircraft flight. It has a clear sky and high visibility. The clouds are below, and the weather has little effect on this height. Height 20 kilometers. Height 30 kilometers. Everyone expects that the feedback data has broken through the troposphere and entered the stratosphere. The people who were already stunned again began to get nervous. This is the first test. It is so high, and the altitude is still rising. Is this trying to challenge space? Time passes by. The height is constantly refreshing. There is no data anomaly, and for the people on the field, there is no prompt exception, which is the best news. As the aircraft returned the data, the altitude has not stopped rising. The space expert Huixing could not sit still. Academician Chen, this height has reached the top of the stratosphere, and they are entering the middle layer. The first test, with this result, is already perfect. Waiting for the next preparation, and then breaking through to a higher area. No, Shenmue shook his head. This is an aerospace plane. This height is the test. His armor can fly to the stratosphere. The goddess challenges this height. There is no technical problem. There is no problem. This is an aerospace plane. This height is just beginning. The height is 55 kilometers. It has entered the middle layer. The external temperature is -83 degrees Celsius. The propulsion system is normal, and the air pressure in the cabin is normal. This time everyone is not calm. The first test flight, into the middle layer, continue, to the top of the middle layer, then the goddess belongs to the spacecraft category. Spacecraft category. It means that the goddess is a real space plane, a spacecraft that can enter space. The height is 65 kilometers. The external temperature is -86 degrees Celsius, and the data is normal. At this point, the position shows that the goddess has reached the Pacific Ocean. At this time, the experts on the field were numb. When the plane first flew, it dared to go to the middle layer of 60 kilometers. Shenmue's courage was not that big. Several experts stopped talking and finally gave up dissuasion. This is the aircraft of the marching ant group. In theory, they have nothing to do with them. They are only guests. They come to visit, and it is not good to disturb the work of the developers. Shenmue's understanding of the aircraft is definitely more comprehensive than them. The height of 80 kilometers has reached the top of the middle layer. The external temperature is -90 degrees Celsius. The cabin temperature is 25 degrees Celsius. The temperature control system is normal. The air pressure is 101.3 pa. The air pressure is normal, and the environmental control and life support system are normal. The power supply and distribution system are normal, the measurement and control and communication system are normal, the propulsion system is normal, the mechanical arm system is normal, the occupant system is normal, the instrument and lighting system are normal, and the data management is normal. As the aircraft entered the top of the middle layer, experts on the field were shocked. At an altitude of 80 kilometers, it means that the Goddess is already a spacecraft that does not rely on the atmosphere. Chen Mo said that this is an aerospace plane, and the first test flight was successfully implemented. Okay, this test flight is here. Returning. Chen Mo directly gave an order. Chapter 584, lift off. The door of the hangar slowly rises, and the gantry gates of the 100 meters wide are all revealed. Chen Mo and others are outside the door, and they can see the true meaning of the Goddess in the hangar. The gate opens and several robots line up into the cabin. Chen Mo does not need a test pilot to fly, choose to use the robot. This aircraft, unlike a conventional aircraft, does not have to be very skilled to fly, but must be very familiar with the aircraft. The robot stores all the instructions for use of the aircraft. If there are any problems, they can be discovered and manipulated at the first time. Fortunately, catch up. When the plane was out of the warehouse, Zhao Minutes just came over. At this important moment, how could she be less than the president of her marching ant group? Come with her. And Yao Yi and Li Chengzi sneered a few words, simply greeted the expert team on the field, did not continue to talk, but looked at the hangar. Because everyone's attention is in the hangar, a behemoth. When I saw the true face of the plane, Yao Yi jumped and jumped. I don't know if it was the bomber of the country. Chen Mo's handwriting is not that big. Go to the command center. After the plane left the hangar, Chen Mo led several people to the command center of the space center. Oh, God, what is this ghost thing? The Pentagon. Jerry Stern looked at the picture from the satellite, couldn't help but exclaim. It was night, and only a little sleepiness vanished. The screams alarmed the other personnel in the spy satellite control room, and the people who did not have emergency work in their hands were all surrounded. In the screen, it is the airport of the Ant Space Center, and the plane that just came out of the warehouse. How big is it? Wayne is a senior official in the spy satellite control room. He couldn't help but see the plane. It's bigger than B-2. A technician next to him said, there is no information about this aircraft in our current intelligence database. It's not like there is no technical information about the marching ant group, Wayne said with a black face. This is the marching ant group is a space center. Since the construction of this space center, they have been monitored by spy satellites, hoping to collect some useful information. The space center is in the hands of the infrastructure madman, building speed. A day. I didn't expect that it was not long before the plane came out. They don't have any information about this aircraft. Is it another stealth bomber in China? Jerriston guessed. In the last Chinese National Day military parade, the three equipments were the most eye-catching: anti-stealth radar, war robots and stealth bombers. It didn't take long before this time, and there was another huge thing. From the satellite imagery, the plane is not small, and looking at the design, it is special. That is the space center of the marching ant group. It should be the aircraft made by Chen Mo. It is still unknown whether the bomber made for the Chinese military. Wayne is also somewhat uncertain. That perverted company, controlled nuclear fusion can be developed, and smart robots, like toys, don't make people feel strange. To sort out this information, we need to report it to the staff and the White House. Wayne is not in a good mood. Huaxia is their biggest opponent. It has become more and more powerful. It is not a good thing for them to have such a horrible plane. It is not only the people of the U.S. Department of Defense who saw this plane. Some countries that are concerned about the marching ant group have also received news. The Island Defense Ministry, the intelligence room personnel responsible for manipulating the spy satellites, also saw the giants on the flying ant space airport through satellite images. The marching ant group is the Chinese enterprise that they are most concerned about, especially after the war robots come out. After the space center came out, They all collected intelligence through satellites. I did not expect that such a huge thing suddenly appeared today. Analysis is out. The wingspan is about 75 meters. The length is about 35 meters. And the height is unknown. This is an image of the aircraft simulated by three-dimensional composition based on satellite imagery. The design of the abdomen is unknown and is probably simulated. The technicians quickly simulated the image of the aircraft through a computer, only the approximate appearance. The details are not clear. But the abdomen of the airplane they simulated was too different from the original one, and even the model was not. Will it be a new strategic bomber developed by the Marching Ant Group to help the Chinese military? A thin and weak official guessed. No one can be sure. Let's notice it. The leading official said with a black face. It is not uncommon for the workers in the Marching Ant Group to defend their ants, to sell war robots to the Chinese military, and to sell other equipment. But there is no exact news. They are just guessing. At the same time, Russian intelligence agencies also received intelligence and quickly seized spy satellites passing over China, targeting the airport of the Fant Space Center. The world's top intelligence agency, the military, is concerned about the mysterious aircraft at the Space Center airport. No one thinks this is a joke because it is the Space Center of the Marching Ant Group. Let's start. In the command center, Chenmo screen, clearly see the plane at the airport. Try to take off vertically. With the instructions of Chenmo, the engine of the aircraft has started. Under the plane, there has been a huge wind that has spread across the square. The propulsion system has started. There is no problem with the various data displayed on the console of the command center. As the power continues to increase, everyone in the command center can clearly see through the glass windows that the aircraft has left the ground 3 meters, suspended in it, and is still rising slowly. Really? Several engine experts squinted and couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. They were amazed at Chenmo's iron engine, but they didn't believe it could drive dozens of tons of aircraft. But the truth is in front of you. The technology that Chenmo said is all true. The tens of tons of aircraft took off vertically, and this scene was seen in the sound years, which made the experts on the field excited. The propulsion system is normal, said the ink girl. Try to land vertically. Chenmo looked at the data on the computer screen, as well as the scene of the aircraft, and issued several instructions. With several attempts, it is not a big problem to determine the vertical takeoff and landing. Lifting height, 100 meters. Chenmo continued to test the aircraft according to his ideas. The plane, which was still suspended at about 5 meters, climbed steadily and, in less than 20 seconds, has been lifted to a position of 100 meters, like a squid suspended in the air. Vertical takeoff and landing. This is vertical takeoff and landing. In the intelligence room of the Pentagon's spy satellite, the lights were bright and a group of people had become a mess. China's ability to make such a large aircraft in the past, they are not accidental, but vertical takeoff and landing. Dozens of tons of aircraft are vertically taking off and landing under their satellite surveillance. What a terrible technique is it that allows such a large aircraft to take off and land vertically? A group of defense intelligence personnel was scared. What the hell? What monsters did the Marching Ant Group develop? Damn marching ants. Wayne saw that the behemoth was able to rise vertically and was scared. This is very important information. China has mastered a terrible engine technology, allowing dozens of tons of aircraft to take off and land vertically. Intelligence agencies in other countries, through the spy satellites, saw the plane take off and land vertically, and they all stunned to underground bus. Dozens of tons of aircraft can take off and land vertically, and what is the terrible level of the technology of the Marching Ant Group? When everyone was shocked, Chenmo also issued new instructions to the plane. Now lift the navigation test. Air hovering and takeoff and landing are all right, followed by high-altitude navigation and space testing. As Chenmo's instructions went on, the engine at the rear of the aircraft also increased its power and accelerated to the sky until it became a small black spot in the eyes of everyone. Height 5 kilometers. The propulsion system is normal. The power system is normal. There was no problem during the takeoff phase, and the experts on the field were secretly relieved, but they were still worried. The plane is equipped with countless high-tech technologies that transcend the times. If the plane falls, how big is the loss? And they also feel the high-tech on the plane. Unconsciously, they took this test flight as an experiment in which they participated. The height is 13 kilometers. The external temperature is minus 61 degrees Celsius, and the data is normal. In the command center, the prompts of various artificial intelligences are echoing, and many experts are watching the computer screen, and the atmosphere does not breathe. Chen Mo is standing on the sidelines, and if he looks thoughtfully at the screen in front of him, he is not in a hurry. The height is 16 kilometers. The external temperature is minus 73 degrees Celsius, and it is about to enter the stratosphere. The data is normal. Entered the stratosphere and let the experts on the field show a smile. Yang Hao's tightly clenched hand was loose. Between the top of the troposphere and the stratosphere, it is the most suitable height for aircraft flight. It has a clear sky and high visibility. The clouds are below, and the weather has little effect on this height. Height 20 kilometers. Height 30 kilometers. Everyone expects that the feedback data has broken through the troposphere and entered the stratosphere. The people who were already stunned again began to get nervous. This is the first test. It is so high, and the altitude is still rising. Is this trying to challenge space? Time passes by. The height is constantly refreshing. There is no data anomaly, and for the people on the field, there is no prompt exception, which is the best news. As the aircraft returned the data, the altitude has not stopped rising. The space expert Huixing could not sit still. Academician Chen, this height has reached the top of the stratosphere, and they are entering the middle layer. The first test, with this result, is already perfect. Waiting for the next preparation, and then breaking through to a higher area. No, Chen Mo shook his head. This is an aerospace plane. This height is the test. His armor can fly to the stratosphere. The goddess challenges this height. There is no technical problem. There is no problem. This is an aerospace plane. This height is just beginning. The height is 55 kilometers. It has entered the middle layer. The external temperature is minus 83 degrees Celsius. The propulsion system is normal, and the air pressure in the cabin is normal. This time everyone is not calm. The first test flight, into the middle layer, continue, to the top of the middle layer, then the goddess belongs to the spacecraft category. Spacecraft category. It means that the goddess is a real space plane, a spacecraft that can enter space. The height is 65 kilometers. The external temperature is minus 86 degrees Celsius, and the data is normal. At this point, the position shows that the goddess has reached the Pacific Ocean. At this time, the experts on the field were numb. When the plane first flew, it dared to go to the middle layer of 60 kilometers. Chen Mo's courage was not that big. Several experts stopped talking and finally gave up dissuasion. This is the aircraft of the marching ant group. In theory, they have nothing to do with them. They are only guests. They come to visit, and it is not good to disturb the work of the developers. Chen Mo's understanding of the aircraft is definitely more comprehensive than them. The height of 80 kilometers has reached the top of the middle layer. The external temperature is minus 90 degrees Celsius. The cabin temperature is 25 degrees Celsius. The temperature control system is normal. The air pressure is 101.3 Pa. The air pressure is normal, and the environmental control and life support system are normal. The power supply and distribution system are normal. The measurement and control and communication system are normal. The propulsion system is normal. The mechanical arm system is normal. The occupant system is normal. The instrument and lighting system are normal, and the data management is normal. As the aircraft entered the top of the middle layer, experts on the field were shocked. At an altitude of 80 kilometers, it means that the goddess is already a spacecraft that does not rely on the atmosphere. Chen Mo said that this is an aerospace plane, and the first test flight was successfully implemented. Okay, stop here. Return. Chen Mo directly gave an order. Chapter 585. 24 billion, free, PS. Yesterday, the computer card was clicked. The update did not show that the release was successful. I refreshed the page and republished it. After 2 minutes, I found the duplicate chapter. The updated chapter could not be deleted. Sorry, so I compensate you for the 2 chapters free chapter. I have a debt, I dare not come out to see the book friends. I am sorry. Call. Chen Mo gave instructions to return to the air. The people on the field gave a breath and spit it out all at once. For a time, the voice in the command post was particularly obvious. Several experts smiled together. This test flight is a matter of Chen Mo and the marching ant group. How are they now more nervous than Chen Mo? The shock and surprise brought by today is more than half a lifetime. How is the situation now? Zhao Minutes went to Chen Mo to ask. Not successful. 80 kilometers is the beginning. Entering the hot layer and the escape layer, it is considered a success. It is an aerospace plane. The field is in space. Chen Mo said. When is the next flight test? Come back to check the plane. No problem. It will take another 2 days to start the next test. Chen Mo took a look at the data on the computer. This time is also conservative. After all, he was the first test flight, and space was a strange field for him. This time, it is a footstep. The next time you have prepared enough, you will be able to enter the space field. This is the field that human beings dream of. The plane returned to the hangar, and a group of experts could not wait to enter the warehouse. See, the goddess is intact. Excited, especially the engineers of the aircraft design team almost didn't want to take the plane home. The aerospace plane, this aircraft, can be used in place of spacecraft and launch vehicles, and its value can be imagined. The maintenance cost of the space shuttle is too high and there are many accidents. Therefore, when the aerospace development started in China, there was no research and development of the space shuttle, but a rocket with better cost performance. Once NASA had a space shuttle, because of the cost of maintenance and the number of accidents in the space shuttle, in 11 years, Atlantis announced its retirement after the last flight, and the 2 remaining space shuttles also withdrew from the historical stage. Instead of continuing to develop the space shuttle, NASA chose a more cost-effective launch vehicle instead. The country is preparing to develop the 6th-generation space plane for military strategic use and aerospace use, but it is still in the stage of drawing demonstration. Ion engines, new element energy batteries, maintenance costs will be greatly reduced, and ion engines can sail in space, which is almost the perfect aerospace aircraft incarnation. In this space plane, several core technologies are leading the world's technology for hundreds of years. So many expert academicians are thicker and less eager to ask Chen Mo about technical theory. This is the flight data. A robot plane came down and handed a slap-up hard drive to Chen Mo. Inside is the data for this test flight. After receiving the hard drive, Chen Mo handed it to the ink girl. Comrade Chen Mo. When many experts circled around the plane, Li Chengzi came over and smiled into a chrysanthemum on his face. Even Chen Mo saw this appearance and couldn't help but smile. Let's talk. I took Yao Shuji to visit. Zhao Minutes saw Li Chengzi's appearance, and also knew his next words. She was not convenient to listen to, and she walked away from Chen Mo and left the space for 2 people. What is it, brother? Can you tell me? How long does the energy battery of this aircraft support the aircraft? Li Chengzi's hand, a sly and polite smile. 1 month. Chen Mo said a rough figure. Is it possible to talk about the crystallization of the battery? What kind of material is used for transformation? Li Chengzi whispered and looked forward. What are you asking? Strategic materials. Knowing what materials they used to transform, we can now collect resources, not be known by other countries. And when the substance is discovered by others, resources are in our hands. Chen Mo's mouth twitched, and he did not expect Li Chengzi to ask this. This guy looks like 3 big 5, and his heart is quite thin. Knowing that the materials for the manufacture of element 1024 can be used to collect a large amount of relevant resources on a global scale, and later, when the substance is discovered by other countries, they will take the lead. In fact, the academician told me to let me ask. Li Chengzi pointed to the material experts in the team. Chen is silent. The experts on the field naturally know the value of these technologies and tell Li Chengzi that there is no accident. Number 49 element, indium. Chen Mo did not hide. This kind of thing that makes the country earn the first opportunity sounds very reliable. It is better than being discovered later and then being taken over by other countries. He has already acquired enough indium, and there is no shortage in a short time. Even if the above hoarding, let its price rise, he does not have to worry. Thank you. Li Chengzi solemnly thanked him and said, there is one last question. Well, talk about it. Chen Mo is not anxious. Li Chengzi's problems are not many. It is strange, this guy is very smart. It's a business thing. Can't this kind of aircraft sell? Li Chengzi pointed his finger at the girl next to him. You want to buy this plane? Can you be the master? Chen Mo asked. The price of this plane. Without the highest level of people, it is impossible to finalize the order. Chen Mo does not believe that Li Chengzi got the above consent so quickly. No, just ask you first, go back and report. If I wait for the order, I will move, I will not go to today's position. I am sure, as long as you are willing to sell, we must buy. It is better to ask now. Ask your price. Li Chengzi said. This is what the academician Yang Lan asked him to ask. He only said that the technical content is more than 100 years old than the existing technology. It is invaluable. No matter how much money, you have to buy one or buy related technology. Li Chengzi naturally understands the weight of Yang Lan's words. As long as the experts on the field jointly propose, they will definitely buy it. Sell. Definitely sell. The products produced by the company are used to make money. If you don't sell, you still have to catch the flies. Chen Mo did not even think about it and promised, but the price, you said? Anyway, I just want to know an answer first. It is not a negotiator for the time being. If we are not satisfied with the price, we will definitely talk later. Hearing Chen Mo said, Li Chengzi laughed into a sunflower. This matter is fixed. Maybe 2 years later, he can pick up Venus on his shoulder. 24 billion won. Li Chengzi's smile froze, and his face slammed a few times, for a long time without words. 24 billion. This price, said that there is no fluctuation. I do not know that it is said to be 240. If you don't know Chen Mo, he must have thought that this is a big profit here. It is not so expensive to build pure gold. Well, I will go back and report. The other is not what I can decide. If there is a reply, I will come to you. Li Chengzi took a long time and finally took a word. Wait for your good news. Chen Mo smiled. The above will definitely buy. The value of any technology inside is incalculable. Moreover, the cost of this aircraft is not low. The official buyback, used to imitate the accumulation of related technologies, research and development. Its value is more than 24 billion, the above is absolutely powerful. At this point in time, it's almost time to eat. Chen Mo glanced at the team of experts who were still groping on the plane, indicating that Li Chengzi had called them in the past. A group of people around the plane, like reluctant to leave around the world. If you don't call them, you won't want to leave until tomorrow. Chapter 586, Intentional Disclosure. Free. The news of the mysterious aircraft test flight at the Ant Space Center was exposed. The next day, in the report of foreign media, the news about the mysterious plane appeared in the fake Xi'an Space Center. On the domestic network, photos and videos of some mysterious planes were also taken, which were taken by tourists and ordinary people in Bnai City while playing in the suburbs near the space center. The unique body, the sci-fi shape, let the goddess fire on the network. There was a rumor that Chen Mo was rumored some time ago, but Chen Mo is developing this kind of country. It is ironic. Who has the news of the rumors and the smugglers who have been accused in court? It makes me cool. What is the name of this aircraft? According to the name of the marching ant group, It should be called a flying ant or a ant. Chen Mo has looked up at the starry sky. I hope that the marching ant group is getting stronger and stronger, and the motherland is getting better and better. People who are concerned about the news know that the marching ant group has developed the aircraft, but the news about the aircraft is limited to a few pictures and outside guesses. No one knows the true performance of the aircraft. The action is quite fast. Chen Mo also saw reports about the mysterious plane. It feels like someone is using journalists and news attention to set our response in order to get useful information and intelligence, said Zhao Minutes. The news began to be exposed from foreign media, which attracted a big sensation in the international arena. And nowadays domestic attention, a bunch of reporters came to the door. If they respond to this question, they will more or less disclose information about the aircraft. I think so too, Chen Mo agreed. The Ink Girl told him last night that they were flying, seen by spy satellites in many countries. Although he did not intend to conceal the outside world, the speed was a bit too fast, and it was too late for the other party to know about the aircraft. What are you going to do now? Publishing out. Anyway, it is not a project that can't be seen. It scares them, and let the media help us publicize. Are your business plans ready? Chen Mo said. You can announce it at any time, said Zhao Minutes. That line, you let the robot send the file to me. Chen Mo closed the holographic video call with Zhao Minutes and turned to look at the Ink Girl. Ink Girl? What newspaper reporters want to interview me? Yes, there are a few appointments for a long time. Feng Qingrui and two assistants looked up at the headquarters of the army ants, and they were filled with emotion and excitement. She did not expect that Chen Mo actually promised her interview, just like the pie in the sky. She still has some unreal feelings. It is understood that Chen Mo has not received many interviews. Only the World Wide Web and CCTV have had an exclusive interview with Chen Mo. Even the world's most famous Times Weekly has not received an exclusive interview with Chen Mo. Unexpectedly, this appointment interview, Chen Mo actually agreed. Today's marching ant group is intertwined and has a solid foundation, surpassing any company in history. Even if it has been targeted by the United States many times, it is still as stable as Mount Tai, showing that the strength is strong and how terrible it is. The marching ants can be supported today by the man. You come with me, Merle is inside. Upon reaching the top floor, the Ink Girl greeted Feng Qingrui and others at the elevator. On the way, Feng Qingrui strangely peeked at the Ink Girl. This woman is very beautiful, no matter her figure or appearance. She is impeccable, and her name for Chen Mo is Mengj, not the boss. Perhaps the relationship between the two is special, but this is not what she should care about. Putting aside the thoughts, Feng Qingrui followed the Ink Girl into Chen Mo's office. The office is a bit big, the decoration is minimal, there is no antique painting like other big symbols, but there are many high-tech things. The ornaments on the desk and coffee table are also small robots and some strange permanent toys with unique style. Seeing Chen Mo sitting in the office, Feng Qingrui showed a polite smile. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Feng Qingrui. Hello, Miss Feng. Chen Mo and Feng Qingrui shook hands with her two assistants. Sit here. A wall next to the office opens. A study is exposed, and Chen Mo's decorative style is different. There is a huge starry sky watercolor painting on the wall, and strange sketches of the plane. The decorations are still various robots and mechanical machinery. Decoration arranged one by one, so that the green core is a bit secretly surprised. The bookshelf is full of science and engineering books or science books. In addition to it, it is a biography of various physical world gods. These books are for her to see. It is estimated that one cannot understand. Time is limited. Let's get started. Okay, Mr. Chen. Feng Qingrui hurriedly sat down, and the photographer who came with her quickly and skillfully put the camera rack well. They all know that Chen Mo's time is precious, and the time for interviewing them is only 15 minutes. Mr. Chen, just some time ago, some documents were exposed on the Wiki website. On the internet, you and President Zhao, as well as the network rumors for the marching ant group, were planned by the intelligence department of a certain country. How did you look at it? Feng Qingrui straight into the theme. Some time ago, the turmoil about the marching ant group was very loud. At that time, Chen Mo disappeared and there was no exposure at all. Therefore, the outside world has always been very curious about Chen Mo's thinking about this party. I also saw relevant news. The benevolent sees the wise and sees the wisdom. We have a clear conscience, and there are more rumors outside. It is also loss. President Zhao and I said this. This is also a test paper for our company. Obviously, this Jiang exam paper, we get a good score. It was during that time that we were able to see a lot of cyber violence against your personal, family and company on the internet. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you clarify at that time? How did you see the problem of cyber violence now? Network violence has always existed, starting from our company, until now. When those things are big, I am still developing technology in the laboratory. For some cyber violence, I am not awake to sleep. However, the current network environment is indeed much more complicated than before, and the cost of rumors is too low. This has led some people to use the virtual space of the internet as an unscrupulous place to vent their dissatisfaction. That incident, that is, the fake photos that were exposed. Did you bring any pressure and trouble? No, those fake photos, I don't have to talk to Zhao minutes, I know it at a glance. My wife recognized it at a glance, and there is no problem at all. My work is a bit busy and I have no time to bother. That is, this morning, foreign media and netizens have exposed the news of the mysterious plane appearing in the Feifang Space Center. When those rumors occurred, you are in the research institute. Are you studying about the plane? Can you tell me about it? A little bit of information and progress on the plane? Feng Qingrui is looking forward to it. This is a big news, willing to disclose it, but also to see Chen Mo. You are right. During that time, I was studying the plane. At that time, it was the finishing stage. So you just asked me if I was troubled by those things. I said that there was no time to bother, because I was busy with the plane. Finish the work. Regarding the progress of the aircraft, some netizens also took videos and photos, and the aircraft has entered the flight test stage. If there is no technical problem, it will be successful soon. Chen Mo is not concealed and has no need to hide it. Feng Qingrui did not expect Chen Mo to be so refreshed, answering her questions. I thought this question, Chen Mo will take the past, did not expect Chen Mo to answer so seriously. Many netizens guessed based on photos and videos exposed on the internet. It is not an airplane for civil aviation. What is the purpose of designing the aircraft? Is it not convenient to disclose some? Feng Qingrui is somewhat hesitant about this issue, for fear of asking any secret information. If there is a problem, when you broadcast it, you can get rid of this problem. Nothing is inconvenient. This problem will be announced after the plane is successful. Since you asked, I also disclosed some information in advance here. That plane was researched for my research. There is a space center. The target is space, and in the future it will be a tool I use for space exploration. The plane is positioned as an aerospace plane. Hiss. Feng Qingrui was shocked. He did not expect this question and asked for a big news. Or is Chen Mo deliberately revealing this news to her? This is not a question she is thinking about. Anyway, whether it is deliberate or not, this is a big news. Before she continued to ask, Chen Mo went on. Of course, such a large space center. My research is also a moment, the rest of the time cannot be empty. We are the company, maintaining such a space center. The need for huge financial support. The marching ant group is big, and it is impossible to raise a light-eat, big guy who doesn't work. In fact, the construction of the space center began, and we have corresponding plans for the base. This aircraft was developed and is also within our planning. It is an aerospace plane that was developed successfully and it can enter space. In the future, the Flying Ant Center will launch space tourism projects for ordinary people. In addition, we will accept the mission of commercial satellite launches, as well as space exploration, space experiments and so on. It is another fierce. Feng Qingrui feels that today's harvest is extremely rich. This one message is released, and each one is sensational. Sky plane, space travel. It's all big news. In 15 minutes. The time was a bit short, but the big news continued, making the whole process of Feng Qingrui shocked. In the middle of the way, she also asked Chen Mo, "There is no confidential information to be smashed?" Chen Mo said no. She was only a little relieved, otherwise the video of the interview was released. It is a big thing. Until leaving the headquarters of the marching ant group, Feng Qingrui became aware of the situation and withdrew from the shocking state. "This big harvest," said the photographer next to him. "Really, it is a bumper harvest." Feng Qingrui nodded in agreement. "Hurry and go back to the video of the interview." On the other hand, Chen Mo also told the Ink Girl to inform another media, ready to accept the next interview. P.S. Again for the previous repeating chapter, I am sorry to everyone. Chapter 587 has entered the outer atmosphere. The mysterious plane of the marching ant group is an aerospace plane. The future marching ant group will launch space exploration and space tourism projects. Chen Mo, who rarely received an exclusive interview with reporters, this time interviewed several reporters from world-renowned media, and the news that has been exposed has attracted countless attention. The paradox of the craze was once again taken over by the marching ant group, and Chen Mo appeared personally, bringing public opinion to the highest point. At the beginning of the network, the impact of the incident, this moment disappeared. "Now, I have no culture, and I am going to walk in the world." This kind of courage is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. Chen Mo brings the world into the holographic era. Then, if he can bring the world into the interstellar era, he will see him. "This plane is so handsome, I am willing to give Chen Mo a small 3. Uncle after 90 sent a congratulatory message. The old aunt after 00 sent a congratulatory message. The voice of the marching ant group on the internet has become a one-sided cheer and appreciation. The streets and alleys are all about the marching ant airplanes, but everyone who sees them will have a sense of pride in their hearts. NASA. Jim's face was neat, and he looked at the screen in front of him. On the screen, it was their president, a standard blonde hair, and a ruddy old man. Chen Mo announced the news of the space plane. They have all received. At present, the strength of China is already very scary. In space, the only space station currently known as the Lingyao is Huaxia. After the retiring of the International Space Station, Russia chose to join the China Lingang project. They and the EU, island countries, South Korea and other countries have been discussing the cooperation of the new space station. The long-term wrangling and funds have made the space station unable to launch, and let Huaxia recover a lot. If the space ants of the marching ant group succeed, then it may be beyond their previous footsteps. If China is surpassing them in space, the balance of the world game will be completely tilted toward China. Obviously, the faction where the president is located is a little anxious. Since taking office, they have suffered too many accidents in China, the clown virus has been raging, the strategy of the Syrian state has failed, the CIA and the Ministry of National Defense have been attacked by unknown hackers, the CIA's top officials have crashed, and confidential information has been leaked. These times were attacked by opposition parties. The next election is coming. They must make better results in the only time, and the election will have more benefits for their party. Otherwise, they may lose in the general election and lose their dominance. The project of the space station, how is it now? Mr. President, almost ready, and 2 weeks, we can launch the experimental cabin of the space station, Jim said. When the marching ant group had just built a space center, they expected that the marching ant group might have to enter space, and did not expect this day to come so fast. We must launch successfully, let the world see, we are still the first. The President of the United States was somewhat satisfied with this reply. Flying Ant Center. The situation of the goddess has been checked, there is no technical problem, the various systems are working normally. and the flight data is simulated by the computer many times. No problem. Based on the analysis of data and technology, Chen Mo also decided to start the second test flight. This time the test flight, the goal is space, determining that the aircraft can withstand the test of space. The aerospace project also means a smooth completion. In the command center, there are still many experts and academician teams. After the last test flight, they are very much looking forward to this test flight. Once the goddess has successfully entered space, this is another milestone in space exploration. Even the little fish that came out very rarely appeared here. She took the unparalleled look at the plane. At this time, there is no double in the arms of Zhao Minutes, eating a lollipop, quietly looking at the big plane outside the window, with a little eyes with excitement and curiosity. If it wasn't for her mother to let her not bother her father, she would have been chasing Chen Mo's long question at this time. Minutes, Mom said. The plane was made by Dad. Yes, it was made by your father. Your father is very powerful. Zhao Minutes touched the little girl's face and smiled and said, when you grow up, it is as powerful as your father. Well, I grew up and made big planes to play. The little girl nodded seriously with a small face. Mergo, I am ready. The Ink Girl reported to Chen Mo. It has started. With the order of Chen Mo to take off, the goddess on the airport of the Space Center slowly suspended, and soon after, it rose to the sky 100 meters high. We have now entered the coastal city. On your left, it is the Fan Space Center on the Today News. The airplane that Chen Mo said is flying here. Wanziki stood on a tourist bus and pointed to the base of the Flying Ant Space Center in the distance. The Space Center is not open to the public and tourists cannot enter, so their tourist route does not include the Fan Space Center. But it is not far away, on the road in the coastal suburbs. I can look at the Space Center. The news of the 2 days is full of news about the skyplane of the fake Xiang Space Center. She will introduce it casually. Oh, what is that? That is the plane. The airplane that Chen Mo said. Airplane, take a quick photo. The tourists screamed, and the tourists on the other side of the tour bus immediately gathered toward the window and looked at the window and looked out the window. Wanziki subconsciously looked through the window. Above the aerospace center, a huge plane slowly rose, and soon it reached a height of 100 meters. She didn't even think of it, just introduced it with her mouth and saw such a big plane. The entire tourist bus was in a mess. For the sake of safety, Wanziki rushed to let the driver park on the side of the road. When the vehicle was just stopped, the tourists rushed out of the car and looked at the distant behemoth on the side of the road. A mobile phone was used to shoot videos and photos. This is definitely the surprise of this trip. Last time, some netizens exposed the video of the flight test on the internet. I didn't expect them to meet it today. The passing vehicles stopped and quickly picked up the mobile phone and filmed on the roadside. When everyone was holding a mobile phone, the engine of the aerospace aircraft began to accelerate, accompanied by the excitement of the suburbs, plunging toward the sky, suspended to accelerate. In one go. The propulsion system is normal and the power and distribution systems are normal. The data of the aircraft was quickly returned, and the Ink Girl also began to report the relevant data to Chen Mo. This flight test is crucial. As the goddess took off, the atmosphere of the command center began to be inexplicably dignified, and the team of experts, the eyes are on the screen data. In addition to the voice of the reporters in the audience, the voice of Xiao Wuxuang and Zhao Minutes chat, and only the small unparalleled cannot understand the tension. With the attention of everyone, the height of the aircraft is rising rapidly. 10 kilometers. 15 kilometers into the stratosphere. 55 kilometers, into the middle layer. 80 kilometers, entering the top of the middle layer. The external temperature is minus 90 degrees Celsius. Time passed by. The voice in the command center, in addition to all kinds of data feedback, is the voice of the unparalleled milk voice asked Zhao Minutes. The voice of a little girl is here, and the command center is not so boring. Soon, the plane has reached the top level of the middle layer of the last test, and then up, is the place for this challenge. The aerospace experts on the field secretly clenched their fists and squeezed a sweat. A spacecraft must undergo extreme environmental conditions such as ultra-low temperature and ultra-high temperature. The next step is the beginning of the test. The height is 110 kilometers, entering the thermal layer. The data is normal. Height. The height is 400 kilometers. The external temperature is 1092 degrees Celsius. The cabin temperature is 25 degrees Celsius. The air pressure is 101.3 pa. And the data is normal. Mr. Chen, our space station of Link Xiao is only this height, 400 kilometers high, enough for it to carry out the main tasks of human space exploration. Huixin could not help but speak. He is really nervous. Breaking through 400 kilometers is already very remarkable. Going up again, the environmental conditions are very demanding. If there is a problem with the aircraft, it will not be worth the loss. It's okay. At least for now, it needs to have the ability to explore the moon and must enter the outer atmosphere. Chen Mo shook his head and was unmoved. The outer atmosphere is the escape layer, also called the dissipation layer. The high-speed movement of atmospheric molecules and atoms breaks away from the gravitational pull of the Earth and enters the space of space. The atmosphere here is extremely thin, and the atmospheric molecules and atoms are like a grain micromissile, and the kinetic energy is particularly high. Seeing Chen Mo's insistence, Huixing did not say much, and looked back at the data sent back. The height is 450 kilometers, and it will enter the outer atmosphere. The external temperature is 1660 degrees Celsius, the cabin temperature is 25 degrees Celsius. The air pressure is 101.3 pa, and the data is normal. As the plane approached the outer atmosphere, everyone became more and more nervous. The scene was once dead. Even the unparalleled feeling of the atmosphere was very weird and did not dare to speak again. The height of 500 kilometers has entered the outer atmosphere. The external temperature is 2530 degrees Celsius. The cabin temperature is 25 degrees Celsius, the temperature control system is normal, the air pressure is 101.3 pa, the air pressure is normal, and the environmental control and life support system are normal. The power supply and distribution system are normal, the measurement and control and communication system are normal, the propulsion system is normal, the mechanical arm system is normal, the occupant system is normal, the instrument and lighting system are normal, and the data management is normal. The next moment, within the screen of the command center, the picture inside the airspace cabin is returned. This scene, let the people in the command center, clenched their fists. A look of excited joy, applause thunder. Successful, beyond imagination. Chapter 588, Cooperation. The test of the aerospace plane was successful, and the breath in the heart was relaxed, and it felt very easy. Seeing Xiao Yu and Zhao Minitz coming over, Chen Mo also smiled. In Zhao Minitz's arms, and the sticky little girl. Chen Mo and Xiao Yu are sometimes speechless. This little girl, seeing Zhao Minitz, is better than anyone who sees him. He doesn't know if he bought the lollipop that Zhao Minitz sent. Dad, I want to take the big plane you made. Xiao Musi saw Chen Mo. His eyes bent into crescents. The big plane can't sit now. It's in space. Dad looks back and makes a small plane for you to play. Chen Mo touched the unparalleled head and took her from Zhao Minitz's arms. Thank you, Dad. But where is space? Space is the sky, the very high sky. Is there a fairy in space? There is no fairy in space, but when I grow up, I fly to the sky. And the unparalleled is the little fairy. Xiao Yu and Zhao Minitz saw the dialogue between the father and the daughter and could not help but smile. Well, no match. Next time I look at the big plane, my father has to work. Xiao Yu looked at the expert academician who wanted to gather around, indicating that Chen Mo would put the little unparalleled down. She also knows that it is not the time to talk about family. Well, Dad goes home early. My mother and I are waiting for you at home. Minitz remembers coming back to Dad with me tonight, and Miss Nuo is also close to her. The little girl was very sensible, and each of them kissed me and cleverly followed Xiao. Seeing the back of the little unparalleled jump, Chen Mo showed a soft smile. My daughter doesn't know anything. That is my daughter. Chen Mo was laughed at by Zhao Minutes. Under the broad daylight, he wanted to rob his daughter in front of his father. It's all the same. Zhao Minutes smiled slightly and looked at the expert academician who came over. The next words, I may not be suitable for listening. I will go to my daughter to play first. If there is anything, please inform me directly. After that, Zhao Minutes turned and quickly caught up with the small fishing and the unparalleled. Congratulations, academician Chen. The experts present came to congratulate, and their faces were full of joy. The goddess has withstood the test of the harsh conditions of space and has successfully reached the atmosphere. This means that the aerospace technology has matured, and the speed at which China explores space in China will be at the forefront of all mankind in the future. Chen, congratulations on your successful flight test. Whether you are interested in cooperation. After the completion of day, Zhang Jianfeng opened his mouth and looked forward with a look. Going to the moon? Chen Mo asked. Yes. Zhang Jianfeng nodded. Do you want to try? We have data resources that can be shared with you, including the lunar orbit data and the data on the back of the moon, as well as the orbital data of the Lagrange L2 point. Chen Mo asked. Lagrange points are 5 special solutions to the 3-body problem in celestial mechanics. An object, under the gravitational force of 2 large objects, remains substantially stationary relative to 2 large objects at a certain point in space. In the system of 2 celestial bodies, according to the inference, there are 5 Lagrange points, but only 2 points are stable. The mathematician Euler calculated the first 3 special solutions. Later, the French mathematician Lagrange deduced the 2 special solutions. The Lagrange L2 point is located on the line of the Earth and the Day, allowing the satellite to stay for a long time and consuming very little fuel. It is a hot spot for international deep space exploration. The L2 point is also among the 5 points, the only one located on the back of the moon at the Lagrange point. Before the 4th landing on the back of the moon, the project team placed the bridge relay satellite on the track of Lagrange L2, so that the nickname on the back of the moon smoothly communicated with the Earth. People only see the landing on the back of the moon, but in the moon back detection, the L2 point bridge relay satellite is the real protagonist in that performance. In deep space exploration, the back of the moon always faces the Earth, where the original environment remains. There is no infection of the Earth's electromagnetic waves, and the value of exploration is much larger than the front of the moon. Therefore, if Chen Mo is on the moon, he will definitely choose the back. Yes, these data are fine. Zhang Jianfeng readily agreed. Data is always data. Chen Mo has technology. It is not difficult to get data. It is only a matter of time. And Chen Mo's technology is more important. Under the premise of cooperation, data sharing is a normal category. In the future, I have a plan to land on the moon, and we can cooperate at that time. Chen Mo laughed. With their data, he still has a lot of work left. Although these things can be obtained by time, but what he lacks most now is time, which can speed up. He certainly will not refuse. I hope that the cooperation will be pleasant at the time. Zhang Jianfeng smiled and opened his eyes. When Huixing came over, he smiled and gave the position to Huixing. The aerospace plane succeeded, and now Chen Mo is a tune, especially for their space explorers. Academician Chen, in the future, we have the opportunity to cooperate on space exploration projects, Huixing said. As an engineer of the Ling Xiao, he knows the meaning of the space plane. If the technology is stable, it means that human beings can freely enter space and the cost is greatly reduced. The airplane that Chen Mo now has will be the most critical tool. There is a chance, Chen Mo said. Exactly, we have a batch of experimental equipment, need to be transported to the space station. Is there any interest in the use of your aircraft to test the knife? Huixing thought about it. When, a week later, Huixing said. Chen Mo was a little surprised. This has just been successful. Huixing said the issue of cooperation. He thought that the official would wait for his project to completely confirm the safety and feasibility, and then come to him to cooperate. I did not expect it to be successful, and I mentioned it. Obviously this time it is well prepared. So fast. Unhappy, you have succeeded. We have proposed cooperation. It has been slow. If you feel that time is not enough, you can postpone it for a while. Huixing said. No, I just want to send a few satellites. Chen Mo said. After the flight test was successful, he will prepare for the space project and the moon landing project. Both the company's research needs and future space exploration will require satellites. Now Huixing said that the two sides cooperate, which means that in the future, he will get the official help in the space project. Of course, this kind of help is two-way. The satellite has already been developed, and with his efficiency, 1 week is enough to prepare. I look forward to our cooperation and enjoyment. I will inform you when possible, maybe your plane, but you may need your plane to load equipment at the South China Sea Space Center in the past. If you are sure that there is no problem, we will announce our cooperation. No problem, Chen Mo said. In the afternoon, netizens once again exposed the video of the flight test of the Flying Ant Space Center. As soon as the news came out, another climax was set off. Then, the Ant Group announced a news on the official website. The Fant Space Center, the second test flight of the Goddess space plane, successfully entered the 500-kilometer high outer atmosphere and returned to the ground intact. The space project of the Flying Ant Aerospace Company will enter the stage of commercial application. Shortly after the official announcement of the Marching Ant Group, Fant Aerospace also issued an announcement. The Shennon space plane successfully flew and launched the first space travel registration. The first batch of space tourists was 10 people. They accepted the global space travel registration and accepted the global commercial satellite launch mission. Both announcements are accompanied by a space video taken by the Goddess. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. This is the first exposure of the space plane's name. The space plane successfully returned from space. This news is like a tornado that swept the world's space exploration circle. Things didn't stop there. In the prime time of the evening news, CCTV also broadcast a news video. The video is a ceremony for Huixing and Chen Mo to sign a cooperation agreement. The ceremony is very simple, but it means that the official announcement that Huixian Aerospace Group and Feixiang Aerospace Co. Limited will cooperate and will use the space shuttle of Feixiang Aerospace Company to transport after 1 week. The first batch of experimental equipment entered the Lingyao Space Station. Chapter 589, Looking at the Stars. Huixia is looking at the stars. What do you think our council is doing? It is still arguing over the Galileo project that decided to cooperate decades ago. Who should pay more money? It is still hesitant to give money to the space exploration project. It is not very funny. Is there any news to say good technology research and development? In the end, which system will enable us to carry out activities efficiently? I feel that the present time is like the beginning of the Great Navigation Age, from the end of the 15th century to the beginning of the 16th century. Only this time the protagonist has changed. The protagonist of this era is Huixia. They are doing everything they can to the stars and the sea, and our country is still worried about the investment in space exploration. The value is not worth it. The universe contains countless wealth and secrets. Just think of the new world of that year. If Huixia gets those wealth, who can't guarantee that they will become the next Daedalus Empire? If you don't act again, it's really late. Because the politics of the two parties are intriguing, it is ridiculous to argue that it should not be allocated to scientific research projects. It is ridiculous to say that good research and development has not progressed much and continues to fight, waiting for our children and grandchildren to spit in front of the grave and lick our waste. Obviously, in this competition, China has already come to the fore and began to take advantage. This may be really the beginning of a sea of exploration, like the great maritime era of the year. If Chen Mo becomes the Magellan and Columbus of China, we will lose the best opportunity. We should not be full of the front of the sea, uncertainty, and hesitancy. Half a century ago, we were half a century ahead of China. After half a century, China led us for half a century. Who can tell me why? The Marching Ant Group teamed up with Huaxian Aerospace Group and is about to enter space. This news caused the foreign media to blow up the pot. The news, the comments of experts, the arguments and unwillingness of foreign netizens, one after another, unprecedented fierce. Some researchers have publicly supported the official support for scientific research innovation, resulting in some of the top research talents to go to China. In Sense Burner Beach Villa. When the outside world was too loud, Chen Mo looked at the barbecue leisurely on the beach next to the villa. The white smoke of the charcoal fire, the chicken wings are covered with golden yellow grease, the fragrance is overflowing, so that the small unparalleled slobber next to it looks at it. This time Zhao Minutes came over, Xiao Man also just came over, little unparalleled, free to do nothing. It is rare to have a barbecue. The Ink Girl is also there. The oven is small, a few people around. It is still warm. Sister, I want to do a live broadcast, can I? Xiao Man took over the chicken wings that Chen Mo handed over, regardless of the image, and said while eating, "Live me barbecue?" Chen Mo put the other 2 chicken wings on the sauce and handed it to Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes, then joked, "If I broadcast your barbecue, my sister will kill me." Xiaoman laughed. "What do you want to broadcast, Liv?" Chen Mo took over the raw chicken wings that Zhao Minutes handed over and continued to shoot the kitchen, and he also ate it. Does the Ant Aerospace Space not have a space tourism project? I want to go live in space to do a live broadcast. Xiao Man looked forward to Chen Mo. You really dare to think? Chen Mo surprised and laughed. The character of Xiao Man is completely different from that of Xiao Yu. The spirit of adventure is not small, and he is very lively. He dares to do anything. Since the last holographic Hero Super League with Penguin, the Wild Fish platform shines. Later, he collaborated with the world's top game companies such as Ubisoft, NetEase, Blizzard and Nintendo to launch various holographic game competitions. Nowadays, the world's holographic game competitions are all looking for the resources of the Ants Group. Recently, the Olympic Committee is in contact with the Manfish platform to prepare for the holographic esports project of the Olympic Games. The arrangement of the holographic venue invites the help of the Wildfish platform. Today's Wildfish platform has become a worldwide live broadcast platform. A live broadcast platform was made by Xiao Man, and she herself became a well-known game anchor, which was related to her personality. Can you, brother? It's very hard to train in space. And it's dangerous in space. Not afraid? Not afraid. This is a rare opportunity. I believe that my brother-in-law's technology is definitely very good and safe. Xiaoman patted his chest and said confidently, when the space tourism training begins, you can find Zhao Minutes. Chen Mo also knows that Xiaoman is determined. Thank you, brother-in-law. Xiaoman seems to be winning. Well, don't talk about work. Eat barbecue. Xiao ended their topic. She was very helpless to Xiaoman, this sister, she can't control. She did not want to do things she wanted to do. Early the next morning, Chen Mo went to the space center to prepare for the space plane's access to the dot. This time, not only the transportation of experimental equipment and materials entered the Lingya laboratory, but Chen Mo himself also had the task of satellite orbit. In the Institute of the Flying Ants Space Center, there are 9 satellites, which are the satellites that Chen Mo is preparing to send to space. 3 communications satellites, 2 navigation satellites, 2 surveillance satellites, 1 climate satellite, and 1 resource exploration satellite. One of the communication satellites is ready to be sent to the synchronous orbit. The satellite is not big, it is not too small. The square box of about 1 meter and 5. The antenna through the mechanical structure, the 4 rounded ears are wrapped around the 4 sides. There is no expansion, and there is a memory metal structure. When expanded, it is larger. These satellites are used by Chen Mo for their own use or for the company. It is only the beginning, and there will be more in the future. For him now, the technical content of the satellite is not high enough to be manufactured at any time. This time, more than the satellites of most small countries. About 9 stars. Chen Mo did not choose to use 1024 elemental crystals as an energy source, but instead used solar panels and graphene supercapacitor batteries as energy sources. The low-profile version of the micro-ion engine is mounted as a satellite power, so that there is no need to worry about fuel problems, so that the satellite can be operated in orbit for a long time, and the flight orbit can be corrected at any time. Ago, Huixing came to the video call. Chen Mo put down the work at hand and looked at the screen, which is Huixing with a smile on his face. Academician Chen, how are you prepared there? I have no problem here. The goddess has been checked and can be started within the scheduled time. Chen Mo said. This time I contact you. There is still one thing. This mission, there will be a live broadcast live. CCTV over there. Ask your opinion. Huixing said. No problem. Chen Mo said. The news they announced attracted global attention. In particular, space planes, space tourism projects and commercial satellite launches are hot topics. People around the world have called for space travel and satellite launches, but no cooperation has been proposed. The Marching Ant Group has just entered the aerospace field and is a newcomer to the new hands. The outside world does not understand their technology and has concerns about safety. Therefore, the Lingao transportation task, which was cooperated with the aerospace group, is an opportunity to show strength. The live broadcast just coincided with Chen Mo's intentions. The time for launching the mission is during the day, and the goddess can clearly appear in front of the global people through live broadcasts. As long as this beautifully completed mission, they will be a blockbuster in the aerospace field. Time passed quickly in the quarrel of the outside world, and the date of the first space cooperation between the Space Group and the Marching Ant Group also came. Chapter 590, Live through the security check. Chunan and the photographer entered the gate of the Fant Space Center. The cooperation between Huixian Aerospace Group and the Marching Ant Group allowed the aircraft and airborne equipment of the Shennon Space Center of the Feiyang Space Center to enter the space station, which attracted much attention from the outside world. This is also a major space mission, so it is open to the outside world and is broadcast live before the launch. He is the reporter responsible for the live broadcast. The mission of this live broadcast began with the Fant Space Center. The goddess space plane will depart from the Fant Space Center and go to the South China Sea launch site to load equipment and supplies, then take off from the South China Sea launch site and head to the space station. He needs to board the goddess, starting from the Fant Space Center and broadcasting live until the South China Sea launch site. Some nervous and some expectation. The news of the goddess skyscraper has recently been overwhelming. The outside world has painted the goddess as legendary, but can only look at the blurred photos taken by passers-by. This is the first time to get close to the goddess and still broadcast live on it. Diane also admire the official enthusiasm, and actually lets the aircraft that has just successfully tested the flight to perform this space mission. Perhaps it is the trust of the Marching Ant Group. He can only explain this. The self-driving car brought Diane to the hangar, and soon he saw the legendary genius Chen Mo of the Marching Ant Group. Hello there. Hello, Mr. Chen Mo. Diane smiled and said hello. Wait, a live broadcast? I want to ask, what are the things that need attention? For example, where you need to keep confidential, where can't you shoot? The next step is live broadcast. The live video will be broadcasted by the global media. He has to know some questions in advance. This advanced technology of aerospace planes will definitely involve some secret technology. In case their lenses are leaked, it is to help the enemy collect intelligence. You can shoot. There are no taboos, but on the plane, the buttons inside don't move. Chen Mo said. Even if people are seen in the layout of the goddess, it is impossible for outsiders to copy. And if you want to go through a video screen and want to reverse research on his technology, it is even less likely. After listening to some of the questions that Chen Mo said to be concerned, Diane was in mind, and then the two live photographers around him began to prepare. Soon, the live broadcast will begin. Chang Meng, How can you read the news? Lin Bo often stayed in front of the screen of the computer, and the CCTV news screen was played on it. In his impression, on weekends, he often played games in the dormitory or went out to work part-time. He had never seen him watch the news in the dormitory. Today is a bit unusual. Don't you pay attention to the news? The goddess of the marching ant group performed the space mission for the first time today, and the goddess flies. It is rare to see. The name is called Cheng Meng, male head, and does not say back. What, is the goddess flying today? The two roommates who were playing mobile games on the bed immediately jumped out of bed and ran to Cheng Meng to sit down and look excited. Isn't it just starting at 10 o'clock in the evening? Lin Bo asked. Morning, often referred to the news screen. I saw that the screen has jumped to the live room. The huge title behind the live broadcast room is the goddess to the Ling Long space station. The trough almost missed. Lin Bo also moved to the stool, sitting next to Cheng Meng. You are not going out to date your girlfriend? Let's go after reading. The goddess lifted off. This is a news that is highly anticipated. The news of the domestic live broadcast announced the launch time early, coincided with the weekend, and it was the daytime, attracting the attention of countless netizens. School dorms, internet cafes, home TV sets, live mobile phones, and people are paying attention to the news of the goddess flying. In the various news, the goddess is portrayed as mysterious and advanced, and now it is the moment of close encounter with the goddess. Even some foreign platforms are preparing to broadcast, like an alien-like company, the most advanced and mysterious space plane studied, the first close exposure. The opportunity is rare. Time passed by in a minute, and waiting for everyone. The live broadcast officially began. At the moment when the host of the live newsroom handed the screen to the scene, the screen of the Diane in the Space Center jumped out on the screen. Behind him is a huge hangar. Hello everyone, I am now bringing live broadcasts to the Flying Ant Center. Behind me is the hangar of the Flying Ant Space. Mr. Chen Mo has just prepared. The mission is about to begin. We can see now, Goddess the aerospace plane is coming out of the hangar. When Diane just finished, the photographer turned the lens to the hangar. Sure enough, the door of the hangar was slowly opened, and the huge goddess, with the help of the trailer, left the hangar steadily. Wow! The moment the goddess reveals the truth, the audience in front of the screen collectively exclaimed. Some of the videos they saw some time ago were videos taken by netizens. Because they were too far away, the picture was not clear. Now, the complete face of the goddess is finally appearing in front of the screen. With the eyes of many years of military enthusiasts, this aircraft can be transformed into a strategic bomber. It is the most terrible to transport bombs into space and bomb the targets without any traces. Any air defense weapons are ineffective. The marching ant group is not terrible in general. No wonder the Americans have to deal with him by any means. I will also use whatever means. It is really terrible that such people are enemies. This aircraft is definitely several times more expensive than dozens of tons of gold. The trough. What is the engine under the plane? The people who saw the real face of the plane all boiled up. The shape of the sci-fi, the smooth lines, and the huge body are definitely not made by ordinary companies. The goddess has been stopped at the airport of the Space Center and is ready. A few minutes after the plane took off, Chen Mo and Monu also appeared on the scene. The first phase of live broadcast of Diane, with a photographer, quickly followed, leaving a photographer to wait for the live plane to take off. Next, the goddess will depart from here, fly to the South China Sea launch site to load supplies, and then begin its first space mission. He will take the goddess with Chen Mo and go to the South China Sea launch site together. The second phase of the live broadcast requires a live flight in the cabin after the flight is stable. Mom, it's Dad and Moto. They are flying. I want to sit. Unparalleled, sitting on the sofa watching the big plane in the screen, seeing Chen Mo and the ink girl enter the plane under the lens, the little face is very excited. When you grow up, let Dad take you to sit. Xiaoyu smiled. Mom, Why are you not sensitive? Minutes Min is busy at work. Minutes also said that she would only come once in a few days. Why didn't Minutes live with us? I can see her every day, and play with me like Moto. Muscle asked innocently. You want to eat a lollipop that you are sensitive to. Xiaoyu scraped a small nose that was unmatched. The lollipops that Min gave are very tasty. The little girl mentioned the lollipop and didn't forget to lick her lips. Mom, you call Dad. Let him come home. Come back with Minutes, okay? Dad is on a business trip. I may not be able to come back tonight. Wait for my mother to call Minutes. You can call Minutes. Xiao touched the face of the little guy and looked up to watch the live news. The live broadcast is still going on. After Chen Mo and others entered the plane, the live video has been cut to the photographer's lens without boarding. After the ground personnel cleared the field, the aircraft slowly rose in the eyes of countless double screens. NASA. Jim was shocked to see the goddess that slowly lifted off the screen. This level of high-tech products, Chen Mo did not scrutiny in front of the global people. Is this a confidence in their own technology? Go back 5 seconds, right, 5 seconds. An engineer next to him suddenly opened. What's wrong? What did you find? Jim hurriedly spoke. In order to understand the secrets of the marching ant group goddess, the U.S. Department of Defense and the NASA have each organized expert personnel to understand the goddess as much as possible and find opportunities to imitate them. Therefore, there are many aerospace experts and aircraft designers on the field. Stop here and zoom in on the belly of the plane. The technicians did not dare to neglect and proceed according to the engineer's intention. The layout of the aircraft's abdomen engine appears on the screen. Why is the engine like this? Jim looked at the outline of the engine on the screen in shock. He is a space technician, he has seen a space shuttle engine. And he has seen rocket engines and fighter engines. The shapes of various engines are more or less similar, but the engine vents of the goddess are completely different from their traditional engines. Still seeing it for the first time. A new type of engine does not rule out new technology. The engineer sighed. This is an engine that has never been seen before. And it looks different from all the engines they have seen. It's a new technology. Is this Chen Mo is an alien? Jim grimaced. He had to suspect that Chen Mo is not a human being, and all kinds of new technologies are just like no money. At the same time, the world's top aircraft manufacturing company, NASA, is paying attention to the live broadcast. At the moment of the aircraft's launch, they noticed the distinctive engine of the aircraft's abdomen. In order to get information about the goddess aircraft, countries have invited the top domestic aircraft engineers and rocket engineers to watch the live broadcast, in order to find some clues about the technology of the goddess aircraft, and carry out research and counterfeiting. They did not expect that Chen Mo would unscrupulously show the belly of the plane. After studying for a long time, all the experts have come to the same conclusion. The engine of the goddess is a new technology, but the specific technology can only be known when Chen Mo is announced. In the shock of countless people, the space plane has risen to a height of 100 meters, slowly accelerating, plunging toward the heights of the South China Sea and disappearing into the sky. Chapter 591. Small news on the plane. I had a simple interview with Mr. Chen Mo. In the interview, Mr. Chen Mo also revealed some information. Now we are seeing the carrying cabin. The equipment and materials for this mission will be placed here. The cabin will not be delivered to the space station until it reaches space. We can see that there are some fixed equipment in the cargo compartment. After the aerospace plane flew smoothly, Shannon connected the live broadcast room and began to broadcast live in the aircraft cabin. The mysterious goddess, the internal layout, is also displayed in front of the world under the photographer's lens. Mr. Chen Mo revealed that the goddess flying in the sky, in addition to transporting equipment and materials into the space station, it has another task, which is to put the satellites of the marching ant group into orbit. The equipment we saw was the satellite of the marching ant group, a total of 9. 2 of the communication satellites, 2 optical remote sensing satellites, 3 navigation satellites, one resource detection satellite and one meteorological satellite. According to Mr. Chen Mo, these satellites are used by his personal research and corporate service users. After the Goddess begins the mission, it will directly transport equipment and materials to the space station. After the replenishment task is completed, it will leave the space station and go to the track of different heights to send the satellite into the scheduled orbit. The success rate is extremely high. If it is successfully completed, this will be another milestone in the history of China's aerospace. The news revealed by Diane attracted the attention of some countries and organizations that are preparing to launch satellites. About 9 stars. If Chen Mo successfully completes the task, then the commercial satellite launch technology of the Marching Ant Group is relatively safe and reliable. Diane's experimental cabins were introduced, all of which introduced its basic functions, and did not disclose the contents of the technology. One by one, the people who watched the live broadcast were so addicted that many viewers felt as close to the space plane for the first time. Chen Mo did not stop the live broadcast of Chang'an, but sent a robot to introduce him to some functions in the cabin. Now almost the world's live broadcast, the biggest live advertising. In the future, space planes will conduct commercial projects such as commercial satellite launches, space travel, space transportation and satellite recycling. This time is an opportunity for the potential consumers of the company to understand more and believe in space planes. For them, there is no small benefit. Finally, tell everyone a little news. We are now at an altitude of 100,000 meters. Just after entering the sea, the Goddess has started supersonic flight. Just now the robot told me that our current speed is about 1.5 Mach, which is 1.5 times the speed of sound. According to our current speed, within half an hour, we will arrive in the South China Sea. This is the first time I have experienced supersonic flight, and it is the first time I fly so high. This little news of Diane let the audience watching the live broadcast boil. What is the special message? I also want to experience the little news. Is there any reason? Small news. Serious, you said. What is big news? What is big news? In the Chinese carnival, other countries are not happy. I ask you to announce our space station plan immediately after they announced their mission. We can't let the Chinese people grab all the limelight. If the world truly recognizes China's strong, our situation will be very troublesome, which involves national interests and safe question. Remember, it will be a big move. The bigger the better. The world's people's eyes will be attracted to us. Let them see. Although China is very strong, but we are still the most powerful and greatest country. At the end of the call, the people in the NASA office were in a bad mood. The atmosphere was a little depressed, and Jim's face was even more ugly. The White House was still coming to order so late, and it was obvious that there was an emergency. Contact the European Space Agency and the Island Aerospace Research and Development Agency. Now several other people are afraid that they are also very anxious now. The Chinese that have been restricted by them are now impressive. More and more technology is already running ahead of them. The technology of the Marching Ant Group has already advanced too much. If they even lose their advantage in the space field they are most proud of, they will completely lose their advantage. Jim's idea is correct, and now the other two are really in a hurry. In China, which is bound by their joint efforts, various technologies have already run ahead of them, which is a very big blow for them. It's just that Jim didn't know that the White House was more anxious than he had imagined, not only urging NASA, but the Pentagon also received notice from the White House. A secret base somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. A car galloped through the darkness and entered a cave nearly 20 meters high. Then, the gate of the cave slowly closed and restored the appearance of camouflage. Shanahan came down from the car and looked up to see that all the steel structures above it were almost empty. His face is not good, because he was woken up in the middle of the night. He still has to come here to confirm the situation. At this time, Shanahan's face was not very good, because he was preparing to sleep, and he was brought over by a call from the White House. He would come here to take a look and confirm the progress. He was greeted by a man wearing a tooling, with thick glasses and a scum. It looks awkward, thin and weak, not outstanding. Shanahan did not dare to look down on this seemingly thin guy. This is an avid madman, crazy and genius. The difference between the words, but can find common ground in this guy. Kane, a versatile technical genius. Unfortunately, his character is a bit arrogant. He is radical, he doesn't like to communicate with outsiders, and his appearance and behavior feel like a madman. All kinds of factors are limited, and he is destined to become a decent winner like Chen Mo. How is the Falcon project now? Shanahan said. You can fly tests soon. Kane looked up at the huge heavy rocket in front and the huge aircraft next to the aircraft. These two things are from his hand. On the screen not far away, the live broadcast of the Goddess is being broadcast. I need a specific time. The president has already called for a call. So many funds will come out and I will not get it out. The White House is really angry. They are angry and your expenses will be interrupted. Shanahan also looked up and looked at the rocket. The tone did not seem very good. Within a month, Kane did not think about it, and he did not forget to turn his head and look at the Goddess of the news. Shanahan's face was a little slower, ensuring that the technology is mature. This test flight will hand over a good answer, and there will be more funds in the future. Now is a special period. Huaxi and new technology continues to flow. The White House hopes to maintain our advantage in space, at least support a section. Time. Shanahan also knows that Huaxia has the perversion of Chen Mo. They can't support it for too long. They can only survive this period of time. After the election, they wait for the opportunity of world change. This is the most powerful rocket. With it, returning to the moon and landing on Mars, it's fine. Kane looked up and stared at the work in front of him, his voice full of confidence and a touch of fanaticism. I hope you succeed. Shanahan sighed. This guy is crazy, but the technology is still there. What kind of war robot do I want? Kane's lips every day, with a longing in her look. The country that can't get it for the time being, the country that gets the robot, is very valued to them. Never let outsiders get close. This is not anxious, is thinking of ways. Shanahan said. The news of the Goddess is still on the air. In order not to be dominated by China, all parties are looking for ways to attract their attention. This is a technical competition, regardless of intentional or unintentional participation. South China Sea Launch Site. At this time in the South China Sea Launch Site, the staff are looking forward to seeing Huaxing is in the list. In the live broadcast of the news, Chen Mo's space plane has taken off, and their preparations have been completed. Only when the space plane arrives, they can immediately put materials and equipment into the plane and take off directly. This is a world-famous task. As long as it is successfully completed, it is an exciting milestone for their Chinese aerospace project. Although the protagonist is a marching ant group, the Huaxian Aerospace Group can still have many benefits. In anticipation, the task of replenishing the space station this time is 1 month later. Because Huaxing saw the powerful functions of the space ants of the marching ant group, Huaxing will advance the mission to test the cooperation between the two sides, using the newly developed space plane of the marching ant group to carry out the task. The theoretical risk is not small. Because the marching ant group has not carried out related tasks, they are not sure whether the marching ant group can be successfully completed. But even if they use their launch vehicles to perform their tasks, there is a certain risk. With the idea of trying it out, Huaxing handed over the proposal to the above. Unexpectedly, the above agreed with him. Therefore, after Chen Mo agreed, the cooperation between the two parties was also natural. Huaxing also knows that the official must know some advanced technology of the space plane, so it will increase cooperation with the marching ant group. This kind of cooperation is not harmful to both parties. The plane is coming. The shouting made the people subconsciously look up at the sky, and they saw a black spot, which was approaching the launch site. Then, the roaring sound appeared. and the black spots slowly enlarged in the eyes of everyone. Under the attention of many eyes, the goddess hovered over the open space of the launch site and landed at a predetermined location below. Chapter 592. The universe is so big, I want to see it. Mr. Chen, do you have time now? It is not convenient for you to accept the interview? Live broadcast. The plane landed smoothly, and Diane took the photographer and waited. His eyes did not leave Chen Mo. Today's protagonist is this legendary man. From the live broadcast, the protagonist did not appear in front of the camera. Now the director is coming to the news. I hope he will interview Chen Mo. Today's live broadcast will be perfect. After waiting for 2 minutes, see Chen Mo and Huaxing finished greeting. The pedestrians were waiting for the loading of the equipment, and Ban-an immediately ran. A rare opportunity. Mr. Chen Mo, can you interview you? Live broadcast. Huaxing saw Yuan and the photographer came over, and immediately gave Chen Mo a gesture, smiled back to the side, carefully looked at the goddess that he would never tire of. Can. Chen Mo looked at the progress of the time and loading, and did not refuse. When Chen Mo was interviewed, Diane was overjoyed and hurriedly let the photographer go to the front of the two people. At the same time, he contacted the main station with headphones to prepare for the live broadcast. The headphone uploads the instructions that can be started, and Liu An opens the door, briefly introduces the situation on the scene, and then leads the topic to Chen Mo. Mr. Chen Mo, a lot of people are curious. Then how long does it take for the goddess to take off to dock with the space station? The speed of the goddess is faster than that of a traditional rocket. It can take up to 2 hours to dock with the space station. We have received some questions from the audience. We know that the goddess is unmanned. Many people are curious. Can the goddess carry people into space? Diane heard the question from the reception desk and immediately spoke. Yes. It is designed for manned space. Just before you broadcast live in the plane. The audience who watched it carefully should see the structural design of the cabin, which is specially prepared for manned aviation. Our company has also announced that there are space tourism projects, and manned airlifting is the most basic condition. Chen Mo said. Do you have any idea of going to space? Diane also knows that Chen Mo can accept interviews for a limited time, so when Chen Mo Gang finished speaking, he directly asked questions and handed the microphone to Chen Mo. Yes, I believe that soon I will take the goddess into space. Chen Mo directly throws a big message. 500 years ago, the sea was a journey of humanity. Now, the Sea of Stars is another journey of mankind. Chen Mo remembered what Xu Lao said when he saw his last side. Remember the starry sky above your head and stay curious. Hiss. Chen Mo is ready to enter space. Big news. Diane did not expect to ask a big news again, and suddenly excited. Do you go into space personally? Yes, I am going to personally challenge space. It is the outpost of the Earth. It is also the first step for human beings to leave the Earth and explore the space. The universe is so big, I want to see it. Chen Mo smiled a little. The universe is so big, I want to see it. Even the question asked Diane. When I heard this sentence, the corners of my mouth were twitching. Suddenly big news. Even watching the live broadcast of the audience are stunned, and then suddenly rioted. Chen Mo is going to space. Chen Mo, why don't you go to heaven, shoulder to shoulder with the sun? The universe is so big, you want to see it. The Earth is so small, I can't go anywhere. Hey, the universe. Sun Liangqing sent a congratulatory message. This is the most domineering phrase I have heard this year. I became a lemon whale. When Chen Mo said this news, the people watching the live broadcast were envious of death, full of sour taste. Today's live broadcast of high energy, bursting out too much exciting news. Let the audience directly enjoy. Zhao Minutes, who is far away from the headquarters of the marching ant, is also watching the live broadcast. Hearing Chen Mo's words, he couldn't help but squint and laugh. This doesn't always make people worry. Now things are not finished, and things are done. After the big event, one after another, after Chen Mo finished speaking, she was busy with research. She was busy with the West. prepared some formalities for him, purchased the materials needed for research, and took time to find the talents of the company. Looking back to find a chance to knock him on a bamboo pole, Zhao Minute slicked his temple, and opened the landline on his desk, Blue Creek, to inform the A1 and above high-level meetings. Mom, it's Dad. Unparalleled, carrying a small hand, excitedly pointing at Chen Mo on the screen. Yes, it's Dad. Xiao touched the unparalleled little face and looked at Chen Mo in the news. His eyes were a little worried, and he turned to look gentle and smiled helplessly. Marrying this man, the only thing she can do is to support him in every decision and help him take care of the family. But it is enough. Unparalleled, wait a while, you have to go to kindergarten, go to study and study, and then be as smart as Dad. Dad will be very happy, Xiaoyu said. Good. Hearing that Dad would be happy, the little girl nodded without hesitation. True. Xiaoyu smiled and picked up some formal documents next to him. The above is exactly what she did during this time, took the time to do it and bought a kindergarten. In order to enable the unparalleled education and safe and healthy environment, she chose Zhao Minji's suggestion to set up a kindergarten in Bnhai. Now that the newly purchased kindergarten has been refurbished and the procedures have been completed, it will take a while to enroll students. On the other side, the short interview has been completed. The news that Chen Mo broke the news caused a big topic on the internet. The hero Chen Mo, after the logistics personnel had all the materials and equipment to be replenished into the carrying cabin, went with Huixing to the command center of the launch site. The command center of the South China Sea launch site, hundreds of computers are neatly arranged. In front of the computer are the engineers of the launch team. In the past, rockets were launched, but this time it was different. The space planes of the marching ant group took off, and all the engineers looked more or less with expectations. Seeing the two coming in, everyone's eyes were transferred to Chen Mo. This man, who is almost younger than all of them, is the most intelligent person in the world. The first time he saw it at a close distance, he didn't feel much special, and he didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Chen Mo noticed the attention of everyone and made a greeting to the nearest few people. Look around the environment of the command center. In front of the hall is a 20 square meter color screen. Next to the display panel is about 18 meters long, 6 meters wide display screen. In addition, there is a total podium and a variety of recording instruments and displays. Through the huge screen, you can clearly see the lonely goddess in the airport, and the computer in the command center has been connected to the signal of the aircraft, and the display has the data of the goddess. Just wait for an instruction to take off. Ready to start. Come on. Huixing pointed to the general command post in front. Or you come. Chen Mo shook his head slightly. This mission, although the goddess is the protagonist, but in strict terms, he is the auxiliary staff after all. The aerospace engineering personnel is the real task personnel. Now is not a rocket launch. There are not so many programs and passwords. That aircraft is not controlled by our ignition system. It is your aircraft. What systems need to be coordinated and commanded? You know best, so don't delay. It is rare to be a general commander. Experience. Huixing smiled and pushed Chen Mo. Mergo, I am ready. I can take off at any time. Well, I am coming. Chen Mo did not postpone it. He sorted out the clothes a little and took the ink girl to the position of the main podium to sit down and confirm that the microphone was okay, and then opened. Everyone, I am Chen Mo, who was taken over by the ducks. Now I am the general commander of this flying mission. Please note that 10 minutes is ready. Chen Mo saw the sentence, and there was no serious official tone. The engineers in front of each instrument were all spirited to confirm whether the data they were responsible for was normal. The hall became quiet and everyone's attention was on their own instruments. The time displayed on the screen also passed in 1 minute and 1 second. 1 minute to prepare. This password made the atmosphere more dignified, and everyone's eyes began to shift to the big screen aircraft. A 10-second countdown is ready. When I heard the countdown of 10 seconds, The people on the field began to tighten up, and they concentrated on their instruments, and did not dare to neglect 10.9.3.2.1. Take-off. As the countdown ended, I saw the goddess on the base airport. The iron engine of the abdomen sprayed a faint blue light, slowly floating, and rushing toward the distant horizon. The first space mission of the goddess was officially opened with global attention. Get off, take off. That is the goddess. So cool. In the space city not far from the base, as the countdown ended, the aircraft was launched and the crowds cheered. The mobile phone in everyone's hands is facing the goddess that rises in the sky. In the video, watching and watching live, there are two different perceptions. In the center of the command center, the big screen in the middle is the picture returned by the goddess. There is some quiet around, and occasionally I can hear the ticking of the mouse. Everyone is quietly watching the data they are responsible for, and always pay attention to which data will be abnormal, so as to remind them in time. The rest of the voice, the artificial intelligence carried on the goddess, came back to report the sound of the data. Waiting. Then there is a waiting process that is not too long. Chapter 593, Successful Docking and the Second Phase of the International Space Cooperation Project Linglong Space Station. This is the first space station in China to permanently enter space. The first core cabin of the Linglong is launched in 20 years. After the 22-year International Space Station is retired, the Lingxiao has been formed and become the only in-orbit space station. It is the power of China. Carry out. The core box of the Russian piece is also selected to access the Lingxiao after the International Space Station has been retired and disbanded. The Lingxiao is independently manufactured by Huaxia, and its volume and space are smaller than the International Space Station. For the time being, only 3 astronauts can be accommodated for experimental research. After 3 periods, the 3 astronauts will be replaced and returned to the ground, allowing new astronauts to enter the study. Among the astronauts stationed in the space station, there are 2 Chinese astronauts, one is a Russian astronaut, and a special intelligent robot is still in place. In the core cabin of the Lingxiao, 16 cubic meters of space, not small, accommodates 3 astronauts, and the space is large enough. At this time, the 3 people are paying attention to the news from the ground. The goddess is about to send supplies and some experimental materials. As a customer of the received express delivery, they received a message a week ago when the Academy Space Research Institute and the Army Ant Group reached a cooperation. Today is the day when the goddess is launched, and 3 astronauts are watching the live broadcast. June stood in front of the screen and held a grip in his hand. In space, exercise is very necessary to prevent muscle degeneration and shrinking. When he usually takes time out, he will practice. He is the first astronaut in the space station and one of the many outstanding astronauts in space. He is currently the highest commander at the space station. At this time, June is also a little nervous, and some expectations. The goddess is not an aerospace group aircraft, but the aircraft of the Huaxia Enterprise. For him, this is also a strong performance of China. The goddess is expected to arrive in 20 minutes. We have to prepare for the courier. June looked at the data and time passed, said, "This plane looks so cool." Rovsky said in a Chinese with some accents. Rovsky is a Russian astronaut who has been stationed in the station and has been stationed at the now retired International Space Station. He is an old astronaut with the most extensive experience in space activities among the 3 of them. Because the Lingxiao is the space station of China, all the button signs of the space station are Chinese. In order to better communicate the experiment, mastering Chinese is one of the most basic conditions for entering the Lingxiao. The daily communication here is all in Chinese. It's really cool. After docking, we can go in and see. On the ground, the plane is full of intelligent robot drivers. Liu Yanyan also has some expectations. She is the only female astronaut among the 3 astronauts. Although women are always in space, sometimes it is inconvenient, but she still persists, showing the resilience, not lost to 2 male astronauts. I can't wait to wait. Xiaoyan is not that powerful, Rofsky said. Xiaoyan is a robot that has settled in space. It uses the intelligent robots of the marching ant group to transform and write the intelligent core of Xia, which has been successfully researched by the Academy of Sciences. It has settled in the space station and sometimes replaces astronauts to complete some dangerous outbound missions. Beginning to prepare, June put the grip in his hand and used his arm to borrow a little and flew toward the door of the core cabin. 20 minutes. Very soon, when the goddess is close to the space station, the speed has been adjusted to be almost the same as that of the space station. And the interface in front of the abdomen is also exposed, and is approaching the interface of the space station, slowly approaching. Prepare to dock. 300 centimeters. Ready to dock. 280 centimeters. The artificial intelligence carried by the goddess repeats the current state over and over again. The identification of the interface has appeared on the screen and is constantly being adjusted according to slight deviations. In the command center, everyone is inexplicably nervous, and their hands are not consciously clenched. This is the most critical step. As long as the docking is successful, this replenishment mission is a perfect success. I'm docking. 100 centimeters. I'm docking. 50 centimeters. As the data returned is getting closer and closer, the hall is getting quieter and quieter, and the atmosphere doesn't dare to breathe, for fear of bluffing the benchmark in the screen. Even Chen Mo, who has always been calm, feels the tension in the air and stares at the screen. Huixing's palm is sweating. If this kind of thing is bad, you must prepare a heart-saving pill. If the failure causes huge losses, the consequences will be very scary. I am docking. 30 centimeters. Docking. 10 centimeters. On the screen, at the moment when the two interfaces were closed, everyone's heart twitched, and the breath was stagnation, and the whole person raised it. The docking was successful. 4 words: if you are awkward, let the tense atmosphere burst open instantly. The first applause sounded, and in the entire hall, the applause thundered. Cheers and laughter filled every corner. Chen Mo also secretly gave a sigh of relief, relieved. If there is a problem with failure, his responsibility will be great, but it will be completed smoothly. In the space station, June heard the successful docking of the intelligent system report. Let him put a hanging heart down, revealing a relaxed smile. Successful. I can't wait. Rofsky screamed excitedly, waiting to open in the docking cabin hatch. Yang Yanyan stood behind Rofsky, quietly waiting. From her eyes, can see very much expectation. The air pressure in the docking cabin is back to normal and can be opened. When prompted, the Fejun opened the door to the docking bay, and the hatch of the docking cabin of the space plane also opened instantly. You used to. I first contacted the ground. June finished, drifting back to the core cabin. Although he also wants to go in and see the situation of the goddess, but as the leader here, his work cannot fall. Hello, I am the goddess #1 driving robot Rat. Welcome to enter the goddess, astronauts. Astronauts. Hello, I am the goddess #2 driving robot and welcome you soon. Just entering the space plane. In the space plane, 2 intelligent robots stand on the deck of the goddess. From their point of view, just like the robot is hanging upside down. My God, so beautiful. This robot can stand. There should be an electromagnet under the feet. Wait for me to turn over, Mr. Rat. Looking at the situation in the spaceship of the goddess, Rofsky was exclaimed in disbelief. Hello, Mr. Robot Mouse, Mr. Nu. Liu Yanyan also turned over and greeted the 2 robots. The goddess and the Lingao were successfully docked. This news, spread around the world by CCTV. The circle of space research seems to have a major earthquake, a shock. The whole of China was caught in jubilation. All employees of the marching ant group are also happy, and the goddess completes the task perfectly. Next, they will create unlimited possibilities. The reports of various media have raised the heat of the news to the peak. The most powerful group company finally reached out to the space with a poisonous hand, and the imagination of the future is infinite. Not long after, the official website of the Marching Ant Group and the official website of the Flying Ant Space Company once again announced a message that after the Goddess completed the replenishment mission, the satellite was put into orbit and carried 9 satellites, all of which successfully entered the scheduled orbit. The news pushed the heat of the Marching Ant Group Goddess to the climax. In the midst of the limelight, a news announcement was made to attract global attention. NASA publicly announced the formation of a new International Space Joint Research Institute in conjunction with the European Space Agency, the Ireland Space Research and Development Agency, the Canadian Space Agency, the Indian Space Agency and the Brazilian Space Agency. The second phase of the Space Station Cooperative Research Project was launched, and a total of 18 countries participated in the project. The second phase of the International Space Station's core cabin, the Zeus, will enter the space with the returnable heavy-duty launch vehicle Falcon No. 10 days later. The other experimental cabins will also be launched into the space docking within 1 month. Form a new space station. However, the news released by NASA is only the beginning. The space agency has just drawn a wave, and another heavy news has been sent from the Pentagon, triggering a bigger tsunami. Chapter 594, Falcon Project. The Pentagon announced that 1 month later, the pilot launch of the Falcon project was launched, and the newly developed Super Heavy launch vehicle Hercules 1 was used to send the Falcon's core carrier, the Falcon, into space. The news once again triggered a major global earthquake. It is rumored that the CIA has a Falcon plan, which is designed to secretly remove, kidnap and recruit the top scientists, soldiers and security personnel in their country. The Pentagon also has the Falcon plan, which aims to create a space warship with the Falcon code, and if necessary, launch an attack on any target in the world and in space within 2 hours. The Pentagon's Falcon plan is part of the deployment of a space-based weapons program. The Space Falcon program involves 4 core projects: the Universal Space Vehicle, CAF, the Extended Range Universal Space Vehicle, ECAF, the Hypersonic Cruise Vehicle, HCV, and the Small Launch Vehicle, SLV. Various news reports revealed that the first phase of the Falcon's mission has been completed, the Small Launch Vehicle is mature, and the hypersonic weapon system is slowly maturing. That is, the weapon system is mature, and now launches the Falcon. The plan is opened. In the second phase, you can confirm the fact that the Pentagon is going to build space-based weapons. The impact of this news is undoubtedly a tsunami, so that global security is still under the guns of the United States. Even if public opinion in the international community opposes space weapons, it can only be verbally stated that no one can stop them from implementing the plan. Those countries that are hostile to the United States have a shadow cast on their hearts. 2 Falcons are taking off at the same time. I am afraid that this common prey is a marching ant group or a certain eastern country. I seem to see the space race during the Cold War. This is a part of the Star Wars plan. Huaxia's achievements in space have made Washington unable to sit still. Perhaps this is just the beginning. No matter whether you admit it or not, the strength of Americans is still very strong. I feel that a new era of competition is coming. The 2 news explosions in the United States made the Marching Ant Group Goddess successfully docked with the space station and eclipsed the news that 9 satellites were put into orbit. SpaceX, American Space Exploration Technology Corporation, Falcon 10 heavy-duty launch vehicle will transport the core space of the second International Space Station, the Zeus, into space. The Pentagon will send space-based armed spacecraft, codenamed Falcon, into space. The 2 Falcons have made the world silent. The media and public opinion are all on the news published in the United States. Other news can only be reduced to the 2 Falcons. The heat of the message has been going on. 10 days after NASA announced the space station plan, SpaceX's heavy-duty launch vehicle Falcon 10 carries the core compartment of the Zeus space station and is launched at the Kennedy Space Center, pointing to the sky. The next day, NASA and SpaceX announced that the space station's core cabin, the Zeus, had successfully entered the orbit. The Falcon 10 rocket successfully returned for a second launch. The news pushed the hot waves to a new height, but did not stop there. After the United States announced the successful launch of the core cabin Zeus, the Island Space Development Agency also released news that it will use the H-2X new launch vehicle to send the experimental cabin Hope 2 responsible for space microgravity research into space, with the core cabin Zeus number docking. Immediately thereafter, the European Space Agency also announced that it will soon send a new space capsule Magellan Space Experimental Cabin into space, docking with the Zeus core cabin, and the Magellan Experimental Cabin will take over the first phase. The mission of the Space Station Columbus Experimental Cabin continues to be responsible for research in space medicine, biotechnology, new materials and basic physics. A piece of news: a wave is higher than a wave. People are overwhelmed. The news has not stopped. The second-generation space station composed of the West has been released one after another. It has not been able to join the cooperative countries and has not been idle. Not long after, the space project led by China was released, and it is planned to unite the Pakistani Railway, some of the former Soviet Union countries, and several friendly countries in the Arab region, to join the new space experimental cabin, and expand the scale of the Lingerhouse space station. The project is proceeding as scheduled. The news came out, once again triggering the tsunami in the space research circle. Insane crazy, all crazy, space exploration competition has just begun, has entered the climax stage. Horrible. Competition is the acceleration engine for the development of human civilization. A new era of space exploration is coming. I have a bad premonition. The world pattern is in the preparation stage before the reshuffle. The 16th century maritime era brought disaster and chaos to Africa and the Americas. The sailing stage of this starry sea is for us. Is a blessing or a curse? Experts and netizens, after the craze of various news announcements, madly debated on the internet and on the news platform. It seems that one thing has triggered the string of competition in the world pattern, and it is out of control. Bnhai City, not far from Bnhai Park, is a kindergarten combining light and simple style with children's fun style. The name of the kindergarten is not outstanding. It is called the Seaside Kindergarten. Here is the kindergarten that Xio bought. After rebuilding, I bought 2 plots of land next to it, which was used to build the kindergarten's teaching venue. Now I can't see the previous kindergarten. 7,000 square meters. For kindergartens, it is not small. The teaching building is made of solid wood. The combination of childlike style and lightness is the design of the floor-to-ceiling windows. The light is very abundant. Besides the innocence, you can see more clean and simple. The venues in the teaching building are designed in 2 different styles, with a retro style and a futuristic technology. Multi-purpose halls, library rooms, art rooms, music rooms, dance studios, game rooms, canteens, etc., are scattered in different places in the park. Children need to go out to get to the next place. In addition, there are small holographic projections. Fairy space. On the campus, small farms, small gardens, grasslands for outdoor activities, small playgrounds, and places where children can play hide and seek, close to life and full of fun, can fully let children feel the natural elements. There is no industrial area around, and there is a park next to it. The location is impeccable. This kindergarten is not inferior to the environment of the world's top kindergartens. It can be seen that Xio attaches great importance to the unparalleled education environment. Dad, my mother said, after I go to school, I will be as good as my father. Unparalleled. Holding Chenmo's fingers, walking toward the kindergarten gate, looking up at the small eyes of the head. Yes, unparalleled study, it must be very powerful. Chenmo smiled. Then I am very embarrassed. Will my father go home early tonight? Well, Dad will go home early tonight, give a new toy to Musu, and take you out to play. Looking hooks. After getting off the bus, Chenmo will be sent to the kindergarten door before he stops. Dad kiss, wood. Mother also kiss. The little girl kissed both faces, only to reveal a happy smile, and to the teacher who walked to the door. This is her first time leaving mom and dad. Mr. Chen, madam, rest assured, I will take care of her. The unparalleled class teacher is a young female teacher named Song Wei, who is about 28 years old. She has a good face and a gentle sunshine. It looks very kind. In fact, in the kindergarten, whether it is a teacher or other people, after careful examination and long-term observation, carefully selected, each has many years of early childhood teaching experience, and the personality is the best. The security of the kindergarten was also selected from the security department of the marching ant group, because the kindergarten is prepared for the unparalleled early childhood education. It will also be the best kindergarten in Bnhai. The students enrolled in the future will be the children of the rich, so the teacher hardware cannot be too bad. Then trouble the teacher, Chen Mo said. No trouble. Song Xiao smiled and squatted around the unparalleled, gently said, Unparalleled, say goodbye to mom and dad. Mom and dad see you again. Dad remembers to pull the hook, but also bring a sensitive back, but also a lollipop. Well, the unparalleled is here to be awkward. Listen to the teacher's words. Xiao Yuchao screamed and pulled Jiang Chen's hand, indicating that he should leave. Mom and dad are not there. Remember to play with children, can't cry, and become a big cat. I will be jealous. The little girl saw the two leave, and the tears came out suddenly, but still stood still in the same place, pulling the teacher's hand, causing distress. Even Chen Mo, looking at the eyes of the unparalleled face with tears, is still somewhat distressing, but as the child grows up, there must be a growth environment suitable for her. It is impossible to be with them at all times. Until Chen Mo and Xiao Yu got on the bus, the little girl cried out, and even the little fish on the car had some rosy eyes. Children grow up, always have a lair, can't always grow in the greenhouse. Chen Mo patted Xiao Yu's shoulder. In fact, it has been 2 or 3 days since the start of school. In order to have no conflicts with the unparalleled emotions, Xiao did not send unparalleled on the first day, otherwise it would be called a large horror film scene. Well, I still have some concerns. Kindergarten is yours, you can always know her situation. There is nothing to worry about, always give her a space for independent growth. Chen Mo thought for a moment. Looking back, I will sort out some knowledge that is suitable for early childhood education and enlightenment. You can let the teacher teach them. You can't accept the current formal elite education like ordinary children. It is estimated that you will get a university and find ways to teach. The unparalleled educational progress cannot be carried out according to the present. When you grow up, you will hate you. Xiao Yu laughed. Zhao Minji said that the unparalleled is really not able to accept the current elite education like the rich children of the present. For Chen Mo, even the most advanced scientific knowledge education is no different from ordinary education. There is a horrible dad who has to accept non-human education since childhood, and Xiao Yu is both distressed and funny. Chen Mo also smiled and shook his head. The unparalleled and home affairs are handed over to me. You can concentrate on doing your business, said Xiao Yu. Well, you have worked hard. During this time, all kinds of news revealed by various countries in the world because of space exploration are very lively. The atmosphere of the whole world is undergoing subtle changes, and the forms of confrontation, competition and cooperation are basically formed. Each group has already seen a small group. Now is just the beginning, and no one can say that there will be more changes in the future. Artificial intelligence technology, nuclear fusion technology, holographic technology, and ion engine technology have enabled these technologies to accelerate the pace of technological change in the world. It is now on the eve of the world technological revolution. Historical experience shows that there will be some signs and subtle balances on the eve of any era of change. No one can say when the technical revolution really comes, maybe tomorrow, maybe longer, maybe a sudden dispute, an unexpected event touches this delicate balance, causing chain fission. Balance breaks, the wheel of technological change starts, and the world will surely reshuffle. Shuffling means war and confrontation, whether human beings are willing or not. The general cycle of history will not change. What Shenmue is doing now is to survive in the troubled world that may come when the era of comprehensive technological change is coming. Chapter 595, Buying 30,000 mu of land. Vandenberg Air Force Base, located in the southern coast of California, is just north of Aguero, with an area of about 280 square kilometers and a coastline of nearly 51.5 kilometers. In the United States, the same name as Vandenberg Air Force Base is the famous Cape Canaveral launch site. The Cape Canaveral launch site is located at Cape Canaveral, Florida, on the east coast of the United States. Vandenberg Air Force Base is located on the west coast of California. The former is the U.S. Air Force's East Range and the famous Kennedy Space Center, and Vandenberg. It is the western target of the U.S. Air Force and the second largest space launch center in the United States. The location here is special, and it can launch high-inclination orbit and polar orbiting satellites to the west. In 1972, it was selected as the Space Shuttle launching base on the west coast of the United States. Unlike the Kennedy Launch Center, Vandenberg Air Force Base does not support civilian launches and is part of the Air Force Experimental Launch Site. At this time, the Vanta Air Force Base has just been newly built on the 11th Space Launching Console, and is erecting this behemoth, the latest super heavy-duty launch vehicle Hercules-1. The Vandenberg base has launched the American historical flag Raytheon medium-range ballistic missile, and has also launched a number of Hercules launch rockets, witnessing the most brilliant moment in the United States. Today, the Hercules series rockets return to the global perspective, highlighting the ambition of the United States. Shanahan looked up at the giant carrier rocket in front of him, with satisfaction in his eyes. Over the years, the Pentagon's investment has not been in vain. Now that the global space exploration boom is heating up, it is very necessary for them to show their strength globally. The Hercules No. 1 is a two-stage rocket with a total length of 60 meters and a diameter of 7.6 meters. The rocket engine has a thrust of 1,330 tons and the rocket has a takeoff weight of 1,170 tons. This is just a two-stage rocket that achieves this horrific takeoff weight. But this is not the full power of the new Hercules launch vehicle. Kane designed the Hercules 2, which is the most powerful, three-stage launch vehicle, with a total length of 130 meters. The first stage rocket has a diameter of 15 meters, which is more than the Saturn V that sent the astronauts to the moon. The number is bigger, and the rockets at all levels can be recycled and reused. That is the most powerful capability of the new Hercules rocket. For today's mission, the Hercules 2 launch vehicle is not needed for the time being. On the Hercules 1 rocket, the target of this shipment was also fixed, the Falcon space-based spacecraft. The diameter of the spacecraft is about 4 meters, similar to the shape of the aircraft. It also carries powerful space-based laser weapons that can attack satellites in space. In addition, it also carries warheads and weapon systems with hypersonic weapons. Command platform. If necessary, they can use small launch vehicles to send nuclear warheads and tungsten rods into the Falcon, and deterrence is self-evident. This is the most important part of the Pentagon Falcons program and the key to the second phase of the Falcons. Huaxia's achievements in space exploration, as well as the Marching Ant Group's space plane successfully docked to the Linglong space station, made them anxious. So speed up the Falcons plan and release them in front of the global vision in advance to show off the muscles. The plan is crazy, but in order to maintain the advantage, you have to take risks. Finished. Kane came to Shanahan and his face was indifferent. It seemed that his work was about to be amazing all over the world, and he wouldn't care too much. As for the failure of the rocket launch, he never thought about it. He has a lot of confidence in his hard work for so many years. Are you ready to launch? Shanahan asked. Yes. Kane nodded coldly. Shanahan's indifference to Kane's appearance has long been accustomed to, and without his urging, The group went to the Launch Control Center. Some of the people who fired control centers were transferred from the Kennedy Launch Center, and some were experts in military missile launches. In order to maximize the success rate of the launch, they made the most adequate preparations. At this time, the atmosphere in the launch center was a little nervous. Even if they are experienced, they can't be calm, because they know the significance of this launch. If the Hercules #1 goes smoothly, their country will gain global deterrence. If it fails, the consequences will be disastrous. Because of the fear of failure, the launch did not dare to let the media broadcast live. Now that they are ready, through the large screen of the control center, they can clearly see the Hercules #1 standing alone on the launch tower. The time was waiting for a second, and it was soon at the time of the launch. Shanahan sat quietly in the position, quietly watching the commander announce that he was ready to launch, and as the countdown began, his palms clenched unconsciously. At this moment, he was also a little nervous, his eyes staring at the big screen. 3.2.1 Ignition. When he heard the final ignition of the commander, Shanahan lifted his heart and the other people showed a nervous look. Only Kane sat in the position, holding the coffee expressionlessly, and the eyes looked at the big waves without any fluctuations. Screen. Oh. As the rocket fired successfully, the cooling water below evaporated instantly, and the water vapor formed a huge cloud covering the entire tower. I saw the Hercules #1 carrying the Falcon, rising slowly on the cloud-filled tower. Everyone's gaze rises with the rise of Hercules #1, and the atmosphere does not dare to breathe. The tens of seconds after the start of ignition is the most important. Many rocket accidents occur at this stage. Hercules #1, in the eyes of everyone, is constantly rising to the sky. Until the ground lens could not see the shadow of Hercules #1, the heart of Shanahan's hung was slightly relaxed, showing a smile. At least no problem during the takeoff phase. Safety passed the first dangerous period, then the time to wait for the result. The next day, the Pentagon announced that the Hercules #1 successfully sent the Falcon into the Earth orbit scheduled for space. The news once again alarmed the world. The Falcon space-based weapon platform has successfully entered the scheduled track. The superpower is always a superpower. The United States launched the Falcons program. Countless media reports in the West, almost all describe the strength of the United States. It seems to be blowing. Following the announcement by NASA of the successful launch of the space station's core cabin, the Zeus, it is now the United States. This time it is sending a more horrific and larger Falcon's space-armed warship into space. If the space station is to use space peacefully, then the Falcon will take off and be a sword of Damocles hanging over the world. A mobile weapon platform is on the head. No one can sleep well. Countries that are not in the right position with the United States collectively oppose the United States launching space-based weapons into space, and even report to the United Nations that it requires peaceful use of space. However, there is no use for it. The global atmosphere has become more subtle as the American Falcons have successfully entered the orbit. The balance of the original balance seems to have tilted a little toward the United States, but it is not enough to make the balance completely out of balance. This time, I came to talk about the order. Li Chengzi sat in Chen Mo's office. His voice was as low as possible, and he was somewhat cautious. He seemed to be afraid that someone next to him could hear it. "Well, did you give you instructions above?" Chen Mo asked. "Yes, the order is down." Li Chengzi did not deny. "Say, how many?" The order they are talking about now is the order of the space plane. At the last test flight, Li Chengzi asked Chen Mo's space plane to sell and not sell. Chen Mo gave him a price to report back. Now, Li Chengzi brought Chen Mo again with the above instructions. Obviously there is a result. 4-0. Really? Chen Mo couldn't help but be a little surprised. The price he gave was 24 billion, with 4 purchases at once and nearly 100 billion orders. Really? Li Chengzi affirmed. It's a local tyrant. Chen Mo slammed. What Chen Mo thinks is that this order is related to the successful launch of the Falcon in the United States. When Americans begin to develop space-based weapons, they must have countermeasures in order to have the means and strength to counterattack when they are attacked. Air and space weapons, the best platform now, is the aerospace plane, and the fastest means of checks and balances. Although there are anti-satellite weapons and missiles, it is definitely a good thing to have more checks and balances and cards. The problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. However, there are a lot of 4, and that is the swallowing beast. The money for supporting 4 airplanes can be quite a lot. According to common sense, the number of 2-3 racks is the best, 1 out of the task, 1 spare. If you are afraid of failure, you can have 1 more. When I think about it, what Chen Mo can think of is to use 1 to do research and the other to perform aerospace engineering tasks. How? Can't pick up this order? Li Chengzi asked. Accept. Why don't you have money to earn? Chen Mo did not hesitate to agree. There is an urgent need for an airplane to enrich the National Defense Force. He has no reason not to agree. How long can you get it out? 4. The fastest is about half a year, Chen Mo said. Although he is now an automated manufacturer, that thing is so complicated that it is a limit every month, but in order to ensure quality and safety, it must be slowed down by 2 months. Don't you have another one in manufacturing? Li Chengzi said. The idea of playing the plane so quickly. Chen Mo smiled reluctantly. How much you can't wait? No way. Li Chengzi's stall smiled. That is my space center for spare. If you want the one, you can't give it to you, but I have a sigh of relief. Chen Mo said. What is your love? Sell me the aerospace center to the seaside forest. I simply looked at it, about 30,000 mu. Don't look at me like this. I used to expand the space center, and now it feels a bit small. I don't have long flowers on my face. I want to develop a bigger spaceship for future preparation. Li Chengzi can't smile, the terrible guy. Even the land is so domineering. I bought 30,000 mu at a time, and I really dare to speak. However, the research and development land of top technology is very cheap, and the country also has many preferential policies. Chen Mo, this guy, can really afford it. I will go back and ask. After sending away Li Chengzi, Chen Mo also went to the Institute of Building No. 1. The aerospace plane is completed. He is going to prepare for his next stage goal, boarding the space and boarding the moon. Now is just the beginning. The universe has endless secrets and resources. This step must go out and prepare for the future. Chapter 596. Metamorphosis in the Science and Technology Library. Chen Mo holds the golden light and restrained technology ball in his hands, staring at it. He wants to look inside and see if there are any special places. After the completion of the space plane, the golden light inside the technology ball has skyrocketed. Now there is already a goose egg size, but the technology ball that is the size of the football is filled up, and there is still a great distance. The condition for the next permission to open is that the technology ball is completely discolored. This means that if he wants to gain greater authority and deeper secrets from the technology library, he must constantly develop various technologies. Mysterious mystery is always very curious, and there is also a mission of Supreme, but now, he does not even know what the mission is. From the highest authority to access the technology library, Chen Mo does not know when to open. This is a process that cannot be rushed. Out of the technology library, Chen Mo sat on the bed for a while before standing up and leaving the room. For 2 months, for researchers and international events, this is not a long time span. During this period, the European Space Agency and the Island Space Development Agency successively launched the experimental cabin of the space station in accordance with the scheduled date, successfully docked with the Zeus core cabin, and the United States also launched 2 other test sites, forming the prototype of the second phase of the International Space Station. In a short period of time, The formation of the second phase of the International Space Station also gave the United States a huge international reputation. You sing, I will debut. The world has set off a wave of space exploration, and seems to be reluctant to be in space. Women are behind people. Soon after, the Pakistani Railway, the Arab countries and China's good countries, also reached a cooperation, announced the addition of Linxia House Space Exploration Project. Soon after the two sides reached a cooperation, the Linglong Project team announced that the Long March 10th rocket was launched in the return capsule, successfully sent an Arab astronaut into space, replaced the Luian cloud in space and returned to the ground, and announced that it was preparing to launch a new aircraft. The experimental cabin expands the size of the Lingxiao. In addition to the space station's news, there are other popular news. Some official media published articles and videos, concealing that the Army Ant Group has sold space planes to the military for use as a new generation of strategic equipment to increase the space deterrence of national defense. When the news came out, many people immediately thought of the American Falcon after the launch of the Falcon spacecraft. The world is shrouded in the shadow of this space-based weapon. Nowadays, the news of China's suggestion of an aerospace plane is undoubtedly a counterbalance to the Falcon. Competition and cooperation, confrontation and balance. As always, fighting and not breaking, the world is full of infinite vitality. Flying Ant Center. Wu Cheng looked at Chen Mo's test results and his eyes revealed his admiration. He is a retired astronaut training expert. He just retired. Li Chengzi introduced him to the Marching Ant Group. He is now an astronaut training technical consultant at the Feiyang Space Center. Originally he only served as a consultant and then trained new people, but 2 months ago, Chen Mo came to the training center to prepare for astronaut training. Hearing Chen Mo Li's astronaut training, the entire training team of the space center was shocked. A legendary figure with countless wealth, but did not expect to venture into space. However, what shocked them even more was that Chen Mo chose a package for professional astronaut training. This choice made the entire training team startled. Astronaut training has been very hard. Professional astronaut training. The intensity has multiplied. Because of his special status, in strict sense, he is now half his boss. In order to avoid mistakes, Wu Cheng and several other consultants, as well as senior astronauts trained in the recruitment, decided to train Chen Mo together. However, their shock also began with the training of Chen Mo, until now, has been practicing an heart. And then unbelievable things appear on Chen Mo. They can accept. Professional astronauts must first master the basic theoretical knowledge, such as astronomy, geography, meteorology, geology, flight mechanics, atmospheric physics, computer, radio navigation, spacecraft-related knowledge, but also the necessary medical knowledge and rescue technology. Basic theoretical knowledge. They thought it was very simple for Chen Mo at the beginning. After all, Chen Mo, an enchanting person, theoretically, is definitely not bad. But Chen Mo's demon is beyond imagination. All basic theoretical knowledge, other astronauts must repeat the review in a few months, in order to master. Chen Mo in the 3 days, all mastered, but still the kind of backward. For the first time, the entire team realized the horror of Chen Mo, and realized that the legend of Chen Mo is terrible. I thought that Chen Mo's learning ability is very good, and there will be no good results in terms of physical fitness. After all, physical fitness is a big hurdle for researchers, but what shocks them is that Chen Mo's performance in physical training is far beyond the imagination of all of them, and it is as terrible as his ability to learn. There are many projects for their physical exercise, training endurance for long-distance running, swimming, climbing, training weight, sit-ups, pull-ups, testing flexibility gymnastics, spiral ladders, trampolines, swings, swivel chairs, as well as running a cardio, running bikes, bicycles, etc. There are surfing, skiing, etc. All physical training, after a period of familiarity with Chen Mo, showed strong adaptability. This is only 2 months of training. Physical performance, has been a professional astronaut. For the extra heavy endurance training, Chen Mo received the acceleration of 7 grams when he first entered the centrifuge. After a period of adaptation, he successfully broke the acceleration of 10 grams, and his mind was still very clear, and his hearing vision was normal. Hypobaric hypoxia endurance, weightlessness, vestibular function, noise and vibration environment training, psychological quality training. After all the training, Chen Mo showed a strong learning ability after a period of adaptation, which made the team shock again and again. In 2 months, the skills mastered by the astronauts are basically mastered, and the speed can be described by terror. Except for metamorphosis, they can't think of other adjectives. So now that I saw Chen Mo's test results, the team's people were already numb, but they were not surprised, but only left awe. What's the result? Zhao Minutes saw that the expressions of the faces of the people were not very rich, and could not help but ask. Chen Mo wants to enter space. Rationally, she does not want to see it, because once a problem arises, the consequences are unimaginable. But what this man wants to do, she can't stop it, she can only support it. 2 months ago, Chen Mo was trained by a professional astronaut, and she was shocked. Later, I thought about it. After the development of potential, Chen Mo is much better than ordinary people. These training problems should be small, so I can rest assured. The theoretical knowledge and physique, all test scores are A grade. This is the person I have seen the most abnormal for so long, both mental and physical. Very terrible. Wu Cheng sincerely lamented that this will be the only one in his life to see such a terrible person. The boss now has the qualities of a professional astronaut. 2 months. Mastering the skills that other astronauts could master in a few years. Zhao Minutes couldn't help but say a pervert in his heart when he heard these words. It seems that the hard work of these 2 months has not been in vain. Chen Mo was stunned at the side of his head. He had just come down from the swivel chair of the vestibular function training. Some of them were dizzy, but the problem was not big. Space is still a strange field for him. The conditions are extremely harsh and the danger is self-evident. In order to board the space, he must be prepared. Although space planes have equipment such as escape cabins, the necessary skills are still mastered through professional training. Now that training is almost over, he can then consider entering space. When is it into space? Zhao Minutes asked when he left the training center. It has been determined that Chen Mo's determination to enter space is unstoppable. Otherwise, he will not eat such a big bite. He will come here for 2 months of training. Now that the training is completed, he can guess that Chen Mo's next step is to go to space. About 10 days or so, by the way, send a few satellites. What satellite is this time? Lunar orbit satellite. Chen Mo drank, but before that, I need to ask the team of the project. The data on the back of the moon and the orbit data of the Lagrange L2 point. Chapter 597, Chen Mo's Ambition Flying Ant Center. Zhang Jianfeng came down from the car, next to Li Chengzi to accompany him. This is his 3rd time to come to the Ant Space Center. Every time he comes here, he feels a lot. The first 2 times were to see the goddess test flight, but this time it was not empty-handed. In his hands, there is a safe. Inside the box is the data obtained by the project team's satellite on the moon, including the temperature, environment, topography and other detailed data on the back of the moon, as well as the data of the Lagrange point where the bridge relay star is located. It can be said that the data obtained by the engineering project for decades has been in it. The cooperation between the Lingyao project and the Marching Ant group has achieved great success, adding too much convenience to the Lingyao project, allowing Huaxia to celebrate the country and let Huaxia establish its position as a top powerhouse in space exploration projects. This time, Chen Mo contacted him and said that he needed to use the data of the lunar exploration project, hoping to cooperate and share the data of the moon. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Jianfeng immediately notified the experts of the entire project team. After a simple meeting of the experts of the project team, they unanimously passed and decided to share the data to Chen Mo. Of course, it is not a free one. It is a cooperative investment. Space exploration and the moon are Chen Mo's next target. The Flying Ant Space Company with aerospace technology will have unlimited space for cooperation in the future. Moreover, Chen Mo's data obtained during the lunar exploration will also have one of them. No matter how they count, they are not losing. Seeing Chen Mo, Zhang Jianfeng smiled and greeted the past, and solemnly handed the box in his hand to Chen Mo. "Account Chen, this is the moon data you want." "Thank you. I didn't expect Zhang Academician to personally send it." After Chen Mo Dao thanked, Zhang took the box. The data in this box, from scratch, condensed the efforts of the engineering project team for decades. For them, is very precious data. "I heard that you accepted the astronaut training, is ready to enter space?" Zhang Jianfeng asked. "Yes, I am going to enter space for a lap next week and launch a few moon satellites by the way." After Chen Mo gave the box to the ink girl, he led Zhang Jianfeng to the workshop where the satellite was placed. Through the transparent window, you can see that in the clean room, a few moon-orbiting satellites are already ready and quietly placed inside. "Is there a plan to land on the moon?" Zhang Jianfeng asked the satellite inside. "What do you mean by myself?" Yes, but to be prepared, I need to look at the conditions on the moon first, and then decide whether I want to go to the moon in person." Chen Mo said. "Landing on the moon is inevitable. The -3 on the moon is a perfect nuclear fusion material. Now the nuclear fusion technology is mature, but the nuclear fusion-fuel also needs artificial synthesis. The cost is too high, and the amount of synthesis is limited. The 2 nuclear fusion power plants under construction by Huaxia Nuclear Energy Group have come to an end and will be officially put into use soon. The beginning of the human energy revolution may begin. If you take advantage of this opportunity to find out the situation of the moon and build a lunar base or outpost there, he will master nuclear fusion technology and fuel resources in the future. Jumping out of the circle of the Earth, there is an infinite universe outside. But outside the Earth, most of them are unknown, and the unknown means uncontrollable danger. Before he can confirm the situation, he can't rush. "When can we cooperate in this area?" Zhang Jianfeng asked. The marching ant group also proved the strength of the Goddess Aerospace plane. In the future space exploration, they have unlimited possibilities, and cooperation has great benefits for them. "Don't you have been working together?" Chen Mo looked at the box in the hands of the ink woman. "Yes." Zhang Jianfeng laughed and was happy. "I look forward to your good news. If you need to use the bridge relay star, we can also provide convenience." Some international space exploration agencies, including NASA, borrow bridge relay stars, and they will not refuse. Because of the use of the bridge relay star, they must pass their consent, and then use their data channel for data transmission. Others borrow, they can also get a piece of data, and make a profit. It may need to be used, but for the convenience of future detection, I will also launch a relay satellite this time. Chen Mo pointed to one of the satellites in the workshop. "It's called Jianmu No. 1. His space exploration research will often use data. He can't always use the satellite to find the official satellite. It is more convenient to use his own satellite." "Looking forward to your good news." Zhang Jianfeng took a deep look at Chen Mo. From Chen Mo's various actions and plans, his ambitions for space are not small. According to the United Nations Treaty on Outer Space, the moon is like the international waters of the Earth. It is not subject to the jurisdiction of any country, nor is it the territory of any country. Any private company can explore on the moon, just like capturing on the high seas. Fish, whoever gets it first belongs to who. There is endless wealth and resources, just the fuel -3 needed for nuclear fusion. In the shallow surface soil, the reserves are as high as 1 million tons, enough for people on the Earth to use for tens of thousands of years. Other countries and international space organizations are trying to land on the moon, hoping to seize the opportunity. But there is no flying chess that can freely enter and exit the moon. If Chen Mo's space plane enters the moon and has the ability to exploit lunar resources and get the best opportunity, then he will be a real rich enemy. Chen Mo has those resources and is good for them. Because Chen Mo is a Chinese, he has the ability to exploit those resources. And it is quite a Chinese resource that has the resources and technology. The benefits are self-evident. Is it a little risky? Asked Zhao Minutes. Chen Mo is now getting the day 2 of the moon, and the time to prepare to enter space is getting closer. This will be a very important decision. If Chen Mo successfully enters space tourism, the benefits of Fake Xiang Aerospace's space tourism project are very great, but once it fails, the consequences are unimaginable. In principle, Zhao Minutes is against Chen Mo's entry into space. However, her objection can only be a suggestion for Chen Mo. He does not listen to it, but also depends on Chen Mo. It may be that Xiao is opposed. He will listen. But Xiao has always supported him unconditionally. He has not heard that Xiao has objected to any decision made by Chen Mo. Without a little adventurous spirit, how do you enter the stars and see? Chen Mo nodded. I will take you to play next time. Zhao Minutes turned his eyes directly. This guy also wants to take her to play with the excitement. If it's a date, I might consider it. Space dating is also very romantic, unique, isn't it? Amount? Chen Mo smiled and smiled while shaking his head. He did not know how to answer Zhao Minutes' words. Space dating, she still wants to lose. Exactly. Then I expect you to take me up. Don't swear. Zhao Minutes showed a smile, not waiting for Chen Mo to answer. Directly turn off the holographic communication video. Chen Mo. The next day, the marching ant group officially announced that on the 23rd of this month, Chen Mo, the founder of the marching ant group, will take the Shennon space plane into space and start a space journey. This will be the first manned space flight of the goddess space plane. The announcement of the marching ant group has become a hot topic of public concern. At the last live broadcast, Chen Mo revealed his thoughts on space. It was not long before he realized his rhetoric. Nowadays, during the boom of international space exploration, as the news is released, more and more people are paying attention to Chen Mo's space journey. Since the exposure of the space plane, the exploration ability of the marching ant group in the space field has leapt to the forefront of the world. If the Chen Mo space journey returns safely, the advertising effect will be enough to allow the Sky Travel project of the Fant Space Center to be fully rolled out. Chapter 598 Waiting for you to triumph. Aerospace aircraft first manned space flight. Chen Mo is experimenting with his own life. Washington Daily. Meeting the astronauts who lost their lives in space. The New York Times. In the history of human space and blood, will there be another name? The Times. The world is paying attention to Chen Mo's space. The army has not moved, and public opinion is first. In the case of Chen Mo's space, the attitudes of the Western media and the Chinese media are polarized. The Western media collectively sang the decline, and the reports given all carried a pessimistic remark. If Chen Mo is involved in space, the loss to China will be immeasurable. The Chinese domestic media all hope that Chen Mo can succeed, although Chen Mo's decision to play in person is not very wise. As the 23rd is getting closer, the eyes of the outside world are beginning to pay attention to Chen Mo's space. You said, will Chen Mo succeed in entering space this time? I see no problem. It is not a strange thing to enter space now. Chen Mo's technological strength is no problem in entering space. He is a bit reckless. He dared to play on his own for the first time. He has confidence in his skills, but he doesn't have to take his own life to take risks. If you are not adventurous, how can you explore the universe? The goddess has not yet taken off, and various forums and debates have appeared on various forum platforms. A man with countless wealth and fame, dare to take such risks and become the first astronaut of the space plane. Chen Mo, a world-class celebrity, is an eye-catching news of any public event. This is a hot topic. Wait for your triumph. Xiao Yu gently hugged Chen Mo. Everything is in the air. This is the first manned spaceship of the goddess. Although she does not want Chen Mo to personally take risks in space, since it is Chen Mo's decision, she can only support it. Yes, Chen Mo kissed Xiao Yu's forehead. In space, I will video with you again. and I will have a chance to take you to play later. Okay. Remember what you said last time, the universe is so big, I want to see it too. Zhao Minutes and Chen Mo gently hugged and said with a smile. Chen Mo remembered Zhao Minutes' last words, but he still smiled helplessly. After bidding farewell, Chen Mo waved to other people and turned to the sky plane. Why don't you care about him? Let him take such an adventure. Zhao Minutes stood by Xiaoyu. I can't manage it. Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head and looked at Chen Mo's back until Chen Mo disappeared behind the cabin door. The little thing at home is what she said. Occasionally, in some small matters that are not important, she will manage Chen Mo, but she will never oppose Chen Mo's decision before the big decision and the important decision. She didn't want to help Chen Mo herself, but also brought trouble and embarrassment to him. When he comes back, let him lick the keyboard. Let him sleep on the floor. Chen Mo entered the space plane. The airport of the space center began to clear the scene. All the staff began to withdraw, and quickly walked toward the command center. Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes also followed. Yi is also in the crowd watching the ceremony. Some sly, this guy, this time is indeed a little risky. Next to Li Chengzi agreed to nod. No way, who can manage him? His wife may be able to manage, but she will not oppose Chen Mo's decision. Li Chengzi looked at the small fishing around Zhao Minutes. This is one of the few people who can persuade Chen Mo, but she has never seen her because of anything. And Chen Mo is a big noisy woman. A very sensible woman is also the reason why Chen Mo is petting her. Why do you want to go up in person, or the first manned flight? Perhaps his vision is not limited to the 3-point land of the earth. Li Chengzi said. This is the only answer he can think of. Chen Mo's powerful, beyond imagination. No one can say, Chen Mo really can jump out of the Earth's space. After all, what horrible technology has? Nuclear fusion technology is also mature, and as long as the conditions are sufficient, the era of interstellar colonization can be opened. Inside the goddess, Chen Mo entered the escape cabin of the space plane and fastened the seatbelt. On the issue of life safety, he will not come. Space is full of unknown dangers, and it is still the first time that goddess carries manned space. So Chen Mo has double insurance. Originally in the space plane, you don't have to wear space suits or enter the safety cabin. You should sit in the cabin like a normal airplane, or Chen Mo himself sitting in the cab. However, in order to ensure, Chen Mo chose to wear a space suit and chose to take off in a safe cabin. For the first time in space, he did not have any experience, and he did not know whether the above environment could be adapted. This is also just in case. All the preparations have been completed. Chen Mokai took a deep breath, put on the hood of the spacesuit, and opened the oxygen supply. Ink Girl, ready to take off. Get off after 10 minutes. Get ready. The Ink Girl sat in the cockpit of the plane. As the driver, this aerospace, she accompanied Chen Mo to heaven. After 10 minutes, under the lens of the global live broadcast, the goddess slowly floated, rushing toward the distant horizon, straight into the sky, disappearing under the lens of all media. In the cabin, Chen Mo can clearly see the various data displayed on the screen, and the height is constantly rising. This is an aerospace plane, and there is no huge acceleration of the rocket taking off. But Chen Mo still can clearly feel the thrust of the acceleration. The data on the screen is also constantly changing. Not long after, it has reached an altitude of 50,000 meters, 70 kilometers, 90 kilometers, 110 kilometers. As time went by, Chen Mo also watched the changes in the data on the screen. When he was bored, he also talked to the Ink Girl. As the height increased, Chen Mo began to feel some discomfort, but these discomforts were within the limits of Chen Mo. After more than 2 months of training, all this is ready. Chen Mo is vacant. Far from the other end of the Pacific Ocean, Jim saw the goddess flying through the live video and opened his mouth. The Space Center and space research institutes around the world are paying attention to Chen Mo's space flight. The second execution of the space mission of the goddess Confucius aircraft is manned space flight. The mystery of the plane was not revealed by the exposure of the news, but the mystery of the heart was growing. In addition to the videos and pictures captured by the media, the Flying Ant Center has never announced any performance or other parameters of the aircraft. So far, they know nothing about the operation of the Goddess aerospace engine and the fuel, and they use nothing beyond the times, and they know nothing about it. Even the latest Hercules rockets, they can't guarantee that black technology can surpass the Goddess. If this time Chenmo succeeds, it is basically certain that this type of aircraft poses a huge threat to the security of our country, said the assistant next to Jim. Security threats are not within the scope of our work. It is the work of the Pentagon, Jim said. Our work is to explore this piece in space and maintain the world's leading position. Although this position will soon be caught up by China, but at least not now. This is the order above. What do you do now? Asked the assistant. What should I do now? It is time to go to sleep. Can you still go to the presidential candidate? This day, I am concerned about China, not tired. Jim looked at the time. It was late at night, tired of the eyebrows, standing up from the position. Early tomorrow, we announced plans to land on the moon. Chapter 599. Space. Live in the outer space of 400 kilometers. The speed of the Goddess is enough to maintain the surrounding. The iron engine is turned off, and it is flying smoothly. This height is already quite the height of the space station. From the beginning, Chenmo can clearly feel the change of the environment. The body is not affected by gravity, a little uncomfortable, feeling upside down, blood rushing to the head. Dizziness. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger. In the ground training, there was a handstand training, and also simulated the sense of weightlessness in space in the water and on the plane. But the real come here is completely different from the training. A dizzy chest, tightness of nausea. The chest feels congested, his face is also swollen, feeling the blood constantly rushing to the face. The body does not listen. Ink Girl. What is the situation now? Chenmo took a deep breath and endured discomfort. He is a little uncomfortable in the safe cabin and has some expectations for the outside. The Goddess is stable, with a height of 417 kilometers and a speed of 7.85 kilometers per second. The air pressure in the cabin is normal and the temperature is normal. The voice of the Ink Girl came from the ear. This is a photo outside. The Ink Girl passed a photo to the screen of the safety cabin. A photo of a galaxy is much more beautiful than the Milky Way seen on Earth. Margot. Do you feel unwell? Fortunately, my face is swollen, my chest is stuffy. I feel discomfort. I can adapt. I want to go out and get ready, Chenmo said. Now the plane has flown smoothly, and Merle can come out at any time. It is good. After confirming that the situation was stable, Chenmo untied the seatbelt that fixed the body, and the movement was a bit difficult. In the next moment, the body floated uncontrollably, and there was no point in stress. Chenmo felt the feeling of being around, very insecure, and his hands and feet were awkward and uncoordinated. Chenmo can only hold the handle next to keep the body stable. Open the door of the safety compartment. Chenmo tried to keep his breathing comfortable and relieve his discomfort. Oh, with a soft bang, the door opens smoothly. The action was a bit clumsy, and Chenmo grabbed the handle and did not dare to use too much leverage. During the training, the expert once told him that when operating in space, the borrowing power should not be too large, otherwise it would be easy to force it too hard. The body floated out of the safety compartment, and Chenmo was suspended in the activity cabin. With the help of the robot, he directly took off his spacesuit and put on a tight spacesuit. Mirko Ink entered the cabin and helped Chenmo change clothes together. There is an electromagnet under the foot of the Ink, which can absorb the bulkhead, and she is not affected by gravity. The limbs are very harmonious and more convenient than Chenmo. Let's go. Look at the core cabin. Chenmo's bloated face, holding the Ink Girl's shoulder, let her take the core cabin past Flying Ant Center. Inside the command center, everyone is waiting. Xiao Yu and Zhao Minutes are obviously anxious, and their fears on their faces are lingering. If it is not the instrument display, the flight and operation of the space plane is normal, at this time do not know what it is. How is it now to go to school? Zhao Minutes was also anxious to know that Xiaoyu was worried than anyone else, and could not help but divert her attention. She is very awkward, and now she has adapted to the kindergarten environment. Chen Mo has compiled some enlightenment knowledge for the kindergarten's expert teachers. Let the teacher teach the children. The effect is very good. Musu took a little red flower a while ago, gave her father show off, every day, chanting minutes. I want to show you. Then I will pass tonight. Zhao Minutes heard that she had missed her, showing a smile of joy. His enlightenment knowledge is estimated to be specially prepared for the unparalleled, but the children who enter the kindergarten can be blessed, and maybe there will be several prodigies in the future. Fortunately, I just started to try his education on enlightenment. Some parents still have a lot of opinions, but I heard that it was her husband who sorted it out and there was no opinion. There are a lot of rich families now, knowing that the kindergarten is dedicated to the unparalleled, and wants to send the children in. The number of places for admission is tense. Some time ago, the Education Bureau also sent people to come over and asked for an enlightenment knowledge compiled by Chen Mo. I heard that research can be promoted nationwide. Xiaoyu did not consciously show a proud smile. When it came to Chen Mo's excellence, it seemed that other troubles were forgotten. I don't know how he is doing now. It really doesn't make people worry. According to time, you should contact quickly. Zhao Minutes looked at the time. When he comes back, he really wants him to sleep on the floor. I guess you can't bear it. Zhao Minutes joked. Now on the space plane, there is no connection to the ground, so the atmosphere in the command center is somewhat cautious, and there is a trace of tension. After all, this time, Chen Mo is a very important person. If there is a case, things will be very serious. Li Chengzi is also anxious. Chen Mo is an extremely rare talent. He has made a great contribution to the country. If there is a problem, it will definitely be a great loss. But in the face of many experts, as well as the robots responsible for the work, he did not know who to ask, can only wait anxiously. Connection succeeded. In the command post, when the atmosphere was tense, the voice of the ink girl suddenly sounded. This voice, let the silent command post instantly live. Everyone's eyes, do not consciously look to the big screen in front. On the big screen, Chen Mo's face with a smile. The angle is like a self-portrait, and it looks good. This scene almost made Xiaoyu cry out. Worried for a few hours, seeing Chen Mo safe and sound, a raised heart can finally fall. Successful. Let everyone wait. As soon as this was said, the command center was full of joy. How do you feel? Is the physical discomfort not too serious? Wu Cheng asked. Yes, the physical response is a little bit heavier than the training. After the adaptation, there is not much problem now. On the contrary, the novelty is very strange. Chen Mo said. That's good. Chen Mo is fine. It is a good news for everyone. Small fish, I am here. Xiaoyu hurried forward, looking at the big screen, his eyes soft. Don't worry, the problem here is not big. I will go back soon. I guess you are thinking about it. Go back and let me sleep on the floor. Chen Mo said. You guessed it, said Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu said this, the air was quiet, and then, in the command post, everyone laughed. Everyone knows that it is a joke, and pushes the atmosphere of joy to a high point. Chen Mo also smiled. Remember to prepare for what I like to eat, to celebrate. The outer sky is beautiful, the earth is very beautiful, take you to see it next time. It is good. Small fishing heavy focus. Zhao Minutes. Yeah? Zhao Minutes walked to the camera. I finally thought of me. What do I need to do? Chen Mo said. With his understanding of Zhao Minutes, business ideas never fall. What's more, when he successfully entered space, Zhao Minutes will certainly not let such a good publicity opportunity. I know, miss. Zhao Minutes smiled. Since you mentioned it, then I will talk about it. If you are ignorant of watching the scenery in space, you will have a live broadcast of space. Give the company's staff a live speech in space. The boss of a company is doing live broadcasts on the plane. which is self-confidence. It can make the company employees increase their pride and cohesiveness, and also increase Chen Mo's leadership and personal charm. In addition, this is also a disguised commercial propaganda. Chen Mo does live in space. The coffee table and attraction are enough, and the media will promote it spontaneously. This kind of propaganda can increase the confidence of the outside world in the Marching Ant Group space tourism project, satellite launch project and other space exploration projects. In any case, Chen Mo successfully entered space and the propaganda must not be less. Also, give the Marina Kindergarten a live broadcast of space. Let the unparalleled and those children look at the magic of space. Next to the small fishing opening. In this kind of scene, I can see Dad's daddy. From a young age, she has a heart that worships Dad, and she is very dependent on Chen Mo, and can make the little girl happy. Well, you have arranged, I will stay in space for a few days, and I can broadcast live tomorrow. Chapter 600. The Battle of Space. After hanging up the communication with the ground, Chen Mo borrowed the force to reach the window of the hatch. Outside is the endless starry sky. There is almost no air here, and there is no pollution. The galaxy, which is now seen, is shining brightly. Only when you look up at the stars, you can clearly feel that human beings are small. In the endless universe, the Earth is just a little dusty, unremarkable, but magical. The outer starry sky is full of infinite mystery and unknown, and now human beings are just able to get out of the Earth. Sometimes I look at the stars and think deeper. My heart always wraps around a sense of panic. Because of the endlessness of the outside, we can understand the status of human beings in the universe. Perhaps in the face of advanced alien civilizations, humans are similar to the invisible bacteria. If one day is discovered by a higher civilization, maybe they will end up doing the same as human ants. In the vast universe, for the present human beings, alien life is temporarily unknown and dangerous. After watching the starry sky for a long time, Chen Mokai regained his gaze. It is not the time of emotion and fantasy. Be prepared to work. At least one day in the future, when he really discovers alien life, he can have some psychological preparations. Ink Girl, ready to launch the moon's satellite, Chen Mo said. Okay, the launch countdown is 10 minutes. The Ink Girl began to report time. The space flight also has the task of launching a moon's satellite. In addition to the rich -3, the moon is also the outpost of the Earth. Looking up at the stars, the moon is the first starting point. This time, a total of 4 satellites and 1 landing machine were launched, including Jianmu-1 Relay Star, Lunar Resource Exploration Satellite, Lunar Geological Exploration Satellite, Lunar Reconnaissance Satellite and 1-month backlander. Unlike satellites that were launched last time, the moon satellites use a fully functional micro-ion engine as a power source, with no accidents, permanent operation, and a return function. Although the project team of the Lunar Exploration Project shared the moon's data with him, he must also have his own data collection method, which will serve as a source of information for his future exploration of the moon. The Jianmu-1 Relay Star is ready to leave the Goddess. Jianmu-1 has been separated from the Goddess. The 1 Geological Exploration Satellite is preparing to leave the Goddess. The Laurel-1 Resource Detection Satellite is ready to leave the Goddess. The Wugang-1 Reconnaissance Satellite is preparing to leave the Goddess. The Moon God-1 Lander is ready to leave the Goddess. 4 stars and 1 device. In just 1 hour, they gradually separated from the Goddess. Since the use of an ion engine does not take into account the problem of fuel depletion, there is no need to change the orbit. But the direct acceleration, away from the gravity of the Earth, flies past the moon. How long does it take for the satellite to reach the moon? It is expected that 35 hours into the lunar orbit, the satellite will automatically change its own track according to the calculated data. Lunar 1 lander will only choose to land on the moon after the Jianmu No. 1 is in orbit. After obtaining the lunar orbit data from Zhang Jianfeng, Chen Mo has allowed the Ink Girl to carry out multiple simulations and accurate calculations. The satellite carries artificial intelligence. Within the range of the lunar gravity, it will determine the situation and control the satellite to change the orbit. Because the moon transmits data back, the Earth will issue instructions to the satellite, and there will be a delay in time, so that the satellite's artificial intelligence can judge the data, which is the best solution. Ground. With the approval of Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes immediately let Lanxi draw up a notice and issue all branches and subsidiaries of the group. The founder of the group, Chen Mo, successfully entered the space on the Goddess. On the 24th, Huaxia time, all employees of the Marching Ant Group, Global, one day off, at 9:30 in the morning, collectively watched Chen Mo, the founder of the Marching Ant Group, in the Space Broadcast Company. Internal speech. The overseas branch adjusted the day's work time on its own, and concentrated on watching the speech. As soon as the announcement came out, the Marching Ant Group was drawn up and down. Today, many employees are paying attention to the news that their bosses are going into space. It has now proved that Chen Mo has successfully entered space. A sense of pride in the minds of every employee of the Marching Ant Group. This announcement has stirred up waves. Chen Mokai has just been launched for a few hours. This announcement appeared from the side. Chen Mo has safely entered space and has to give a speech in space. The media's self-proclaimed publicity soon became known to the world. The news spread, attracting countless envy and hatred. This is the strength of the company. Now, when you say that you are an employee of the Marching Ant Group, you will unconsciously have a sense of pride. However, the announcement of the Marching Ant Group seems to once again affect global action. Shortly after the announcement of the Marching Ant Group, the country announced that it will launch the plan to land on the moon again this month. The dream of a small country, after the country is the third power, the fourth country that launched a spacecraft to the moon, failed once in 19 years, and now plans to open again. This country is small, but its ambition can be seen. The news announced by the country has just fallen. India is not to be outdone. The Indian Space Research Organization announced that it will launch a spacecraft to land on the moon next month. The two countries chose to upload news at this point in time. No doubt they have any deep meaning. The upsurge of space exploration continues. Wait for the message to cool. At 9 o'clock that evening, NASA also issued a notice to launch the Hercules plan to return to the moon. It is ready to use the Hercules 1 to send the astronauts to the moon again, and will build a permanent base on the moon in the future. The group is arguing for hegemony, and Russia is not willing to show weakness. Shortly after the United States chose to announce its return to the moon, the Russian Space Agency also announced the launch of the Yuri plan to return to the moon. Later, the European Space Agency also issued an announcement, and will soon launch a lander to the moon. In less than half a day, several of the world's strongest groups of countries have announced or hinted at the moon landing plan, causing global shocks. Following the second phase of the International Space Station project, the Huaxia United States Expansion Ling Long plan, the American Falcon plan and the Marching Ant Group Goddess launched, the space exploration competition officially entered the second stage. Space exploration seems to be at this moment entering the era of competition. No one is behind. All countries with foresight know that there is an important resource of -3 on the moon, and China's nuclear fusion technology has matured. Nuclear power plants are just around the corner. Energy reform is about to open. And now the Army Ant Group has successfully developed the Girl. The aircraft has the ability to land on the moon. They must be preparing for the future. Otherwise, once the quality resources are occupied by China, it will be very passive in the future. It is too strange for many powerful countries to announce their landing on the moon. For a time, conspiracy theories, the news of some bloggers' eyes, have already found the wreckage of alien spaceships on the back of the moon. Many countries are competing for the opportunity to acquire the alien technology and alien bodies of the shipwreck. What caused a series of consequences is naturally because of an announcement by the Marching Ant Group. As the initiator and protagonist of the event, The internal speech of the marching ant group Chenmo has also become the focus of global attention.